Qin Sheng has survived for 3 years in the apocalypse, finally enduring until the eldest brother has met his demise, allowing her, the second in command, to ascend to power. Yet, before she could savor the pleasures of life, she awakens to discover that she has been reborn 2 months prior to the apocalypse. After toiling to become a formidable boss, just as she was about to exert her influence, the heavens have sent her back to the novice village. Gazing at her mobile banking app, she finds herself lost in thought, confronted by an endless string of deposits. Thus begins Qin Sheng, the idler of a wealthy third generation, in her reckless spending spree, squandering her fortune to stockpile resources. Food. She heads directly to the Beidot Song to hoard supplies. Cattle and sheep. Apologies, but I have purchased every woolly creature on the grasslands. Seafood. Major suppliers queue to deliver to me. Various snacks, delicacies, chicken feet. Bring them all to me. What? Ice cream assassins. Keep your distance. Chapter 1. Rebirth? Are you jesting with me? In Haicheng, within a room on the second floor of the Qin residence, a strikingly beautiful woman with thick brows and large eyes sits dazedly on a deep blue satin bed, sporting dark circles under her eyes. Her jet black, wavy hair cascades like seaweed down her back. It takes Qin Sheng a full 10 minutes to digest the reality of her rebirth. This room has been her home for 20 years, with every ornament and painting personally selected by her. She stares blankly at the family portrait of 3 hanging on the wall. Rebirth? She whispers, followed by an outburst of furious screams. Why must I be reborn? Heaven, are you mocking me? The electronic clock on the wall displays the time. July 5th, 20** at 1:31 a.m. She vividly remembers everything from her previous life. In the early hours 2 months later, a storm will sweep across the globe. Then, the apocalypse will erupt, temperatures will soar, and calamities will persist, leading to species evolution. From a pampered, rich second generation, she would suddenly find herself with nothing. The funds in her bank account would not suffice for even a loaf of bread. The Qin residence, once a symbol of wealth, would become a mere pile of meaningless bricks after the apocalypse. Betrayed by teammates and later slaying the betrayers herself, she also faced treachery from seemingly weak and pitiful individuals. From that moment, she vowed never to be a saint again. After 3 years in the apocalypse, narrowly escaping death time and again, she eventually joined a faction, only to barely survive the demise of the leader and seize a position of power. Though not on par with top-tier factions, she enjoyed a relatively carefree existence. Little did she know that after merely taking a nap, she would awaken before the celebration of her achievements, reborn. This sensation is akin to staying up late gaming, finally attaining the prestigious rank of champion. Just as her excitement begins to settle, her account is reset, and she finds herself back in a novice village. Who could understand this exasperating feeling? She was thriving as a leader, relishing in feasts, drinking, and appreciating handsome men. Was that not a joyful life? She harbored no desire for rebirth, not even a shred. In her past readings, it was said that only those who had suffered greatly in their previous lives could be reborn. Yet she felt fortunate. Although her parents passed away early, they left behind a fortune exceeding 100 billion, enough for her to live off indefinitely. The early days of the apocalypse were challenging, but with her relentless spirit, she ultimately became a successful individual. Wasn't she following the boss script? Why was she reborn? Qin Sheng wished she could howl at the heavens. But inheritance? She suddenly recalled something, rummaging under her pillow for her phone. Checking her bank balance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 113 billion. Observing her account balance, Qin Sheng's expression of grief and indignation gradually transformed into a radiant smile. Indeed, how could she have forgotten? She was reborn. This was before the apocalypse. Her money could truly be spent as money, not merely used for wiping. The Qin residence, along with shares left by her parents and other properties, filled her home with luxury items that could be exchanged for resources. Ah! A raucous laughter erupted from the room on the second floor. The night owl resting in the garden awoke from its dreams. With a meow, it leapt away, disappearing into the darkness. Although Qin Sheng had fared well in her previous life, after the apocalypse, being able to eat to satisfaction was a privilege, and dreaming of a life of luxury was another matter entirely. In this lifetime, with her newfound wealth, she is determined to become a super extravagant spender, to exhaust every last penny. Selling houses, divesting shares, parting with bags and jewelry, hoarding supplies until she is bankrupt. From this day forth, she shall indulge without restraint. Not even Jesus could deter her. With this thought, Qin Sheng felt no trace of worry. A reset of her account matters not. her experience remains intact. She refuses to believe that her life could ever descend to a state worse than before. With this conviction, Qin Sheng dashed downstairs, clutching her phone, and found herself in the kitchen on the first floor. Opening the double-door refrigerator, she beheld it brimming with food. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Gulp. So much delicious food. Was I out of my mind before? Only thinking about losing weight. What is the point of living if I can't enjoy a life filled with delicious food and drink? Some people are satisfied after just a few bites, while others can still indulge despite being full. Previously, to maintain her figure, Qin Sheng's diet consisted solely of low-calorie, high-protein foods. Yet now, she stared at a cake in the refrigerator, of which she had only taken a small bite. How fortuitous that today is her birthday. Gazing at the exquisitely crafted birthday cake, sorrowful tears involuntarily dripped from the corners of her mouth. Birthdays are truly blissful. Slurp. She swallowed again and, without hesitation, extracted this caloric bomb from the refrigerator. Sitting cross-legged at its door, she began to devour it with great gusto. The fragrant, sweet, creamy texture had not graced her palate in a decade. Like a famished spirit, she savored the cake while eagerly rummaging for other delights in the fridge. Russian sausages, indulgent sodas, cold braised ribs. As for the lettuce salad, never mind, it held no appeal. She continued until her belly was round and taut. When she burped, oil surged up her throat, and only then did she finally pause, content. In her previous life, a sudden rise in temperature was swiftly followed by an unexpected downpour that heralded the beginning of the apocalypse. Everything came upon them without warning. Although she inherited a fortune of billions, Qin Sheng was an ordinary, unremarkable second-generation rich kid. Yet when she came to her senses, she realized that no amount of money could buy supplies. At that time, cash's only remaining functions were to ignite fires and wipe behinds. The balance on her bank card was even more disheartening. Now, looking at her mobile banking app, a dazzling string of decimal points glimmered, along with a stack of share contracts and the property deed for Qin Mansion, alongside several other real estate documents. She made a decision. Within the next month, she would squander over 100 billion. Additionally, she would sell houses and stocks for extra cash. Thus, after satisfying her hunger, her first task was to retrieve her notebook, jotting down the various supplies she would need. After compiling her list, she searched online to fill in the remaining categories, striving for completeness. In the early hours of the morning, the room was brightly lit. Qin Sheng leaned over her computer desk, gazing at the screen while taking notes. After the apocalypse, daytime temperatures soar while nighttime plunges below freezing. Thus, winter supplies such as cotton clothing, quilts, and down jackets are essential. And staple foods like rice, flour, corn, wheat, and noodles. Daily necessities are also crucial, especially sanitary napkins, toilet paper, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and laundry detergent. And various generators, solar panels, and batteries. Recently, I heard about a solar-powered water cup that can compress water vapor from the air into liquid. What a treasure! Gasoline, diesel, kerosene, and coal must not be forgotten. Medicines are also necessary. Cold remedies, various antivirals, anti-inflammatories, immune boosters, and alcohol. Pots, bowls, and utensils are indispensable. Various seasonings like salt and MSG must be included. Additionally, various ready-to-eat foods, snacks, ham sausages, instant noodles, snail noodles, self-heating pots, hot and sour noodles, pickled chicken feet, chicken legs, and pig trotters. And ice cream, popsicles, and old-fashioned ice lollies. None should be overlooked. Oh, and when stocking up on ice cream, one must be wary of ice cream assassins. They can be quite a financial burden. She meticulously listed each item. Having not touched a computer keyboard in years, she still preferred using a pen for her notes. How could she possibly acquire so many supplies without sufficient space? Qin Sheng stroked her chin, contemplating the various heirlooms at home. Based on her extensive reading, the typical configuration for a rebirth narrative is either a system or a spatial dimension. Since no system or peculiar voice had appeared thus far, it was likely that a spatial dimension was at play. Moreover, in many novels, the vessel for such space is often a family heirloom. When it came to heirlooms, Qin Sheng found herself in a quandary. In a typical household, one could readily identify the heirloom. However, she faced difficulty. Alas, her family was exceedingly wealthy, with a plethora of heirlooms amassed over generations. Qin Sheng used a key to unlock the hidden door of the study. As the door swung open, the automatic lights illuminated the interior. In the expansive chamber of over 300 square meters, rows of antique shelves displayed dozens of precious artifacts, ancient texts, and even collections of bronze wares, ancient swords, and knives. This kind of secret chamber her family possessed 4. All of them were indeed family heirlooms. Chapter 2. Gathering supplies according to common plot conventions. Spaces are typically activated by blood. Observing the rows of antique shelves within the secret chamber, adorned with a dazzling array of heirlooms, Qin Sheng gulped down a generous cup of brown sugar water, hoping fervently that she would not succumb to anemia. With this thought in mind, she seized a fruit knife and made a deep incision into her palm, the wound revealing the bone beneath. Without a flicker of hesitation, she placed her hand over a bronze cup, allowing her blood to flow steadily into it. As the crimson liquid diminished, Qin Sheng gritted her teeth and with her other hand pressed down on her arm, extracting more blood until the cup brimmed with a vibrant fluid. Only after hastily wrapping a bandage around her wound did she rise, one hand cradling the filled cup, the other smeared with her own essence. Approaching the first row of antique shelves, she began to smear the blood across each item, meticulously observing any changes. As the saying goes, it is better to err on the side of caution than to overlook something trivial, for that very thing might hold the key to the space she sought. With this trepidation in mind, she did not spare the shelves or even a grand 2-meter antique bed, leaving no stone unturned. After thoroughly completing her ritual, the cup was drained of blood. Qin Sheng lingered in the secret chamber for nearly half an hour, but nothing transpired. Indeed, acquiring a space was not an endeavor to be taken lightly. Undeterred, she armed herself with a knife and ventured toward the remaining chambers. The third floor housed 2 secret rooms, while the basement below contained the largest chamber, spanning over 1,000 square feet. Each head of her family possessed their own collection room, and the expansive basement was left by her father. Although her father lacked an understanding of collectibles, he was quite concerned with appearances. Consequently, he amassed a vast number of items, albeit of questionable quality, heirlooms from roadside stalls, items claimed as debts, and treasures purportedly from ancestors of imperial lineage. Qin Sheng found little interest in her father's lackluster collection, yet the fear of missing something valuable compelled her to investigate. After all, blood could easily be replenished with more brown sugar water. If necessary, she could resort to consuming some donkey hide gelatin, bird's nest, or perhaps even cow or lamb. No, she mustn't dwell on that. She needed to find a space. Missing it would lead to lifelong regret. To her astonishment, fortune arrived swiftly. Within her father's collection, she discovered a transparent, rectangular brick-like object that was, astonishingly, the very space she sought. After absorbing her blood for mere seconds, the brick emitted a blindingly vivid green light that sent her heart racing. In an instant, the brick vanished, and in its place, a similar jade brick materialized in her mind, its mysterious patterns glowing faintly. As her thoughts shifted, she beheld a gray space emerging before her. The space was square and reminiscent of the shape of jade bricks, towering approximately 80 meters high. However, its length could extend infinitely, resembling a colossal tunnel with no visible end. Gazing upon this space, Qin Sheng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Incredible. Even if the world's richest person were to go bankrupt, they could never fill this expanse. With the newfound space, Qin Sheng's first task was to clear out the 4 secret rooms in her home. After all, they were filled with antiques. One never knows when a treasure might resurface. Such opportunities must not be squandered. With the space at her disposal, Qin Sheng swiftly drafted a series of procurement plans. The first priority was food. Purchasing directly from the wholesale market would suffice for dozens or even hundreds of tons, but for larger quantities, patience was required. Moreover, bulk purchases would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. She resolved to travel to the nation's largest grain-producing region, the North. However, before departing, she made a phone call to arrange the sale of the Qin mansion, along with other properties and shares she held. The luxury cars parked in the underground garage were also to be sold. Even the smallest of profits could accumulate into substantial resources. To facilitate this, she contacted her parents' lawyer and signed a power of attorney agreement. He was entrusted with the sale of these assets, permitted to sell at slightly below market value. But the transaction needed to be swift. She was in desperate need of funds. The Qin mansion, located in Haicheng and sprawling in size, had once been ranked among the top 10 luxury residences in the city. Constructed during the Republic of China era, its value extended beyond mere real estate. It was a collectible in its own right. Qin Sheng recalled that its estimated value had been 30 billion. Over the years, as property prices soared, it was certain to appreciate further. Such a property would be challenging to sell through a typical real estate agent. Additionally, she insisted on a cash transaction, meaning only those within affluent circles could afford such a price. Upon receiving her call, the lawyer drove through the night to the Qin mansion. He organized the necessary documents for her signature and promptly departed again. Although puzzled by her sudden decision to sell, the lucrative commission, coupled with his authority over pricing, made it hard to refuse. Those in his profession understood the wisdom of not prying into matters best left unexamined. Born into a wealthy family, Qin Sheng had always known that one must not be stingy with necessary expenditures. Though the lawyer had a certain rapport with her family, even the strongest connections required adequate incentives. To ensure swift action, one must not skimp on provisions. Having arranged everything, Qin Sheng booked a flight for the night. Just before boarding, her phone unexpectedly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, Jiang Jiangguo. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback by the name. It dawned on her that she had completely forgotten about this individual. Jiang Jiangguo is her childhood confidant, a charming girl standing at a height of 1.80 meters. She is also a fervent fitness enthusiast. Her father, a man of humble beginnings, ascended the social ladder through her mother's wealth, only to decisively seek the company of a mistress once fortune smiled upon him. Tragically, Jiang Jiangguo's mother succumbed to depression and took her own life. However, prior to her demise, she purchased several properties in the capital under Jiang Jiangguo's name and transferred a portion of her company shares to her. Thus, Jiang Jiangguo is able to live comfortably as a landlord, deriving joy from rental income and dividends, leading a life of ease. In their previous existence amid apocalyptic turmoil, the two of them struggled to survive together, and Jiang Jiangguo has always been remarkably fortunate in certain aspects. Qin Sheng, on numerous occasions, narrowly escaped life-threatening situations due to Jiang Jiangguo's unpredictable antics. They integrated into a local power faction, where Qin Sheng rose to the position of second-in-command, while Jiang Jiangguo attained the rank of third. Ultimately, Qin Sheng met her demise, yet Jiang Jiangguo persevered, embodying the resilience of an indomitable spirit. She hurriedly answered her phone. Qin Sheng, come save me. My father and the others have locked me up in a mental institution to coerce me into relinquishing my shares. Please hurry. The food here is horrendous. It's unbearably salty. I'm currently stealing a nurse's phone to call you. I'm at the 3rd hospital of Jimming Mountain. Nurse's phone? Qin Sheng glanced at her own caller ID in disbelief, seeing Jiang Jiangguo's name displayed prominently. Well, it seems you could use a few days in there. The 3rd hospital of Jimming Mountain is notorious in Haicheng for its military-style management, where escape is nearly impossible unless one possesses wings. It is widely acknowledged that some inmates in such institutions are not genuinely mentally ill. Knowing Jiang Jiangguo was there, Qin Sheng felt a sense of calm wash over her. She had previously heard Jiang Jiangguo mention this predicament, so it came as no surprise. Jiangguo, listen to me. While the food may be dismal, bear with it. If you can escape, do so. If not, just wait for me to rescue you. I'll be out for a while, but upon my return, I will come to get you. What are you planning to do? Are you abandoning me, Lao, Qin? Guarantee we suppose to head to the ranch together at dawn to feast on the freshest beef. Hello? Hello? The line went dead. On the plane, Qin Sheng chuckled while munching on her snacks. What must Jiang Jiangguo's father think about sending her to a mental institution? What animosity could exist between him and that facility to result in such a fate? In Qin Sheng's memories, Jiang Jiangguo was always a whirlwind of chaos, capable of stirring up trouble wherever she went. Although they were best friends and inseparable allies, Qin Sheng was not inclined to include her in her nationwide resource-gathering endeavors. With Jiang Jiangguo around, the potential for unforeseen complications multiplied exponentially. Let's first complete our stockpiling plans, then we shall return to the bustling city. After all, Jiang Jiangguo is certainly someone I intend to bring along. However, the bond we share, forged from childhood to the present, is akin to that of sworn brothers. The only individual I can trust with my life in this apocalyptic world. Moreover, his fortunate streak of luck is indeed a treasure. By the way, the properties under her name could fetch a handsome sum. It would be a pity to let them go to waste. Upon my return, I shall persuade her to sell her real estate at the 3rd hospital of Jimming Mountain. Beep beep. Jiang Jiangguo, with a scowl, listened to the busy tone on his phone, seething with rage, and smashed the device. With a swift motion, he leapt onto the counter, brandishing a clothes-drying pole, one end tied to a white t-shirt. As he waved it, the shirt fluttered like a banner in the air. Comrades, the enemy is but a paper tiger after autumn, and the horn of victory has sounded. Charge with me. Charge. Hundreds of figures clad in blue and white hospital gowns surged forward behind Jiang Jiangwo. Nurses dashed down the corridor in panic, losing their shoes in their haste. Quickly, call the director. The patients are in revolt. Don't come any closer. Help. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Sheng was seated at the banquet table of the largest grain distributor in the north. She produced her meticulously organized shopping list and handed it to the middle-aged man across from her. Boss Wang, this is the list of items I wish to purchase, along with their quantities. Please have a look. After speaking, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, her mind racing to ensure she had not overlooked any supplies. Huang Weigua studied the young woman before him, his expression serious as he adjusted his glasses. He scrutinized the list in his hand. Rice, millet, corn, flour, sorghum. Do you require various types of grain? He examined each item. May I ask, what is the purpose of such a large quantity of grain? Huang Weigua inquired, puzzled. To be frank, the amount Qin Sheng intended to procure could support a small nation. Qin Sheng, bored, casually fiddled with her meticulously manicured nails. A while ago, out of sheer boredom, I made a bet with a few good friends. The loser would buy grain to support Africa. I lost, alas. But it's all right. I have plenty of money, and I have always relished doing good deeds. Spending a few billion is merely a drop in the bucket for me. Her nonchalant demeanor and actions vividly portrayed the image of a spoiled, rich heiress, utterly oblivious to the struggles of the world. Huang Weigua felt as though he had been stabbed. Their lifelong aspirations were reduced to mere wagers in her eyes. Damn it! Were it not for the fact that Qin Sheng was here to conduct business with him, to help him earn money, he would have found it difficult to restrain himself from kidnapping her. The eye-rolling expression is utterly detestable. Are the children of the affluent in this era truly so lacking in sincerity? Qin Sheng remarked languidly while savoring her meal. As for rice, any brand will suffice. High-gluten flour is essential, and I expect to procure an ample variety. Regarding the pricing, given the magnitude of my order, I trust you will extend me a discount. You are well aware of the current grain market's soaring prices. Our profit margins are already quite slender. Before Huang Weigua could finish his sentence, Qin Sheng abruptly snatched the list from his hands. Have you noted the scale of my procurement? Each item is in the millions of tons. Are you discussing profit margins with me? Mr. Huang, your sincerity is lacking. I detest those who see my wealth as an opportunity to exploit me. Is it a crime to be affluent? Each morning I awaken to see my savings accrue millions in interest, which I must expend, and it burdens me. Thus, if you cannot provide me with a fair and reasonable price, I shall seek alternatives. Many others would eagerly seize this business opportunity. You are my first choice, yet your lack of earnestness is palpable. As a wealthy heir who may seem foolish, you ought to appreciate my patronage. Chapter 3. The Impulsive Heir. No. Huang Weigua stood up, smiling as he approached Qin Sheng. Please do not be hasty. I have yet to finish my statement. What I meant to convey is that although the grain market's profit margins are slim, your status as a significant client changes everything. I assure you the finest quality at the lowest price. Now, that is more agreeable. Qin Sheng shot him a glance, her youthful fingers extending the shopping list toward him. Huang Weigua promptly received it with both hands. The procurement quantities listed began at tens of thousands of tons, encompassing various grain types. The total cost soared to over 2 billion. Such a grand scale is unprecedented for him, even if he were to reduce his profit to the bare minimum. Completing this order would sustain him for half a lifetime. As he gazed at Qin Sheng, he perceived her as a radiant deity of fortune. These affluent heirs elicit a complex blend of admiration and frustration. After signing the contract, Qin Sheng, fully satiated, bid farewell to Huang Weigua and swiftly proceeded to a nearly defunct factory along the highway. She rented an entire row of warehouses. Dialing Huang Weigua, she stated, "From tomorrow onward, I expect a continuous influx of grain to this warehouse address. Upon receipt of the first batch, I shall provide you with 30% of the payment up front. Once all goods are delivered, the remaining balance will be settled immediately." Huang Weigua was momentarily taken aback, then nodded vigorously. "I understand. Rest assured. It is impossible to prepare everything all at once. However, I shall expedite the process and guarantee that your time will not be wasted. After all, the sooner business is concluded, the sooner we can settle accounts." Upon contemplating the imminent arrival of her funds, Huang Weigua felt invigorated, akin to a surge of adrenaline, and promptly returned to the company to commence arrangements. Qin Sheng took residence in a suite at a nearby chain hotel adjacent to the logistics park. Throughout the day, a constant stream of large trucks arrived. As a valued client, Huang Weiguo had arranged for her to receive VIP services, which included dedicated personnel to assist with unloading daily. Qin Sheng, statuesque and possessing a preference for unconventional vehicles, favored SUVs over ordinary sedans. At that moment, her pink Hummer was parked in a small park not far from the warehouse, beneath a large, vibrant beach umbrella. Underneath the shade, a lounge chair awaited her, where she leisurely donned sunglasses, indulged in an iced pop, and scrolled through her phone. Ordering takeout. Before long, a white delivery van approached. A young man in a fried chicken restaurant uniform parked the vehicle, glancing at the location on his phone. After surveying the vicinity, he noticed only Qin Sheng. Tentatively, he inquired, "Excuse me, miss, did you order 500 family buckets, along with 500 servings of chicken wings and drumsticks?" Qin Sheng removed her sunglasses and replied, Yes. Just placed in the trunk, neatly. We're having a company gathering and camping here, so please be careful not to spill anything." The delivery person nodded and began to transfer the boxes of fried chicken from the van into the rear compartment of her SUV. Although this service was not typically offered for such a large order, the sheer volume necessitated it. A standard electric vehicle could not accommodate the quantity. As soon as the delivery man departed, Qin Sheng glanced around, ensuring no one was in sight, and with a flourish of her hand, she stored all the fried chicken in her space. She had meticulously chosen this location, ensuring it was devoid of surveillance cameras and sparsely populated, thus guaranteeing her safety. After all, who would venture to stroll in a park during the sweltering heat of day? Within a few minutes, another small delivery truck arrived, asking, "Did you order 500 servings of braised rice?" Yes. Place it in the trunk." The delivery continued. "Your 500 servings of crispy chicken. Your 500 servings of braised pig trotters. Your 500 roasted ducks, all sliced and ready. Your garlic prawns, spicy crayfish, and oil-braised prawns. Your rice." Throughout the day, this secluded park was a hive of activity, with an unceasing flow of delivery vehicles. The morning was manageable with temperatures around 30 degrees, but as the sun ascended, by 11 or 12 o'clock, the heat soared, reaching nearly 40 degrees. By 7:30 in the evening, after receiving the final wave of deliveries, Qin Sheng sipped on a chilled soda as she drove back to the warehouse. Upon her arrival, the last batch of large trucks had nearly completed their unloading. In the span of just one day, half of the entire row of warehouses had been filled. Once everyone had departed, Qin Sheng entered the warehouse and closed the door behind her. The first task upon entering the warehouse was to utilize specialized equipment to scan for any concealed cameras or similar devices. Although she had already conducted a thorough inspection when renting the space, one can never be too cautious. After all, one must remain vigilant in an unpredictable world. Once assured of safety, she stored all supplies within her designated area and transferred 30% of the agreed payment to Huang Weiguo as a deposit. She spent nearly half a month in the Beidao warehouse. During this period, her endeavors extended beyond food supplies. She also contacted numerous local factories to place substantial bulk orders for various goods. The region was replete with diverse food manufacturing facilities, producing items such as instant noodles, sausages, spicy strips, jerky, nuts, and an assortment of chicken feet, along with cookies and bread. Each order comprised hundreds of thousands of boxes, and through her individual efforts, she temporarily elevated the city's wage standards. Noticeable everywhere were advertisements seeking workers at premium rates. The post-apocalyptic climate proved to be exceedingly extreme, oscillating between scorching heat and frigid cold. Thus, ice cream became an indispensable commodity, not only refreshing but also delectable. During her visits to ice cream factories, she was meticulous in avoiding those extravagant flavors that would significantly inflate her budget. Throughout her stay, Qin Sheng relentlessly ordered vast quantities of takeout, often hundreds of servings of each item. Occasionally, she would venture to food establishments recommended by online acquaintances, sampling delectable dishes and ordering hundreds of portions to store away. Evenings were spent receiving shipments at the warehouse, followed by excursions to night markets to indulge in further shopping. 15 days swiftly passed. Huang Weiguo, elated, presented her with the final payment, his joy radiating as he beamed from ear to ear. He generously gifted Qin Sheng an array of local specialties before reluctantly sending his benefactor off to the airport. After all, who knows when she might encounter such an extravagant heir again? Such encounters must be cherished. Chapter 4. Next stop, the grasslands. Next destination, the grasslands. Following her time in Beidao, the extravagant Qin Sheng ventured to the grasslands. Much like her previous search for grain suppliers, although numerous ranchers operated independently, larger purchasing merchants also existed. She directly approached these merchants to negotiate contracts and facilitate payments, dismissing the notion of bypassing intermediaries to individually purchase for nomadic families, as it would only waste precious time. In her leisure, Qin Sheng acquired a Dongfeng truck to explore the grasslands. Some large-scale livestock farmers owned tens of thousands of cattle and sheep, creating a vast expanse dominated by the sight of white, fluffy sheep tails. Qin Sheng had previously conducted experiments by placing ice pops and hens within her storage space. After a considerable duration, the ice pops emerged completely intact, demonstrating that time within the space remained suspended. Thus, she had no need to concern herself with expiration dates. Placing a live chicken into the space results in its immediate demise upon entry. When retrieved, it remains in the exact moment of death, even with a cut across its neck, still able to bleed normally. This experimentation has emboldened her to confidently acquire living cattle, sheep, and other livestock for placement within the space. When extracted later, they could be slaughtered, yielding freshness akin to that of newly killed animals, with their hides also being useful. While procuring a few thousand already slaughtered animals is feasible, Qin Sheng typically acquires quantities in the tens of thousands, rendering the prospect of having them slaughtered exceedingly time-consuming. As the saying goes, wealth is great, but livestock with fur does not count. Today, the temperature is alarmingly high, causing numerous herders to experience the unfortunate loss of cattle and sheep due to heat. In such circumstances, many are willing to purchase livestock in bulk at reasonable prices. Most herders are quite amenable to this. Having bought a significant number of live animals, she also procured tens of thousands that were already slaughtered, all placed into the space. In the following days, Qin Sheng continued to amass large quantities of beef jerky and various local specialties. Upon learning about the delectable red willow meat skewers, she sought out a vendor, purchased a few skewers, and squatted at the shop's entrance to savor them. "Owner, your lamb skewers are truly delicious." "Of course. We prepare them fresh on site. They must be delightful. How many skewers do you sell in a day?" 2 to 3,000. Thanks to everyone's support, haha. All right then. Starting today, I expect you to work overtime and prepare 8,000 skewers daily for the next 10 days. I'll take them back for my friends who have yet to experience such delights. 10 days later, Qin Sheng waved goodbye to the vast grasslands, leaving the barbecue shop owner in a state of mixed joy and woe, trembling wrists counting stacks of cash. After 10 consecutive days of intense work grilling lamb skewers, his wrists had become accustomed to the motion, unable to cease. Qin Sheng's travels took her across the nation. She sourced seafood from coastal areas, purchased various live poultry directly from farms, and procured slaughtered animals from local wholesale markets. Salt, spices, and daily necessities were ordered in bulk directly from factories, as were cotton clothing, down jackets, and other winter apparel. She even made a special trip to Xinjiang, amassing not only various food items, but also a substantial stock of cotton and cotton seeds. Frozen goods were processed directly at factories, and she ordered a significant quantity of nitrate for ice making, along with generators, solar panels, and an array of secondary foods, snacks, and instant meals. Gasoline, diesel medicines, and drinking water, as well as numerous books on agriculture and other specialized subjects, were all meticulously prepared. Wherever she roamed, she seized every opportunity to peruse her phone, ordering hundreds of takeout meals. Should she encounter renowned culinary establishments, she would reserve hundreds of tables, placing everything into the space for future enjoyment. In the blink of an eye, just over a month had passed. The balance on her bank card was depleting rapidly. Just as she was about to take a break, the phone rang. The Qin mansion had been sold for $35 billion. The shares had also been liquidated, and all remaining real estate had been converted into cash. The designer clothes, bags, and jewelry she had previously purchased were all sold by the lawyer. A notification chimed, indicating a deposit of $35 billion, followed by another of $150 million. Yet another notification chimed. Alas, the burdens of wealth. Gazing at her swollen balance, Qin Sheng plunged once more into a frenzy of shopping. She stockpiled food, daily necessities, and pharmaceuticals, and even ordered some cold weapons and modern firearms. While guns might hold little significance against the extraordinary, they were sufficient for dealing with her kind. In this apocalyptic world, one must be wary of more than just the extraordinary beings. She secretly ventured to various places, extravagantly spending, only to leave with her wallet emptied, thus weaving the legend of a mysterious spendthrift across the nation. In truth, when she truly unleashed her spending, she realized that money could indeed be spent without restraint. Yet, as she glanced at her bank card showing only a few tens of thousands remaining, Qin Sheng finally resolved to return home. Although the Qin mansion had been sold, she could always rent a place. Homelessness? Nonsense. She still had her credit card, ample enough to indulge until the end of her days. Upon her return to Haishur, the first thing Qin Sheng did was to secure a rental. She found a 2-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment at a real estate agency. It was exquisitely decorated and ready for immediate occupancy. That very afternoon, she signed a contract for a monthly rent of $6,500, with a deposit and 1-month payment. Located on the 17th floor, apartment 1703 in the Starlight community. Qin Sheng hired a cleaning lady for a quick tidy-up before settling in. At that moment, she kicked off her shoes and languidly sprawled on the sofa. Spending money was truly exhausting. If her father knew she had squandered over $100 billion in less than 2 months and sold the Qin mansion along with company shares and other properties, he would surely be livid, perhaps even awarding her an honorary medal for being the ultimate spendthrift. Sometimes, Qin Sheng wondered if this so-called rebirth was merely a dream. What if, after exhausting her fortune and stockpiling supplies, the apocalypse never arrived? However, upon reflection, she realized that the absence of an apocalypse was indeed a blessing. The supply she had amassed, even at discounted rates, would be sufficient for a lifetime of indulgence. Moreover, there was still the space. In due time, she could leverage it for a logistics business. With space for transport, there were no worries about damage, nor toll fees to pay. It would undoubtedly be the best in the world. Who could surpass her? Hee. After a brief afternoon nap, Qin Sheng awoke with the nagging feeling that she had forgotten something. After much contemplation, she finally remembered that there was someone waiting for her to rescue them from the psychiatric hospital. Hastily, she drove towards the 3rd hospital of Jimming Mountain. Even from a distance, the tall walls of the hospital were adorned with fluttering white flags. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that these were white sheets hung on clotheslines. Dancing in the breeze, a security guard extended his hand to stop her. "Hello, please register before visiting." "All right." Qin Sheng inscribed her name in the visitor's log and was granted entry into the 3rd hospital. Not far inside, she spotted patients clad in blue and white striped hospital gowns squatting on the green lawn. In their midst stood a large decorative stone, upon which sat a short-haired girl with exceptionally well-defined pectoral muscles, cross-legged, animatedly recounting the tales of journey to the west. Her sleeves were rolled up high, revealing sun-kissed, muscular arms that would bring tears to even the most seasoned fitness coach. Seeing that her friend was indeed well, Qin Sheng smiled and called out, "Jiang Jiangwo." The girl turned, her eyes sparkling as she flashed a wide, bright smile. "Wait for me. Once I ascend to the heavens, I'll take you all with me to become immortals." With a swift motion, she tossed the clothesline she was holding into the air and rushed towards Qin Sheng, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Old Qin, you finally remembered me. I've been counting the days here, eagerly awaiting your arrival. It seems you are doing quite well for yourself, having become the great sage equal to heaven." With a mischievous grin, Jiang Jiangwo waved goodbye to the other patients. "Children, I must depart now. Great King, remember to return and take us to the heavens. Great King, don't leave. I want to marry you and bear your children. You must overthrow the Jade Emperor and take the throne yourself." A chorus of enthusiastic voices echoed around her, as if a troop of monkeys were bidding farewell. "Let us go. I'll help you with the discharge procedures." Qin Sheng led Jiang Jiangwo towards the doctor's office. As they reached the lobby of the inpatient department on the 1st floor, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase around the corner. Looking up, they saw a middle-aged doctor with a receding hairline rushing towards them, a medical record clutched in his arms, followed by a string of nurses. The hospital director's eyes sparkled with urgency. "Are you here to take her away?" Chapter 5. A Valiant Life. Qin Sheng nodded, somewhat dazed. It struck her that the director appeared as joyful as a weasel spotting a hen. Hesitating, she inquired, "Is it really possible to process this?" "Absolutely, it is essential. Right now, immediately," the director exclaimed, trembling with excitement. He fumblingly extracted a medical record from his pocket. "Just sign here, and you may leave." He gazed at Qin Sheng with eager anticipation. "Sign quickly. You won't regret it, will you?" The patient named Jiang Jiangwo is nothing short of a calamity. Ever since her arrival, the entire hospital has descended into chaos, with the patients no longer compliant. They instigate uproars over the slightest inconveniences. Bland meals provoke riots. Overly salty dishes spark dissent, and even inadequate hygiene incites rebellion. A mere discomfort during a bowel movement can ignite a full-scale uproar. Wei called Jiang Jiangwo's father to come and fetch her. The man refused. They abandoned her at the hospital entrance, hoping she would leave on her own. Yet she managed to scale the walls and return. Even if they drove her far away, she would still find her way back. This cycle has driven the hospital director nearly to the brink of madness. Qin Sheng's lips twitched as she signed her name in the medical record. The moment the final stroke was made, an uproar of deafening cheers erupted around her. She had signed. She was leaving. Finally, she would be rid of this menace. Hurry. Take her away. Is the car ready? If it's inconvenient, we can drive you back ourselves. The director appeared more unhinged than the patients, and the nurses behind her seemed oddly exhilarated, each displaying signs of excessive excitement. As the vehicle carrying that unruly troublemaker finally faded from view, the hospital staff erupted once more in a cacophony of jubilant cheers, even after they had traveled quite a distance. Qin Sheng could still hear firecrackers being set off in celebration behind her. What on earth had transpired? Was the director celebrating as though she were a harbinger of doom? Oh, it's nothing. All the patients in this hospital are extraordinary, articulate individuals. I genuinely enjoy my time here, even if I occasionally had to deal with the likes of prey. Honestly, had it not been for you coming to fetch me, I would have been reluctant to leave. The first order of business upon extricating Jiang Jiangwo was to sell her house and her shares. What? You had a prophetic dream about the apocalypse in 10 days? Sell your house, liquidate your shares, stockpile supplies? You even sold your own property and inherited assets? Over 100 billion. Have you truly completed it all? An unfinished ice cream bar fell from Jiang Jiangwo's mouth, hitting the ground with a crunch. She stared blankly, reaching out to touch Qin Sheng's forehead. What kind of prophetic dream is this? Do you consider yourself a seer? I warned you to stop playing werewolf and script-based games. Well, now look at you. Your mind is utterly scrambled. Lao Qin, I know an authoritative psychiatrist, my attending physician. How about you accompany me for a consultation tomorrow? While the people in a mental hospital can be quite entertaining, you can't lose your sanity. You're my only sister. While you're still lucid, can you please declare that all your assets are to be entrusted to me? I promise not to embezzle a single penny. Qin Sheng shot her a glare. This damned competitive spirit prevented her from admitting to being reborn, and she had even died before Jiang Jiangwo. If this matter were to be disclosed, Jiang Jiangwo would revel in it for a lifetime before her. Thus, she simply claimed to have had some prophetic dreams. Listening to her seemingly implausible words, Jiang Jiangwo's laughter was so hearty that one could almost see the back of his throat. However, his mirth abruptly ceased as he beheld the chair that had suddenly appeared in Qin Sheng's hands. Her laughter was cut short, and she promptly retrieved her phone from her pocket. Hello, dearest father, I have come to a decision. I am willing to sell my shares to you at a 70% discount, but I require the transfer to be completed within 24 hours. Otherwise, I shall sell them to your competitor, ensuring your downfall. Hello, is this Xiao Wang? Yes, indeed, is I. Please sell my rental properties in the capital at an 80% discount, and I demand full payment. If they are not sold within 24 hours, I shall entrust them to another real estate agent, and you will receive not a single penny in commission. After concluding the call, she gazed at Qin Sheng with eager anticipation, a look of flattery upon her face. Sister, no, boss, do you possess the legendary space? I can store my supplies with you if you please. You may decide on the storage fee. I wouldn't mind compensating you in kind if I lack the funds. From this point onward, we shall be like sisters, bound by fate. Please do not forsake me. Qin Sheng nodded with an air of pride. Indeed, properties in the capital were being sold at an 80% discount, coinciding with the peak of the housing market. Such a discount meant that a single property could easily lose over $1 million. Although full payment was required, there were plenty of eager buyers. Jiang Jiangwo's father, though perplexed by his daughter's sudden capitulation following her stint in a mental institution, realized that reclaiming the shares at a 70% discount afforded him a considerable advantage. Fearing that the shares might genuinely fall into the hands of the competitor, he hastily arranged for Jiang Jiangwo to sign the contract and transfer the funds. Thus, the once financially depleted Qin Sheng found herself with several hundred million. Jiang Jiangwo looked at her with unwavering trust. I shall retain 2 million for my favorite snacks. The rest is yours to manage. After all, you have always been the more astute one. Together, we have consistently occupied the positions of the lowest and second lowest in our class. Indeed, it puzzled her how, despite dedicating a significant portion of the semester to martial arts, She could only manage to place second to last. Yet, how could she who diligently took notes in class every day end up at the very bottom? In summary, it was evident that she was far more intelligent than he was. The money was now in her hands, and she could handle it. As she beheld Jiang Jiangguo entrusting her with his fortune without a flicker of doubt, tears of gratitude welled in Qin Sheng's eyes. She was quite adept at spending money. Thus began a flurry of purchases once more. However, this time, due to the pressing timeline, she headed directly to the local wholesale market. Within a mere week, the two of them were left with only the few tens of thousands that Jiang Jiangguo had not spent on snacks. Before they knew it, September had arrived. Traditionally, the arrival of September heralded the onset of autumn, bringing with it a refreshing coolness in the air. However, this summer has been alarmingly prolonged. Even in September, the daytime temperatures continue to rise rather than fall. The outdoor heat has reached a staggering 45 degrees Celsius. The air distorts under the oppressive warmth, and passers-by on the streets hurry along, unwilling to linger outside for even a moment. Qin Sheng has been preoccupied with her expenditures over the past 2 months. Leaving her utterly exhausted, she collapsed onto the sofa and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she drew back the curtains to behold the sunset hanging at the horizon. Vast swathes of fiery clouds appeared as if ablaze, causing her eyes to ache. Glancing at her phone, she noted the time, 6:30 in the evening. Qin Sheng stifled a yawn, retrieved her car keys, and set off for the supermarket. Although the space within the supermarket is well-stocked, the experience of browsing is a delight in itself. Within a 3-kilometer radius of Xingguan community, there lies a large supermarket. Qin Sheng enjoys visiting whenever she finds herself with free time. She possesses few hobbies. The designer handbags and luxury goods that captivate most women hold no allure for her. Having been raised amidst opulence, she remains indifferent to such brands. Her singular passion revolves around indulging in food and drink. She tends to favor small animals, such as miniature Hummers and compact Land Rovers. Due to her family's considerable wealth, many second-generation affluent individuals within her circle have their tales of abduction. Her father, too, had been kidnapped several times during his youth. Fortunately, he is a man of his word, paying ransoms without alerting the authorities, with the singular stipulation that his precious son, the sole heir, must not go hungry. Consequently, her father became a favored figure in the kidnapping circles. Whenever someone was short on cash, they would abduct him, treating him lavishly while awaiting payment. Should any kidnapper mistreat him, word would spread, leading to scorn from their peers. In this day and age, a reliable hostage is a rarity. With frequent visits to the den of kidnappers, her parents resolved to enhance her self-defense skills from a young age. At the tender age of 3, while other children were just entering kindergarten, she began her martial arts training. Thus, she transformed from a delicate little girl into a formidable warrior. Her education in various combat styles, including sanda, kickboxing, and traditional martial arts, has been unwavering. She spent several years at the revered Shaolin Temple, honing her skills. While others played with Barbie dolls, she was mastering the nunchaku. While her peers attended dance classes to cultivate grace, she was being trained in resilience. At 15, her parents, in a fit of spontaneity, ventured to explore the Bermuda Triangle, only for their vessel to sink, leaving their bodies unfound to this day. The arrival of troublesome relatives intent on seizing wealth prompted Qin Sheng to employ every cunning and ruthless strategy at her disposal. She understood, well, that only magic could vanquish magic. Thus, she sought out the kingpin of the black market, exchanging a golden card and a staggering 10 billion in inheritance for the title of his goddaughter. Henceforth, before her insufferable relatives even dared to confront her, they were thoroughly subdued by the black market leader, rendering her existence blissfully undisturbed. At the age of 16, she gained notoriety by single-handedly challenging and triumphing over the notorious group of 13 bullies outside her school, establishing herself as the undisputed leader within her institution. By 18, she earned a commendation for bravery after intervening in a robbery, breaking 8 ribs of the assailant in the process. During the summer of her 19th year, while traveling, she encountered a lost elderly woman who solicited her assistance. Unfortunately, this led to her abduction by human traffickers. 3 days later, law enforcement dismantled a large human trafficking syndicate, leaving its members with devastating injuries, while Qin Sheng suffered a mere hand fracture, an injury incurred while defending herself. Qin Sheng's life, spanning over 2 decades, could be encapsulated with a single term: formidable. She consistently made the most advantageous choices in the swiftest manner possible. However, after enduring apocalyptic trials, She found herself having forgotten all martial arts techniques she had once mastered, retaining only the deeply ingrained knowledge of lethal skills, each move instinctively etched into her very being. Chapter 6. Soaring prices. Upon accepting the premise of an impending apocalypse, Jiang Jiangguo devised an intense regimen of training from the very first day of his return. His motto was simple: push oneself to the brink of endurance. During midday, Jiang Jiangguo practiced with a newfound weapon on an expansive terrace. Its origins remained somewhat obscure, being one of his great-grandfather's treasured possessions. After a brief online search, he discovered that this weapon was known as a heavy sword, reminiscent of the one carried by Yanghua in the Return of the Condor Heroes. Qin Sheng was unaware of the weight of Yanghua's sword, but the one before her was undeniably hefty. The blade resembled an exceptionally wide ruler, thick in the center and tapering at the edges. When stood upright, it reached the height of Jiang Jiangguo's shoulder, and with the hilt, it exceeded his height slightly, measuring a total length of 184 centimeters. The sword weighed over 80 pounds, approximately the weight of a slender adult woman. With an additional 26 pounds for the scabbard, the total weight soared to 106 pounds. Holding such a weighty weapon felt rather cumbersome to Qin Sheng. However, Jiang Jiangguo, after having perused her entire collection of arms, had fixated on this particular sword, refusing to part with it. It was a feat beyond the capability of most to even lift such a weapon, let alone wield it for combat. Initially, during practice sessions in the park, elderly morning exercisers were left in awe upon witnessing the sword in her grasp. After immersing herself in a plethora of swordsmanship videos and relentlessly practicing, she gradually seemed to have unlocked the hidden pathways of her body, inexplicably mastering the art. While achieving a perfect harmony of sword and self may be beyond her grasp, she has certainly become adept. Though she may not rival the masters of yore, she can now wield the 80-pound sword with complete autonomy. The heavy sword serves to harness momentum, lacking the agility of conventional weapons, yet boasting significant lethality. On her third accidental strike, she cleaved a tree as thick as a person in half at the park. Following a fine of 6,000, Qin Sheng joined the training regimen, leading to a daily routine of mutual sparring. They would return home, bruised and battered yet bonded. Generally speaking, however, Jiang Jiangguo bore the brunt of their injuries. As time passed, the contours of Jiang Jiangguo's muscles became less exaggerated than those of a fitness instructor. Yet within each sinew lay an explosive strength. Qin Sheng's weapon of choice was a cleaver, precise and efficient, a tool she was well accustomed to from her previous life. The temperatures following September proved even more oppressive than the peak of summer, soaring to a staggering 46 or 70 degrees Celsius outdoors. Supermarkets were filled with elderly patrons seeking refuge in the cool air conditioning, some even engaging in leisurely games of chess with their grandchildren while passing the hours inside. Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo, each with their own shopping carts, ambled through the aisles, occasionally tossing their favorite snacks into their carts: spicy chicken feet, chocolate, jelly, salt-baked chicken, and spicy duck necks from Daunting Lake. Upon reaching the vegetable section, she scrutinized the prices. 9 yuan and 9 jiao per jean for cabbage? Have vegetable prices escalated to such heights? Glancing at the cucumbers beside her, she noted their price at 16 yuan and 5 jiao per jean. Tomatoes were 12 yuan per jean, and green beans a staggering 18. With the soaring temperatures, both vegetables and meats were steadily increasing in price. Outdoor laborers had nearly ceased all work, particularly on construction sites, with deadlines continually extended. Even the highest wages could not entice workers in such sweltering conditions, especially considering the potential for fatal accidents, for which developers would bear responsibility. Qin Sheng recalled a month prior when she had made extensive purchases. At that time, while gathering vegetables from greenhouses, cabbages were merely 1 yuan and 5 jiao per jean. As she collected an array of fruits and vegetables, she acquired those overlooked by farmers, imperfect produce that would otherwise rot in the fields, at a bargain, as she had no qualms about quantity. Nearby, 2 elderly women leisurely pushed carts containing only a few vegetables, pondering the escalating prices. Why is everything becoming more expensive by the day? Cabbage is nearly on par with meat prices. And these green beans, oh dear, who can afford that? The Price Bureau is doing nothing. Everything is rising, yet pensions remain stagnant, barely covering living expenses. There is no way around it. We must purchase less. My son mentioned that due to the recent high temperatures, many vegetables have rotted in the fields, hence the steep rise in prices. We should stock up on pork. Have you noticed that the price of pork has begun to climb as well? In this heat, Many pigs and sheep in the farms are falling ill. So it is likely that meat prices will continue to escalate. Is that so? Then let us buy some more pork belly later. My grandson adores it. In the vegetable section of the supermarket, two elderly ladies meticulously peeled off the outer leaves of the cabbage while engaging in conversation. After finishing her grocery shopping, Qin Sheng also picked up some meat. Spotting durians on sale, she couldn't resist and bought several, despite having a plethora of fruits at home. Their shopping cart was piled high, and during checkout, they could hear an older lady behind them exclaiming about their extravagance. The pink, rhinestone-adorned Hummer stood out as a unique presence among luxury cars and ordinary vehicles alike, sparkling and flamboyant. As Qin Sheng pushed her cart to the underground parking lot, she noticed a few mischievous children fiddling with the pink crystals on her car. Although they were not real diamonds, it would be unsightly if they were removed. "What are you doing?" Jiang Jiangwo rushed over with a few quick strides and shouted, "Where are your parents? Come out and pay for this." The children, startled by his loud voice, scampered away. Qin Sheng squatted down to examine her little pink car, breathing a sigh of relief that the embellishments were securely attached and had not been dislodged by the little rascals. "Are you all right?" Jiang Jiangwo approached with concern, aware that this vehicle held special significance for Qin Sheng. It was a gift from her parents on her 15th birthday, their last present to her before they vanished at sea, leaving no trace behind. "It's fine. Once the world becomes tumultuous, I shall park it and let it rest in the garage," she replied. Taking a deep breath, Qin Sheng wiped the dirty spots with a tissue, opened the trunk to stow the items, and then took her seat in the driver's seat to drive back home, parking in the underground garage. Together, she and Jiang Jiangwo ascended the stairs, burdened with their numerous packages. However, just as they exited the elevator, they were taken aback to find a man and a woman crouched by her door, attempting to tamper with the lock. The woman was Li Jingjing, a former college friend with whom she had a falling out. After Li Jingjing had enlisted some thugs to intimidate her, Qin Sheng retaliated by confronting the thugs and sending one to the police station, only to later turn on Li Jingjing herself, breaking her nasal bone in the process. Since that incident, they had not been in contact. The man appeared to be in his mid-20s. A young man with tousled blonde hair donned beach shorts and a tank top, revealing an arm adorned with a lazy half-body tattoo. The appearance suggested a hasty inking job, a clear indication that he had succumbed to the pain midway through the process. The lazy figure, save for its tufted hairstyle resembling a messy clump, was evidently the work of an inexperienced apprentice. "Chen Hao, are you even capable? Hurry up. Someone's coming. Don't rush me. How was I to know this lock would be so difficult to open? It'll all be done soon. Just wait a moment." Both were engrossed in their lock-picking endeavor, oblivious to the two figures emerging from the elevator behind them. Jiang Jiangwo chuckled. "What a pert backside. It would be a shame not to give it a good kick." He glanced at the two round bottoms and swiftly lifted his foot to deliver a forceful kick. Thud! Thud! The dull sounds echoed as two heads collided sharply with the security door. "Who the hell ambushed me?" Chen Hao, the young man with blonde hair, groggily turned his head, instinctively clutching his head. His gaze landed first on the shapely Qin Sheng, and upon noticing a beautiful girl behind her, he froze momentarily. "Hey, what are you staring at?" "I'm right here," a sarcastic female voice interrupted, prompting him to turn in its direction. He was met with a robust waist, and as he raised his gaze, a striking figure standing at 6 feet tall, muscular yet with refined features, came into view. Overwhelmed, he instinctively took several steps back, gazing at Jiang Jiangwo with fear. Where did this Amazonian warrior come from? Is this physique for real? You must be here for a bodybuilding competition. Beside him, Li Jingjing, feeling dizzy, turned around and was startled to see two familiar faces. Qin Sheng? What are you doing here?" "Jiang Jiangwo, you live here too?" Li Wenwen was taken aback, not expecting to encounter Qin Sheng in such a location. Qin Sheng narrowed her eyes coldly at her. "What? Is it strange for me to be here in my own rented apartment?" No, that's not what I meant. I don't care what you meant." Qin Sheng cast a dismissive glance at the two, pointing toward the surveillance camera at the end of the corridor. "You both need to leave my home immediately, or I will call the police for trespassing." With that, she produced her keys and unlocked the door, stepping inside. Li Jingjing, feeling apprehensive around Qin Sheng, recalled the past when Qin Sheng had been wealthy and remarkably generous. Known for her naivety and affluence, their friendship had brought Li Jingjing considerable benefits. However, after a moment of betrayal, when she had insulted Qin Sheng behind her back and it was recorded and sent to Qin Sheng, they had become adversaries. The confrontation had left Li Jingjing hospitalized for 2 weeks, her newly acquired nose implant crooked from the altercation, necessitating multiple repairs. Now, the mere sight of Qin Sheng caused her nose to ache in memory of that incident. Qin Sheng, having severed ties, not only rejected her, but also reclaimed the designer bags and clothes she had gifted, tossing them to the street dogs in front of her. She suffered multiple fractures and had been lying in the hospital for half a month, undergoing a nasal bone repair. Reflecting on this, Li Jingjing couldn't help but shed tears of anguish. Her father, who was merely a minor nouveau riche, was not particularly wealthy. Later, he was deceived by a mistress who coaxed him into investing in some renewable energy scheme, resulting in financial ruin. Now, he spent his days trailing Chen Hao, picking locks and stealing. They had visited this starlight community several times without incident. Everything had been going smoothly until, unexpectedly, they discovered that Qin Sheng resided here. She dared not enter, merely standing at the door, gazing pitiably at Qin Sheng. My family has gone bankrupt, and loan sharks harass me at the university every day. I am left with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. I'm not a thief. Qin Sheng, weren't we once the best of friends? Please help me. I swear I will never speak ill of you again. I consider you a sister. Please take me in, save me. You are wealthy, aren't you? If you could just spare a little from your abundance, it would suffice to settle our debts. This shouldn't be a hardship for you, should it? You used to say you regarded me as a sister. Damn it. Before Li Jingjing could continue, Jiang Jiangwo raised his middle finger at her. I told Lao Qin that you are nothing but a scoundrel. I was right. If you appear before Lao Qin again, I will smash your head. He cursed. You have deceived her for money and then insulted her behind her back. You despicable wretch. Saying this, he bit down on a shopping bag and waved his fist, following Qin Sheng into the house. Qin Sheng silently placed the groceries on the coffee table. Jiang Jiangwo shot a glare at Li Jingjing before putting the items in the fridge, aware that Qin Sheng disliked others meddling in her affairs. She busied herself tidying up the kitchen. Qin Sheng sat on the sofa, crossing her legs, leisurely observing Li Jingjing. To be honest, Li Jingjing appeared considerably more haggard than before. With a slight smile on her crimson lips, she shook her head. Do not recklessly claim kinship. Our family's genes cannot produce a face so infused with modern technology as yours. Hurry and leave. Why are you lingering at the door? Do you wish to stay for a meal? She waved her hand dismissively, signaling her to leave. Seeing Qin Sheng's indifference in her time of need, Li Jingjing grew anxious. Qin Sheng was her last hope. Yet, she refused to assist her. She did not want to accompany her father as creditor, the corpulent and loathsome boss Huang, who was already in his 50s. She cast a sorrowful glance at Chen Hao beside her, tears streaming down her face, her body swaying as if on the verge of fainting. The young man immediately stepped forward, embracing her with concern, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Sheng. How can you be so cold-hearted and malicious? We're good friends. What is wrong with helping each other? Let me tell you, I have plenty of friends outside. If you don't recognize the situation, I wish you a restless day, every day, henceforth. Li Jingjing gazed at Chen Hao, deeply moved. Chen Hao, you are so kind to me. All those men are deceivers. The moment they learned of my family's bankruptcy, they abandoned me. Yet you have remained steadfast by my side. I'm so touched. Rest assured, Jingjing, from now on, my life belongs to you. How? Jingjing. How? Jing. The two began their theatrical display at her doorstep. Chen Hao led Li Jingjing towards the house. Hey, what are you doing? Don't come in. This is my home. You are trespassing. Qin Sheng quickly rose, stepping to the doorway, feigning an obstruction in front of the camera. However, she was forcibly pushed aside by the two. Chapter 8. We are incompatible. Let us part ways, bang. Chen Hao slammed the door shut, lifting his chin, his face a mask of fury as he glared at Qin Sheng. We have entered. So what? Jingjing mentioned you. Your family is extraordinarily wealthy, with resources to spare. What is wrong with helping her? You call yourself a good friend? You watch her family in ruins and refuse to lend a hand. Just because she spoke a few unkind words about you? It's not as if it's life-threatening. Why not forgive her? As soon as they entered, Chen Hao began his tirade. He noticed that there were two women in the room. And even if one was taller, so what? They were still women. If it came to blows, he believed he could take both down with one hand. He displayed an air of bravado, his words tumbling out in a rush, convinced of his masculine superiority. Li Jingjing nestled in his embrace, silent, her tears flowing. While crying, she exhibited a mixture of admiration and sorrow, her face reflecting a profound sense of unexpressed pain. Seeing the door securely closed, Qin Sheng nimbly moved behind the security door and locked it. With a twist of her neck, her earlier anxiety vanished. replaced by a frosty smile. She retrieved a baseball bat from beneath the sofa. Your mother has been idly lounging at home. Why not suggest to your father that others assist you? Furthermore, you two have trespassed. Thus, my ensuing actions are purely in self-defense. Please do not take offense. Chun Hao flashed a wicked grin, his smile reminiscent of a Nike logo, and calmly pulled a folding fruit knife from his pocket. The blade pointed at Qin Sheng. Little brat, you want to come at me with force? What's the point of playing with bats? Today, I shall teach you the art of the knife. In his eyes, Qin Sheng was nothing more than a cowardly bully. How could a pampered girl from a wealthy family ever truly strike someone? Yet, the look in Li Jingjing's eyes as she regarded Qin Sheng made her tremble involuntarily. She knew that Qin Sheng had practiced martial arts since childhood. Unable to restrain herself, she took 2 steps back. Chun Hao often boasted to her that he had numerous subordinates who could take on 10 men at once. I hope he can triumph over Qin Sheng. That little wretch, despite her family's immense wealth, shows no inclination to assist those who suffer. She deserves a good lesson. If Chun Hao wins, she plans to strip Qin Sheng of her clothes, take nude photographs, and extort her. If she refuses to pay, the pictures will be disseminated online. And then there's Jiang Jiangguo, who also hails from a well-off family. He too should be stripped bare. Li Jingjing clearly overlooked the fact that Qin Sheng had mentioned earlier that this house is rented. She still believes that Qin Sheng is the affluent person she once was. What do you intend to do? Qin Sheng, we live in a society governed by law. If you harm us, we will report you. You won't escape unscathed. Don't think that your wealth grants you the freedom to act without consequence. What are you saying? I am a law-abiding citizen. Qin Sheng brandished a baseball bat. When you two entered, the cameras captured everything. You stealthily tampered with my door lock and trespassed. I couldn't stop you. Thus, I am merely defending myself. With that, she raised her wrist, the bat slicing through the air with a sharp arc. It struck Chun Hao's hand with force, causing the fruit knife to clatter to the floor. His wrist instantly swelled, pain coursing through him. At that moment, Chun Hao realized she was not jesting. But before he could utter another word, the bat came crashing down upon his leg. Crack! My leg! This woman moved with remarkable precision and force, and he felt as if he might explode from the pain. My leg is broken. No, don't come any closer. I admit my fault. I only came in to say a few words casually. I'm not a bad person. Spare me. From the outset, Chun Hao had lost a leg and a hand, left utterly defenseless, desperately retreating. Qin Sheng advanced, delivering another blow to his remaining leg. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, the woman before him wore a contented smile. Late at night, armed with a knife, you invade the home of 2 single women. What were your intentions? No. I was just visiting my girlfriend. I meant no harm. The knife was merely for intimidation. Intimidation? Qin Sheng sneered. I shall intimidate you then. With that, she executed a precise and brutal maneuver, leaving Chun Hao to howl in agony. Subsequently, her gaze fell upon Li Jingjing, who, terrified, hastily concealed herself behind the sofa. Don't come any closer. Help! Murder! Qin Sheng, I was wrong. I will never appear before you again. Help! It was all Chun Hao's scheme. He forced my hand. You know I'm not a bad person. Oh my goodness. Don't approach me. Qin Sheng remained unhurried, listening as the cries of Li Jingjing and Chun Hao grew ever louder. She raised her hand to signal for silence, urging everyone to be quiet and not make a fuss. Slowly, she walked over to the television, turned on the sound system, and began to play music. The melody perfectly drowned out Li Jingjing's cries for help. Jiang Jiangguo locked the glass door of the kitchen, crouching down as he shelled green beans while watching Li Jingjing frantically dart about the room, with Qin Sheng leisurely trailing behind her, wielding a stick. Taking a deep breath of soda, he muttered, "Goodness, why does Lao Qin exude such a bizarre aura? It's quite terrifying." With delicate steps and a graceful twirl, she swayed to the rhythm of the music. Although she didn't exert herself too much in dancing, as a refined heiress, mastering basic dance moves was an essential skill. Little Jingjing, my sweet darling, now that you've arrived, why are you hiding? Oh dear, where have you gone? I can't find you. Qin Sheng pushed open the door, tiptoeing gracefully toward the pair of feet hidden behind the curtains. Reaching out, she seized Li Jingjing by the neck, pulling her out like a chick. Li Jingjing was frightened to the point of losing control. After more than a year apart, not only had Qin Sheng's strength become formidable, but she also seemed to possess a touch of madness, resembling a villain from a movie. Qin Sheng had always been gentle with girls. She dropped the stick and swiftly incapacitated Li Jingjing, whose piercing screams nearly overpowered the music. Li Jingjing was dragged to the living room and unceremoniously tossed beside Chun Hao. Unable to move, yet racked with excruciating pain, tears and snot smeared her face as she struggled toward Qin Sheng. I was wrong. I truly understand now. I promise I won't come back again. Please let me go. Qin Sheng, lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed, leisurely scooped ice cream. In her previous life, she had taken Li Jingjing away on the very day Jiang Jiangguo was admitted to the mental hospital. They had ventured directly into the northwestern desert to ride off-road vehicles. And after the apocalypse, they never returned to Haishur. Thus, they had never encountered Li Jingjing again. Observing the battered figure sprawled on the ground, she said, "Don't rush. Was it you who asked me to take you in and help you? So don't leave. From now on, let us live happily together as a family of 4. She placed her foot gently on the hand of the young boy with yellow hair, looking at him with a soft gaze. What do you think, little yellow hair? I miss my mom. Wah. Chun Hao cried out, a simple street boy at heart, who had never even collected a protection fee. Wielding a fruit knife was merely to frighten elementary school kids and to snatch pocket money. He wouldn't dare to provoke middle schoolers, and now these children seemed to have grown up eating who knows what. Once he mustered the courage to seize pocket money from a middle school student, only to encounter a first-year boy towering at nearly 6 feet tall, robust, and formidable. In such a circumstance, the outcome of any confrontation was uncertain. Now, in a bid to defend his goddess, he has inadvertently provoked a true femme fatale. How unfortunate his fate seems. Indeed, his mother was right. Boys must safeguard themselves in the outside world. Women have become exceedingly intimidating. Qin Sheng did not overly complicate matters for the two. After administering a sound thrashing, he adeptly set their fractured bones. Leaning against the doorway with a smile, he observed as the two of them supported each other, limping into the elevator. Jingjing, do come by to play again sometime. He called out. Little White Lotus, don't leave. Stay for dinner. Jiang Jiangguo chimed in, peering over Qin Sheng's shoulder. Eager for the spectacle, Li Jingjing leaned against Chun Hao's embrace, her face a mask of laughter that resembled tears more than joy. Her finger frantically pressed the elevator button until the doors finally closed. Exhausted, they sank to the floor. Chun Hao cradled his swollen wrist. Jingjing, you never mentioned that your naive friend was a martial arts expert. Should we report this to the authorities? Li Jingjing's face turned pale, trembling all over. Hearing Chun Hao's words, she shot him a furious glare. Report what? Are you even aware of your own record? And how would we explain it? Our injuries have been treated. There's even surveillance footage at her door. That insidious woman is truly malevolent. Besides, you boy can't even handle a girl and still have the audacity to speak. I've thought it over. We are simply incompatible. Let us break up. Chun Hao gasped. What a heartless turn of events. Chapter 9. The Apocalypse Prophecy. An uninvited guest departed. Qin Sheng, in high spirits, played soft music while preparing dinner in the kitchen, with Jiang Jiangguo assisting. Once a sheltered young lady who had never lifted a finger, she had only known how to boil water. However, after the apocalypse, she began learning to cook. In those days, with no recipes and a useless phone, she crafted meals from scant ingredients. Her first attempt at cooking resulted in a dark, charred layer at the bottom of the pot, which she could not bear to discard and consumed entirely. Gradually, whenever others prepared food, she observed attentively, meticulously noting each step in a small notebook. Over time, she acquired some culinary skills. Yet in the desolate world, the scarcity of edible items rendered her newfound talents nearly futile. Meals were primarily roasted or cooked directly over an open flame. During her recent scavenging for supplies, she made it a point to purchase numerous cookbooks. Now that the internet was operational again, she found herself unable to utilize the recipes. As her phone brimmed with countless cooking tutorial videos, she neatly arranged the food in the refrigerator, then opened her tablet, flipping through to a particular cooking video, pausing to immerse herself in its content. First, slice the pork belly procured from the market into thin pieces. Next, procure a complimentary chicken egg. Utilize spring water, along with an appropriate amount of salt, monosodium glutamate, and chicken essence. With utmost seriousness, Qin Sheng meticulously follows the method for boiling meat slices as demonstrated in the video. She slices the pork belly, marinates it with the seasoning, and incorporates the egg and cornstarch. However, she finds herself perplexed by the term appropriate amount. Jiang Jiangguo. What does appropriate amount even mean? Well, it should be about a spoonful, I suppose. Jiang Jiangguo, somewhat uncertain, scoops a generous spoonful of salt and adds it to the pot. Half an hour later, A sizzling drizzle of hot oil is poured over the dish, resulting in a fragrant platter of boiled meat slices freshly prepared. Qin Sheng places the platter on the coffee table, turns on the television to find a light-hearted comedy, and sits cross-legged on the carpet to begin her meal. After a couple of bites, she notes that while it is slightly salty and a tad sweet, it is quite palatable overall. Suddenly, she remembers that she has no beverage. She rushes to the refrigerator and retrieves a chilled bottle of peach sparkling water. Additionally, she brings out some braised pork and a serving of fluffy soup from her storage space. When gathering her supplies, she stockpiled hundreds to thousands of delicious items, spending a considerable portion of her funds on food. At this moment, she cannot even recall the multitude of local delicacies she has stored away. Moreover, she has purchased numerous paperback novels and comics, along with hundreds of tablets, thousands of mobile phones, and power banks. All her tablets and phones are filled with an array of films, animations, television dramas, variety shows, and numerous offline games. She has also downloaded an abundance of crafting tutorial videos. Solar panels and generators are among her acquisitions, all of which will prove invaluable during power outages. Jiang Jiangguo watches in astonishment, unable to comprehend. Are you truly Qin Sheng? You can cook? Are you some kind of wandering spirit that has taken over my friend Qin's body? Return my money. Ignoring Jiang Jiangguo's theatrical antics, Qin Sheng effortlessly begins to recount Jiang Jiangguo's various little secrets. You are still wetting the bed at 8 years old. You only got your first period at 15. You snore, grind your teeth, and pass gas while sleeping. Remember our trip to Sichuan when you overindulged in spicy food and ended up with hemorrhoids? You even mixed chili oil into your father's Indian remedy, causing him to rush to the emergency room in the middle of the night. You developed a crush on the school heartthrob and waited by the restroom door to confess your feelings, only to hear him ask someone else for toilet paper. You rushed in to offer him a tissue, only to find him unattractive and felt utterly disillusioned, even getting mistaken for a pervert and publicly reprimanded by the entire school. Shall I continue? She casts a light glance at Jiang Jiangguo. There's food in the kitchen. If you want to eat, serve yourself. You must learn to cook in the future. I have no desire to serve as your chef. Lao Qin, I am not in the mood for a meal. I crave steak and pizza. Then order takeout yourself. Do you not have several tens of thousands in your possession? There is no need to save it for a rainy day. Jiang Jiangguo dutifully ordered takeout, requesting 10 portions in total, one to share with Qin Sheng, while the remainder was stored away. After a brief spell of watching television, the meal was nearly finished. Seizing the opportunity to take out the trash, Qin Sheng decided to take a leisurely stroll downstairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiangguo remained at home, engrossed in playing Honor of Kings, as she put it, cherishing the present days. In the apocalypse, one could only indulge in single-player games. She aimed to elevate her rank to the highest before the end of days. As night fell, the evening temperature was not as sweltering as during the day. It bore a peculiar coolness that made her feel slightly chilly in short sleeves. Many residents of the community, having dined, ventured out for a stroll. In the center of the community stood a swimming pool, where several children were still frolicking in the water. As Qin Sheng walked, she absorbed the sights around her, feeling as if she had stepped into another world. Gradually, she exited the community. Not far from there lay a street of eateries, which truly came alive after dusk. Colorful lights flickered from one end of the street to the other, and the air was rich with the mingled aromas of cumin and various spices. Tomorrow, if her memory served her well, the midnight snowfall would herald the advent of the apocalypse. This prosperous era would swiftly turn to ashes. Qin Sheng could hardly be deemed a virtuous individual. Yet as she gazed upon this vibrant world, she felt a pang of reluctance. Who would not wish to be an unremarkable second-generation wealthy heir during peaceful times? Living a life of leisure, she strolled along the path, etching every sight into her memory. There was no thrill of foreknowledge, only a sense of heaviness. Following the black snow would come torrential rain. After the rain ceased, the weather would become exceedingly extreme. The days would be stiflingly hot, while the nights would grow increasingly cold, even colder than winter. The oscillation between intense cold and heat would erode the land with acid rain, rendering it barren for crops. After meandering aimlessly and purchasing a few items, she returned home. Once inside, she switched on the television and scrolled through the latest news. She also searched online, where many were engaged in discussions about the unusually high temperatures this year. Some farmers lamented that their livestock had perished from the heat. The echoes of the ancient Maya prophecies resurfaced in conversations. She stumbled upon a highly discussed thread on a forum. The original poster lamented that crops were wilting en masse under the relentless heat and domestic animals were exhibiting symptoms of illness. Hospitals were overflowing with people suffering from heat stroke, while glaciers melted and sea levels rose. Concurrently, the water levels in river basins were significantly lower than in previous years. All these phenomena were ominous signs of the impending apocalypse. The Maya prophecy would ultimately come to fruition. The comments below varied widely, each voice contributing to the cacophony of concern. Good usernames have all been taken. Is the original poster not at fault? How many years have passed since the Mayan prophecy? It is still brought up? Wong Air's dog. Identification complete. The original poster is merely seeking likes. Dang bully speaks too much. It's not true. I work at the Central Hospital, and recently, many patients have indeed been admitted due to discomfort from the extreme heat. However, it doesn't resemble typical heat stroke. Jealousy always befalls the wicked. My aunt's family grows vegetables in greenhouses in the countryside, and many have rotted in the fields. They can't even sell them. The wind stirs the grass, revealing the cow dung. My family raises tens of thousands of sheep, and over a month ago, a foolish rich heir bought them all. Fortunately, we sold them. Now, the livestock of other herdsmen have largely perished due to illness. No buyers dare to purchase, even at low prices, rising from the muck. Yet stained. Enough said. I am heading downstairs to stock up on 100 pounds of salt, along with other food and drink. It's all consumables. Nothing will go to waste. Little Moon, woe is me. I am so frightened. Is there an older brother to protect me? Handsome man. Sister upstairs, send your location. I shall come to your defense. Old Wong online. Don't rejoice too soon. The sister may not be a sister at all, but rather a man. Young master. Selling hemorrhoid cream online. Only $9 with free shipping. Better safe than sorry. As the building began to tilt, Qin Sheng promptly exited the forum. Chapter 10. The beginning the next morning. As soon as the sun rose, everyone immediately sensed something amiss. The temperature was alarmingly high. By 8 in the morning, the outdoor temperature had already soared above 50 degrees. At noon, Qin Sheng touched the glass of the balcony window. The moment her hand made contact, the glass felt akin to a scorching iron plate. Qin Sheng inhaled sharply and quickly withdrew her hand. Meanwhile, television news began reporting numerous cases of heat stroke. Qin Sheng opened her phone, and a casual scroll revealed various videos. Some individuals stepped outside only to find their shoe soles melted by the heated pavement, leaving dark footprints with every step. Someone poured a basin of water onto the cement road, and it visibly evaporated before the eyes. Aquaculturists posted videos showing fish floating lifelessly on the surface of their ponds. The temperature had escalated to a new level overnight. In just a day, various heat-related incidents emerged across the nation. At that moment, darkness fell. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the blinding sunlight was suddenly veiled by clouds. A flurry of soft, white, feather-like substances began to descend from the sky. It appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Romantic souls rushed outdoors to catch the falling snowflakes. However, upon contact with the skin, it inflicted a searing pain. The entire city was filled with cries of anguish. These fluffy, floating particles, upon touching any object, would instantly liquefy. Once liquefied, they possessed a highly corrosive nature. Like sulfuric acid, they corroded everything they encountered. Many unsuspecting individuals who came into contact with this snow were severely burned and ended up in the hospital. In an instant, the streets echoed with the wailing of ambulances. Apocalyptic rhetoric proliferated across the internet. The snowflakes, upon landing on steel edifices, swiftly melted, emitting a faint hissing sound, revealing their corrosive nature. As they fell into water sources, they contaminated the very essence of life. Authorities promptly tested the water and found that the tap water samples exhibited slight corrosiveness, rendering them unfit for consumption. An urgent bulletin was broadcasted, advising the public to abstain from drinking tap water and to resort to bottled or mineral water instead. By afternoon, the internet was inundated with reports of corroded wires and exploding transformers. Power outages ensued in numerous locales. Similar videos surfaced on foreign platforms, showcasing the havoc wrought by these snowflake-like particles across the globe. Official explanations emerged, attributing the phenomenon to the simultaneous eruptions of long-dormant volcanoes in the land of cherry blossoms. These black substances were likely volcanic ash borne by the winds, nestled within a seismic belt. The entire nation faced a dire crisis as the volcanic eruptions threatened its very existence. Surviving inhabitants were to be relocated to safer havens. This explanation offered a modicum of solace to the panicked populace, with some from the older generation even wishing to celebrate with firecrackers. The snowflakes danced throughout the day, only to be followed by rain at night. Qin Sheng collected some rainwater in a cup, and within the clear liquid floated minute black particles. This mirrored events from a previous life. The snowflakes and this rain heralded a virus capable of annihilating the world. Since the snowfall, countless individuals exhibited symptoms of nausea and vomiting. Initially, they regurgitated, eventually succumbing to bloody vomit, with fragments of internal organs intermixed. Hospitals overflowed with patients, corridors filled to capacity. Many ailing individuals opted for home care, adhering to medical advice to monitor their conditions. First came the corrosive snowflakes, now an unidentified disease manifesting as bloody vomiting. Even the most oblivious began to sense an unsettling atmosphere. Some astute individuals had already commenced stockpiling supplies, yet now, fear permeated the air, inciting frenzied crowds to scramble for resources amidst the rain. In supermarkets, people hastily loaded boxes of goods into their homes. Staples like grains and oils vanished, while snack aisles lay barren. Essential items dwindled to nothing. The rush to procure supplies was relentless. Pharmacies were stripped bare of medications. That evening, Qin Sheng's community activated its backup generator. In contrast, many older complexes without such provisions resembled steam rooms. The torrential rain did little to alleviate the heat. Rather, it intensified the stifling atmosphere. High temperatures would undoubtedly eliminate many, leaving only those who could adapt to the new world as climate as survivors. On the second day, sporadic power continued in certain regions. By the third day, the rain ceased, and with it, a complete blackout ensued. During the day, the temperature soared to 56 degrees Celsius, while at night, it plummeted to 0. However, Qin Sheng was aware that this was not the ultimate limit. The neighborhood committee began distributing flyers door to door, urging everyone to remain calm and avoid panic. The community methodically registered the conditions of each household, while the system allocated necessary supplies. On the fourth day, the jewelry store downstairs was vandalized. Some hooligans, seizing the opportunity during a blackout and in the absence of surveillance, believed they could make a fortune. Numerous jewelry stores and banks across various locations were looted. At this juncture, many still believed this was merely a temporary disaster, a plague that would pass in due time. Throughout the millennia, this vast nation had endured countless natural and man-made calamities. Had they not persevered through each one? By the fifth day, armed patrols had begun to appear on the streets. Concurrently, the supplies available to the populace were dwindling. An increasing number of individuals began to cough up blood, and fear gripped the hearts of the people. Qin Sheng stood in a lengthy queue in the basement garage, awaiting her daily rations. Initially, everyone had been able to receive a full bag of 10 kilograms of rice. Today, however, each person was allotted merely 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of water, enough to stave off hunger and thirst, but little more. Slowly, Qin Sheng advanced along the queue. The supplies were being distributed by Wang Changming, the director of the local neighborhood committee. Building 7, apartment 1703, Qin Sheng, Jiangjiangguo, she proficiently recited her name and address, collecting a bottle of water and 2 loaves of bread before turning to leave. Jiangjiangguo trailed behind her, despondently clutching a bottle of water and a loaf of bread. Due to the power outage, all elevators in the complex had ceased operation. Residents on the higher floors were left to ascend the stairs in silence. For Qin Sheng, accustomed to such exertion, the 17th floor posed no significant challenge. Jiangjiangguo, a fitness enthusiast with some martial arts training, also found it manageable. Did I hear you reside in 1703? Suddenly, a man and a woman, seemingly in their 30s, engaged Qin Sheng and her companion in conversation. The man maintained a stoic demeanor, while the woman chattered incessantly. We live in 1702. What a coincidence. We are neighbors. Our unit has been renovated for over 2 years. Yet we have not seen anyone move in. Who would have thought it would be 2 lovely ladies? Qin Sheng smiled faintly and acknowledged her, while Jiang Jiangguo cast a wary glance at the pair, tightening his grip on his supplies. After an incident where he had secretly discarded leftover food, old Qin had admonished him that every morsel must be safeguarded, lest someone purloin his provisions. Noticing that the two did not pursue the conversation, Zhang Lili refrained from further inquiries. After all, it was quite normal for some young women to be shy and reluctant to converse with strangers. The group continued their ascent. Zhang Lili panted heavily, grasping the stair railing as she struggled to ascend. I should have known better than to purchase a residence on such a high floor. A second or third floor would have sufficed. I feel utterly exhausted. My legs are trembling. Hearing her complaints, the man impatiently retorted, "Wasn't it you who insisted on buying an elevator apartment, claiming that living on a lower floor would mean wasting the elevator fees? Back then, you were eager to secure the highest 23rd floor. I am not mistaken. If I lived on a lower floor, wouldn't I be wasting the elevator fees? Who could have anticipated such prolonged power outages?" The community's backup generator barely lasted a night before breaking down. Climbing up and down like this every day is unbearable. This place is a shoddy community, and they dare to call it a high-end development. The service is utterly inadequate. Listening to the couple's quarrel, the women instinctively quickened their pace, leaving the two far behind. Upon returning home, as soon as the door opened, Qin Sheng was met with a wave of heat. Jiang Jiangwo hurriedly closed the doors and windows, drawing the curtains tightly. Qin Sheng promptly retrieved several large plastic basins from her storage space and placed them in the living room. She then added the large ice blocks she had prepared in advance, each measuring over a meter in length and 60 centimeters in height, weighing around 50 to 60 pounds. Jiang Jiangwo lay atop the ice blocks, hugging and licking them fervently. "Ah, how refreshing. I love you, Qin Sheng. Without these ice blocks, I would surely melt away in this heat." Qin Sheng chuckled softly. The remark reminded her of her previous life, when there were no ice blocks. And Jiang Jiangwo would run around the house shirtless, wearing only a pair of shorts, a sight that was quite an eyesore. The living room was filled with 5 substantial ice blocks, and with the electric fan circulating the air, the temperature noticeably dropped within minutes. However, the melting ice left an evident trace. Qin Sheng did not waste the water from the melting ice. She used it to wash vegetables, and after that her feet, and then mop the floor. At such a time, she was not particular. Every bit save counted. The tap water, contaminated by rain, had become slightly corrosive and foul-smelling, making it undrinkable and unsuitable for personal hygiene. However, it could still be used for flushing the toilet. Yet, it was uncertain how long the drainage system could endure this corrosion. After all, with continuous deterioration, it was only a matter of time before it would fail. By then, using the restroom would become a challenge. Nevertheless, by that time, Qin Sheng would likely have already departed from this place. After a brief rest, wiping the sweat from her brow, Qin Sheng felt too lethargic to cook. After several days without power in such sweltering heat, vegetables could last for 2 days while meat would spoil within a single day. There were hardly any homes left capable of cooking. If the aroma of food wafted out, it would only invite trouble. Instead, she retrieved a bucket of fried chicken and sweet and sour pork from her storage, complemented by chilled cola. On the coffee table, a film starring Stephen Chow played on the screen. If one could overlook the apocalypse and the incessant noise of Jiang Jiangwo, it was almost a moment of normalcy. This solitary mode of existence is nothing short of perfection. The resilience of humanity is unfathomable. Under the premise of hope, they can endure anything. However, when faced with a bleak future, most individuals might succumb to despair. Alternatively, they may shed their moral constraints and unleash the demons within. Just days prior, people were still gritting their teeth, clinging to their last vestiges of integrity. Yet, what transpired next violently shattered this already precarious balance. Chapter 11. The other in the stifling heat of the living room. A middle-aged couple fanned themselves, drenched in sweat. Suddenly, they heard an unusual noise emanating from their daughter's room. Fearing for her safety, they hurriedly ran to her side. Ever since the onset of the black snow, their daughter had begun to vomit, eventually progressing to the point of spitting blood. With all hospitals overwhelmed, there was no capacity to admit more patients. Thus, they had resorted to administering a few medications and allowing their child to recuperate at home. After falling ill, their daughter lay powerless in bed, unable to move. Even a morsel of food would induce bloody vomiting, mixed with fragments of internal organs, leaving her to sip only the occasional drop of water. Upon witnessing his wife's distress, the man followed her into the daughter's room. Upon entering, they saw their daughter facing away from them, seated at her computer desk. Her head bowed as she crunched on something. She could eat. Their daughter had recovered. The woman was overcome with emotion, speechless, and covering her mouth. Tears of joy streaming down her face, fearful that any sound might startle her child. At that moment, the family cat suddenly leapt into their daughter's embrace. The girl froze, cradling the cat against her lips. With a sickening crack, the cat's neck was grotesquely twisted. A fissure opened atop the daughter's head, widening gradually. A gruesome, bloodied appendage, as thick as an arm, emerged from the gaping split, its end unfurling into a gaping maw lined with spiral rows of sharp teeth. Blood flowed down her white dress, dripping onto the wooden floor. After consuming the cat, the appendage retracted, and her head sealed once more. She resumed her studies, engrossed in her reading. The woman, witnessing this horrifying scene, felt her mind threaten to fracture, unable to suppress a piercing scream. The sound roused a person from across the room, who turned to look. The man clearly saw that it was indeed his daughter's face. Yet, a distinct line of blood ran from the center of her forehead to her chin, cleaving her once exquisite visage in two. Her eyes had lost their whites, leaving only pitch-black pupils. Monster, she is not my daughter. Not her, you wretched creature. Return my daughter to me. The woman, unable to fathom that the abomination before her was her child, frantically lunged at the monster. You will give me back my child. I will fight you. As the words hung in the air, the creature's maw erupted from the fissure in its head, piercing her form and dragging the woman towards itself to feast upon her. The man, paralyzed with fear, found his legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a sound. In the face of true terror, one can only gasp in horror, mouth agape, producing faint breaths. The monster clutched the woman, reducing her to a mere skeleton. Having consumed nearly all, the creature's head reformed, and it picked up a blood-soaked book, the words obscured, along with a pen, resuming its mindless scribbling, reminiscent of the time spent with its daughter while she did her homework. The monster gazed intently at the pages, seemingly oblivious to the man lurking behind it. He bit his lip hard, stifling any sound, and slowly crawled towards the door, his legs barely supporting him. Similar scenes unfolded in every corner of the city, where despair echoed through the night, punctuated by piercing screams. Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangwo sat facing one another. Armed, Qin Sheng wielding a large curved blade, while Jiang Jiangwo clutched a hefty iron hammer. Although neither exhibited signs of nausea, they could not guarantee against transformations. If one were to show signs of aberration, the other would strike without hesitation. Understood. If you mutate, I shall surely shatter your skull. Jiang Jiangwo nodded. But then a troubling thought crossed his mind, causing his expression to shift. But what if you mutate? Qin Sheng, what will happen to the supplies I left with you? I won't be able to retrieve them. Qin Sheng cast a nonchalant glance at him. A friend carries risks. Investment must be approached with caution. If I were to mutate, consider yourself unfortunate. I've left you ample provisions in this empty room to last you for a while. Beyond that, you cannot take any more. So, the remaining supplies will simply be your misfortune. Though reborn, Qin Sheng did not dare to be overly confident in any circumstance. After all, she had experienced rebirth. Who could predict if other changes might occur? Moreover, in her previous life, some individuals exhibited no signs of nausea and transformed directly into aberrations. Thus, they remained in a stalemate throughout the night, neither daring to lower their weapons. Once close friends, they now stood poised against each other with deadly intent. Only when dawn broke, confirming their safety, did exhaustion finally overtake them, collapsing onto the sofa. Qin Sheng felt relieved not to have transformed, while Jiang Jiangwo was grateful to have safeguarded his supplies and avoided hunger. During the day, Qin Sheng stood on the balcony with binoculars in hand, peering down. The streets below were filled with terrified individuals fleeing, alongside the aberrations awakened by hunger. Jiang Jiangwo, pale-faced, gazed at the scene through the binoculars. Their building stood at the edge of the neighborhood, separated from the street by a wall. From the 17th floor, they could clearly observe all that transpired on the streets below. Beside a trash bin, a man clad in a suit appeared to split in two. From a fissure emerged a long, blood-soaked organ. At the end of this appendage was a gaping maw, its spiral array of sharp teeth gnawing at a fallen woman. Blood, mangled flesh, and stark white bone fragments littered the scene. Such a visceral tableau wielded immense visual impact, even for Jiang Jiangwo, who was accustomed to the most grotesque horror films. She retched softly, her gaze filled with terror as it darted across the street. Similar scenes were ubiquitous. Her complexion pale. She turned to Qin Sheng. Is this what you refer to as a hybrid? Indeed, this is a hybrid, whether it be snowflakes or the rain that follows. They carry an unknown virus. After infection, some individuals become eroded and decayed. The act of vomiting results in the expulsion of portions of their organs, thereby forming a new digestive system. Of course, there are those who exhibit no signs of vomiting, silently establishing a new digestive system. Such hybrids are rarer and typically of a higher caliber. Once transformed into a hybrid, They possess no thoughts or emotions, only the deepest obsessions and the primal instinct to consume. Unlike the zombies you often see in films, these hybrids typically do not actively attack humans. They are more preoccupied with repeating certain obsessive behaviors from their former lives. As long as you remain silent and do not disturb them, they will simply ignore you. However, once awakened, a hybrid will unleash its fury, indiscriminately devouring any creature it encounters. Qin Sheng gazed heavily at the various occurrences on the street, extending her hand to sense the energy within her. A slender, tender sprout emerged from her palm. Humanity also possesses its own means of evolution. Nature will not easily allow any species to perish. Chapter 12. An awkward ability. Is this your ability? Jiang Jiangguo crouched down, leaning closer to Qin Sheng's hand. Her curiosity piqued by the little sapling swaying in the wind. What kind of supernatural power is this? It is a wood-type ability. The virus pervades the air and water, infecting everyone. No one can escape its grasp. However, those who are infected yet do not transform into hybrids may become awakened individuals, manifesting various abilities. Even without awakening a power, their physical constitution will be enhanced. The most common abilities include self-enhancement, evolution of the five senses such as vision and hearing, or the capacity for beast-like transformation. Some awaken elemental powers: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, ice. Rarer abilities include space, time, mental, and even healing powers, along with some obscure abilities yet unknown to many. As she listened to Qin Sheng's descriptions, the light in Jiang Jiangguo's eyes brightened. She could hardly contain her excitement. Old Qin, are you a dual-element wood space evolver? No, wait, you also have prophetic dreams. You are a seer. Old Qin, in your prophetic dreams, did you see what kind of evolver I am? Upon hearing Jiang Jiangguo's question, Qin Sheng paused momentarily. She then regarded her with an expression that was difficult to articulate. Why are you looking at me with such a constipated expression? What exactly is my ability? Is it something extraordinarily impressive? So much so that you cannot find the words to describe it? I haven't seen your ability. You might want to explore it yourself. Qin Sheng silently withdrew the little seedling from her palm and turned to enter the house. Jiang Jiangguo stood on the balcony, gazing at Qin Sheng's retreating figure. Lost in thought, an ability that even old Qin could not foresee must be incredibly cool and dazzling. Jiang Jiangguo spent the entire afternoon at home trying the methods Qin Sheng had taught her, but to no avail. Noticing her frustration, Qin Sheng suggested, how about we have a spar? Just don't hit back. Many evolvers only activate their abilities when faced with a crisis. Fine then, old Qin, please don't go easy on me. Unleash your full strength on this delicate flower and awaken my potential. Rest assured, I absolutely won't hold back. As soon as Qin Sheng finished speaking, she quickly stepped forward and executed a shoulder throw on Jiang Jiangguo. Subsequently, she pinned her to the ground and unleashed a frenzy of rapid punches. Although Jiang Jiangguo was a fitness enthusiast and had practiced a bit of taekwondo, her skills were rather rudimentary. She could manage against ordinary individuals due to her height advantage, but facing off against Qin Sheng, who had been training in martial arts since childhood, she stood no chance, especially since each of Qin Sheng's punches landed precisely on the most sensitive spots. Stop hitting me. Old Qin, for heaven's sake. You're really going all out. Help. I'm done. Please stop. Enough with the shouting. I'm doing this for your own good. After a while, seeing that Jiang Jiangguo had yet to show any signs of transformation, Qin Sheng steeled her resolve and delivered a powerful punch to her well-defined chest. The impact sent Jiang Jiangguo spiraling into a realm of pain, her eyes bloodshot. Oh my goodness! Qin Sheng, you rascal! Roaring with ferocity, a primal bear-like growl erupted from Jiang Jiangguo. Her body visibly expanded, ultimately transforming her into a towering figure over 3 meters tall, an imposing, muscular giantess. What on earth is happening to me? A minute later, Jiang Jiangguo found herself pressed against the ceiling, hunched over with her legs tightly squeezed together. One hand covered her chest while the other shielded her modesty, her sun-kissed face flushed with embarrassment. Due to her newfound size, her clothes had torn apart, leaving even her undergarments in tatters. What kind of ability is this awakening? I don't want to run around naked. I'm a girl. Moreover, in animations, when transformations occur, one would expect the clothing to resize accordingly with the protagonist. Yet here I am, witnessing it tear apart. Qin Sheng stroked her chin, gazing at the imposing and robust Jiang Jiangguo, reminiscent of her memories, and could hardly contain her laughter. However, in an effort to spare Jiang Jiangwo's feelings. She resolutely pinched her thigh, suppressing her rising grin, and solemnly remarked, "I believe your ability must be beastification, the strength of a brown bear. Indeed, it appears to be a formidable power. A brown bear, how magnificent!" Qin Sheng struggled to stifle her laughter, her lips twitching, nearly resembling a meme. Jiang Jiangwo felt somewhat reassured. It seemed that in the animal kingdom, brown bears were indeed quite formidable, capable of slaying a tiger with a single swipe. However, upon seeing Qin Sheng biting her lip, desperately trying to suppress her smile, he exclaimed, "Old Qin, if you can, hold back your laughter." Puffed. "Ha ha ha ha. I apologize. I truly do not wish to laugh, but I simply cannot help it. Ha 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 ha." The thought of Jiang Jiangwo refusing to utilize his beastification ability until he was on the brink of death in his past life made her erupt in uncontrollable laughter. After all, each instance of beastification would ruin his clothing, leading to a rather embarrassing state. Where could one find clothing with such elasticity for him to wear? This was indeed the greatest flaw of beastification users. The ability was splendid, yes, but it consumed fabric at an alarming rate. Chapter 13. In the middle of the night. Someone is prizing open my door? At noon, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangwo were enjoying a meal from the Space Sichuan cuisine restaurant. Spicy hot pot, sauerkraut fish, crispy pork, accompanied by garlic ribs and chilled watermelon, while a pre-downloaded variety show played on the tablet. The two savored their meal while watching the show. Suddenly, a crackling sound emanated from the radio. Qin Sheng promptly turned off the tablet, attentively listening to the information broadcasted. "Attention survivors, this is a disaster for humanity. We are facing infected variants." This official announcement acknowledged the apocalyptic reality and urged individuals to take measures for self-preservation. Survivor bases were being urgently established around major cities, with a plea for everyone to persevere. It also detailed the characteristics of the variants, advising caution to avoid attracting their attention. The weakness of the variants lay within their central nervous system. To eliminate them, one must sever their spine or head completely. Furthermore, if one were to be scratched or bitten by a variant and their brainstem remained intact, there was a chance of viral infection, leading to transformation into a new variant. At this point, most households were devoid of provisions. Many began to take risks, venturing outside in search of survival supplies, while others turned against their fellow humans. In the dead of night, Qin Sheng heard the sound of someone prying at the door. In recent days, she and Jiang Jiangwo had been taking turns keeping watch throughout the night. Even within the confines of her home, she dared not indulge in a deep slumber. In the early days of the apocalypse, the true terror did not stem from the aberrations, but rather from humanity itself. The aberrants would not attack unless provoked. However, humans were a different breed altogether. In this world, there are two entities one must never gaze upon directly: the sun and the human heart. In the latter part of the night, it was her turn to keep watch. She rested against the living room sofa, ever alert to the slightest disturbance at the security door. With a swift motion, she grasped a formidable blade and, barefoot, stealthily approached the door. This knife was one of her grandfather's treasured possessions, and while she lacked knowledge of its origins or material, she recognized its remarkable sharpness. She had once tested its prowess against a kitchen knife, effortlessly severing it in two, a true testament to its ability to slice through iron as if it were mere mud. The sheath and hilt were adorned with sinuous black serpent patterns, the head and tail intertwined, with eyes crafted from two gleaming rubies. The blade bore a small ink character, leading her to affectionately name it the Ink Blade. Although Qin Sheng had acquired numerous weapons, including a heavy crossbow, her utmost satisfaction lay with this magnificent sword, which felt perfectly balanced in her hands. Outside, three furtive figures were engaged in the act of prying open the door lock. A slight, bald man whispered, "Brother Who, are you truly certain there is food inside?" The man known as Brother Who was a stocky, middle-aged figure with a square jaw and an imposing demeanor. Responding to the thin man's inquiry, he scoffed dismissively. "Believe it or not, that is your choice. If you doubt me, feel free to leave. I have been observing this place for quite some time. It is inhabited by two single women, one tall and one short, and the shorter one is quite striking. If there's a lack of food, we can always find something else to consume." The shorter man, tasked with prying the lock, let out a lewd chuckle. "Ha ha. So, who among us shall go first? We are all brothers here. Why bother with order?" Brother Who replied, a grin spreading across his face. "You certainly know how to have fun, Brother Who. Ha ha ha." Although their voices were hushed, they exhibited little concern for their surroundings. The trio were tenants of the same community, having often mingled over food and drink. Brother who even served as the local security guard, privy to many goings-on. In recent times, they had successfully forced open numerous locks, primarily targeting solitary women or the elderly. After several days of relentless rain, they had refrained from venturing outside. Initially, their intent had been merely to procure some food, but during one of their escapades, an elderly woman had fought back with fervor. In their clumsiness, they had dealt a fatal blow, resulting in her death. Initially, they had been seized by fear, contemplating surrender. However, upon realizing that no repercussions followed, they grew emboldened. The stench of the woman's corpse lingered within the house, yet no one came to attend to it. The malevolence of humanity far surpasses that of any creature on earth. In the absence of law and moral restraint, evil flourishes unchecked in the shadows. Since then, a few individuals seem to have liberated a certain primal instinct. Their audacity has grown bolder, and their methods increasingly ruthless. Any hint of resistance is met with lethal violence. And when they encounter targets of beauty, their actions resemble those of wild beasts. Just a few days ago, although the rain had ceased, numerous man-eating monsters emerged outside, instilling a deep fear that deterred them from venturing out to scavenge for supplies. In contrast to the perilous outside world, many residents within the community were acutely aware of their neighbors' situations, particularly regarding the potential for anyone to become an aberration, especially if they exhibited symptoms of distress. They had long observed the household at 1703, which comprised two young women, one notably tall and robust, almost masculine, and the other strikingly beautiful. Crucially, there were no men in the household, implying a lack of resistance. Moreover, these women had recently ventured out to collect supplies, indicating they had not undergone any transformation. The shorter figure was engrossed in picking the lock when he suddenly heard a click. The door swung open. He sprang to his feet in delight, only to be met with the sight of a woman clad in pink pajamas emblazoned with a playful panther standing at the threshold. Had she opened the door herself? In this day and age, was there still someone who would willingly greet intruders? A beam of light illuminated Hu Ji's face, causing him to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Leaning against the doorframe, Qin Sheng brandished a large knife in her left hand while holding a flashlight in her right. "You scoundrels, attempting to pick my lock in the dead of night?" Before Hu Ge could utter a word, a shrill voice pierced through from the neighboring apartment. Behind the door of 1702, Zhang Lily crouched at the peephole, shouting through the security door, "Sister, quickly close the door. They are murderers." Having arisen in the middle of the night to relieve herself, she had overheard hushed voices while passing through the living room. Cautiously, Zhang Lily leaned closer to the peephole and, indeed, saw several armed figures attempting to force entry into the door of the young girl across the hall. What good could come from a group of men trying to break into a girl's apartment in the dead of night, especially when all three brandished knives or blunt objects? Surely, they were not there for a friendly visit. She stifled her breath, fearful of making even the slightest sound. At that moment, calling the police would be futile. Zhang Lily silently prayed that they would not succeed in breaking the door down. To her dismay, before they could manage it, the young girl on the opposite side opened the door herself. Was this not akin to leading a lamb to the slaughter? Anxiety surged within her, yet she dared not open her own door, for her husband and daughter were at home. If she let the assailants inside, what if they harmed her family? All she could do was shout through the door, hoping the girl would seize an opportunity to escape. "Damn you, you wicked woman. Keep shouting, and tomorrow night we'll pay you a visit." Zhang Lily trembled in fear. At that moment, Chen Weiming and Chen Weiwei, awakened by Zhang Lily's piercing scream, had already made their way to the living room. Chen Weiming heard the commotion outside and, with a dark expression, swiftly approached, covering Zhang Lily's mouth with his hand. He glared at her fiercely, warning, "Do not bring trouble to our home." What if those ruthless individuals harm Weiwei? Absolutely not. "Mother, why do you meddle in others' affairs? In these perilous times, those people are capable of anything when provoked. Did you not hear their threat? They will come to our house tomorrow night. This is all your fault. Why can't you think of me for once? Is there a mother like you?" Chen Weiwei looked at her mother with disdain. Since childhood, she had detested her uneducated, rural mother. All day long, she merely stayed at home, eating, drinking, and doing chores, lacking any skills. Taking her out would only bring shame. Now, when their own safety was at stake, her mother still had the audacity to concern herself with others. Chen Weiming was equally exasperated with his oblivious wife. Had it not been for her dropping out of high school to work and support him through college, and the fact that her family had received compensation for the relocation, he would never have considered marrying such an unrefined woman. Zhang Lili, intimidated by Chen Weiming's fierce gaze, fell silent. I just thought she is only a couple of years older than Wei Wei. What if those brutes harm her? Chen Weiming dragged her and tossed her onto the sofa, bellowing, "That is none of your concern." Zhang Lili had never witnessed such a look from Chen Weiming. The expression of disdain and revulsion in his eyes was akin to looking at a repulsive maggot, leaving her stifling her sobs. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng stepped out of the room and shut the door behind her to avoid any blood splattering within, tarnishing her floor. The trio, led by Brother Hu, saw her emerge with a knife and laughed brazenly. "Little sister, playing with knives is dangerous. Put it down. I can teach you how to use other weapons." They jeered. "Indeed, since you opened the door for us, we shall be gentle." "Really?" Qin Sheng replied, her beautiful eyes wide, speaking sweetly in light of your uninvited entrance. "I too can be very gentle." Chapter 14. Who would complain about abundance? This little lady is quite clever, if you serve us well. We shall treat you to fine delicacies in the future. Brother Hu chuckled, but before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sudden chill at his neck. Instinctively, he reached for it, but before his hand could touch his throat, his head rolled away. In the next instant, it seemed as though he could see his own back. Thud! His round head dropped to the ground, producing a crisp sound, the eyes wide open yet devoid of life. Immediately, Qin Sheng struck again, slicing through the torso of the shorter man, his intestines and blood spilling forth in a gruesome display. In a mere few seconds, 2 lives were extinguished. The remaining individual was utterly overwhelmed, unable to comprehend how Qin Sheng had executed her strike. The lifeless bodies of his companions lay before him, both unrecognizable in death. "No, please spare me. I realize my mistakes. I will serve you like a beast of burden. Treat me as inconsequential. Just let me go. No, don't approach me. Help. Murderer." The last man pleaded, frantically retreating, inadvertently stepping on Brother Tiger's head, causing it to roll down the stairs. It continued to tumble until it reached the corner between the 17th and 16th floors. During the fall, his foot dislocated. He leaned against the wall, scrambling to rise. Kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. "Spare my life. Please, I beg you. I have elders above and children below, waiting for me at home. Have mercy on my wretched life. Help! Is anyone there? Save me." Qin Sheng descended the stairs step by step, approaching him. "Didn't he the people you have slain plead like this? When they cried for help, no one came to their aid, just as you shall not be assisted. Hence, descend to hell, you wretch." With a swift flash of the blade, the man's head fell to the ground. Qin Sheng wiped her knife on him, then turned to find Jiang Jiangguo, dazed, clutching her heavy sword at the stairwell. "Old Qin, why didn't you wake me? Such a splendid practice opportunity. And I missed it." As she strolled back, Qin Sheng lazily cast her eyes at him. "Do we need 2 people for a few insignificant rats?" She recognized that Jiang Jiangguo's mental fortitude was quite extraordinary, his thought processes distinctly divergent from the norm. He was indeed comparable to those in the 3rd hospital. Her acceptance of the apocalypse was swift, and she instinctively grasped its rules. "However, you arrived just in time. Dispose of these corpses from the window. If left in the corridor, come morning, a swarm of flies will descend. Just toss them out. Is it not akin to high-altitude projectiles? Someone will report it. It would seem you possess a sense of humor. Yes? Hurry up. Not only flies, but in this heat. Leaving the bodies in the corridor would quickly result in a foul odor and maggots." Jiang Jiangguo nodded obediently, bending to seize the head from the ground. Tossing it out like a shot put, he effortlessly lifted the bodies and hurled them through the window. Upon returning home, Qin Sheng washed her hands and then reclined on the sofa to rest. Jiang Jiangguo, having disposed of the bodies, settled onto the living room carpet to sleep. He had vowed to keep watch over Qin Sheng, yet within 5 minutes, the sounds of snoring filled the room, accompanied by flatulence. The air instantly became unbearably foul, comparable to a lethal toxin. Qin Sheng quickly covered her nose and dashed out of the toxic zone, retreating to her room to sleep. This left Jiang Jiangguo alone in the living room, snoring thunderously. The following morning, as dawn broke, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo set out, backpacks in tow. Across the way in room 1702, Chen Weiming peered through the peephole, watching the pair depart. After waiting several minutes to ensure they had gone far enough, he cautiously opened the door. The previous night, he had feared that Zhang Lili's offense against those thugs would lead them to their home after dealing with Qin Sheng. Thus, he had remained hidden behind the door, observing. What he witnessed sent chills down his spine. That seemingly delicate woman was shockingly formidable. With a single, lethal move, the outcome was swift and brutal. In mere moments, the two had been separated by death. Although one had tumbled down the stairs, a glance at the large, dried pool of dark red at the staircase's corner and the splattered blood on the walls made it clear what fate awaited that individual. This morning, they had departed with their backpacks, presumably in search of supplies. The broadcast had indicated that those mutated beings would generally not attack unless disturbed. However, having witnessed their ferocity firsthand, Chen Weiming was paralyzed by fear and dared not venture out for resources. Fortunately, his wife, Zhang Lily, had a habit of stockpiling provisions from their rural roots, and upon moving to the city, she had learned to take advantage of deals offered by fellow mothers. Their home was stocked with several bags of rice, various condiments, canned goods, pickled vegetables, and household supplies filling half a room. In the past, he had often criticized her for bringing home cheap items, but now he lamented that she had not bought more. Presently, the supplies could last them for at least half a month without issue. However, this was not a sustainable solution. He stared vacantly at the empty stairwell, wishing there were fewer mouths to feed, so their provisions would endure longer. As thoughts of Zhang Lily's disheveled and coarse appearance flickered through his mind, a deep disdain washed over him. On the first floor, Qin Sheng swiftly retrieved 2 small electric scooters from her space. The noise of a vehicle could easily rouse the mutated beings, and with the chaos of crashing cars outside, it was impractical. "Let us ride the electric scooters," she suggested, handing one to Jiang Jiangguo. "If you dare honk that horn, you're as good as dead." "I know, I'm not foolish. I promise not to honk," Jiang Jiangguo replied, feeling somewhat disgruntled as he shouldered a heavy sword and a climbing backpack. Despite being taller than Qin Sheng, he felt inexplicably dominated by her. Was there truly such a thing as bloodline suppression? Nevertheless, their dynamic had always been this way. Neither of them would ever be overly courteous. Today's objective is to gather supplies, a task that extends beyond today and will persist into the future. Although Qin Sheng's space still harbors an abundance of resources, one can never have too much of such a commodity, akin to wealth. She has perused various apocalyptic survival novels and films. In these narratives, certain supplies remain untouched, waiting for humanity to claim them until they expire and decay. However, only those who have truly endured an apocalypse comprehend that this is an impossibility. In the face of catastrophe, it is not merely humanity that mutates, but also serpents, insects, rodents, and a multitude of other creatures. What abounds in the cities? These very entities, especially rats. Rats are omnivorous and consume anything. Ordinary rats can gnaw through plastic packaging to access the contents within, while their mutated counterparts can even chew through metal cans. Supplies cannot be safely stored. Chapter 15. It was merely a fleeting indiscretion. The first target encompasses all the bookstores, libraries, and museums within the city. Qin Sheng is not a selfless benefactor. Nevertheless, as long as there is room in her space, she is willing to preserve fragments of civilization for humanity, provided it does not compromise her own interests. In her previous life, 4 or 5 years after the onset of the apocalypse, books and similar items had become nearly non-existent. They were devoured by pests and eroded by rain, leaving many children born in the apocalypse oblivious to the very existence of books. The contents of the museums, relics of national history, and artifacts spanning thousands of years represent the soul of a people. Once, an outsider publicly opined online that the people of Daxia lacked faith in deities. Among the comments, one particular phrase has lingered in her memory. Indeed, the people of Daxia do not worship deities. Their faith lies in their nation. It is in the ancestors who paved the way for future generations with their flesh and blood. The names inscribed upon the tombstones of martyrs embody the faith of the Daxia people. As a privileged third-generation heiress, Qin Sheng often vocalizes her criticisms of her nation's shortcomings. However, should anyone denigrate her homeland, she is the first to object. At that time, she enlisted hackers to scour the internet for all available information about that foreign entity. She arranged to meet Jiang Jiangguo, and together, they traversed borders with a backpack filled with historical texts to impart lessons on Daxia's history. Subsequently, they forged a profound friendship. A bearded gentleman named Charlie established a Chinese website in his country, dedicated to disseminating knowledge about Daxia's history. Qin Sheng generously took on the role of angel investor, indifferent to profit, simply relishing the title of General Qin. Though she incurred losses for several years, it mattered little. she had ample funds. Ultimately, that website became quite profitable. Two small electric scooters silently navigated the bustling streets and alleys of the city. They dedicated an entire day to clearing out the libraries and major bookstores across the entire coastal city. Next, she would continue to stockpile supplies. She had refrained from scavenging within the city, for her resources were already ample. There was no need to compete with the remaining survivors for the dwindling provisions. It was better to leave others a glimmer of hope. Besides, gathering the scattered supplies was labor-intensive and time-consuming. Instead, she made her way to a vast wholesale market on the outskirts, determined to clear the warehouses and wholesale shops of all their goods. Not even the storage of hardware components was spared. When confronted by awakened mutants, she swiftly dispatched them, for true combat was the most effective means of growth. Jiang Jiangwo wielded his heavy sword with remarkable finesse. With a resounding crack, he severed the last mutant that lunged at him, wiping the blood from his face. He leaned closer. "Old Qin, how was that move? Impressive, wasn't it?" Qin Sheng replied dismissively, shouldering his great knife. The two, drenched in blood, resembled ruthless bandits. "We must depart quickly. The commotion will surely awaken nearby mutants, and there are likely many transformed individuals in this wholesale market. If more mutants gather, our chances of escape may diminish." "Old Qin, are you doubting my prowess? I feel as though I could stride confidently through anything now." "Huh? Do you think you're a crab, able to walk sideways?" Qin Sheng retorted. "It's precisely because of your inexplicable confidence that you always believe you can surpass the top student before every exam. Yet, you consistently end up at the bottom, dragging down the class average single-handedly." With an air of indifference, Qin Sheng stepped outside, ruthlessly stabbing at Jiang Jiangwo's heart with his words. This fellow had always exhibited an AQ spirit, his nerves seemingly thicker than fried dough sticks. He could adapt to any situation swiftly, bearing an absurd sense of pride, as if he were the best in the world. Jiang Jiangwo, burdened by his bloodied sword, followed obediently, listening as Qin Sheng continued. "There are greater forces beyond our comprehension in this world, abilities we have never even heard of. So you best behave, or I might just run off while you sleep, hoarding your supplies and leaving you to starve in the streets. I know you're just trying to scare me. You and T dare run off on your own. You still need what I have. Oh, you know me well. I just like to vent my frustrations. When have I ever disobeyed you? I even put mouse droppings in my dad's teacup when you told me to. I almost got beaten to death, but never revealed your name." Recalling past events, Jiang Jiangwo chuckled. "You wouldn't believe it. Those oolong tea leaves looked remarkably like mouse droppings. My dad added water twice and never noticed. If I hadn't been stifling my laughter, the mouse droppings in my pocket would never have been discovered." As they turned a corner, Qin Sheng suddenly heard a rustling sound. Turning to look, he saw a dozen mutants in pursuit of a person, leaping over a nearby wall. "Run!" Within the confines of the wall lay a bustling communal dining hall. The two figures ahead shouted, "Run!" The man in the lead sprinted with such swiftness that he seemed to leave behind a mere shadow. Qin Sheng focused her gaze and confirmed her fears. Bizarre creatures continued to scale the wall, an alarming multitude of heads that sent shivers down her spine. "Run!" Without a moment's hesitation, the pair turned and fled. When the creatures were quiet, they posed no threat, as long as they remained undisturbed. They would disregard the presence of humans. However, the true terror lay in a horde of these beings. The moment one emitted a shriek, the rest would erupt into chaos, inciting even more of their kind. It was an endless cycle of multiplication. In an instant, piercing screams filled every corner of the wholesale market, and creatures converged from all directions, relentlessly pursuing the three. Jiang Jiangwo, panting and exhausted, felt an overwhelming urge to discard her heavy sword. Yet, it was her weapon. Even in a desperate flight, she could not part with it. As she ran, she hurled curses at the man behind her. "You fool! How did you provoke so many of these creatures?" The man, gasping for breath, retorted, "I don't know. I merely released a fart. Who knew these creatures had such keen senses?" She continued to rage. "Once we escape, I will personally sew your backside shut. If we survive, I swear I will find a needle and thread myself. Enough of the chatter. Just run." Chapter 16. Do you want some sunflower seeds? Upon reaching a fork in the path, Qin Sheng seized Jiang Jiangwo and swiftly turned. Taking advantage of the blind spot, she deftly retrieved an off-road vehicle from her spatial pocket, and they quickly boarded. Ignition, acceleration, clutch engaged. The man, having rounded the corner moments later, spotted the vehicle just as it was about to take off. With no time to board, he leapt onto the footboard, gripping the luggage rack with all his might. In the next moment, the vehicle shot forward like an arrow, roaring into the distance, nearly throwing him off. Earlier, while gathering supplies, Qin Sheng had memorized the surrounding terrain, ensuring a smooth escape. After a series of sharp turns, a black Land Rover burst through the entrance of the wholesale market, leaving a horde of creatures far behind. Once they reached the sparsely populated outskirts, Qin Sheng cast a glance in the rearview mirror at the man precariously hanging from the window. Remarkably, amidst all those sharp turns, he had managed to hold on. Qin Sheng was not one to show undue kindness. In apocalyptic times, such altruism often led to swift demise. His ability to cling to their vehicle and escape was his own merit. Had he lacked the skill to keep up, she would not have increased her own risk to wait for him, especially since the creatures had followed him here. Zhang Dawei, feeling dizzy and disoriented, leaned against the car window, gripping the frame tightly, fearful of losing his balance. Through the glass, there was a woman with delicate features, yet taller and more robust than he. She was munching on sunflower seeds, casting eager glances in his direction, as if awaiting the moment he might tumble down. "Hey there, Zhang Dawei. Could you please stop the car and let me in? I'm about to lose my grip." "No way," Jiang Jiangguo replied earnestly, shaking his head. "I must heed old Qin's commands. Until she speaks, I cannot allow you inside. However," he added with a hint of mischief, "I can offer you some sunflower seeds. Would you like some?" "Lady, do I look like I'm in the mood for sunflower seeds right now? I'm clinging to the luggage rack. If I let go, I'll fall." "Nonsense. I'll help you," she retorted, spitting out seed shells as she rolled down the window, just enough to extend a hand. "Don't. Let go of me. Don't twist my wrist. I'll fall. Help." Ignoring his protests, Jiang Jiangguo forcibly removed Zhang Dawei's right hand from the luggage rack and stuffed a handful of seeds into it. "See? Now you're fine. You still have one hand to hold on with. You won't fall." As the vehicle continued its journey, Zhang Dawei stared at the seeds in his palm, then glanced at the woman, who was relentlessly tossing seed shells out the window. In a hurried motion, he stuffed the seeds into his pocket and resecured his grip on the frame. Jiang Jiangguo continued to munch on seeds, spitting the shells out of the window, which fluttered back to his face. Despite the fact that these two had saved his life, he couldn't help but shout in exasperation, "Are you a tiger or something?" Qin Sheng, driving the car, let out a chuckle. This girl is no ordinary tiger. Otherwise, she wouldn't be frolicking under the watchful eyes of her ungrateful father and stepmother. To appease her stepmother, she had learned some rather unconventional tactics. Since her stepmother moved in, she had begun poking holes in the condoms kept on her father's nightstand. Just a few months after her stepmother's arrival, she found herself pregnant. After giving birth, she was pregnant again. Despite consuming various contraceptives, she still conceived. However, Jiang Jiangguo's grandparents were exceedingly traditional, desiring numerous offspring, and they were quite domineering. The stepmother found it impossible to terminate the pregnancies. Over a decade, she bore 9 children, and, aside from the confinement period, she hardly had any respite. Her once ample D-cup bosom had become a mere empty pouch, and she aged considerably. After all, 9 children, even with a nanny, demanded immense effort and care. Though Jiang Jiangguo never vocalized it, he harbored deep resentment towards that woman, for her interference had driven his mother to depression and ultimately to suicide. In pursuit of the share she held, that woman employed every possible tactic. There was a time when Jiang Jiangguo even stayed at Qin Sheng's home, too fearful to return to his own. The car finally came to a stop on a grassy expanse. Zhang Dawei was the first to leap from the vehicle, his stomach churning violently, and he bent over to retch. It was his inaugural encounter with a woman driving so recklessly. It was utterly terrifying. "We shall take our leave until we meet again." Qin Sheng protruded her head from the window, waving farewell. Then, with a swift press on the accelerator, she sped away. She harbored an aversion to having strangers linger nearby, always sensing a potential threat to her safety. After all, betrayals among teammates were not uncommon. As for Jiang Jiangguo, Qin Sheng cast a glance at the snacking tiger girl through the rearview mirror and shook her head. She was the exception. Upon returning to the city, dusk had nearly enveloped the sky. After a long day, the two hurriedly took showers. Qin Sheng gazed at the space, which was filled to the brim, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. That night, she slumbered deeply until the early hours when she rose to relieve herself. Outside the front door, she heard a haunting wail, peculiar in its tone. It was somewhat coarse, yet not entirely like an alien screech. Turning her head, she noticed Jiang Jiangguo had also risen from the sofa. They both approached the door, peering through the peephole. The door of room 1702 was ajar. Chen Weiming and Chen Weiwei were dragging a disheveled figure from the room. Obscured from view, the person was thrashing wildly, emitting desperate whimpers. Chen Weiming, his face contorted, grasped her hair, yanking her upwards. Only then did Qin Sheng discern the face. It was Zhang Lily. Her mouth was sealed with transparent tape, her hands and feet bound, and her visage bore injuries. Despairing tears trickled from the corners of her eyes. However, upon seeing her face, mottled with age spots and crow's feet, Chen Weiming felt a wave of revulsion. Stop crying. Your tears disgust me. He spat. Zhang Lily, I swear, had it not been for the years you served me, I would have ended you long ago. If you know what is good for you, get as far away from me as possible. Otherwise, I will kill you right now. Indeed, the rations at home are already insufficient. You are my mother. How can you bear to compete with me for food? Depart. Go fend for yourself. Don't linger here. Mother, did you not love me the most? She pleaded. Did you not say that you would give up your life for me? I merely ask you to leave. He retorted. And you cannot even agree to that. Chen Weiwei gazed at her with indifference. Father was right. You are nothing but a selfish woman. You are not my mother at all. My mother is beautiful, educated, and gentle. You are not worthy to even carry her shoes. Zhang Lily stared at her daughter, whom she had nurtured with sincerity for 20 years, and felt her heart turn to ashes. Although she was enraged by her husband's betrayal, it was her daughter's words that plunged her into despair. This was her child, the one she had raised single-handedly. Shortly after marrying Chen Weiming, a woman had appeared, heavily pregnant, claiming to be his former lover. The child was on the verge of birth. After giving birth, the woman took a sum of money and vanished without a trace. Chen Weiming, unable to part with his own flesh and blood, could not bear to send the child to an orphanage and wished to raise her. Zhang Lily, however, adamantly insisted on giving the child away. Chapter 17, The Hot Pot is my final bottom line. Yet, at the very gate of the orphanage, the child suddenly smiled at her, with wide, innocent eyes, grasping her finger as if holding the entire world. In that moment, Zhang Lily's heart softened. Coupled with Chen Weiming's words about the child's connection to her, they decided to keep the child, naming her Chen Weiwei. They publicly declared that Chen Weiwei was their biological daughter, and Zhang Lily treated her as such. Later, after suffering a miscarriage that left her unable to conceive again, she poured all her love into Chen Weiwei. Little did she expect that 20 years of affection would lead to such a result. She was furious, like a maddened lioness, violently breaking free from Chen Weiming's grasp. He felt not a trace of pain as a large patch of scalp was torn from his head. Staring at the bloody clump of hair in his hands, he had no time to react before Zhang Lily suddenly lunged at him, head-butting him like a rabid dog, emitting a wail of anguish. Bang! Her back collided with the wall, and in a fit of rage, Chen Weiming clenched his fists and struck her on the head. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared, and a severed hand fell to the ground, still clenched in a fist. In the next instant, with a crack, his jaw was dislocated, and a shoe was stuffed into his mouth. His screams of agony were swallowed by the depths of his throat. The series of actions flowed seamlessly. Zhang Lily was taken aback when the anticipated pain did not occur. She stared in disbelief at the sudden apparition. It was a young girl from across the way. In light of your earlier kindness in warning me, I can assist you by dealing with this scoundrel and this little rascal beside him. Of course, if you prefer otherwise, consider it as never spoken. Qin Sheng stood at her doorstep with a long knife in hand. Jiang Jiangguo joined in the commotion, swiftly tearing the tape from Zhang Lily's mouth and unbinding her hands. Upon seeing the two of them, Chen Weiming's previously sullen expression flickered with fear. Ignoring his severed hand, he grabbed Chen Weiwei and attempted to retreat into the house. Jiang Jiangguo, without a word, kicked the door shut with a resounding bang. With no way to escape, Chen Weiming turned pale, fearfully gazing at Qin Sheng. He had witnessed this person swiftly take 3 lives, and now he trembled uncontrollably, yet still mustered the courage to utter a lewd remark. This is our family matter. There is no need for outsiders to interfere. Leave. Yes. My mother is not a good person. Do not be deceived by her pitiful appearance. Chen Weiwei chimed in. Jiang Jiangguo cast her a disdainful glance. I see you are the one who is truly wretched. Zhang Lily stood her ground, her hair cascading wildly, furiously rebuking the two. Weiwei, have I not treated you well? Since childhood, whenever there was something delicious, mother saved it for you, never scolding or reprimanding you, fearful that you might feel wronged. Whatever you desired, I procured for you. I have laid bare my heart for you. Why do you treat me this way? And Chen Weiming, since you harbor disdain for me, Why did you not tell me sooner? Why did you deceive me into dropping out of school to work and earn money for your college? Why did you take the compensation for my family's relocation? My college entrance examination scores were far superior to yours. You find me repugnant, yet I find you equally revolting. Your heart is filthy and despicable, insecure and shameless. You detest me, yet wish to benefit from my contributions and my wealth. How are you any different from a common courtesan? At least they receive payment and serve well. After all these years of marriage, it feels as though I have been living as a widow. The number of times you have touched me could be counted on one hand. Do not speak ill of my father. Chen Weiwei, initially intimidated by Qin Sheng and the others, transformed into a fierce protector upon hearing Zhang Lili insult her father. My father never liked you. You have always held the matter of funding his education over him, coercing him into marrying you. Otherwise, my parents would not have separated. I knew from a young age that you were not my real mother. How could someone as beautiful as I am have a mother who looks like you? My parents were forced apart by you, you vile woman. Your kindness to me is merely a debt you owe. You owe me a lifetime. Oh, and regarding your miscarriage, that was also my doing. Grandma said you were carrying a sister, so I added safflower to your soup, and you miscarried. All these years, you never suspected me. Did you? You fool. I forced your separation? Hearing Chen Weiwei's accusations, Zhang Lili looked bewildered at Chen Weiming. Chen Weiming, I have never known you had a girlfriend. You claim I am the one who drove you apart? She turned back to Chen Weiwei. And you, do you think your mother is a good person? When she bore you, she intended to toss you into a cesspool to drown. It was I who gave her money to save your life. If time could be reversed, I would have watched you drown with my own eyes. Had I not softened my heart back then, I would have my own children now. My poor child, who never got the chance to see this world, was killed by you. You devil. After a torrent of anger and despair, Zhang Lili surprisingly regained her composure. She knelt before Qin Sheng. I do not wish for you to kill them. I implore you for a knife. I shall avenge my own grievances. Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow, turning back into the house under the pretense of searching for something. She discreetly retrieved a large knife from the space and handed it to her. The woman maintained a calm demeanor, yet her eyes were filled with a frenzied madness. Witnessing Qin Sheng genuinely offering a knife to Zhang Lili, Chen Weiwei hastily retreated behind Chen Weiming, her gaze filled with resentment towards Qin Sheng. None of you are good people. This is our family matter. Why do you meddle? You yourself said she isn't even your mother. How can this be a family matter? Qin Sheng replied with a cold smile. Turning to Zhang Lili, she said, this knife is a gift for you. Subsequently, with a sinister grin, she and Jiang Jiangwo returned indoors, shutting the door behind them. Since Zhang Lili wished to conclude matters with her own hands, the presence of the others was rendered unnecessary. Qin Sheng had repaid the goodwill of her nighttime warning. They were now even. Meanwhile, outside, a cacophony of frantic screams and venomous curses erupted, some from Chen Weiming, others from Chen Weiwei. Minutes later, silence enveloped the air, thick with the scent of blood. Zhang Lili packed a bulging backpack, and from behind the door, bowed her head towards Qin Sheng in gratitude for her life-saving intervention before departing. As for the bodies of Chen Weiming and Chen Weiwei, Qin Sheng did not witness them. The ground was left strewn with disarrayed blood and splattered flesh. Rooms 1701 and 1704 remained in their raw state, devoid of doors. Room 1702 was once again vacant. Thus, on the entire 17th floor, only her family remained. Dawn broke. Old Qin, it's just our family on the 17th floor now. Shall we indulge in hot pot for a few days? How about spicy Sichuan hot pot? No, I prefer something lighter. I want to eat mushroom soup pot. Then shall we have Inyong pot? That's my final compromise. If we don't have spicy food, I might as well perish. Chapter 18. Wow. A heavenly being has descended. As the days passed, the city grew increasingly tranquil. Following the loss of order, humanity swiftly adapted to the new environment. Amidst lurking dangers, each individual seemed to discover their own means of survival. Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangwo, utterly exhausted, made their way home. Their steps were light, yet swift, as they sought to tread silently, fearful of awakening the hidden anomalies nearby. To further minimize sound, they donned socks over their shoes to prevent the scraping noise between soles and ground as they hurried along. They achieved complete silence in their advance. After a long day's toil, the most coveted desire was simply to lie down and rest. After a night of slumber, Qin Sheng retrieved all usable supplies back into the space, resolving to relocate. The radio had been broadcasting news of the recently established base in Haicheng for several days. Waves of survivors were fleeing the city, heading towards the Haiqing base. Now, Qin Sheng and her companions had also decided it was time to depart. As before, traversing between urban areas, Qin Sheng preferred to ride his small electric scooter, capable of navigating even the most intricate of terrains. The paramount advantage was its silence, devoid of the cacophony produced by automobiles that could rouse the aberrant beings. Naturally, there were instances when he encountered discarded trash bags or plastic bottles on the ground, occasionally startling one or two of these creatures. However, there was no need for Qin Sheng to intervene. Zhang Jianguo swiftly dealt with the situation. Along the route, abandoned vehicles, putrid corpses, and swarms of large-headed flies were ubiquitous. The flies, nearly the size of cockroaches, congregated in clusters, creating a scene both grotesque and unsettling. Rats and other creatures voraciously feasted upon cadavers, alongside an array of bizarre entities, each engaging in repetitive actions reminiscent of their former lives. Some wielded brooms, aimlessly sweeping the streets, while others assaulted the ATM machines at banks. There were even those who, in a grotesque display, gnawed at themselves. A few stood in the middle of the road, lying down when vehicles approached, engaging in a form of deceitful entrapment. After being the victim of such a ruse, Zhang Jianguo skillfully produced a pink banknote. The creature took the bill, swiftly tucked it into its pocket, and promptly rose from the ground, moving to the other side of the road to await its next unwitting target. The two men were left speechless, marveling at the tenacity of these beings who, despite their transformation, still clung to their deceptive ways. In truth, as long as one remained calm and did not provoke these beings, they behaved much like individuals with autism, lost in their own worlds, oblivious to the presence of passers-by. However, should they be startled, they would metamorphose into ferocious beasts. Both Qin Sheng and Zhang Jianguo had learned, through countless harrowing encounters, the art of coexisting with certain aberrant entities. Many other survivors had gleaned similar insights. Once they reached the outskirts, the electric scooter was exchanged for a larger vehicle. Zhang Jianguo took the wheel while Qin Sheng indulged in snacks throughout the journey. However, after overeating, he soon found himself in urgent need of relief. Zhang Jianguo, pull over by that small grove. I need to attend to a biological necessity. Do you need to defecate or urinate? If it's a bowel movement, I'll drive a bit deeper to avoid anyone seeing your backside. If it's just urination, you can quickly handle it by the roadside. Zhang Jianguo replied earnestly, gripping the steering wheel. Qin Sheng playfully knocked him on the head. What did I ask for your sense of humor? Just stop the car. With a pout, Zhang Jianguo halted the vehicle beside the grove. Qin Sheng swiftly leaped from the car and sought a suitable spot to relieve himself. Just as he finished and was pulling up his trousers, he noticed a lewd face peeking from behind a nearby tree. It was a man with a square jaw, a flat top, and a distinctive crimson line running down the center of his face. His eyes were devoid of sclera, entirely black. It was one of the aberrant beings. What kind of person was this? Transformed into a grotesque entity, yet still fixated on voyeurism. In life, he must have been a deviant. Then, the creature emerged from behind the tree. Upon revealing its full form, Qin Sheng discovered it was clad in a gray trench coat. Beneath the coat, two furry appendages dangled. The creature approached Qin Sheng, emitting a low growl, a twisted smile gracing its lips. Suddenly, it wrenched open the trench coat, revealing a startling emptiness beneath. This abomination was nothing short of an exhibitionist. Cackling, the creature unveiled itself further, its voice dripping with lewdness. At that moment, the trench-coated monstrosity remained in its humanoid state, indicating it was still ensconced in its own world, undisturbed. Qin Sheng drew her gleaming blade, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. You wretched creature, unable to be a decent being in life, you've become a perverse monster in death. What storms have I not weathered? You, a mere sprout, dare to flaunt yourself. The creature paused, seemingly incensed by her words. Its head instantaneously split in two, a vividly crimson maw emerging. It emitted a high-pitched shriek as it lunged at Qin Sheng. Seizing the moment, she swung her blade with precision. With a satisfying slice, the creature's body was cleaved in two, its upper half collapsing to the ground, while the lower half, propelled by inertia, staggered forward a few steps before toppling over. She casually wiped her blade on the corpse before retracing her steps. Upon reaching the vehicle, she found Zhang Jianguo had yet to return from the restroom, so she pulled out a packet of sunflower seeds, munching on them as she awaited his return. After several minutes, Zhang Jianguo emerged from the woods, trousers hastily adjusted, a look of panic on his face. Qin Sheng, you won't believe it. I just encountered a perverse entity spying on me while I relieve myself. How disgraceful, even in death. Qin Sheng scrutinized him from head to toe. Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong? I dispatched it with a single stroke. I was so incensed that I flattened its remains. Hearing this, Qin Sheng cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Jiangwo's bloodied soles. All right, let us be on our way. We must reach the base before nightfall. Yes, Jiang Jiangwo nodded, just as he was about to get into the car when his peripheral vision caught something in the sky. His complexion changed dramatically. Qin Sheng, a meteor, is plummeting down. A meteor? Qin Sheng looked up to see a dark object hurtling towards them at an alarming speed. Judging by its trajectory, it was likely to strike them. Just then, as it drew nearer, Qin Sheng discerned the truth. It was not a meteor, but a person. Old Qin, run. That thing is coming down. Goodness, a celestial being, Jiang Jiangwo exclaimed, hopping about in alarm. As she observed the descending object drawing nearer, she swiftly unsheathed the heavy sword upon her back, positioning its blade horizontally towards the target. In a split second, as it descended with force, she grasped the sword firmly with both hands and delivered a striking blow as if playing baseball. Take that, she exclaimed, and with a resounding thud, the individual was sent hurtling away, crashing violently against a tree trunk and startling a flock of birds into flight. What a perfect hit! Jiang Jiangwo marveled at the heavy sword in his hands. Old Qin, if I could join a national sports team, I would undoubtedly be a sports star. Coordinates. Ancient Earth. 100,000 years ago. Landing site detected. An unknown small grove. Body assessment. Severely damaged. Combat power assessment. Abysmal. Spatial device damaged. Irreparable. All resources and weapons nullified. Illustration record damaged. Condition at 10. Reparable. Warning. Ancient Earth is fraught with peril. Please monitor your health points. Health points at 0 will result in demise. Warning. Your cognitive interface will shut down in 3 seconds. Warning. Protective barrier deactivated. Warning. Pain receptors activated. Listening to the incessant beeping resonating in his mind, Mu Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He struggled to adapt to the exceedingly high oxygen levels in the atmosphere of ancient Earth, experiencing a peculiar swelling sensation in his brain. As he fought to sit up, a sudden crack echoed. His leg had fractured. Sharp pangs of pain coursed through his body. With little time to ponder, he knew he must find a place to rest urgently. His instructor had warned that ancient Earth was perilous, teeming with various terrifying creatures. Yet, in his current state, he was immobile and his cognitive interface was offline. He had sustained damage from a meteorite attack while traversing the wormhole, leaving his spatial device in ruins and depleting his arsenal of weapons and supplies. His combat power was nullified. Was he destined to wait for death? Just then, he spotted 2 figures approaching. Umans. Chapter 19. The Lovely One. How splendid. It was indeed humanity. There was hope. However, before he could call for help, he discerned their appearances. The individual in the lead was a tall, robust woman, muscular and formidable, akin to a warrior. The one trailing was a strikingly beautiful woman of moderate height, casually spitting sunflower seed shells as she walked. Wait a moment. The woman munching on seeds seemed oddly familiar. Qin Sheng, this is a person. How did she fall from the sky? Could she be an extraterrestrial? In these times, not only were there strange beings, but also an invasion of aliens on Blue Star? No, we must confront her. The muscular woman unsheathed a weapon resembling a ruler from her back, one that towered over her. The lovely woman said, "Let us inquire. If she really is from outer space, we may have to end her." Mu Yuan gazed upon Qin Sheng's visage, and a torrent of harrowing memories surged forth within him. He was a new breed of humanity that had returned from 100,000 years hence. In that distant future, Blue Star had devolved into a desolate wasteland, a realm of abandoned celestial bodies and refuse-laden planets. Countless high pollution remnants from other worlds had coalesced here, rendering it a veritable dumping ground. The remaining vestiges of humanity had long since migrated to the habitable planet of Mora through advanced technological means. Having never beheld the visage of ancient Earth, Mu Yuan was born on Mora, yet he had devoted himself to the study of history, relentlessly exploring the annals of Blue Star's past. His mentor, having lost everything, had acquired the rights to Blue Star at an auction, yearning to restore their once vibrant home, possessing the most brilliant intellect on Mora. The teacher dedicated his life to constructing a machine capable of traversing the fabric of time and space via wormholes. He chose Mu Yuan for this ambitious endeavor, facilitating his journey back to ancient Earth to gather samples of flora and fauna. aiming to revive Blue Star's former glory. They encountered numerous setbacks. Initially, they attempted to utilize a method of spiritual transmigration, extracting mental energy to traverse the wormhole and inhabit another's body in an alternate timeline. This process, fraught with peril, bore significant risks, as even the teacher's prodigious calculations yielded discrepancies, leading to unpredictable outcomes. On the first successful return to ancient Earth, Mu Yuan found himself amidst a mass exodus, teetering on the brink of starvation, ultimately bartering his cherished spatial device for a meager morsel of food. Despite his efforts, he succumbed to hunger and failed. The teacher recalibrated the temporal coordinates, intending to send him to a moment of heightened vitality in ancient Earth's biosphere. On the second attempt, Mu Yuan inhabited the body of a transfer student but was swiftly ensnared by a fearsome woman, leading to his consciousness disintegrating in yet another failure. The third attempt saw him take over the life of a petty thug, only to be promptly hospitalized by a striking woman, resulting in another collapse of his awareness. The fourth attempt landed him in the guise of a trafficker, yet before he could liberate the children, he encountered the same dreadful woman, suffering catastrophic injuries and failing once more. Drawing lessons from these experiences, the teacher resolved that Mu Yuan should attempt the wormhole traversal in his original form. However, upon his fourth return, he once again found himself face-to-face with a terrifying woman. It is essential to note that each successful transition was preceded by countless trials and errors. And this time, as his true self, the stakes were perilously high. Failure would mean true oblivion. Qin Sheng gazed at the man, whose demeanor was evidently awry. The moment he laid eyes on her, his eyelids began to twitch, his mouth twisted, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. He trembled uncontrollably, as if confronted by some formidable beast, leaving one to wonder if he were having a seizure. Was she truly that frightening? She was undeniably beautiful. Yet, this peculiar individual appeared vaguely familiar, as if he were a ghost from her past. Nevertheless, Qin Sheng was certain she had never encountered such a visage before. Though the man was undeniably handsome, strikingly so, he exuded an oddity that suggested he was no good, especially with his bizarre outfit. What respectable man wore a jumpsuit, let alone a flamboyant white one? Qin Sheng grasped his chin and regarded him with a cold glare. You had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation for your sudden descent from the heavens. Otherwise, I shall have no qualms about turning you into mincemeat to feed to the creatures of this realm. Indeed, speak the truth. Are you an extraterrestrial? Jiang Jiangguo nodded in agreement. From which planet do you hail as a spy? What is your purpose here? If you refuse to cooperate, I shall. Ha ha ha. Mu Yuan swallowed hard, his mind racing. How could he possibly charm these two women into believing him? Yet the current atmosphere seemed impervious to any form of deception, especially the woman munching on seeds, who was glaring at him with an intensity that betrayed her murderous intent. Mu Yuan could almost feel the insatiable hunger of the large curved blade in Qin Sheng's grasp. And then there was the tall man with the lewd smile. Who could predict what unspeakable acts she might inflict upon him? He was merely a humanities student, not a fighter, ill-equipped for combat. Thus he opened his mouth. Abba, Abba, am I mute? Mu Yuan nodded fervently, gesturing with his hands to indicate that he had been cast down from above. Qin Sheng frowned. Do you remember anything else? Abba, Abba, Abba. Mu Yuan shook his head vigorously, his innocent eyes shimmering with a naive light. In that instant, Qin Sheng felt a jolt of alarm, as if struck by lightning, her wariness intensifying. Jiang Jiangguo, this extraterrestrial beauty is employing a mental attack against me. Quickly slay him. Understood. Abba, Abba, Abba. Chapter 20. The New Humanity, What Mental Attack? I am not using any mental attack. As the formidable woman raised her large blade, Mu Yuan recoiled in terror, emitting frantic Abba, Abba sounds from his throat. Having already sustained injuries from traversing the wormhole, he now faced the prospect of being cleaved in two. Overwhelmed by fear, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Jiang Jiangguo, sword raised, stared at the unconscious extraterrestrial, poised to deliver the fatal blow. A delicate hand pressed against his iron fist. What is going on? Are you truly enamored with this extraterrestrial? Not going to kill him. Jiang Jiangguo was taken aback, quickly turning to Qin Sheng with a peculiar gaze. Recalling how she had just referred to this individual as Little Beauty, Qin Sheng shot her a disapproving glance. Cease your wild imaginings. With that, she crouched down to observe the silver-haired man sprawled on the ground. Her gaze flickered momentarily over his extraordinarily handsome face, devoid of human-like features, before settling on the white bodysuit that adorned him. She reached out, tugging at the white tight-fitting suit he wore. You still refuse to admit your infatuation with his beauty. Yet you're already attempting to tear his clothing. Old Qin, you are truly outrageous. Should I step aside for a moment? Jiang Jiangguo grinned with gleaming eyes, playfully covering his own eyes with his large palm while peeking through his fingers. His lewd demeanor was almost overflowing. Qin Sheng disregarded her antics and began to speak slowly. The attire this fellow wears is not ordinary. Having fallen from such a height, with gravitational acceleration and rolling across the ground for such a distance, and yet, it remains completely intact. Let me test its elasticity. If the elasticity proves satisfactory, Jiang Jiangguo, you might just possess a pair of transforming trousers that one tear. Perhaps we could even fashion a couple of bikinis to alternate wearing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiangguo, who had been peering with a lewd expression, suddenly dropped his hand and leaned closer, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the unconscious silver-haired beauty clad in a white bodysuit. Really? If that's the case, I want to have to run naked when I transform with my beastly powers. Honestly, not wearing any underwear makes my backside feel chilly. It's quite uncomfortable. With that, Jiang Jiangguo, eager to seize the opportunity, reached out to the man's clothing before Qin Sheng could. He tugged at the suit, and to his astonishment, it stretched like rubber, extending far without tearing. Releasing it, it immediately snapped back into place with a soft thud against the man's body. What unparalleled elasticity! This is precisely the garment I require. Take it off. Old Qin, let us strip him bare. I demand it. Not even Jesus can stop me. Qin Sheng replied coolly. Then why don't you see if you can remove it? I suspect this attire is not so easily shed. What is difficult about removing clothing? Jiang Jiangguo scoffed, undeterred as he began to pull at the suit. However, after a considerable effort, he realized the garment simply would not budge. It clung to him like a second skin, possessing infinite elasticity, yet refusing to be removed. Old Qin, this extraterrestrial attire truly cannot be taken off. Jiang Jiangguo yanked at the clothing, stretching it far, but once he released it, it adhered back to him once more. Qin Sheng sighed, deciding it best to carry the man and wait until he regained consciousness to discuss further. This is his possession. He must have a way. Once the clothing is deceitfully acquired, I shall eliminate this extraterrestrial beauty to prevent future troubles. With that said, he turned to leave. A sinister chuckle escaped him. Jiang Jiangguo, grinning eerily, seized the individual from the ground, tucking them under his arm, and followed suit. The two resembled the notorious bullies from television who forcibly abduct innocent women. As Jiang Jiangguo carried the person, he marveled aloud. Old Qin, from which planet do you think this fellow hails? This alien civilization seems remarkably advanced. Their clothing is so high-tech. Furthermore, the inhabitants of this planet bear a striking resemblance to us. Upon reaching the vehicle, Jiang Jiangguo produced a rope and deftly secured the person's hands and feet. He then tossed them into the back seat and climbed into the driver's seat, while Qin Sheng continued to indulge in her snacks from the passenger seat. Jiang Jiangguo lamented internally, drooling in despair, contemplating that perhaps this was the joy of being a passenger. After all, with Qin Sheng as the leader, he, as the subordinate, naturally had to undertake more laborious tasks to highlight the leader's sense of satisfaction. Qin Sheng, seated in the passenger seat, held a delightful drink in her left hand and a braised pig trotter in her right. Sipping her beverage while gnawing on the trotter, she elicited a cascade of saliva from Jiang Jiangguo. Old Qin, would you tear off a piece of meat for me? It smells divine. I can hardly concentrate on driving. Of course, Qin Sheng responded, using her greasy hands to rip off a generous chunk of meat. When she encountered resistance at the tendon, she resorted to biting it off. Ultimately, a succulent, savory, and freshly salivated pig trotter was stuffed into Jiang Jiangguo's mouth. She grimaced for a brief moment, then devoured the delicacy with great relish. Outside, the heat was oppressive, while the car's doors and windows remained tightly sealed, the air conditioning humming softly. The aroma of the braised pig trotter, infused with an array of spices, wafted through the air. In the back seat, a certain individual, previously unconscious, stirred slightly, awakening to an unfamiliar, yet enticing scent. Mu Yuan, in his dazed state, detected a fragrance unlike any he had encountered before. It possessed an almost aggressive allure. The potent aroma invaded his nostrils, meandering through his dreams. As Qin Sheng joyfully showcased the pig trotter, a fluffy head suddenly leaned in closer. Silvery hair brushed against her wrist, causing a slight tickle. A melodious voice inquired. "May I ask, what do you have in your hand?" "It's a braised pig trotter," Qin Sheng replied, a playful smirk gracing her lips. "What's wrong? Have you decided not to play mute anymore?" With an awkward smile, Mu Yuan momentarily forgot his predicament, yearning to touch his hair, yet his limbs remained bound. The effort to shift, even slightly, required immense strength. In that moment, his gaze seemed glued to the pig trotter, captivated by Qin Sheng's every bite. His throat bobbed, and his salivary glands worked overtime. What kind of weapon did this woman wield? It ensnared his entire attention. How terrifying! Could it be a form of psychological attack? Mu Yuan gazed longingly at the pig's trotter, which was being devoured by Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo, diminishing rapidly. Soon, only the bare, gnawed bones remained, which were carelessly tossed out of the window. Just as he believed everything was coming to an end, Qin Sheng retrieved a long stick from a plastic bag. She seemed oblivious to the person beside her who had been swallowing hard. Turning to Jiang Jiangguo, she inquired, "Jiangguo, would you care for some spicy duck neck?" "Absolutely." Jiang Jiangguo, still chewing on a small bone, promptly crunched it with a decisive snap and swallowed it down, eagerly awaiting the next morsel. Qin Sheng broke off a small segment of the duck neck and placed it into her mouth. "Is this how it works?" Mu Yuan observed their interaction and imitated Jiang Jiangguo by opening his mouth wide, resembling a hungry child weighing 100 pounds. "I want some too. Feed me." Qin Sheng shot him a glance, continuing to gnaw on the duck neck, and remarked, "You wish. Captives have no rights. Besides, you may not even be human. I am. I am a human. I am the new humanity from 100,000 years in the future." Chapter 21. Other species? Insects? As soon as the words left his lips, a brief silence enveloped the air, rendering even the sound of breathing inaudible. What nonsense! 100,000 years later. Then, a sharp screech of brakes shattered the stillness. The vehicle was already moving at a swift pace, and Jiang Jiangguo's sudden brake caused several passengers to lurch forward. While Jiang Jiangguo and Qin Sheng were safely buckled in, Mu Yuan suffered the worst. He was hurled from the back seat into the front, his limbs contorted against the windshield. His knee collided with the horn, producing a jarring honk that echoed across the desolate landscape. Jiang Jiangguo choked, the chilled cola he had just swallowed streaming from his nostrils, bringing tears to his eyes. Qin Sheng paused for a second, then swiftly set aside the duck neck, yanked Mu Yuan off the glass, and tossed him back into the rear seat. She glanced around anxiously. Such a loud screech and honking might attract nearby creatures of the other kind. But, as fate would have it, the very calamities one wishes to avoid often manifest with alarming probability. Qin Sheng abruptly turned to gaze out the car window, spotting shadowy figures emerging from the thickets lining the road. "Jiang Jiangguo, drive." Okay. Yes." Jiang Jiangguo snapped back to reality, hastily wiping the cola streaming from his nose and quickly reigniting the engine. With a firm press on the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward. Mu Yuan, dazed and disoriented, struggled to rise, but as the car suddenly accelerated, he was thrown back again. He scrambled to sit upright, glancing back in the direction Qin Sheng had indicated. What he saw was alarming. A dozen peculiar creatures were pursuing them from behind, resembling neither human nor entirely unlike humans. Most of the monsters had their heads split down the middle, from which elongated mandibles and sharp fangs protruded. However, there were two distinct creatures among them, each bearing human-like faces, yet devoid of sclerae in their eyes. One of these monsters sported dark crimson flesh wings, adorned with numerous eye-like patterns. Its wings flapped with such force that it could sprint at remarkable speed, propelled by the gusts they created. The other creature had a gaping belly, revealing a grotesque, bloated mass, upon which a pair of lidless eyes rested, accompanied by a mouth lined with spirally arranged sharp teeth. A single bite from such a being could leave even the most skilled physician at a loss as to how to stitch the wound. What on earth are these monsters? The teacher was indeed correct. Ancient Earth is perilously dangerous. How terrifying! Why must a mere humanities student like him be sent to Ancient Earth? Wouldn't it be better to dispatch a warrior instead? Now, all his weapons and equipment are gone, leaving him with only a biological compendium for collecting samples. This is a recipe for disaster. Rare aberrations, indeed. Qin Sheng gazed into the rearview mirror at the two unusual creatures leading the charge. His gaze gradually settled upon the dark red, eye-laden flesh wings. Jiang Jiangguo also caught sight of these particularly distinct aberrations. "Old Qin, these two aberrations look different from the others. Are they the leaders?" Not quite, but they can be classified as a higher tier of aberration form compared to the typical ones. Aberrations come in myriad shapes, and their abilities cannot be accurately categorized. After all, many aberrations possess unique powers. However, the most common type remains the split-headed aberration, which also has the lowest attack power. This time, we inadvertently stirred up two rare aberrations. It will be quite difficult to shake them off. Focus on driving and try to lose the lesser minions first. Understood. Jiang Jiangguo nodded, his eyes fixed ahead. The vehicle sped onward, and half an hour later, only the two rare aberrations remained in pursuit. Keep driving until we reach an open area. We need a spot devoid of buildings or wooded areas to stop. Qin Sheng placed his large, curved knife across his lap, squinting at the two relentless aberrations in the rearview mirror. Mu Yuan remained quietly in the back seat, tightly shutting his mouth, too afraid to speak. He didn't wish to appear cowardly, but his body felt uncontrollable. Having lived on Mora for just over 180 years, he was still but a child. He had never witnessed such a scene. In their society, the new humans relied heavily on weaponry for their combat prowess. Warriors might possess slightly greater strength, but it remained within normal limits. Interplanetary conflicts were fought with various high-tech armaments. Thus, personal abilities were not particularly formidable, especially for someone like him, stripped of weaponry. He was merely a weakling. Observing the unfolding situation, Mu Yuan felt a chill of foreboding. Was this interstellar humanity's student destined to negotiate with monsters? Just as he was lost in these thoughts, the vehicle came to a halt. The two women in the front seat promptly opened the doors and exited. Just before stepping out, Qin Sheng cast him a fleeting glance and coldly remarked, "Little trickster, if you wish to avoid demise, remain obediently in the car." The aura of authority radiated from her. Mu Yuan nodded fervently, obedient as a faithful hound. At that moment, Qin Sheng appeared to him as if she were aglow, dazzling to the point of causing discomfort to the eyes. Even the ominous gleam of the large blade resting on her shoulder exuded an enchanting allure. "Go for it, boss." Mu Yuan found himself instinctively wanting to raise his fist in encouragement, but his limbs were bound, rendering him immobile. Instead, he wriggled closer to the window like a worm, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Go for it, boss. May the heavens bless you." Qin Sheng did not even glance back as she waved her hand dismissively. She turned to Jiang Jiangguo, asking, "Which one do you want?" "I want that grotesque, large growth." Jiang Jiangguo replied, "My obsessive-compulsive self cannot allow me to miss the chance to pop such a colossal pimple." He pointed at a swollen mass with features grotesquely exposed. "That is a prime specimen of a blackhead." Qin Sheng nodded in agreement. "All right then, I'll take the one with wings." The two mutant creatures pursuing them, upon seeing the vehicle halt, emitted excited screeches and accelerated towards the car with fervor, realizing the two humans had not fled, but had instead presented themselves as prey. Their excitement intensified. Qin Sheng wielded her large blade, while Jiang Jiangguo hefted a heavy sword. They exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison. Then, with a forceful thrust, they charged towards the mutants like arrows released from a bow, swift and silent. Qin Sheng collided with the winged mutant, launching herself into the air with a pointed toe. Gripping her large blade, she aimed for one of the creature's fleshy wings and brought it down with fierce determination. The sharpness of the blade and the speed of her strike sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. The abilities of these mutants stemmed from viral infections, where microorganisms, referred to as bugs, took hold. These minuscule entities, nearly invisible to the naked eye, could float through the air and hide within raindrops. They invaded their hosts through breathing, oral contact, or even skin contact, and once they found a suitable host, they would hatch and grow within. The targets of these parasites were not limited to humans. Animals, plants, and any living organism could serve as vessels for bugs. Those who were parasitized lost their thoughts, memories, and emotions, leaving only a singular obsession deep within their minds, existing as mere shells of their former selves. Perhaps this mode of existence could scarcely be termed as living. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, research into these bugs had commenced, with the aim of merging their abilities with humanity while maintaining a clear mind and rationality, transforming these alien entities into one's own weaponry. Yet throughout the duration of Qin Sheng's existence, no successful instances have ever been recorded. Those who fall prey to parasitism are entirely converted into aberrations, indiscriminately attacking anything within their line of sight, heedless of commands. Chapter 22, Little Beauty. Would you care for some spicy strips? A strike missed its mark. However, Qin Sheng remained unperturbed, instead donning a triumphant smile. Seizing the opportunity while the aberration evaded, he extended his left hand. A vibrant green sprout erupted from his palm, growing rapidly in the wind, then darting forth with the swiftness of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it reached the thickness of a thumb. With a soft thud, a vine, slender as a finger, plunged deeply into the crown of the aberration's head. The exposed portion of the vine was a deep emerald, yet the veins of its leaves pulsed with an ethereal glow. With a piercing sound, the vine's intrusion contorted the aberration's body into grotesque shapes, robbing it of its capacity to resist with each labored breath. Expressionless, Qin Sheng commanded the vine to proliferate and grow within the creature. Mere moments later, countless threads, as fine as spider silk, emerged from every inch of the aberration's skin. Its nostrils, eyes, ears, and mouth erupted in a cascade of dark green fireworks. The wings, adorned with ocular patterns, were overwhelmed, each eye bursting under the strain of the vines. It resembled a monster festooned with tentacles. In despair, it writhed upon the ground, its anguished cries reverberating across the expanse. Gradually weakening, its form shrank, the once plump wings resembling desiccated chicken wings, reduced to thin, wrinkled skin. Qin Sheng smiled faintly as he retracted his vines. Shifting his gaze to another scene, Jiang Jiangguo was engaged in a frenetic pursuit with the fleshy aberration. One moment, he was being chased and struck by the creature wielding a heavy sword. And the next, he was in hot pursuit, shouting fervently. In that instant, Qin Sheng could scarcely discern who was assailing whom. The massive mass of flesh within the aberration bounded energetically behind Jiang Jiangguo, while its mouth gaped wide, revealing a multitude of sharp, densely packed teeth. Attached to the fleshy orb was a tubular appendage, resembling intestines, leading to a human figure sprinting behind, its belly hollow, exposing rows of stark white bones and a scant few organs. To the outside observer, it appeared as if two individuals in a sphere were engaged in an elaborate dance. The fleshy orb would occasionally crash into the ground with force, rebounding skyward, before hurtling towards Jiang Jiangguo with ferocity. The latter could do little but evade, and soon the ground was riddled with deep craters created by the orb's impacts. In Qin Sheng's ears, the rhythmic bouncing of the orb echoed with a duong-duong sound. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiangguo refrained from utilizing her beastly transformation, relying solely on her physical prowess to confront the aberration head-on. Though Qin Sheng had resolved her own troubles, she would not hastily offer assistance to Jiang Jiangguo. This had been their long-standing approach to one another. Unless one of them extended an invitation or called for help, the other would not easily intervene in personal matters. Thus, as she observed Jiang Jiangguo and the creature engaging in their chaotic tussle, Qin Sheng stifled a yawn. She dragged her large blade back to the vehicle, swiftly climbed atop its roof, and retrieved a pack of crunchy orchid beans from her pocket. As she munched on the crispy delicacies, she watched the rotund creature bounce about on the ground. Jiang Jiangguo, if all else fails, unleash your beastly powers. Don't waste time with it. We must reach the Haiqing base before nightfall. I can't. My clothes will explode. I refuse to run naked. Jiang Jiangguo shouted back while evading the creature. Old Qin, just give me a moment. I assure you, I will soon bring this big black head down. Don't interfere. I want to do it myself. Qin Sheng nodded in agreement, while continuing to enjoy her orchid beans. Rest assured, I will not assist you. After savoring the last bean, she fished out a pack of spicy strips and began to indulge in them, patiently awaiting Jiang Jiangguo's triumphant return. According to Qin Sheng's predictions, Jiang Jiangguo would inevitably resort to his beastly capabilities. After all, it was evident that he and the creature were evenly matched in combat prowess. Jiang Jiangguo's heavy sword had struck several times, yet the creature's softness was astonishing, resembling cotton. The blade sank and only to be ejected back out, achieving little. Inside the vehicle, a head crowned with silver hair hung out the window, wide-eyed in astonishment at the creature's erratic movements. Alongside the pair of withered wings on the ground, not far away. Just moments ago, those fleshy appendages had appeared quite formidable. However, in less than a minute after Qin Sheng intervened, the wings showed no resistance, merely dodging slightly before being gradually overpowered by vines that burst them apart and drained them. The orchestrator of this chaos was atop the vehicle, savoring a long, slender, vividly red morsel that glistened with an unknown fragrance. As she chewed, she inhaled deeply, appearing somewhat distressed by the substance. Could it be toxic? Yet her expression suggested undeniable enjoyment. In that moment, Mu Yuan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Just then, a vibrant strip dangled before his eyes. Following it upward, he beheld a pair of delicate porcelain hands. A languid voice of a woman drifted to him. "Little beauty, would you like some spicy strips?" Having been raised on nutrient supplements, Mu Yuan had only ever known the sustenance of various nutritional bars and supplements as the source of his energy, untouched by anything else. Gazing at the crimson, cylindrical object before him, Mu Yuan hesitated for 3 seconds, just as he was about to nod in agreement. The hand withdrew. "If you won't eat it, then forget it." "Humph, I will eat." Now, the opportunity to indulge had passed. He had declined it earlier, and it was too late to change his mind. He was merely contemplating. "Silence, captive." Mu Yuan sighed softly and meekly introduced himself. "I am called Mu Yuan." "Graveyard?" Qin Sheng furrowed her brow. Did the people of the future, 100,000 years hence, lack sophistication in naming? To this day, she remained skeptical of Mu Yuan's claim of being a human from such a distant future. For the moment, she was solely interested in his remarkably elastic attire, suitable for crafting trousers for Jiang Jiangguo. Yet, her curiosity about what Blue Star would resemble in 100 millennia was undeniable. Would flying saucers be commonplace, and aircraft carriers soar through the skies? Surely, terrestrial transportation would be obsolete by then. Would elementary school students still be burning the midnight oil over their homework? However, she chose not to press further. Sometimes, knowing too much is not necessarily a boon. Chapter 23. Indeed, this is my dream fruit. Jiang Jiangguo's moments were certainly not fleeting. After Qin Sheng had consumed 2 cups of cola, 3 packets of spicy snacks, and 4 braised pig trotters, a resounding roar echoed through the air. The powerful bellow reverberated against the natural barriers formed by the dense surrounding woods, creating a tremendous echo. That deafening roar instantaneously filled the entire wilderness, startling a flock of birds into flight. "Roar! Hey, you peeping Tom, close your eyes. I'm about to unleash my fury." Mu Yuan heard the thunderous roar penetrate his eardrums, leaving his head buzzing. Yet, he found himself perplexed. Why was it forbidden to watch a fight? Was there some secret weapon involved? Before he could fully grasp the situation, a piece of red cloth suddenly descended from above, precisely covering his head. The crimson veil obscured his vision, and just as he attempted to lift it away, Qin Sheng's nonchalant voice drifted down from above. "Little Yuan, I advise you to behave and refrain from peeking. Otherwise, that handsome face of yours will be turned into a pig's head by Jiang Jiangguo. And I certainly won't come to your rescue. You wouldn't want to meet your end in a box, would you?" Mu Yuan hesitated as his hand brushed against the red covering, then withdrew it silently, retreating back into the confines of the vehicle. The ropes binding his hands had already loosened, and earlier, Qin Sheng had noticed he could touch the red cloth but chose to ignore him. Did this imply that the bindings on his feet could also be undone? Just as he entertained a glimmer of hope and bent down to untie the ropes around his ankles, a vine, thick as a finger, suddenly shot in through the car window and swiftly rebound his hands together. Well, it seemed he was still not permitted to escape. Mu Yuan sighed and resigned himself to lying flat. As the faint roars of wild beasts echoed in his ears, he felt a curious itch within him, akin to the gentle scratching of a cat's paw. How could there be the sound of a bear? He had only witnessed a bear's roar and the reconstructions by biologists through his holographic device during class. A living bear? How extraordinary! He wondered if it resembled the 3D models created by the biologists. In his world, Blue Planet, no animals could be found, even in the vast expanse of the galaxy, where flora and fauna were exceedingly rare. He recalled a childhood memory of dining at a lavish table hosted by a wealthy interstellar lord. It was his first encounter with food other than nutrition bars. A red, fragrant object, reminiscent of an apple. Yet, he was forbidden to touch it. The adults warned him that appetite was the most fearsome of desires, and that apples possessed the power of demons. Once one tasted the devil's flavor, they could no longer relish nutrition bars properly. The Morans had to suppress such dreadful and base desires to qualify as the finest warriors in the Alliance. As he matured, he understood that his father feared he might forsake the bland nutrition bar for the delightful taste of actual food. After all, fruits and meats were luxuries reserved for the wealthiest of lords. Yet now, he found himself transported back 100,000 years. Here, verdant plants flourished, not mere technological illusions, but genuine foliage, exuding a crisp, invigorating fragrance. Countless unidentified plants surrounded him, and living bears. Bears, on the way to the base. Mu Yuan was like a child in wonder, leaning against the car window, eyes wide, entranced by the rushing scenery. He frequently uttered exclamations of astonishment. What is that peach tree? I recognize it. This is real grass. How extravagant, this endless expanse of greenery. Even the wealthiest interstellar lords do not possess such opulence. What is that jumping in the water? Is it a fish? Oh my goodness, it's a fish. But where are the apples? Are the apples reserved for the wealthiest lords, also rare in ancient Earth? Qin Sheng, munching on sunflower seeds, listened to the man in the back seat marveling at the sights. He cast a silent glance at Jiang Jiangguo. Turning his head, he noticed Jiang Jiangguo occasionally glancing at the back seat through the rearview mirror. Jiang Jiangguo's gaze was fixed on the long, shimmering white hair glinting in the sunlight, especially stunning against the backdrop of the black leather seat. Such beautiful hair seemed a shame not to be harvested for a wig. Little brother, your silvery hair is lovely. So smooth. What shampoo do you use? Is it Rejoice? Huh? What is shampoo? Mu Yuan gazed in astonishment at the scenery outside, his expression one of sheer bewilderment as he turned to face Jiang Jiangguo upon hearing his words. Do you all still wash your hair? He inquired, perplexed. Do you not wash your hair? Qin Sheng, with a duck neck dangling from his mouth, turned his head as his gaze slowly fell upon Mu Yuan's flowing locks. Jiang Jiangguo's mouth twitched in disbelief. What? You don't wash? Isn't that filthy? No, we do not. Mu Yuan replied matter-of-factly. Water is an extremely precious resource where I come from. It is reserved solely for drinking. For daily hygiene, we immerse ourselves in a purification solution at the cleaning station, lying in it for a few minutes before emerging clean. The purification liquid can be reused indefinitely. To wash one's hair with water would incur a death penalty. What do you mean by asking such questions? He continued. Can you actually use water? He gestured as if grasping his hair. Yes, indeed. Qin Sheng responded. Jiang Jiangguo interjected. Not only can we wash our hair with water, but we can also wash our faces, bathe, and wash our feet. Water is abundant everywhere here. If you ask me, you are quite unfortunate. With such advanced technology, what good is it if you must conserve water? Oh, how fortunate we are. A death penalty for merely washing one's hair? How tragic. As Jiang Jiangguo concluded his statement, Qin Sheng seized a large bottle of mineral water and drank it with gusto. Upon hearing that water resources in the future were so scarce, he suddenly found the water delicious. Ah, this is refreshing. Old Qin, I want some too. I want to drink water. All right, drink up, drink generously. The two of them harmonized, leaving Mu Yuan in the back seat, filled with envy. How wonderful. The ancient Earth is truly splendid. An inexhaustible supply of water. Noticing Mu Yuan's envious expression, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo exchanged knowing glances, both displaying a cunning smile. Jiang Jiangguo remained focused on driving, while Qin Sheng stealthily retrieved a legendary bright red apple from his spatial pocket. To enhance the contrast, he also produced a white ceramic plate, placing the apple upon it. Holding the plate aloft, he brought it into Mu Yuan's line of sight. The plate, resembling white jade, cradled a large, round apple that sparkled with enticing hues under the fragmented sunlight. With an alluring tone, Qin Sheng addressed Jiang Jiangguo. Jiangguo, look at this apple. Is it not large and round? Before Jiang Jiangguo could respond, Mu Yuan's eyes widened in surprise from the back seat. Although his hands and feet were bound, it did not hinder his speed as he propelled himself forward, bouncing off the seat like a firecracker. He collided heavily with the backrest of the front seat, but paid no mind to the pain, wriggling his way into the gap between the two seats. His eyes gleamed with a titanium-like brilliance. It's huge, so round, so red. Yes, this is the fruit of my dreams. With a triumphant smile, Qin Sheng teased. Do you want it? In my hand, I hold this precious red apple, a luxury reserved solely for the wealthiest interstellar lords among you. Would you be willing to trade it for your rather inconspicuous attire? The ever-hopeful Jiang Jiangguo, fixated on his tattered undergarments, could hardly contain his eagerness. Yes, yes. Remove your clothing and surrender it to us. This apple shall be yours. You will then enjoy the privileges of the most affluent interstellar lords. What do you say? Is it not a splendid bargain? The two cunning women, reminiscent of Eden's serpents, relentlessly tempted the naive newcomer, a little rabbit oblivious to the prevailing circumstances. Chapter 24. On the road, noticing his hesitation, Qin Sheng intensified her efforts. Concealed by her backpack, she produced a bag of spicy snacks. What if I add an irresistible pack of spicy strips? Is it a deal? I still need to understand the basic information about ancient Earth. Is that permissible? Absolutely. It's a deal. Ultimately, Mu Yuan could not resist the allure of that vivid fruit and nodded in agreement. However, A dilemma arose. With his spatial device damaged, he found himself devoid of any belongings. I only have this outfit left to offer you. What shall I wear? Isn't that a coincidence? Qin Sheng exclaimed, slapping her thigh, as she rummaged through her bag to retrieve a set of men's clothing. My recently deceased ex-boyfriend had a physique quite similar to yours. He left behind a complete outfit, which I shall gift to you. Jiang Jiangguo looked at Qin Sheng in bewilderment. Are you conjuring friends from thin air? When did you have an ex-boyfriend? I was unaware. Qin Sheng winked at her, and Jiang Jiangguo understood immediately, falling silent without further inquiry. Mu Yuan nodded repeatedly as he accepted the clothes. The vehicle found a suitable spot to halt, and he disembarked to change, removing his white jumpsuit and handing it to Qin Sheng with utmost seriousness. I do not know what you intend to do with this garment, but it must not be altered or repaired. If it sustains any damage, it will lose its ability to adapt to the wearer's form. With your current technology, it cannot be mended. Upon receiving the clothing, Jiang Jiangguo, ready to burst into laughter, remarked, So, my cherished undergarments remain unattainable? Qin Sheng patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. No worries. The jumpsuit will suffice. It is certainly better than running around in the nude. That is true, Jiang Jiangguo murmured softly. Since acquiring the large apple and spicy strips, Mu Yuan had treasured them within his clothing, occasionally taking them out to savor their scent without consuming any. After repeatedly licking the apple and returning it to his pocket, he finally mustered the courage to inquire. I have yet to ask for your names. May I know how to address you both? I am Jiang Jiangguo. Qin Sheng. Now, could you enlighten me about what is happening? What time is it? What transpired here to summon such an array of creatures? Qin Sheng spoke in a low, serious tone. If you truly hail from 100 millennia hence, I can only express my profound regret. You have arrived in an ill-fated era. Had you traversed time a few years earlier, you would have witnessed a flourishing civilization rather than the perilous existence we face today. Qin Sheng recounted the events leading to the apocalypse. We are presently en route to the Haiqing base, the nearest assembly point for humanity. Should you have no other immediate plans, we could escort you there along the way. Within the base, conditions are assuredly safer than the wilderness. Given your high-tech nano attire, feel free to inquire about anything. This is our agreed exchange. Along the journey, Mu Yuan was akin to a boundless well of questions, his chatter uninterrupted, while Qin Sheng responded with unwavering candor. The closer we approached Haiqing base, the more survivors we encountered along the road. Some traveled on foot, while others pedaled bicycles. Fuel is scarce, and bicycles, being silent and not relying on gasoline, have become the most practical mode of transportation. A few motorists were also spotted, yet all remained eerily quiet. Survivors on foot would occasionally gesture for a ride as vehicles passed, but none halted. In times like these, trusting a stranger with one's safety feels akin to inviting a dagger to one's back. One can never predict when it might strike. Observing the vehicle's complete disregard for their plight, the faces of those waiting contorted with desperation, yet they refrained from shouting or cursing, fearful of awakening lurking horrors. Some merely picked up stones to hurl in frustration. Confronted with the specter of death brought by the otherworldly, most individuals exhibited remarkable restraint in their tempers. However, a few were inclined to reach out and harm their fellow humans amidst the calamity. As we merged onto the national highway, we beheld a group of armed men blocking the road. Approximately 200 meters ahead lay a wide sheet of iron embedded with nails, obstructing 3/4 of the thoroughfare. Navigating around, it was virtually impossible. The men brandished an array of weapons, machetes, iron rods, and a particularly conspicuous bald man wielding a shotgun. Behind them lay a substantial cache of supplies, evidently left behind by previous survivors. Yet, the most striking sight was a grim pile of corpses sprawled on the ground, bloodied and mangled. Among them were several naked female bodies. This gang not only robbed, but also committed heinous acts. As our vehicle approached this grim tableau, Jiang Jiangguo slowed the car. Old Qin, we seem to have encountered highway robbers. Should we stop or charge through? The decision is yours. However, if we attempt to rush past, I fear all 4 tires may be ruined, and given the time required for repairs, reaching the base before nightfall would be a daunting challenge. Qin Sheng's gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies, icy and resolute. I harbor a profound disdain for extending my hand towards creatures of my own kind. Jiangguo, accelerate and charge straight ahead. That vehicle? Trust me. Mu Yuan, fasten your seatbelt. Qin Sheng's gaze lowered, her long eyelashes casting shadows reminiscent of storm-tossed seas. Everyone, brace yourselves. As Jiang Jian's voice echoed, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, hurtling towards the group of individuals. You scoundrels, perish at once. On the road, a lean figure awaited the next wave of unsuspecting prey, setting down his binoculars. With an air of excitement, he turned to his companions and exclaimed, "Hey, there are 3 beautiful women in that car, and that one with white hair is stunning. Boss, let the white-haired lady be your first delight. Once you're done, don't be hasty to kill. Let the brothers have a taste too." Upon hearing of the alluring women, a tall, bald man erupted into laughter, revealing a mouth full of dark, soot-stained teeth. Well, it seems our lean friend has grown picky these past few days. He was unsatisfied even with a mere novice earlier. Now he's elated. She must be a celestial beauty. Ha ha, let us stick to the old ways. Keep the supplies, and the women are for our personal enjoyment. Ha ha ha. Life in this apocalypse is splendid. That woman from this morning, though filthy, is clearly adorned in designer goods. Such women were once beyond our wildest dreams. Now we not only dare to dream, but can indulge at will. Ha ha. The group continued their raucous banter. The bald man, the one wielding a gun, suddenly sensed something amiss. The vehicle was only a few hundred meters away, yet showed no signs of slowing down. This can't be good. Surely, these fools do not intend to ram us directly. They wouldn't dare abandon their vehicle. To his horror, the car accelerated. Move aside quickly. Chapter 25, Highrisk Base. At the bald man's command, the group hastily scrambled to the side. These audacious women, they intend to run us down. Once their tires are punctured and the car ceases to move, I shall ensure they meet a gruesome end. His eyes were fixed on the approaching vehicle, which bore down upon them, its menacing exterior adorned with iron spikes, and the smile on his lips became increasingly difficult to suppress. His mind conjured 100 ways to torment those ungrateful women. However, as the roar of the engine drew nearer, the smile on his lips began to freeze. Suddenly, from the vehicle's window, several vines shot forth with remarkable speed, one of which ensnared a piece of metal and hurled it off the road with a resounding crash. The other vines, however, surged directly towards him and his companions. They were awakened. There are awakened beings in that car. Everyone be cautious. Upon witnessing the vines, which appeared to possess sentience as they sped towards them, panic ensued among the group, and they scrambled to escape over the roadside barrier. The bald man, in his frantic flight, fired his weapon towards the car window. Yet, he barely managed to flee a few meters when a vine shot through his forehead. Then, his entire head exploded like a ripe watermelon, splattering red and white everywhere. The others, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, immediately lost all will to resist, scrambling to escape with their weapons in frantic haste. The bald man was dead. Run for your lives. No. Please don't kill me. Spare me, I beg you. Help. Just as a few of them managed to climb over the railing, they were yanked back by the vines, falling to the ground, tears and snot streaming down their faces, each one louder in their pleas for mercy. Yet, this was far from over. Comparatively, the bald man had met his end the most mercifully, for the vines ensnared the remaining few, dragging them along the national highway. Jiang Jianguo watched through the rearview mirror as their screams faded, leaving behind a trail of dark red blood. Gradually, their legs were torn away, their lower halves ground down until only a few bald heads remained. The vines then retracted, yet those heads continued to roll forward, propelled by inertia, resembling scattered bowling balls. Mu Yuan observed the silent woman in front of him, drinking water, and his respect for her strength grew even further. She was a true powerhouse. Moreover, a benevolent one at that. Although Qin Sheng had said little throughout, he noticed that her demeanor changed to coldness only upon seeing those naked corpses. Prior to that, she had seemed so nonchalant, almost dismissive of such trivial adversaries. As they continued on their journey, any obstruction in front of their vehicle, whether from those seeking a free ride or with ill intentions, was met with a relentless charge. Those in their path, instead of slowing down, found themselves hastily trying to evade the speeding vehicle, leaving behind a cacophony of curses. At 7 o'clock in the evening, as the sun set in the west, they arrived at the outskirts of the Highrisk Base. The Highrisk Base was easily identifiable, having been established at the renowned Xian High Resort, which had just been completed and was yet to open for business when the apocalypse struck. Countless individuals were making their way towards the base, even from a distance. The number of survivors and vehicles visibly increased, leading to a traffic jam. Qin Sheng found vehicles surrounding them, their black Land Rover inching forward amidst the flow of cars. Old Qin, it seems many are seeking refuge at the Highrisk Base. The number of vehicles is nearly rivaling that of the morning rush hour. Just think before the apocalypse. The city had a population of several million. Even if 80 had perished or mutated, there would still be nearly 1 million survivors. Numerous factories in the surrounding industrial parks contributed to this. Just one Foxconn branch employed hundreds of thousands. And if you consider other electronics and garment factories, the numbers only multiply. Jiang Jiangguo exclaimed in surprise. Haas, I truly hadn't considered that. Previously, I seldom encountered other survivors in the city. At times, I even developed the illusion that only the two of us remained in the world. Just then, behind them, Mu Yuan spoke up. Gentlemen, now that you have arrived at the Haiqing base, I shall not trouble you any further. Are you leaving just like that? Jiang Jiangguo was about to inquire further when Qin Sheng interrupted him. He pulled out a black backpack from beneath his seat. Though I would have liked to barter your clothing for an apple and some spicy strips, I reconsidered and decided to offer you some food instead. A fair exchange to settle our debts. He then uttered 2 words. Farewell. Thank you. Farewell. Mu Yuan accepted the backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and without further ado, opened the car door and jumped out. His striking white hair made him the center of attention the moment he exited the vehicle, striding directly towards the base's entrance. Jiang Jiangguo, with a contemplative expression, remarked, Old Qin, do you think he truly hails from humanity 10,000 years in the future? I still suspect he might be an extraterrestrial in disguise. Why concern ourselves with who he is? Some knowledge is best left undiscovered. We ought to live our own lives. The more we know, the deeper the bonds, the greater the trouble. Qin Sheng gazed out the window, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle to the sky. Sorrowfully, he retrieved a bucket of warm fried chicken from the space around him. How wonderful it is to leave. I can finally indulge in fried chicken without restraint. Jiang Jiangguo, would you like a drumstick? Yes, I want to. The car, caught in the traffic flow, moved at a snail's pace. The window insulated them from the sweltering heat outside, providing a refreshing coolness within. The two of them reveled in the air conditioning while savoring their fried chicken, feeling as carefree as deities. Old Qin, I want some ice-cold soda. Is there any left? Of course. I have stockpiled provisions that could last us 10 lifetimes. Drink to your heart's content. I'll get you a 2-liter bottle. Thank you, Old Qin. I love you. I want it with ice. Fantastic. Indeed, there was something liberating about being without outsiders. They felt utterly at ease together. Old Qin, I must advise you, never seek out a man for romance. What man could compare to a best friend? If you indulge in fleeting pleasures, ensure there is an equitable exchange. But if you fall in love, my freedom shall be compromised. At this, Jiang Jiangguo felt the chicken leg lose its appeal. Fortunately, that charming extraterrestrial had departed. Had they remained together, what if Old Qin developed feelings for him? Would I not find myself at a loss? Would Old Qin still invite me for late-night snacks? Chapter 26. Entering the base, even amidst the lengthy traffic. All survivors present endeavored to maintain silence. There were no quarrels, no honking horns. Those who had managed to survive until now had largely grown accustomed to uttering no sound. Qin Sheng munched on a chicken wing while surveying the terrain. Before the cataclysm, the new Sea City resort had yet to officially commence operations, and she had never set foot inside, remaining oblivious to its interior. Gazing ahead, at the terminus of the flowing traffic, stood an imposing wall, soaring to a height of at least 10 stories, extending infinitely on both sides, rendering its end invisible. It seemed to encircle the entire resort. The wall was constructed from massive stones, an endless expanse emanating a primal and formidable sense of power. Upon the defensive wall were mounted artillery emplacements, alongside patrols wielding machine guns, ever vigilant in observing the situation below, ready to quell any insurrection without hesitation. This was indeed a monumental undertaking. It appeared that the Sea City base boasted a considerable number of individuals with extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, such an immense project could not have been completed in such a short span of time. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, darkness enveloped the land rather late, nearly approaching 9 o'clock before the night fully descended. Over an hour had passed, and it was now past 8. The twilight lingered. Yet the moonlight began to emerge on the horizon. At last, it was their turn to disembark. Please exit the vehicle for registration. At the entrance of the base, alongside armed guards, a few staff members awaited. The one who spoke was an armed guard, and behind a long table stood a bespectacled young man with thick registration books, pens, and a fingerprint scanner before him. The two alighted from the vehicle. Upon seeing the cleanly dressed and rosy-cheeked Qin Sheng, the young man momentarily faltered before quickly regaining his composure. His gaze then shifted to Jiang Jiangguo behind her, and he froze again. This time due to the striking height of the woman, clearly above 1 meter 80. She towered over many men, having undergone rigorous training with a heavy sword. Her sun-kissed muscles were well-defined, radiating strength. Fortunately, Jiang Jiangguo's features were delicate, unmistakably feminine. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to discern her gender. She resembled a female version of Lu Zhishan. The registration personnel involuntarily swallowed hard, then returned to normalcy, refraining from lingering on her for too long. Instead, he addressed the two. According to the requirements, please provide your level, name, age, specialties, and whether you possess awakened abilities. His tone was indifferent, yet maintained a modicum of politeness, while his eyes gleamed with anticipation as he observed Jiang Jiangguo, who had taken the pen to begin her registration. These two, dressed neatly and with a healthy complexion, were evidently from a well-fed team. At this juncture, to still be well-nourished, at least one of them must surely be an awakened one. This muscular girl, in particular, radiated potential. The registration personnel discreetly noted Jiang Jiangguo's name, and upon seeing her mark the line for extraordinary ability level, he could not help but reveal a subtle smile of affirmation. An animalistic ability user. Quite impressive. A capable fighter indeed. Old Qin, it's your turn. After completing the registration, Jiang Jiangguo handed the registration book to Qin Sheng. She deftly inscribed her abilities upon it. When it came to the section regarding special powers, she confidently noted her botanical abilities alongside her spatial prowess. In the pre-apocalyptic world, society was divided by wealth and status. And even in the aftermath, distinctions persisted. Those who had awakened their powers would not be easily suppressed, regardless of where they ventured. She included her spatial abilities, knowing that such powers were not particularly rare, with awakening probabilities akin to those of other abilities. However, typical spatial ability users had limited capacity. Especially at the novice level, their spatial dimensions generally encompassed only a few cubic meters, sufficient for personal supplies or a select few crucial items. By registering her spatial powers, she aimed to mitigate any surprise should she need to utilize her abilities in the future. Furthermore, even if others were to notice, they would likely assume her spatial capabilities were merely at a basic level, thus avoiding undue attention. Upon recognizing that Qin Sheng was a dual ability user, the registrar smiled once more. Although botanical abilities lacked offensive potential and primarily served logistical purposes, spatial abilities, while not exceedingly beneficial, were better than nothing. The staff pointed towards another individual managing a fingerprint machine, instructing them to record their fingerprints. The system would log their personal information, subsequently issuing them identification cards akin to former identity cards, which would be used for task contributions and point settlements, vital not to misplace. Within the base, contribution points functioned as the currency for transactions. The duo proceeded to record their fingerprints. After about a minute, a staff member emerged from a small room, presenting them with 2 cards. To enter the base, a fee of 20 pounds of grain was required. However, if they lacked provisions, arrangements could be made for work upon entry with deductions from earned work credits. Yet, should they choose to pay in grain, they would not be compelled to accept assigned work, thus enjoying greater freedom. Qin Sheng was not the least bit surprised to learn that grain was required for entry into the base. In her previous life, she had visited numerous bases, each with its own entry requirements. Moreover, the high city base was notably humane, allowing for credit in the absence of food, facilitating work arrangements where wages could be offset against the debt. This measure could indeed salvage a substantial number of survivors. After all, aside from a few endowed individuals, most ordinary people could scarcely carry such quantities of supplies, often fleeing on empty stomachs, compared to those barred from entry, succumbing to starvation or falling prey to feral beasts. The current group arriving at the high city base was undoubtedly fortunate. Qin Sheng nodded at Jiang Jiangguo, not wishing to be thrust into immediate work upon entering the base. Jiang Jiangguo promptly opened the trunk of his vehicle, retrieving 2 bags of rice, each weighing 20 pounds. Just enough for each of them. A staff member approached, receiving 2 bags of rice and turning to carry them back into the small dwelling. The bespectacled registrar produced a rudimentary map and handed it to the 2 individuals. This map illustrated the distribution of facilities within the entire estate. Continue deeper along the path, following the signage, and you'll find the parking lot. Locate your accommodations according to the map. Once you arrive, you will know. Thank you. Qin Sheng nodded and returned to the vehicle. Jiang Jiangguo pressed the accelerator, driving through the main gate of the base. Indeed, they soon spotted the sign for the parking lot and, following it, drove for about 10 minutes. A vast expanse of parking lot unfolded before them, already brimming with a dense array of vehicles, seemingly without end, easily numbering in the tens of thousands. It was evident that this had originally been an open-air parking lot, with canopies of various colors overhead. Some were even covered in plastic sheeting, indicating makeshift additions. The base appeared to pay attention to detail. Without these canopies, vehicles would be left exposed to the searing sun, likely causing their tires to melt. Jiang Jiangguo chuckled as he maneuvered the car into a parking space. During this time, Qin Sheng had memorized the essential details from a map. Upon unfolding it, one could see just how simplistic it was, consisting merely of concentric white lines and boxes labeled with terms like parking lot, dormitory, supermarket, and hospital. In addition to the sketch terrain, there were also essential rules for the base's survivors. After reviewing it, she handed the map to Jiang Jiangguo. Here are some regulations of the base. Take a look and make a note of them. Chapter 27. I am quite inexpensive. Once Jiang Jiangguo had committed the base's rules to memory, the two leisurely exited the vehicle and strolled outside. As they stepped out of the parking lot, they spotted the reception personnel mentioned by the registrar. Under the shade of trees at the parking lot exit, clusters of survivors were squatting, adults, the elderly, and children alike. These individuals wore tattered clothing, their frames gaunt, and their skin darkened by the sun. Upon seeing newcomers emerge from the parking lot, they rushed forward, clamoring for tourists, offering to act as guides. Just as Qin Sheng and her companion crossed the threshold, a figure darted toward them like a gust of wind, swiftly grasping Qin Sheng's pant leg. Like a little wolf cub, the child turned and scolded the others pursuing behind. I got here first. This person is mine. We agreed that whoever catches a guest first gets to keep them. This seemed to be a rule among them. Qin Sheng remained silent, while Jiang Jiangguo dutifully stood behind her, laden with several large backpacks and a heavy sword. These backpacks were filled with snacks that Jiang Jiangguo relished, and she found it cumbersome to continually ask Qin Sheng for more. Thus, she preferred to pack several large bags at once, replenishing only after finishing them. The young boy appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, slender as a twig, with limbs that resembled mere sticks. His clothing was greasy and emitted a pungent odor of sweat. His head was completely shaved, a hairstyle not uncommon among survivors. The other survivors he had repelled swiftly turned to seize opportunities with other patrons. Do you need a guide? He inquired, turning his head with a fierce expression that transformed instantly, shifting from a tempestuous storm to a gentle spring breeze. He was indeed a promising candidate for a performer of Sichuan opera's face-changing artistry. Noticing that Qin Sheng had empty hands while Jiang Jiangguo carried several hefty bags, he immediately discerned who held authority between the two. With a continued grin directed at Qin Sheng, he declared, "Sister, I'm quite affordable. I know the way very well. If you hire me, you will certainly not regret it. Is that so? Just how affordable are you?" She asked. "Anything you can spare will suffice. As long as it's edible. A loaf of bread, a steamed bun, a handful of rice, instant noodles, or even some biscuits. I'm not picky." The boy's eagerness was palpable. Qin Sheng, though not empty-handed, carried a modest backpack. In comparison to Jiang Jiangguo's substantial load, hers was scarcely significant. She retrieved a packet of breakfast biscuits from her bag and offered them to the boy, despite possessing a map. Its simplicity rendered it nearly useless, as many locations were unclearly marked, providing only the whereabouts of certain official establishments. Navigating with a map proved cumbersome. "Lead the way. I need to find a place to stay first. Do you know how accommodations are arranged in the base?" "I do," the boy exclaimed, taking the biscuits and tearing open the packet, eagerly stuffing pieces into his mouth as he spoke. "I was among the first group of survivors to arrive, so there is nothing about the base that I don't know. There are two types of accommodations. One is free, and the other is paid." Curious, Jiang Jiangguo asked, "What is the difference between the free and paid options?" The base is divided into 3 living zones. Areas A and B are for paid housing, while Area C is free. Area A is the most luxurious, home to prominent figures, featuring standalone villas, and thus commands the highest fees. It's an elite enclave. Wealth alone does not guarantee entry. Area B predominantly consists of suites, with rents based on the size of the accommodation. The larger the space, the steeper the rent. Many awakened individuals and capable folks reside here, representing the middle class. Area C, however, is the impoverished district and the most chaotic. It offers free communal dormitories, large shared rooms. 60 individuals share a single room, each with a bed. Nonetheless, Those residing in the free dorms must complete certain tasks assigned by the base. And refusal is not an option. Generally, the tasks are straightforward, such as cleaning the streets, repairing items, or transporting bricks at construction sites for new houses. If one truly wishes to avoid the crowd and lacks funds, they can pitch a tent in the open grounds of Area C without interference from the base. Although residing in a communal dormitory may be cramped and require payment, the base offers a certain level of protection, ensuring a degree of personal safety. In contrast, pitching one's own tent leaves one vulnerable and unprotected from potential theft or harm, as the base would not intervene in such matters. Consequently, the vast majority opt for communal living arrangements, with only the truly desperate, the elderly, the ill, or the unscrupulous choosing to camp alone. As Qin Sheng listened to the boy's words, she surveyed her surroundings. The paid accommodations were straightforward, featuring options such as 4-person rooms, 8-person rooms, as well as 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom apartments. If one possessed ample funds, residing in a villa in Area A was also feasible. I will guide you to the housing management office. That is where you can rent a place. The boy, munching as he walked, soon licked the crumbs from his bag clean. Are you not taking any back with you? Qin Sheng inquired, observing the boy engrossed in his task. Why would I take any back? My mom insists that I eat whatever I find immediately. Only then is it truly safe. He continued, I once tried to secretly hide my food, but it never worked. It always got taken from me. Those rascals even searched me thoroughly, lifting my buttocks to check for hidden snacks. They were terrified I might conceal something in there. Have you ever actually hidden something there? Jiang Jiangguo asked curiously, leaning closer. Of course, the boy replied matter-of-factly, then lamented, I once concealed 2 bear-shaped biscuits in my rear. I intended to save them for a midnight snack. However, they found them, and I thought they would be too disgusted to eat them. Yet to my surprise, they still devoured them, albeit with disdain. How ridiculous! They have no standards. Jiang Jiangguo burst into laughter. The two continued their banter as they walked. After a brief period, a 2-story building came into view, marked prominently with the words Housing Management Office. Inside the hall, a row of desks lined up, each equipped with a computer, with long queues forming in front of each. The boy led Qin Sheng directly to the desk of a slightly overweight middle-aged woman. Come on, let us queue up. That's my aunt over there. We have connections. As soon as he spoke, the woman shot him a fierce glare, retorting, What connections do you have? Stop babbling nonsense. Qin Sheng smiled and followed the boy to stand in line, while Jiang Jiangguo found a seat to wait. After a while, it was finally Qin Sheng's turn. The woman cast a disinterested glance at the boy and remarked dryly, Looks like you've had your fill today. This is the 3rd guest. Senti it? Your mother can save some food for dinner. She then turned her attention to Qin Sheng, her expression still impassive and businesslike. Would you prefer to stay in a free communal dormitory, or would you like to pay for accommodation? I would like to rent a 2-bedroom apartment, Qin Sheng replied. The woman typed a few keystrokes on the computer, bringing up a screen. In District B, there were a total of 30 apartment buildings, of which buildings 1 through 26 were fully occupied. The remaining buildings still had vacancies, each floor housing 4 units, with a total height of 8 stories. Which floor would you prefer? The top floor. I wish to reside on the highest level, Qin Sheng replied without hesitation. I'm not daunted by climbing stairs. Living on the top floor meant that only the 3 households opposite her door would pass by. The fewer people, the better. She detested crowds. The woman nodded. Then it shall be building 27, 8th floor. Payment first, then we shall inspect the apartment. 50 kilograms of grain per month. She added, noting that later, contribution points on the identity card could be used for rent. Glancing at the little boy beside her, she continued, the orientation and lighting of this building are quite favorable, and the decor is acceptable. Water and electricity are connected. If you require gas, you may purchase it at the base. Chapter 28. The misguided best friend. After paying the rent, they received the keys. The boy led Qin Sheng downstairs to the residential building. Task accomplished. He then hurriedly dashed towards a parking lot. This accommodation area was populated with 7-story apartment blocks, their exteriors appearing fresh, as if recently constructed. Indeed, upon entering, they noticed signs of recent completion. The pristine white walls bore splatters of plaster, and the stainless steel railings still had their protective film intact. Ascending to the 7th floor, for security doors greeted them. Their rented apartment was 704, the last one, adjacent to the rooftop stairs. Unlocking the door, Qin Sheng gazed at the interior decor, momentarily taken aback. The walls were stark white, the floor remained bare cement, and a solitary incandescent bulb hung from the ceiling. It felt eerily reminiscent of a haunted house. Is this the current trend of bare-bones design? What bare-bones design? This is downright unfinished. Old Qin, have we been swindled? Jiang Jiangguo looked bewildered. Observing that the doors of units 702 and 703 were ajar, Qin Sheng turned and opened them. Upon inspection, for reasons unknown, her previously gloomy mood found a glimmer of solace. Goodness, compared to these two units, theirs felt remarkably well-furnished. The other apartments were entirely in a raw, unrefined state. What on earth is this? Jiang Jiangguo, skeptical, followed Qin Sheng and peered inside. Oh my, these walls are completely bare, not even a coat of paint. They've only connected water and electricity, and all the pipes are exposed. That boy was truthful. His aunt truly is his aunt. We haven't been cheated. I wonder which two unfortunate souls will end up renting these units. They will be in for shock. Such is the nature of humanity. When one faces misfortune, the pain can feel unbearable. Yet, witnessing others in a more dire predicament can bring a sense of relief. This is the essence of human nature. Upon entering room 704, Qin Sheng first inspected the facilities within, confirming the availability of water and electricity. As for natural gas, the base did not currently supply it. However, an older lady mentioned that they sold canisters of gas, which could be procured independently. Qin Sheng intended to reside at the base for an extended period. Thus, the foremost task at hand was to embark on renovations. Yet, with darkness having fallen, the two opted to eat a light meal before settling down on makeshift bedding for the night. At the break of dawn, they commenced their renovation endeavors. The initial undertaking involved the installation of curtains, full blackout, cream-colored linen drapes, paired with sheer panels that allowed light yet preserved privacy. Jiang Jiangguo wielded a hammer, diligently affixing the framework to the walls, and only after securing it did they hang the curtains. It was broad daylight, and sleep was unnecessary. So Qin Sheng promptly drew the sheer curtains to shield against prying eyes. They then began to leisurely prepare for the subsequent tasks. Although it was merely 9 in the morning, the sun outside blazed fiercely. The thermometer on the balcony indicated an indoor temperature of 52 degrees. Clad in tank tops and shorts, they busied themselves indoors, perspiration cascading down like rain. While Jiang Jiangguo assembled furniture, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Adapting to the oppressive heat, Qin Sheng deftly replaced the lock cylinder on the security door before sealing all windows and doors. She dragged several large plastic basins from the space, filling them with substantial blocks of ice. Then, she retrieved an electric fan, plugged it in, and set it in motion. The ice blocks melted at a visibly rapid pace, yet Qin Sheng exhibited no remorse. She had stockpiled ample nitrate for ice making, enough to potentially create 2 icebergs. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of ice and the whirring fan, Jiang Jiangguo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He swiftly rose, assisting Qin Sheng to the newly assembled sofa, displaying remarkable attentiveness. Old Qin, my dear old Qin, you sit here and take a breather. You are in charge of cooling things down. Let me handle the rest. Isn't it a bit unfair for you to do all the work alone? She inquired. Who says it's unfair? It's splendid. I take pride in labor. It brings honor. Don't you dare try to take over. If you do, I'll get upset. Just one thing. Please ensure the temperature in the room doesn't rise too high, all right? Qin Sheng chuckled, somewhat exasperated, yet unable to refuse his insistence on arresting. Thus, during the ensuing hours, Qin Sheng nibbled on pickled chicken feet as she wandered about the room, contemplating the arrangement of furniture. She had amassed a considerable collection, some salvaged from the post-apocalyptic era, while others were pre-ordered from Furniture Factory and required assembly. Given that this cement floor is prone to dirt, should we opt for linoleum or hardwood flooring? Jiang Jiangguo queried. Hardwood flooring. We must not compromise on living standards. I can assemble the flooring, so rest assured. Shall we replace this incandescent lamp? I have a beautiful crystal chandelier in stock. Absolutely. Bring it forth, and I shall install it. Let us adorn the kitchen cabinets in white. Should we also consider an exhaust hood? Indeed, we must, for without it, cooking spicy peppers would be disastrous. Jiang Jiangguo, which bedroom shall you occupy? The master or the guest? I have no preference. I will take whichever room you dislike. You are quite particular. You may choose first. Jiang Jiangguo, do you know how to handle electricity? The kitchen outlet appears to be non-functional. Could it be broken? Leave it be. Do not touch it. It is dangerous. Allow me, for I possess a decade of experience as an electrician. I can discern whether the circuit is live with a mere touch. 10 minutes later, Jiang Jiangguo emerged from the kitchen, his hair resembling an explosion and his face smudged with soot. With a triumphant grin, he revealed pearly white teeth, albeit with wisps of smoke escaping from the gaps. Ahem, I told you, I am experienced. I can tell if there's electricity with just a touch. Ahem. Qin Sheng stared in bewilderment at Jiang Jiangwo, whose complexion was reminiscent of a judge from the ancient tales, coupled with his wild hairstyle. I placed a voltage tester in the kitchen. Did you not use it? Oh, can that contraption compare to the precision of my hand? Jiang Jiangwo waved dismissively and returned to his task of installing the electrical appliances. After observing him for a full 3 seconds, Qin Sheng confirmed Jiang Jiangwo's lucidity and relaxed slightly. Yet, she cautioned, next time, to use the voltage tester, should the voltage be high. It could incapacitate you in an instant. What do you know? A true warrior continually challenges his limits. Our bodies have awakened extraordinary abilities. We are impervious to temperatures exceeding 50 degrees. Can we remain the same as before? Let me tell you, Lao Qin, I've devised a plan. I shall pursue a path of physical enhancement, rigorously training my muscles. Once I acclimate to safe household electricity, I shall attempt high voltage. After mastering high voltage, I shall invite lightning strikes. Haha, I aspire to achieve an invincible physique, impervious to blades and electricity. Lao Qin, await the day you can lean on my strength. My presence shall be your blessing. The chicken claw in Qin Sheng's hand fell to the ground with a clatter as she gazed at the exuberant Jiang Jiangwo, her lips twitching slightly. What to do? This reckless friend seems even more determined than in the past. In the previous life, Jiang Jiangwo merely pushed himself to the brink. He never considered electrocuting himself. One miscalculation with the voltage could lead to calamity. Chapter 29. Who the hell is stewing excrement? Electricity is not something to be trifled with. A mere experiment could lead to demise. Qin Sheng, alarmed, spent considerable time persuading Jiang Jiangwo to abandon the notion. However, upon seeing Jiang Jiangwo's eager countenance despite his verbal agreement, she realized her efforts had fallen short. After a bustling morning, their 2-bedroom apartment had finally transformed from a bare shell to a splendidly decorated abode. Glancing up at the luminous crystal chandelier, Qin Sheng's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Jiang Jiangwo, what would you like for lunch? Today, your desires shall be fulfilled. I yearn for some snail rice noodles, duck feet casserole, durian pizza, and fried stinky tofu. Upon realizing he had the floor to speak, Jiang Jiangwo unleashed a formidable array of culinary delights. Indeed, Qin Sheng had amassed quite a collection of these dishes, favored by Jiang, within her space, as she herself relished them. Best friends often share similar tastes. 2 steaming bowls of snail rice noodles and duck feet casserole were brought forth from her space, radiating warmth. As the stinky tofu and various side dishes emerged, the room was enveloped in a chaotic symphony of tantalizing and pungent aromas, akin to a grand culinary battleground. Beholding the sumptuous spread before them, Qin Sheng retrieved 2 chilled bottles of Fanta from her space, 1 for each. Jiang Jiangwo, having washed his hands, settled cross-legged before the coffee table, swallowing in anticipation as he watched Qin Sheng pour the soda into glasses. The effervescent bubbles danced and fizzed within the glasses. Suddenly, as if possessed by a whimsical spirit, he inquired, by the way, Lao Qin, do you happen to have any herring in a can? I once saw a short video. That thing is said to be incredibly potent. I've never had the courage to try it, but if you happen to have some, why don't we give it a whirl? Herring in a can? As Qin Sheng located a comedy film on her tablet, she turned to Jiang Jiangwo with a puzzled expression. What is that? Is it delicious? A memory resurfaced of a time when she scavenged for supplies at the supermarket, only to find the shelves stripped bare, save for a few rows of untouched canned goods. The label on one of them seemed to read herring in a can. Wait a moment, let me check my space. Indeed, she had never heard of such a thing, but seeing the cans left behind, she thought it wise to collect them rather than let them go to waste. She rummaged through the corners of her space and, to her surprise, discovered a stash of herring cans. Handing one to Jiang Jiangwo, she asked, "Is this the can you mentioned?" Yes, that's the one," Jiang Jiangwo exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he rushed forward to take it from her. "I've seen online that this is reputed to be exceedingly foul-smelling, even worse than excrement. I've always been curious about what could possibly be so uniquely unpleasant. Lao Qin, let us open a can and taste it. How does the flavor compare to snail rice noodles?" "I bet snail rice noodles would pale in comparison." Qin Sheng regarded Jiang Jiangwo, his eyes gleaming with excitement and impatience. Coupled with his vivid description, she couldn't help but recall the old dog that once guarded her home. That dog, though accustomed to gourmet meals, would always light up at the sight of excrement, rushing over to devour it with delight. The resemblance between that memory and the eager figure before her was oddly striking. In an instant, her interest in this so-called Harrington waned as she pointed toward the security door. "Jiang Jiangguo, you should dine in the hallway. It's well ventilated there. Can I eat inside?" Qin Sheng shook his head. "No." "Then, Lao Qin, would you care to join me for a meal outside? We ought to be bold in embracing new experiences, shouldn't we?" Qin Sheng, with an expressionless demeanor, shook his head. "I am not one to pursue progress. I merely wish to languish. Therefore, you must bravely venture forth on your own. I shall rely on you in the future. The doctor advised me to avoid strenuous food. I'm only suited for soft meals." "Very well then." Jiang Jiangguo, clutching a can of herring in one hand and a small wooden stool in the other, stepped out, glancing back 3 times. Before closing the door, he reminded, "Lao Qin, you enjoy your own snail noodles. Do not consume mine as well. And do reserve half of the duck feet pot for me." "Understood, understood. Go on without worry." Qin Sheng set the tablet down and pressed play. As he watched a film, he slurped the noodles, responding without turning his head. Bang! The security door closed. Jiang Jiangguo settled in the hallway and took several deep breaths. "I refuse to believe there exists a food in this world that I would shy away from. After all, it is the end of the world. Today, I shall transcend my limits." With a serious expression, she opened the can, peering at the murky liquid within. Its appearance was unappealing. "Let me first assess the aroma. As the saying goes, one must not judge by appearances. Food is no different. Perhaps this unsightly concoction is delightful to the palate." Jiang Jiangguo leaned down, inhaling deeply from the can. "Good heavens, what an atrocious stench. How can anything be this foul? Is it even necessary to taste it?" Jiang Jiangguo gazed at the can with trepidation. Having lived for over 20 years, she had never encountered such a repugnant odor. It was as if decayed flesh had mingled with excrement, accompanied by an indescribable sourness of fermentation. The stench was overwhelmingly domineering. This could easily serve as a biological weapon. For behind the security door, Qin Sheng nibbled on crispy duck feet while peering through the peephole. Hearing the retching sounds from within, he felt immensely grateful for his restraint. To make Jiang Jiangguo, who could munch on crabs while squatting on the toilet, feel nauseated was no ordinary feat. Just as Jiang Jiangguo contemplated surrender, she heard Qin Sheng's voice from the door. "Jiang Jiangguo, if you cannot eat, then don't. Let us abandon this audacious endeavor. It would be rather unwise to endanger oneself. Is Lao Qin trying to provoke me?" Jiang Jiangguo instinctively sensed that Qin Sheng was employing a tactic of provocation. "It's merely a can, albeit with a slight odor. Can it truly send me away? Who does he look down upon? No waities." Initially, there's a bit of discomfort, but after a while, it doesn't feel so unbearable. "Lao Qin, perhaps this thing is simply foul-smelling, yet delectable once tasted. Let me give it a try. If it's good, we shall share it." Upon finishing his words, he took a deep breath, stifling the urge to retch. And with chopsticks, he picked up a limp fish. He thrust it into his mouth, denying himself even a fleeting moment to reconsider. However, the instant the fish touched his tongue, regret washed over him. What an unbearable stench. It was both foul and disgusting. He recalled that on the other side of the cat's eye, a pair of eyes were fixed upon him. Jiang Jiangguo, suppressing his nausea, bit down. One may exhibit cowardice, yet one must maintain an imposing demeanor. Damn it, it was both soft and mushy. The texture was revolting. "So how does it smell? Does it taste good?" Qin Sheng inquired through the security door. Jiang Jiangguo wanted to respond that it was dreadful. Yet, the thought of being the sole consumer of such a putrid dish, only to be ridiculed by Qin Sheng for eternity, made him instinctively wish to drag her down with him, to share in the misery together. Brothers in arms. Let no one mock the other henceforth. "Delicious," he managed to mumble, his mouth full of herring, lacking the courage to swallow. "It's tasty, albeit it smells foul." Before he could finish, he was overwhelmed and gagged. Qin Sheng looked at him with skepticism. "Really, is it delicious?" "Indeed. So good. Ugh. Truly delightful. Ugh. Old Qin, I'm not lying, it's genuinely delectable. Melt in your mouth good? Ugh. I can't continue." At that moment, a furious shout echoed from downstairs. Who in this building is simmering excrement? Even in hunger, one should not resort to this. Ugh. To the brother stewing excrement. Could you kindly close your door while eating? Chapter 30. The market hearing the curses from the hallway. Qin Sheng quickly pinched her nose and hurriedly brought the small stool and the remaining half can of herring into her room. She swiftly shut the door. fearing that the scent would lead others to her doorstep. Gazing at the can of herring in her hand, Qin Sheng felt immensely relieved that she had not partaken in this abomination with Jiang Jiangguo. This could hardly be classified as food. It was a biochemical weapon. Wait, a weapon? An idea sparked in Qin Sheng's mind, and just as she was about to dispose of the can down the drain, she hesitated. Contemplating the putrid can of herring, she pondered deeply. Moments later, a sly smile crept upon her lips. Indeed, if this weapon was inedible, it could surely serve as a formidable tool of destruction. She could easily envision herself in future confrontations, seizing the opportunity to hurl a can of herring like a torpedo at her unsuspecting adversaries. The can would explode above them, raining down brine and fish upon them. The expressions on their faces would be nothing short of spectacular. With this thought, she swiftly sealed the remaining half can with cling film and tucked it away in her space. There was still quite a bit left. It must not go to waste. The next time you encounter such a can, be sure to bring it back. It is truly a necessity for home and travel. When she emerged, Jiang Jiangguo was already savoring a large bowl of snail noodles, slurping with delight, apart from the cold sweat on his forehead. There was no trace of his earlier bout of nausea. Upon seeing Qin Sheng exit the kitchen, Jiang Jiangguo lamented while continuing to slurp, "Old Qin, I must say, this stuff is utterly inedible. Who on earth could have created such a dreadful dish? It's a scheme to extort and endanger lives. If we come across such a can again, make sure not to bring it home." Upon sharing her earlier thoughts, Jiang Jiangguo instantly revived, his titanium alloy eyes seemingly aglow. "Old Qin, you truly are a genius. How did I not think of that? When I was a child visiting the countryside, a cousin once introduced me to exploding cow dung. We would stuff firecrackers into the manure and then dash away. If you were even slightly slow, you would end up covered in it. That scene is etched in my memory. I imagine the herring can would explode with similar ferocity. I can hardly wait to try." After their meal, the two thoroughly cleaned the house. The daytime heat rendered Qin Sheng too lethargic to venture outside, so she opted for a midday nap at home. Jiang Jiangguo, however, was restless. While Qin Sheng slept, she took her heavy sword to the rooftop, practicing under the blazing sun. The collection belonging to Qin Sheng's grandfather had become increasingly familiar to her, to the point where any spare moment was seized for practice. Almost to the point of obsession, Jiang Jiangguo understood that although she had been enjoying life with Qin Sheng, the apocalypse was perilous. She could not rely on old Qin indefinitely. She needed to become formidable herself. Before the end of the world, she had been old Qin's foremost ally. And after the cataclysm, she must maintain that status. No one could usurp her place. Taking advantage of the setting sun, she returned home and showered with water melted from cooling ice. As she was changing clothes, she heard a knock at her door. Qin Sheng's voice called from outside. "Jiang Jiangguo, I'm planning to visit the base. Would you like to join me?" "Absolutely. Just wait a moment. I'm getting dressed, and we'll be ready shortly." She insisted on accompanying her leader. For what if some outside temptress led old Qin astray? As they stepped outside, the sun was nearly set. However, the wave of heat that greeted them upon opening the door made Qin Sheng frown involuntarily. The temperature felt even higher than it had the day before. In her past life, she had always lived in the north and was unaware of the specifics in Haiqing. Yet, she recalled that shortly after the apocalypse, the north was among the first to experience a plague of insects. This calamity was not merely a matter of locusts passing through. After undergoing evolution, all insects have experienced a tremendous surge in population. Various snakes, insects, rodents, and ants surge forth from the ground like a deluge. It remains uncertain whether such a phenomenon will occur here. Upon descending to the fourth floor, Qin Sheng observed another household moving in. The family appeared quite large, comprising 8 individuals, both adults and children. A sizable truck was parked downstairs, where 2 men in their 30s were unloading items: beds, sofas, pots, and pans, among other things. The remaining adults, children, and an elderly person were responsible for transporting these belongings upstairs, indicating they were likely a family unit. Qin Sheng merely cast a cursory glance before continuing on her way. Jiang Jiangguo, unable to suppress his curiosity, peered into the truck's cargo area a few more times. Once the two had distanced themselves, she remarked, "Qin Sheng, the inside of that truck resembles a mobile home, furnished with tables, chairs, and even a bed. This family certainly has some ingenuity." As Qin Sheng followed the route she remembered from a map, she replied without turning her head, "Though these individuals appear travel-worn, the robust man exudes a certain ruggedness, and the woman, along with the elderly and children, do not seem particularly frail. They likely possess some means. Curiosity can be a double-edged sword. Refrain from prying into every matter. There are always greater forces at play beyond our understanding. While we are not averse to trouble, it is prudent to avoid inviting it. Hey, do you think I'm the sort who stirs up trouble for the sake of it? Jiang Jiangwo retorted. The entire Haiqing base is vast, teeming with survivors. Especially after dark, when the scorching sun has set, the number of wanderers within the base exceeds that of daylight hours. However, the throngs of people move with urgency, some with heads bowed, hastily forging ahead. In this moment, it is not akin to the past, where one might receive a friendly inquiry. Have you eaten? After walking for over 20 minutes, Qin Sheng caught sight of the city's artificial lake, illuminated with a dazzling array of lights. The lively sounds of conversation, shouts, and disputes filled the air. Were it not for the tattered clothing and gaunt figures of most individuals, one might believe they had arrived in a pre-apocalyptic world. According to the map, the Haiqing base has 3 officially designated markets located in the eastern, western, and central districts. The market before them is situated in the central district, adjacent to the artificial lake. Along the roads, every 50 meters, there are illuminated street lamps. Beneath these lamps, a multitude of stalls are set up. Some individuals display their wares on small tables, while others lay out their goods on cloths spread across the ground. Additionally, there are those who squat with 1 or 2 items before them, awaiting potential customers. At this juncture, currency has lost its utility. Most transactions occur through barter or the use of contribution points. The number of visitors is considerable, with people closely packed together, almost reminiscent of a bustling fair. Nonetheless, patrol teams from the base consistently traverse the streets, maintaining order and security. Qin Sheng gazed at the array of goods displayed at the stalls, a dazzling assortment that captured her attention. There were golden jewelry, designer clothing and bags, watches, shoes, and undergarments. Additionally, vendors offered food, water, scraps of fabric, and a few nameless antiques. In the face of the impending apocalypse, golden trinkets and diamonds had once been highly coveted, yet now they were remarkably affordable. Among the survivors manning the stalls, some were evolved beings. Ice-type evolvers sold popsicles in various flavors and blocks of ice for cooling. Earth-type evolvers took on tasks like building walls. Plant-type evolvers offered fruits and grains that they had cultivated. At some stalls, one could find exotic creatures cut in half. Who would actually buy such things? Beautiful lady, interested in some clothing? We have designer bags too. Just a pack of cookies or any food will suffice. Golden jewelry, a clearance sale, only 1 contribution point each. Popsicles, we have flavors like tomato, orange, and cucumber. Buy 1, get 1 free for just 1 contribution point. Hey there, do you need a wall or a mud house? I can help. Lacking contribution points, Qin Sheng traded 2 loaves of bread with an ice-type evolver for 2 orange-flavored popsicles. Although her spatial abilities allowed her to carry items, she felt compelled to purchase something while out and about. After browsing without finding anything appealing, she settled for the popsicles. As they enjoyed their frozen treats, a young man in his 20s, with refined features, hurriedly approached a nearly vacant spot, crossed his legs, and nonchalantly inserted a blade of grass into his hair before calling out. Are there any kind-hearted ladies looking to buy a person? I'm strong and eat little, obedient and not clingy. Please take me in. A middle-aged vendor nearby cast a disdainful glance at him. With those hands and feet, as long as you work hard, you won't starve. Why are you trying to sell yourself? And only to ladies, what a lucky dream you have. The young man seemed oblivious to the comment, continuing to shout enthusiastically. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted 2 women approaching, one tall and robust, wielding a heavy sword, and the other fair-skinned and beautiful, enjoying a popsicle. Both appeared healthy and well-dressed. They were formidable figures. He quickly adjusted his hairstyle and approached them eagerly. Ladies, are you looking to buy someone? I can be your loyal assistant. I can cook and do laundry, anything you need. I'm strong, eat little, and I'm very obedient. Please take me home. No money required. Not $9.98, not $888. Just a bit of food will do. Qin Sheng, savoring her popsicle, turned her head and looked at the young man with a bemused expression, replying coolly, in this day and age, who needs a glutton? Exactly. Jiang Jiangwo, busy and ever cautious, regarded any handsome young man appearing around Qin Sheng with utmost vigilance. Why would he sacrifice his own sustenance to indulge another? Only a fool, suffering from a decade's worth of cerebral thrombosis, would commit such an absurdity. Chapter 31. The Mission Hall, Just moments ago, Jiang Jiangguo had glared fiercely at the young man. But upon turning to Qin Sheng, his demeanor transformed, radiating warmth as if basking in the gentle embrace of spring. "Old Qin, let us be off. There's much to explore ahead." "Ignore him," he said, pulling Qin Sheng along with an insistence that brooked no argument. The young man, wishing to voice a retort, found his words swallowed by Jiang Jiangguo's fierce gaze and returned to his stall, resuming his calls, awaiting the next fortunate patron. Qin Sheng, bemused yet unable to resist Jiang Jiangguo's pull, was advised to maintain her composure and safety as they walked. It wasn't until they had traversed several hundred meters that their pace began to slow. "I confess, I have a penchant for beauty. I appreciate the allure of a lovely visage, but I am not so easily distracted that I would be incapable of movement upon encountering a striking face. If we speak of beauty, that lad with grass on his head pales in comparison to the fair-haired beauty by at least 1%. In the face of such exquisite allure, I remain composed. What more? How could I be swayed by such commonplace charm?" she thought, biting defiantly into her ice pop. At the end of the market lay a crossroads, with the mission hall visible across the street, accompanied by a communal canteen. Within a 3-kilometer radius of the base, a communal canteen was established, allowing survivors to dine on points earned, proving far more economical than cooking for oneself. However, thus far, there was but a single mission center within the entire base. From a distance, Qin Sheng and her companion observed the mission hall, aglow with lights and bustling with activity. Her curiosity piqued. She wandered in that direction, thinking it would be pleasant to peruse. She had anticipated the mission hall to resemble the housing administration office, filled with desks and clerks. However, upon entry, she found only a few staff members responsible for registration. The hall had a distinctly technological ambience, with an entire wall covered in semi-transparent virtual panels, reminiscent of a stock trading center, with streams of red and green information continuously scrolling. Inquiring with a nearby individual, she learned that the top 2 rows of highlighted information were official tasks, while those below were privately posted missions. "You must be newcomers," remarked a man with a square face who had just clarified matters for her, casting a mysterious glance at Qin Sheng. She nodded, subtly offering him a package of biscuits. "Yes, we are indeed new here, and there's much we do not understand. Could you enlighten us, good sir?" "Why, how could I accept such kindness?" he replied graciously, yet his hands moved swiftly to tuck the biscuits into his clothing. "You, my dear young lady, are exceedingly courteous." The man, upon receiving something, suddenly wore a much more genuine smile. Jiang Jiangguo stood earnestly behind Qin Sheng, attentively listening to the man's boastful tales, or rather, his introductions. Observing the towering figure of Jiang Jiangguo, who was a head taller than himself, the man hesitated for a brief moment before continuing. "Well, judging by your appearance, you must be an evolver, right? Have you seen the red tasks listed here? Those are primarily high-risk missions officially issued, and naturally, the rewards are quite generous. Such tasks are typically undertaken only by powerful evolvers. The green tasks, on the other hand, are relatively simpler and pose lower risks. If you wish to post a personal task, simply approach the staff over there for registration. However, when posting a task, you must prepare the commission in advance for the staff to hold, to prevent any deceit from the task issuer after the mission is completed. Furthermore, posting a private task incurs a fee of 10 contribution points." Qin Sheng looked up at the screen. There were more than a dozen official tasks, most of which involved collecting mutated plants and animals outside the base. Completing one would yield no less than 50 points. The information for personal tasks varied widely, encompassing requests for finding mothers, children, fathers, and even lost lovers. The commissions for these tasks were generally modest, rarely exceeding 10 points, as the number of affluent survivors was quite limited. At that moment, the task information on the screen refreshed, displaying a series of tasks. All were issued by the same individual, Yi Beixian, who, judging by the name, was likely a man. The first task was to find his wife, offering a bounty of 500 contribution points. The second task sought his cousin, also with a reward of 500 contribution points. The third task was to locate his childhood neighbor, similarly rewarding 500 contribution points. This sequence continued with 12 consecutive bounties, all centered around finding women, each accompanied by a sketch of a stunning beauty. Curiously, Qin Sheng inquired about this Yi Beixian. "Do you know who this Yi Beixian is?" The man chuckled, his laughter tinged with a hint of lewdness, as he revealed an envious expression. "Yi Beixian is quite the notorious figure in Haiqing base. He possesses immense strength and wealth. surrounded by an innumerable entourage of beautiful companions, each more enchanting than the last. He gave Qin Sheng a thumbs up, then shook his head in regret. If I had even one woman as beautiful as that, it would be worth dying for. Yet he has a whole horde. The comparison is simply disheartening. We have grown accustomed to Yi Beishuan's beautiful companions occasionally getting jealous and pulling stunts like leaving home. This isn't the first time he has posted such a search task. I understand. Jiang Jiangguo was so exhilarated that his eyes sparkled. I often indulge in romance novels. Is this the legendary scenario where she flees and he pursues? Where she is unable to escape? My goodness, has this corporate romance materialized into reality? How I long to witness this spectacle firsthand. The man displayed a knowing smile. Every time these ladies run away from home, it helps a wave of survivors claim bounties effortlessly. To be honest, I've undertaken such tasks twice already, but I mustn't linger. Look over there, so many people are rushing to seize the missions. I too shall go seek my fortune. Farewell. The man strode purposefully toward the service window. Qin Sheng glanced over. Wow, could it be that everyone is vying for the Yi Beishin mission? A throng of survivors had already gathered at several windows, jostling each other, nearly on the verge of a brawl. The sheer chaos hinted that the difficulty of the task might not be particularly high. Indeed, if one truly wished to remain hidden, it would not be so easily achieved. It was likely just a playful tactic among couples. Jiang Jiangguo leaned closer to Qin Sheng's ear, gazing at the illuminated figures of 500 contribution points displayed on the screen. Tears of envy welled at the corners of her mouth. Is this the power of love? Qin Sheng coolly shot her a glance. No, this is the power of contribution points. A simple missing person notice, and the target is not genuinely trying to hide. A bounty of 500 contribution points. What is that if not a free gift? In the base, if one exchanged food for contribution points, a pound of food could be traded for a single point. A meal in the cafeteria typically cost about 1 contribution point, and it could include meat. 500 contribution points equate to 500 pounds of food. 500 meals. Who could resist such an opportunity? She felt a twinge of temptation. Yet, recalling the mountains of food stacked in her storage, she felt disinclined to make a move. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiangguo was entranced by the throng at the window, her curiosity ignited. Nearly palpable. Old Qin, may I take on a mission? I promise not to cause any trouble, and I can earn contribution points. Chapter 32. Call the boss for important matters. Call Old Qin for minor issues, earn contribution points. Qin Sheng saw through her intentions. You might as well go for the gossip. The moment you lift your rear, I know what trouble you intend to stir. She waved her hand in exasperation. Go on. You've been glued to me all day. I'm almost weary of your company. It's good for you to find something to do. If anyone bullies you, come back to me, and I will stand up for you. Thank you, Old Qin. I love you for 10,000 years. Jiang Jiangguo dashed toward the mission window, as if rushing to a banquet. Wait for me. Count me in. Hey, lady. Don't shove me. You're crushing me. Who the hell is pushing my head? You better not pull my hair again, you wretched woman. Observing Jiang Jiangguo's series of audacious maneuvers, Qin Sheng discreetly covered her face and stepped further away, diligently studying the mission information displayed on the luminous screen. Within a base, the mission center serves as the most accurate barometer of its current overall situation. The official tasks listed here predominantly involve the collection of mutated flora and fauna. This indicates that, thus far, the base has not encountered any significant crises, as the difficulty of the tasks remains at a rudimentary level. There are no large-scale joint operations for resource gathering. Either resources are not needed, or such endeavors are being executed solely by the base authorities. The former scenario is nearly impossible, as no base would ever find itself devoid of the necessity for resources. Much like wealth, who would ever deem it excessive? Hence, the latter must be the case. It seems that the high city base officials are wary of the survivors within their ranks. Yi Beishin. Qin Sheng's gaze lingered on this name. It struck her as oddly familiar, as if she had heard or seen it somewhere before. After pondering for a while, a memory began to resurface. In her previous life, she and Jiang Jiangguo had encountered a formidable mutated beast, leaving her gravely injured and unable to move, while Jiang Jiangguo was on the brink of death. In their frantic escape, they stumbled upon a small base. This place was predominantly inhabited by women, particularly a striking number of beautiful ones, resembling a realm of women. Within the base, aside from the leader and his son, the presence of any male was strictly forbidden. Upon hearing the rules of the base on the day of their arrival, they fled under the cover of night. The rule dictated that any woman entering the city would be assumed to join the leader's harem. Each night, he would ride a mutated crocodile for amusement. Wherever the crocodile halted, the woman residing in that household would be summoned for his favor. It was reminiscent of some ancient emperor's decree. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiangguo, mustering his last ounce of strength, carried her away, all the while cursing vehemently. It seemed that the leader of that base was indeed named Yi Beixian. The Beixian base. Yes, that was the name. As these memories flooded back, Qin Sheng felt an inexplicable oddity wash over her at the mention of this name. Could these two individuals possibly be one and the same? Exiting the mission hall, Qin Sheng made her way to the contribution exchange, where she traded some resources for several hundred points, facilitating her movement within the base. Over the ensuing days, she languidly remained at home, indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping, akin to a lethargic fish awaiting its demise. She had succumbed to the utmost depths of inactivity. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiangguo could not remain idle for even a moment. He relentlessly pursued tasks whenever he had the chance. From simple missing person notices to venturing outside the base to collect mutated creatures and plants, he accepted every task available. With his swift and decisive actions, coupled with a fearless disposition, he thrived in the face of danger, growing increasingly exhilarated by the perilous nature of his endeavors. In no time, he had carved out a reputation among the evolved, earning the moniker Jiang the Blade. Quick to draw his sword at the slightest provocation, many were willing to team up with her for tasks. With her presence, the safety factor could be significantly enhanced. Especially during confrontations, she could take on 3 opponents single-handedly. However, it was also common knowledge that Jiang Jiangguo had a worthless sister who lounged at home, squandering the resources she had worked tirelessly to earn. Although many whispered about this behind her back, none dared to broach the subject in her presence. Until one fateful day, Jiang Jiangguo returned home, battered and bruised. Upon entering, he clung to Qin Sheng's leg, sobbing uncontrollably, his snot and tears staining her trousers. Old Qin, oh no, boss, you must avenge me. They bullied me because they outnumbered me. They stole my achievements and took my sword. Boss, your number 1 sister has been wronged. I can't go on living. Dragging the sobbing Jiang Jiangguo, who clung to her like a sloth, Qin Sheng struggled to make her way to the sofa. She patted his head and retrieved a box of ice cream from her space, offering it to him. Stop wailing, wipe your nose, eat some ice cream first, and calm down before you tell me what happened. Through his sniffles, Jiang Jiangguo finished the entire box of ice cream and, filled with indignation, began to recount the events. It happened like this. We accepted a task and unexpectedly stumbled upon a rare mutated fire cloud grass. Then someone discovered us. That person tried to snatch it, but when he couldn't overpower us, he went back to gather a group. Ultimately, a formidable figure showed up, not only stealing your fire cloud grass, but also seizing your task reward and your heavy sword. Exactly. Jiang Jiangguo nodded vigorously. He gave everything to that little vixen. Yin Jingjing. Who is Yin Jingjing? She's the little vixen who tried to steal our grass and went back to gather people. And who is the formidable figure that beat you to such a state? Yi Beiquan. That man has many women. It was he who struck me. Yin Jingjing is one of his women. Jiang Jiangguo pointed at his panda eyes. Even when I transformed, I couldn't defeat him. He pummeled my eyes and even crooked my nose. Thankfully, my nose is real. If it were a prosthetic, where'd I find a plastic surgeon to fix it? Boss, you must avenge me. My situation is dire. Qin Sheng cast her a cool glance. You only call me Old Qin when things are fine, but when trouble arises. It's boss. With that, she pried his hands off her leg and headed straight to her room. Hey, boss, you can't just abandon me. Where are you going? To change clothes. If I were to avenge you, I must don an outfit that is extraordinarily stylish and dazzling. Chapter 33. Jiang Jiangguo, Silence. Initially, Jiang Jiangguo sat on the floor, his face streaked with tears and snot, reaching out in a pitiful manner. Upon hearing that Qin Sheng was going to change clothes to help him, he instantly regained his vigor. He sprang up from the ground and followed her into the room. From the wardrobe, a set of black leather attire was retrieved. Boss, don this outfit. The leather jacket paired with leather pants exudes an unparalleled flair reminiscent of Catwoman. Truly striking. One glance, and it's evident you're a master. She cast a sidelong glance at her companion. Yet, why don't you wear it? Qin Sheng retorted, rolling her eyes. Every day, you resemble a pineapple, yellow from head to toe. What are you thinking? I merely find the leather jacket quite cool. Then why not don a cape and a mask like a superhero, making an entrance that intimidates all around? It would be incredibly impressive. An aura powerful enough to vanquish them. Are you aiming to have your opponents die laughing? Qin Sheng pushed away Jiang Jiangwo, who was attempting to shove a cloak into her arms. She changed out of her loungewear and into a simple pair of jeans and a tank top. Her waist-length hair was gathered into a ponytail at the back of her head. Jiang Jiangwo was a bit eccentric. She had once undergone testing revealing some mental instability, leading to her often erratic demeanor. Nevertheless, Qin Sheng had grown accustomed to it. In her past life, amidst the apocalypse, she had teammates, yet none she could truly trust with her back. Only Jiang Jiangwo, despite her unreliability, had risked her life multiple times to save Qin Sheng. For that reason alone, Qin Sheng was willing to navigate the end of days alongside her quirky friend. A companion who would never betray you is a rare treasure, especially for someone like Qin Sheng, who had experienced betrayal from those she once trusted. Moments later, the two were ready to depart. As they descended the stairs, they encountered two bald, middle-aged men, one broad-shouldered and robust, the other of average stature. The bald hairstyle was common in this resource-scarce apocalypse, while long-haired individuals were a rarity. Such men typically were either formidable leaders or aligned with them. Upon spotting Jiang Jiangwo, they approached her, bypassing Qin Sheng entirely. The robust man spoke first, addressing Jiang Jiangwo. "Sister Jiangwo, we heard you were beaten up. Are you all right?" The man following behind glanced at Jiang Jiangwo's bandaged nose and swollen eyes, his expression filled with sympathy. "We heard all. It was that Yanjingjing's partner, Yi Beixian, who did it. She has been spreading the word, claiming you fled in disgrace. They say you should be called Jiang the Runner instead of Jiang One Knife." Yanjingjing was notoriously overbearing, and her Fire Phoenix team was equally tyrannical, often seizing the accomplishments of others without a second thought. Their lack of honor was infuriating. If they triumphed, they belittled others as useless. If they faltered, they sought assistance from Yi Beixian, a favored figure within the base, leaving many to suffer in silence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiangwo's anger surged, and she exclaimed, "What do you mean, Jiang the Runner? That vile person thinks she's the only one with connections. I have my own." After speaking, she stepped forward confidently, approaching Qin Sheng and proudly patting her shoulder, addressing the two individuals. "Did you see that? My boss. She treats me exceptionally well. She is currently out there securing a venue for me." Her? The two glanced at Qin Sheng, who was notably shorter and slender, with a fair complexion and delicate features. They had briefly teamed up with Jiang Jiangwo before and had a vague impression of this legendary boss. After all, she often boasted about her prowess. They had assumed she was a formidable evolver, only to discover that it was Qin Sheng. They also resided in the same building on the 4th floor. When they first moved in, they saw Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangwo emerging from the building, and their attention was immediately drawn to Jiang Jiangwo. It was impossible not to notice her striking appearance. Muscular, tall, and though she was a girl, she resembled a fierce warrior. Her gender did not diminish her ferocity in battle. As for Qin Sheng, they observed her meandering around the base after her meals, resembling a street loafer. Aside from inhaling the delightful aromas wafting from the 7th floor, they had not seen her engage in any meaningful activity or undertake any missions. She clearly appeared to be living off Jiang Jiangwo, a thoughtless girl who led a life devoid of conscience. They had witnessed many such parasitic individuals. Some were family, some were couples, and others were friends, who relentlessly exploited the selfless individuals around them, feasting on their hard-earned efforts. Jiang Jiangwo was perpetually occupied with tasks, often completing several in a single day, resembling a tireless warrior. It was evident that she was being heavily exploited. Those who value friendships too deeply are often easily deceived. At that moment, in their eyes, Qin Sheng epitomized the quintessential leech attached to Jiang Jiangwo. Thus, they regarded her with disdain. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiangwo was lost in the joy of impending revenge, completely oblivious to their expressions. With excitement, she introduced, "This is my boss. I've been following her since the 1st grade. Her name is Qin Sheng. Just like Qin Shi Huang. Isn't that impressive? Old Qin, this big guy is named Li Chong. And this one beside him is Song Pengfei. What a coincidence. They live in the same building as us on the 4th floor, the one where we moved in with a big truck. One should have some dignity." Some people masquerade as friends, indulging in the resources and contributions earned through hard work, without a thought of how they can sleep at night. Song Pengfei scoffed. Li Chong grunted, "Not everyone can be a friend. For those who seek to gain without effort, it's best to keep your distance." You never know when it might stab you in the back. Such individuals are nothing but ungrateful wolves. Li Chong cast a sidelong glance at the aforementioned ungrateful wolf. His eyes practically inscribed with contempt. They genuinely believed that Jiang Jiangwo was a rare gem amidst such company. Thus, simultaneously, she felt it was unworthy. Listening to the conversation between the two, Jiang Jiangwo found himself utterly perplexed, pondering seriously for a few seconds. Then, with a hint of embarrassment, he scratched his head and said, "You must be talking about me, right? To be honest, I do feel quite guilty. Every meal I have is prepared by Lao Qin. Sometimes, I reflect on my behavior and realize it's indeed not right." She turned to Qin Sheng with a serious expression and declared, "Lao Qin, I made up my mind. From now on, whenever I return from a mission and have some free time, I will diligently learn how to cook. It must be quite burdensome for you to eat and then wash the dishes every day. I'll take care of the household chores from now on. Thank you all for bringing this to my attention. Otherwise, I would have realized how poorly I've been managing." The last sentence was directed at Song Pengfei and Li Chong. Song Pengfei and Li Chong exchanged a glance, then simultaneously looked at Qin Sheng, giving her a thumbs up with a fierce expression. Song Pengfei remarked, "You woman have quite the influence over Jiang Wo. Look how thoroughly you've brainwashed her." Li Chong added, "Let us keep our distance from her. Perhaps this woman possesses the ability to control minds." As soon as Li Chong finished his sentence, the two took a few steps back, cautiously eyeing Qin Sheng, fearing they might become the next selfless devotee like Jiang Jiangwo. Qin Sheng expressionlessly popped a large piece of bubblegum into her mouth and glanced at the two with an incredulous look. Is Jiang Jiangwo still coming or not? Don't waste time talking to fools. Let us hurry and leave. I need to reclaim my dignity. I want to return for a nap. Chapter 34. Greetings, Sir O. Let us go right now. Jiang Jiangwo waved goodbye to the two and then pulled Qin Sheng outside. Boss, I've already gathered the information. Yi Beixian, that scoundrel, lives in Building 11 of Area A. I even know the door number. That little wretch, Yin Jingjing, also resides there. We should head over right now. Boss, you must retrieve my sword. Bring Yi Beixian down. And that domineering woman, she's the one who struck my eye. I want to make her pay. Boss, can you let me strike a pose before you go on stage? I've thought of some very impressive opening lines. Let me recite them for you. I will represent the moon and obliterate you. How about that? No, that slogan is a bit childish. We must embody the essence of love and authenticity. Invoking great power. Jiang Jiangwo, can you be quiet for just 1 second? Has a second passed? Can I speak again? Qin Sheng collapsed to the ground, and amidst a cloud of dust, she erupted with an exasperated roar. Jiang Jiangwo, shut up. Are you Tang Sung or something? Meanwhile, observing the two as they resolutely walked further away, Li Chong began to doubt himself. Were they really going to confront someone? Was it possible he had misjudged? Could this woman named Qin Sheng truly be a hidden powerhouse? He turned to look at Song Pengfei with years of brotherly understanding. Song Pengfei instantly comprehended the meaning behind that glance. Tentatively, he suggested, "Shall we go take a look? If Jiang's girl and that woman are incapacitated, we might be able to help carry them back. Perhaps we could even save them." Li Chong nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. Let's go see. Let's move." Song Pengfei replied, and the two hastily followed suit. The distance between Area A and Area B spanned several kilometers, prompting Qin Sheng to drive directly. The parking spot had already been relocated to a small lot not far from the building. In less than 5 minutes, they reached the car. With a swift press of the accelerator, the Black Wrangler sped off towards another direction of the base, with Li Chong and Song Pengfei quickly following suit. After a brief journey of a few minutes, Qin Sheng stood at the entrance of Area A. The two, brimming with a desire for vengeance, were unexpectedly halted by 3 elderly security guards, each struggling to walk. Visitor registration required. Entry without an invitation is prohibited. The 3 elderly men, collectively lacking even 10 teeth, donned neat uniforms. Upon spotting unfamiliar visitors, they immediately blocked the entrance. The oldest among them smiled politely, exposing a toothless grin that bore a somewhat eerie quality. Jiang Jiangwo tugged at Qin Sheng's arm, saying, "Old Qin, I could take down these 3 with just one hand. Let us charge in. No invitation, no entry." The trio stood in a row, brandishing their canes as a barrier. They exuded an aura that suggested if anyone dared to touch them, they would immediately collapse on the spot. At this moment, Li Chong and his companion caught up, overhearing Jiang Jiangwo's words from a distance. They hurriedly approached to intervene. Li Chong lowered his voice, warning, "We can't force our way in, Jiangwo. We mustn't offend these 3 security guards. If we provoke them, your days at the Haiqing base will be far from pleasant. Jiang Jiangguo, incredulous, queried, is it really that serious? Offending these 3 old men could ruin our standing at the Haiqing base? Were they truly? Qin Sheng scrutinized the 3 elders, finding them rather unremarkable. Apart from their advanced age, they possessed no distinguishing features. Could they be high-level practitioners who had returned to a state of simplicity? Unable to restrain his curiosity, Qin Sheng asked, could they be the hidden masters guarding the Haiqing base? Perhaps akin to the legendary monk who sweeps the floor? Song Pengfei pulled the 2 aside and whispered, nonsense. These guys are far more formidable than any monk. Look at the first old man. He is the father of the base commander. He then pointed to the second elder. This one is the father of the deputy commander. Understand. Jiang Jiangguo interjected impatiently, pointing at the third elder. This must be the father of the third in command. What on earth? The one without a single tooth is the most powerful. His 2 daughters are married to the base commander and the deputy commander. He is their father-in-law. He is the one we absolutely cannot offend. Offending the first 2 may still leave a path for survival, but to offend him. Li Chong made a gesture as if to slit his throat, exclaiming dramatically, it's all over. Do you think the higher-ups appointed these 3 elderly gentlemen who struggle even to crack sunflower seeds as security for area merely by chance? Given their stature, even the mightiest of evolvers would not dare to act recklessly in their presence. Jiang Jiangguo shook his head repeatedly, a sense of dread washing over him as he glanced at the 3 elderly guards. Fortunately, he had refrained from barging in earlier. Had he thrown a punch at these old men, he feared he would soon be sent packing himself. The 3 elderly gentlemen seemed to sense the attention directed at them and turned to Jiang Jiangguo, offering warm smiles. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to return their kindness with an exaggerated, foolish grin. Qin Sheng politely reciprocated the smile, while Li Chong and his companion bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming in unison, greetings, esteemed elders. Chapter 35, Yi Beixian come out. Since a forceful intrusion was out of the question, perhaps a more diplomatic approach was warranted? Just as Qin Sheng contemplated this, Jiang Jiangguo suggested, how about I ask the gentlemen if they could summon Yi Beixian for a moment? We 1T barge in. Without waiting for Qin Sheng's approval, he dashed toward the security office. Excuse me, esteemed elder, could you have Yi Beixian step out? I wish to challenge him. The first elder responded, which Beixian are you referring to? Yi Beiquan. The second elder inquired, what do you want with Yi Beixian? I want to challenge him. He stole my knife. The third elder chimed in, oh, you want to treat us to chicken legs? And perhaps some cake too? No. We are too old for such indulgences. Jiang Jiangguo looked back at Qin Sheng, returning empty-handed, a smirk of amusement on his face. It was clear the 3 elderly gentlemen were reluctant to summon anyone, indicating that Yi Beixian held some notoriety within the base. Li Chong whispered, Sister Jiangguo, perhaps we should leave? If we cannot enter, how can we possibly fight? Even if we did, you wouldn't stand a chance. He refrained from voicing the last thought, knowing Sister Jiangguo was strong-willed and he did not wish to bruise her pride. Song Pengfei also advised, we all reside in the same base. There will be ample opportunities for revenge in the future. It will be folly to act rashly and invite disaster. He cast a glance toward Qin Sheng. You are the one courting disaster. Don't you appreciate being alive? In response, Qin Sheng retrieved a large white megaphone typically used for street vending from her bag and handed it to the glum Jiang Jiangguo, saying, quit sulking here, take this. Turn the volume up to the maximum. The rest is up to you. Seeing the megaphone, Jiang Jiangguo's eyes lit up. He eagerly took it, flashed an OK sign at Qin Sheng, and cranked the volume to its peak. He rushed to the entrance of the community and began to bellow at the top of his lungs. A barrage of words poured forth, for she was quite gifted at the art of shouting. Yi Beiquan, open the door. If you have the ability to steal my knife, then you must have the courage to open the door. Yi Beixian, you are as unappealing as pickled fish, both sour and superfluous. You, a mere little pest, are insignificant and worthless. You can only boast about besting me. If you possess any courage, confront my leader. Yi Beixian, you cower in your abode, pretending to be meek, unwilling to acknowledge the truth. Return my knife at once, you wretched person. Yi Beixian, every time you step outside, people gaze upon you, mistaking their laughter for admiration, when in truth they mock your foolishness. You scoundrel, despite your daily baths, you cannot rid yourself of the stench of filth. Yi Beiquan, you've danced naked atop a pile of dung, and yet you take pride in your ability to endure the odor. 3 elderly gentlemen were neatly positioned at the window. The first elder remarked, "This young lady is quite the talent." The second elder inquired, "What has happened to Yi Beixian?" The third elder replied, "It seems someone attempted to seize her sword." The first elder scoffed, "How utterly disgraceful to steal from a young lady." Meanwhile, Li Chong and Song Pengfei gazed in astonishment at the suddenly materialized loudspeaker. How could such a large device fit in a pocket? It must be an evolutionist of the spatial kind. Are you a spatial evolutionist? Li Qiangaria, ein Qin Sheng Spuket. Qin Sheng shot him an exasperated glance, remaining silent. Instead, she retrieved a piece of bubble gum from her pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it in her mouth. She had not forgotten the derogatory remarks made by these 2 men, accusing her of leeching off Jiang Jiangguo. She walked directly to a shady spot, pulled out a folding chair from her versatile pocket, placed it on the ground, and reclined, patiently awaiting Yi Beixian's emergence. With Jiang Jiangguo's incessant chatter, it was as if he had consumed an endless supply of gum, incapable of pausing. If Yi Beixian could endure this, she would concede defeat. Minutes later, the entrance of Area A was already surrounded by a throng of onlookers, all locals drawn by the penetrating sound of the street loudspeaker, which allowed Jiang Jiangguo's voice to resonate for miles. A crowd of spectators eagerly anticipated the unfolding spectacle. This woman had come seeking Yi Beixian, likely due to the troubles he had caused. Surely, Yi Beixian had attracted various types of women, petite, voluptuous, coolly alluring, but none as robust as this one. Yi Beixian's taste seemed excessively bold. I wouldn't dare approach her for fear she might break my legs. Such a formidable physique is not to be trifled with. You know nothing. I possess the truth. Yi Beixian intervened on behalf of Yin Jingjing, seizing something from this woman, which is why she has come to confront him. I was present at the time. This woman is a beastly evolutionist. She was thoroughly defeated by Yi Beixian. Now, emboldened by newfound support, she dares to return. Enough of this chatter. Look over there. Yi Beixian is coming out. Amidst the clamor, a man clad in casual attire emerged from the residential area, his expression dark. Behind him followed a group of beautiful women, each possessing a distinct style, some exuding cuteness, others radiating a cold elegance, a few embodying tenderness, and some showcasing fiery allure. Yet, without exception, all were strikingly attractive. Qin Sheng scrutinized the man at the forefront. He was of average build, neither overweight nor underweight, standing approximately 175 meters tall, with unremarkable features that could hardly be described as handsome. He was the type easily overlooked in a crowd. Li Chong whispered, "This is Yi Beixian. Don't be deceived by his lackluster appearance. His strength is formidable. He has a penchant for beautiful women. His evolutionary ability is the most powerful lightning attack. So you must be cautious." At this juncture, Li Chong cast an inscrutable glance at Qin Sheng. "If you find yourselves unable to contend with him, make a hasty retreat towards those 3 old men by the gate. Use them as shields. Yi Beixian won't dare lay a hand on them. The others are fine. But you, with your striking looks, must be particularly careful. If you fall into Yi Beixian's clutches, he will undoubtedly take advantage of you." Song Pengfei nodded in agreement. In this apocalypse, being attractive is not always advantageous. Someone like Jiang Wo's girl, now that's ideal. Although neither of them held affection for Qin Sheng, he was nonetheless associated with Jiang Jiangguo, and they wished to avoid both falling into Yi Beixian's grasp. Upon encountering the approaching man, a vivid memory of being beaten flashed through Jiang Jiangguo's mind. Grasping the loudspeaker, he dashed towards Qin Sheng, exclaiming, "It's him! It's him! Old Qin! He—that's the one who hit me!" Qin Sheng rose, stretched his neck, and strode toward the entrance. Jiang Jiangguo hurriedly ducked behind Qin Sheng, attempting to conceal his robust figure. Pointing at Yi Beixian, he displayed both trepidation and bravado. "You fool! My boss is here. For your own good. Return my grandfather's heavy sword and bow down to apologize. I'll make you search for your teeth today." Yi Beixian turned irritably, and upon seeing Qin Sheng blocking his path, his eyes lit up. "Oh, what a lovely young lady! How could such a beautiful girl engage in violence? Come here. Let me embrace you. I'll take care of you. You're delusional. You're not even worthy to lick my boss's toes. Keys cost $3 each. $10 for 3. Do you think you're worth that?" Chapter 36. A vicious beating for Yi Beixian. Yi Beixian regarded the unflinching Qin Sheng with a devilish smile, his gaze a blend of intrigue, indifference, arrogance, and casualness. "I see you possess some charm, and I find myself intrigued. Thus, It is up to you to devise a means to fall in love with me. In this vast Haiqing base with its hundreds of thousands, I have granted you this singular opportunity. I hope you do not prove ungrateful and narrow your own path. Woman, do not provoke my ire. The consequences of angering me are beyond your capacity to bear. I can see that you are unique, but do not take advantage of my affection with reckless abandon. Yi Beixian, with a crooked smile and an air of self-importance, recited his insipid lines. The bubblegum in Qin Sheng's mouth instantly lost its flavor, leaving her feeling utterly uncomfortable. Her body felt greasy, as if enveloped in a layer of oil, reminiscent of the most unsavory cooking oil. The sensation was nauseating. You must be Yi Beixian, the one who snatched away my family's treasures from Jiang Jiangguo and even laid a hand on her? That's me. But since he is your friend and you will soon be family, why should we distinguish between you and me? As long as you align with me, I can return that broken sword to her right now. Realizing she had not mistaken the person, Qin Sheng suppressed her discomfort. Clenching her right fist, slender vines began to emerge from her palm, intertwining and coiling, coalescing into a whip as thick as a wrist. The vines appeared almost alive, twisting in midair. The entire transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. Observing the whip in Qin Sheng's grasp, Yi Beixian's face revealed a hint of admiration. Excellent. I am drawn to a strong woman like you. The stronger the woman, the more exquisite the flavor. Allow me to conquer you. He summoned the power of lightning in both hands, with arcs of blue electricity dancing between his palms, crackling ominously. The onlookers instinctively retreated, creating a clear space around the two. Meanwhile, the dozen or so women behind, Yi Beixian cast unfriendly glances at Qin Sheng. Jiang Jiangguo, step aside. I can no longer tolerate this. This man is insufferably oily, she shouted, swinging her whip fiercely toward Yi Beixian. Yi Beixian conjured a net of electricity before him, a wicked smile gracing his features. As the whip struck the electric net, blue arcs of electricity entwined, preventing any penetration. No one can escape my electric net, just as you cannot evade my web of emotions. Surrender to me, woman, do not test my patience. To hell with you. Qin Sheng could endure no longer. With her other hand, she formed another vine as thick as her wrist. The two vines spiraled together, spinning rapidly and humming with energy, darting toward Yi Beixian. Do not struggle in vain, woman. You are destined to be mine. You shatter my lightning shield. With a sharp crack, the electric barrier before Yi Beixian began to fracture like glass, spiderweb-like cracks radiating from where the vine made contact. Villains perish from excessive chatter. You, with your insipid oil, shall meet your end. Qin Sheng intensified her assault, and the lightning shield crumbled before her force. She surged forward, the two vines aimed directly at Yi Beixian's face. Oh no! Yi Beixian hastily summoned lightning to strike down at Qin Sheng. However, she moved with the grace of a dancer on the wind, executing a series of evasive maneuvers that perfectly dodged every point of impact. Deep craters marred the ground behind her, yet not a single bolt of lightning found its mark. The lightning shield and heavenly strikes were Yi Beixian's two signature moves, defense and attack. No one has ever been able to breach his shield, nor evade his thunderous strikes. Even the commander of the high city base has sought to recruit him, treating him with utmost respect. Yet today, this woman has accomplished what no one else could. Yi Beixian felt a twinge of panic as Qin Sheng pursued him like a cat with its prey, lashes landing one after another upon him. His movements grew increasingly frantic, causing him to lose his aim. Meanwhile, the onlookers, akin to explorers who have stumbled upon a new world, were captivated. Three elderly gentlemen, equipped with reading glasses, observed intently. The first elder remarked, "This young lady possesses remarkable skill. If only she could serve under my son." The second elder interjected, "This girl is a dual-element evolver. Our base's plant type, evolvers, typically engage in logistical roles, lacking in offensive capabilities. Yet she wields that wooden spear with the efficacy of a submachine gun. A true talent." The third elder added, "Though my two daughters are married, I still have a son, just 21, who would be a perfect match for her." The first and second elders shot him a glare. "You old dog, can you do nothing but reproduce?" On the other side, Li Chong and Song Pengfei, bracing themselves for imminent defeat, were utterly bewildered. Li Chong exclaimed, What is happening? She is a dual-element evolver, both spatial and plant." Song Pengfei gasped. "Why is her plant ability so formidable? She is actually chasing Yi Beixian. Didn't we just insult her? What do we call her? Bloodsucker. Scum. A wretch. A heartless wretch." The two lamented their earlier words, nearly fainting from the realization. Song Pengfei, trembling, stammered, "Does she hold grudges?" Li Chong, pale-faced, replied, "She seems quite ruthless. It's likely she repays enmity. What should we do now?" Song Pengfei looked at Li Chong in despair. Li Chong's gaze fell upon Jiang Jiangwo, who was enthusiastically cheering and raising his fists. In an instant, he dashed to Jiang Jiangwo's side, rolling up his sleeves and joining the raucous cheer. "Boss, go for it. Is this what they call joining forces when one cannot win? Wait for me, Li Chong." Song Pengfei hurried to follow, stepping on a rock and yelling, "Go, boss. You're incredible. You're making Yi Beixian lose his temper. You're the best, boss. You're the brightest star here." Their fervor rivaled that of an enthusiastic crowd of extras. Li Chong stared in disbelief. "Goodness, you're unbelievable." Jiang Jiangwo, taken aback by the sudden appearance of these two cheerleaders, felt his camaraderie transform into suspicion. "These two aren't here to back me up, are they?" As Yi Beixian dodged and summoned lightning, bolts of electricity struck intermittently, leaving craters scattered across the ground. However, gradually, the fissure carved out became increasingly diminutive, and the bolts of lightning grew ever finer. Yi Beixian was drenched in perspiration, his complexion ashen. This was disastrous. His powers had been exhausted. No. It was his supernatural abilities that had been depleted. In a state of panic, he dashed towards his circle of charming companions. Yet at that moment, the very women who professed their willingness to live and die for him, who vied for his affection day in and day out, upon seeing the whip trailing behind him, fled in terror, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. The instant they laid eyes on him, they scattered like startled birds. It was a jest. Who would dare confront a woman that Yi Beixian could not best? It was tantamount to courting death. As they fled, they shouted in unison, "Don't chase me. Stay away. With so many of you, pursue someone else. Don't follow me. Go away. Why are you chasing me?" At that moment, among the onlookers, someone with a sharp tongue cheekily interjected, "I need cough syrup." Chapter 37. Ordinary the surroundings erupted in laughter. Qin Sheng struggled to suppress a smile, nearly breaking character. Who was this person, daring to jest while a battle ensued? Like a cat playing with a mouse, they pursued Yi Beixian for several minutes. Eventually, a final bolt of lightning struck the ground with a sizzle, extinguishing itself. Yi Beixian, bruised and battered, had endured a few lashes across his face. But after exhausting his supernatural powers, no amount of effort could revive them. Qin Sheng sauntered over, wielding a vine whip, his white teeth glinting in the sunlight, nearly blinding. Yi Beixian cast a desperate glance towards the women who had once been his allies, yet they averted their eyes, some glaring back with hostility. Qin Sheng delivered a swift kick, sending Yi Beixian sprawling several meters backwards, landing hard on ground. Thud! With a piercing scream, he leapt to his feet. After all, it was midday, and the scorching heat rendered the ground searing. The instant his backside made contact, it felt akin to a sizzling hot plate. The fiery pain surged. Aside from the initial days of the apocalypse when he had faced some hardships, after awakening his lightning powers, Yi Beixian had enjoyed a smooth and prosperous journey. He gathered a myriad of beauties along the way, never lacking for sustenance. Upon arriving at the base, the Haicheng stronghold provided him, as a potent awakener, with the finest accommodations, fully equipped with household appliances, free of charge. He relished the privileges of the elite, with the sole stipulation of undertaking one mission for the base each month. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, he never anticipated that he would one day stumble, and at the hands of a woman no less. This could hardly be deemed a loss. Anyone with eyes could see he was being utterly subdued. Clutching his rear in trepidation, he gazed at Qin Sheng and implored, "You've come to retrieve that exceptionally heavy iron sword for your friend. Haven to you? It's not in my possession. It was taken by my cousin, Yin Jingjing. As the saying goes, one must fight to truly know one another. I must admit that I bear a certain degree of responsibility for that incident. Yet I was merely standing up for my cousin. It was she who informed me that someone had usurped her achievements and bullied her. Old Qin, do not listen to his nonsense." Jiang Jiangwo stormed forward, positioning himself beside Qin Sheng. He proclaimed, "Do you not know what sort of person I am? I have never engaged in such despicable acts of thievery. Indeed, I wholeheartedly believe you. Do not be agitated." Qin Sheng nodded in agreement. Jiang Jiangwo then managed to calm down slightly and pointed towards Yi Beixian, demanding, "Where is Yin Jingjing? Bring her forth, so we may confront one another. Let us see who is truly the bully." "Yin Jingjing is not here. She left this morning and has yet to return," Yi Beixian replied weakly. Qin Sheng placed a hand on Jiang Jiangwo's shoulder, stating, "There is no need for confrontation. You must surely know the character of the woman with whom you share your days. Those who unfairly accuse you are often more aware of your innocence than you yourself. They seek to oppress you, and do they not have ample justification for their actions? Engaging in arguments is utterly futile." With that, Qin Sheng used vines to bind Yi Beixian, suspending him like a zongzi from a tree branch at the entrance of Area A. "You shall remain there until that Yin Jingjing returns." Turning back to Jiang Jiangwo, he remarked, "The individual is secured. How you exact your revenge is entirely up to you. Feel free to act. I shall provide the venue." After saying this, Qin Sheng waved his hand, stifled a yawn, and returned to the shade of a nearby tree to take a nap. Although the weather was oppressively hot, it did not deter the onlookers from indulging in the spectacle. A significant portion of the crowd had dispersed, yet a small group remained, huddled beneath the tree's shade. Yi Beixian dangled from the branch like a colossal green zongzi, with only his head protruding. The wind swayed him gently, making him visible to all who entered and exited Area A. Those squatting below eagerly awaited someone to speak, their eyes lighting up as each new arrival recounted the unfolding drama, embellishing the tale as they went. Jiang Jiangwo gathered Yi Beixian's acquaintances into a circle, a sly grin on his face. "Yi Beixian, were you not rather audacious back then? Without hesitation, you intervened on behalf of your woman and snatched my belongings. Since you have such an affinity for women, today I shall ensure you have a memorable experience." Turning to the group of frightened women, he declared, "Today, I have come to settle the score with Yi Beixian. Here's the plan. Each of you shall spit on him, aiming for his face. The one who spits the most fiercely in each round shall be the first to leave." When she had been mercilessly beaten by Yi Beixian, these very women had cheered him on like a supportive team. They had hurled insults at her, but such matters were inconsequential now. Her deepest hatred was reserved for Yi Beixian. Among her features, she took particular pride in her pronounced nose, which he had the audacity to break. This was an affront too great to bear. The uncle might endure, but the aunt would not. Upon hearing the words, Yi Beixian, who was on the verge of unconsciousness from severe injury, suddenly sat up in shock, his face contorted with anger as he gazed at the towering woman before him. As a prominent figure in the Haiqing base, how could he endure being spat upon by a throng of women? If word of this spread, how could he maintain his standing? "You vile woman, a soldier may be slain, but not humiliated. If you possess the courage, then kill me. How dare you subject me to such humiliation? What kind of hero do you consider yourself to be?" Jiang Jiangwo shrugged, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he cackled. "Ha ha ha, I am no hero. The saying that women and petty men are difficult to nurture. Your language teacher must not have taught you that, right?" Yi Beixian placed his last flicker of hope upon the women he once cherished. "In the past, I have always been responsive to your needs. Who among you at the Haiqing base has lived more happily than you, residing in villas, enjoying abundant food and drink, free from missions and worries of survival? Surely, you would not treat me this way, would you? Hong Hong, you're the one who loves me the most, aren't you? I rescued you from your husband who sought to kill you. Xiaomei, when you were assaulted, I happened to pass by and vanquished your attacker. Did you not vow to follow me for life in gratitude? Qin, we are neighbors, childhood companions. Surely you would not betray your older brother Beixian, would you?" He scanned the faces of these women, yet all he found were averted gazes. Hong Hong declared, "I love my husband. I would love him even if he were to kill me. Our love is a tumultuous one. What concern is it of yours? You do not understand love." Qin spat. "You scoundrel. You once claimed to love only me, yet you have since surrounded yourself with beautiful women. You are a liar." Xiaomei interjected. "I initially had no intention of speaking, but since we have reached this juncture, I shall not feign any longer. We had planned to stage a trap, but it failed miserably. You killed my partner, and now I can only subsist on your scraps. And I must say, though you have many women, your prowess is rather inadequate." Xiaomei's final statement detonated like an atomic bomb, not only shocking the onlookers, but also leaving Yi Beixian reeling internally. The surrounding murmurs and inquisitive gazes bore down upon him, filling his mind with a cacophony of confusion. He stared blankly at Xiaomei, as if struck by lightning. What does rather inadequate mean? Xiaomei, fidgeting with her fingers, expressed her disdain. "It means I expected you to be formidable, but you turn out to be rather average. I have struggled to cater to your pride." Average? How could she deem him merely average? They had never spoken of him in such a manner before. Chapter 38. take a sip of water, and continue. Yi Beixian numbly turned to each woman's face. Was she lying? Surely not. Did you not know my capabilities better than anyone else? She must be speaking nonsense, right? At this moment, Xiao Mei's strike had surpassed the despair that Qin Sheng had inflicted upon him. Mediocre? Not quite adequate? Such sentiments constitute the utmost humiliation for a man. He would sooner be labeled a lecher than be deemed inadequate. At that moment, another woman hesitated before Yi Beixian. Actually, I have long wished to express this. Yi Beixian, you are not exceptionally gifted. You are truly quite ordinary. Yes, ordinary is one thing, but you are both inept and love to show off. However, you are our benefactor, so we must comply. Yi Beixian, do you truly believe that with so many women around you, someone would genuinely love you? Moreover, you are indeed quite mediocre. After speaking, the woman named Xiao Mei stepped forward first. She confirmed with Jiang Jiangwo. So, if we spit, we can leave? You won't go back on your word, will you? Jiang Jiangwo replied earnestly, of course not. I'm a man of my word. This scoundrel had the audacity to covet old Qin. Spit on him. It's good to hear that. I'll take your word for it. Xiao Mei nodded, taking swift steps forward, casting an apologetic glance at Yi Beixian. I'm sorry, but times are tough for everyone. Since you've lost now, we have no choice but to comply with their demands. You won't hold this against us, will you? Yi Beixian's face turned pale, and he forced a sorrowful smile. Xiao Mei, I knew you still held genuine feelings for me. She forced your hand. I do not blame you. I love you. Yet before he could utter another word, Xiao Mei cleared her throat and spat. A warm mouthful of saliva splattered across his face, and Yi Beixian's once tender expression froze instantly. With her leading the charge, the other women, fearful of being left out, rushed forward one after another. They encircled him, spitting in a full 360-degree rotation. Yi Beixian was overwhelmed with despair. You women, how dare you humiliate me like this today? Have the courage to reveal your names. 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. If you have the guts, state your names, for I shall surely avenge this humiliation. Jiang Jiangwo, scratching his ear, replied with impatience. Yes, do not underestimate the youth in poverty, nor the middle-aged in poverty, nor the elderly in poverty. Ultimately, when you perish, the deceased is paramount. And you think you've won, right? Huh. And remember, I'm still the same woman, Jiang Jiangwo. After this, she pointed at the circle of women and shouted, You all, do you still wish to leave early? Spit more. He still has time to chat with me. Upon hearing this, Yi Beixian wished to say something, but immediately, the onslaught of saliva from the surrounding women intensified. A barrage of spit rained down from all directions. He dared not open his mouth, fearing he might swallow a mouthful of phlegm. Survivors passing by, repulsed, could not help but pause to witness the spectacle. Li Chong and Song Pengfei followed closely behind Qin Sheng, with Song Pengfei fanning himself. Li Chong, an ice-type evolver, devoted himself to the meticulous condensation of ice blocks, placing them before his fan. The warm air wafted over the ice, creating a refreshing breeze that enveloped Qin Sheng, bringing her great comfort. Both of them were exceedingly attentive, anxious to prevent Qin Sheng from recalling any previous unpleasantness. It must be said that the indulgences of capitalism can indeed corrupt the heart. As Qin Sheng reveled in the gentle zephyr, Song Pengfei, with a cheerful smile, offered her an ice pop, inquiring, Boss, are you still feeling hot? Would you care for an ice pop to cool off? Is this what you use to test your cadres? Qin Sheng replied, casting a dubious glance at the flavorless ice pop. Furthermore, I preferred your earlier rebellious demeanor. You've changed too much, and I find it difficult to adjust. All right. Song Pengfei retracted the ice pop and began to enjoy it himself. In this sweltering weather, an ice pop truly provided relief. Though lacking in flavor, it was made of water, and not only quenched thirst, but also alleviated the heat. He glanced at Li Chong, silently inquiring, Would you like one? Li Chong raised an eyebrow, replying, What do you think? Thus, he conjured another ice pop and handed it over. The two of them savored their treats together. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng's gaze drifted to the nearby figure of Yi Beixian, who hung motionless among the tree branches. Initially consumed by sorrow and rage, he now bore a look of numbness, eyes closed, silently enduring like a monk in deep meditation. Although Jiang Jiangwo's actions had not inflicted physical harm, they were nonetheless insidious. However, Yi Beixian was no paragon of virtue. He wielded his physical prowess to bully and oppress others. The women surrounding him were merely a fraction of his many confidants, and their power had led to numerous tragic outcomes. Yi Beixian had always been left to manage the aftermath. Yi Beixian was far from a good man, and neither were the women who associated with him. Once they severed ties with their powerful patron, how could they expect to escape the wrath of those they had wronged? Qin Sheng did not delude herself into believing she was virtuous. After all, in her previous life, she had taken countless lives, witnessing myriad evils. The remnants of her kindness had been utterly consumed in this predatory world. Good people do not survive long. Thus, she felt little turmoil regarding the inevitable fate of those women. As for Jiang Jiangguo, she understood him well. Although his thought processes were somewhat erratic, he would never resort to theft. Judging by the wounds he bore, had she not been a beastmaster with a resilient physique, she would likely have suffered fatal internal injuries. It was evident that Yi Beixian and Yin Jingjing had never intended for her to survive. Reflecting on this, Qin Sheng looked at Yi Beixian, contemplating whether to sever his head as well. However, this vengeance belonged to Jiang Jiangguo. Her role was merely to capture him, while the means of retribution were entirely Jiang Jiangguo's prerogative, and she would not interfere. This has long been their mode of interaction, relying on each other while refraining from excessive interference in one another's affairs. Even if Jiang Jiangguo were to lose a fight or be bullied, as long as she did not solicit Qin Sheng's assistance, he would steadfastly refrain from meddling in her matters. Even among friends, certain boundaries must be respected. Those who presume to intervene in personal matters under the guise of goodwill often find that such actions yield unfavorable outcomes. For now, both of them find comfort in this arrangement. Meanwhile, the fiercely retching Xiaomei felt as though her throat was ablaze, parched and painful, with not a drop of saliva left. Hesitantly, she approached Jiang Jiangguo, inquiring, "Can I leave now? I have no saliva left and can't vomit anymore." No sooner had she spoken than a bottle of water was thrust before her. "Thirsty? Drink some water and continue." Xiaomei accepted the water, her face a picture of resentment as she gulped it down. In that moment, she wished fervently that what Jiang Jiangguo had offered was not merely a bottle of water, but a dagger to swiftly end the existence of Yi Beixian. If he were to perish today, it would be a relief. However, if he survived and regained his strength, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance for their actions today. Yet, she dared not act recklessly, as there had been past grievances between them and Jiang Jiangguo, fearing retaliation in this moment of opportunity. Thus, she obediently took a sip of water before continuing to retch, spinning around in circles until her jaw cramped, at which point she was finally released. As for Yi Beixian, he remained as still as a statue, utterly unresponsive even as the women departed. His eyes were shut, his demeanor serene, exuding an air of extraordinary detachment from the mundane world. If one were to overlook his current appearance, they might mistake him for an otherworldly sage. In the afternoon, Yin Jingjing returned, laden with numerous purchases. Yet, before she could reach home, she spotted a throng of people gathered at the entrance of District A. Among them stood someone she had always regarded with disdain, Jiang Jiangguo. "Jiang Jiangguo, look over there. Isn't that Yin Jingjing?" Song Pengfei, with keen eyes, spotted Yin Jingjing approaching, flanked by several bodyguards and wearing a bright smile. He quickly alerted Jiang Jiangguo. At that moment, Jiang Jiangguo also noticed the newcomer. The smile that had adorned Yin Jingjing's face instantly transformed into a stormy countenance upon seeing Jiang Jiangguo. "What a surprise to see you alive, Jiang Jiangguo. Truly, the wicked have a way of surviving. How can I dare to perish while you remain? Who are you calling wicked?" "I am." Yin Jingjing's quick tongue got her into trouble, and she realized too late that she had stepped into a trap. "Indeed, you possess a measure of self-awareness. Wicked one, return my heavy sword." Before Jiang Jiangguo could finish her sentence, she seized a hefty iron hammer and charged forward, exclaiming, "You shameless creature! Stealing my grass is one thing, but daring to take my heavy sword, I shall crush you." In a world where the strong reign supreme, brute force is the ultimate truth. If I covet something of yours, consider it a favor. Yet, if you fail to appreciate it, I shall have my cousin eliminate you. In that moment, Yin Jingjing was oblivious to the fact that her cousin was hanging lifelessly from a tree, exuding an air of arrogance. As she saw Jiang Jiangguo charging toward her, she retreated hastily, waving her hand and shouting at the bodyguards beside her, "You bunch of fools, what are you waiting for? Hurry up! You were sent by my cousin to protect me, and if I sustain even a scratch, he will surely kill you all." Before her words could settle, a dozen bodyguards surged forward, but within mere minutes, they were all struck down by Jiang Jiangguo. Some attempted to rise again. Qin Sheng casually pointed towards the body hanging from the tree. "Hey, do take a look at who this is." The bodyguard, who had been preparing to rise and fight, focused intently on the head that was partially exposed. It was none other than Yi Beixian, with eyes closed and a serene expression. It was impossible to discern whether he was alive or dead. This is Yi Beixian. He is dead. He has actually been killed. How could someone manage to slay him? He is dead. What will happen to our wages? The bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances. Without pay, should we continue working? One of them hesitantly spoke. Without money, what is the point? Let us get out of here, the leader commanded, and the others swiftly scrambled to their feet, brushing off the dust and departing. Their agile and nimble movements revealed a distinct lack of commitment to protecting Yan Jingjing. Even their injuries seemed feigned. They were seasoned veterans of the bodyguard profession. Cousin? Yan Jingjing, in disbelief, followed Qin Sheng's pointed finger and glimpsed the head hanging from the tree. Her legs wobbled, nearly causing her to topple. The protective shield was gone. Who would she rely on now? Jiang Jiangwo grasped a massive iron hammer, propelled himself into the air, and swung the hammer down with a fierce whoosh. Yan Jingjing immediately focused her mind. Fireball attack. A few fireballs soared towards him, but Jiang Jiangwo deftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful blow. Return my sword. Yan Jingjing swiftly conjured a wall of flames before her, simultaneously evading the strike. After all, she too was a fire-type evolver. Aside from Yi Beixian's protection, she possessed a degree of strength herself, which explained her audacity to roam freely. As an evolver, Yan Jingjing had always looked down upon ordinary people and firmly believed that power was the only undeniable truth. Whenever she encountered ordinary individuals whom she disdained, she would eliminate them without hesitation. The same applied to evolvers she found displeasing. If she could overpower them, she would strike, and, if not, she would simply call for backup. This disdain stemmed from an incident where, out of anger for having her clothes soiled by an ordinary person, she had severed the person's hands in retaliation. Life for an ordinary person in a post-apocalyptic world is inherently challenging. To sever one's hands is tantamount to extinguishing one's prospects, indistinguishable from murder. Jiang Jiangwo, unable to tolerate such behavior, confronted her, resulting in a fierce altercation. Although Yan Jingjing was ultimately rescued by Yi Beixian's associates, this incident forged an enduring enmity between them. Yan Jingjing, known for her vindictiveness, could bully others but would relentlessly seek retribution against anyone who bested her. She subsequently devised various schemes to undermine Jiang Jiangwo. Now devoid of Yi Beixian's support, she succumbed to defeat in less than 3 exchanges at Jiang Jiangwo's hands. A single strike shattered her metacarpals, grotesque shards of bone piercing through flesh, a sight both gruesome and harrowing. Jiang Jiangwo showed no sign of mercy, raising his hammer once more, this time aimed directly at her head. The consequences of such a blow were all too predictable, devastating. "Oh, please don't kill me. I'll return it to you. I'll give it back." Yan Jingjing scrambled away, her voice shrill with desperation. "Isn't it your heavy sword you want? Here, I'll return it to you." As she spoke, she conjured a solid ebony heavy sword with her unscathed left hand, precisely Jiang Jiangwo's weapon. He snatched the sword back but continued to scrutinize Yan Jingjing's hand, demanding, "Where's my grass?" "The grass. I've already used it," she replied with a quavering tone, noticing the stormy expression on Jiang Jiangwo's face. She quickly added, "But I possess many other treasures. Just spare my life. I'll give you everything. All of it. I have so many wonderful things. Truly, my cousin dotes on me and has gifted me countless treasures. I will give them all to you. I realize my mistakes. Please spare me." Chapter 40. The mutated firefly. As she pleaded, she produced an array of items, quickly assembling a small mountain on the ground. Gold, silver, jewels, an assortment of exquisite garments, and provisions piled high, these items seemingly materializing from thin air. Qin Sheng gazed at the heap before shifting her attention to the tear-streaked Yan Jingjing. Rising slowly, she approached Yan Jingjing, focusing intently on her still intact left hand adorned with a green gemstone ring. The elongated, fair fingers wore the ring on the index finger, the deep green stone contrasting sharply with her pale skin, glimmering vividly under the sunlight. Qin Sheng sensed a peculiar energy emanating from it, akin to the essence of her own spatial abilities. Raising her hand, she halted Jiang Jiangwo's upward swing of the hammer. Crouching down, she fixed her penetrating gaze on Yan Jingjing and softly inquired, "Are you a dual-type evolver? Fire and space?" Overwhelmed by fear, Yan Jingjing momentarily froze at the unexpected question from Qin Sheng. With a sudden nod, She exclaimed, "Yes, indeed. I am a dual-element ability user. Please spare me. I will serve you diligently from now on." Qin Sheng smiled faintly and countered, "No, you are deceiving me. Be honest and tell me, where did you acquire this ring?" Yan Jingjing's gaze faltered as she replied, This is my family's heirloom, a treasure left to me by my mother. Truly it is mine." She concealed her left hand behind her back, feigning composure. "It is merely an ordinary gemstone ring, which held some value before the apocalypse, but now it is entirely useless. I wear it solely for its sentimental value, as it is a memento from my mother." At this moment, Jiang Jiangwo also crouched down and said to Qin Sheng, "Old Qin, do you fancy that ring? It would to even fetch a loaf of bread now. It's merely aesthetically pleasing, but beauty cannot substitute for sustenance." She glanced at Qin Sheng's hands, long and fair. Indeed, those who are handsome seem to possess even perfectly manicured nails. A thought flickered in her mind, recalling a saying she had seen online. Those who are attractive even have double eyelids in their belly buttons. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Old Qin, do you truly like it?" Qin Sheng nodded, "Yes." "Very well then." Jiang Jiangwo placed his hammer beside Yan Jingjing's mangled right hand. "The last time Yi Beixian subdued me, you dealt a finishing blow that fractured both my arms and 2 ribs, not to mention stealing my sword and grass. I believe it is only fair that I return the favor by breaking both your arms and 2 ribs as well. However, I am not one to take from others without reason. Since Old Qin desires your ring, if you hand it over to me now, I shall consider our grievances settled. Otherwise, I shall proceed to break your ribs and arms as promised. The choice is yours. You are not a beast man. I fear your body may not withstand the force of my hammer." Yan Jingjing found herself with no choice, with Yi Beixian in such a state. Should she become gravely injured, she might not escape the confines of the Haiqing base. In the past, she had relied on Yi Beixian's power to eliminate many, leaving a trail of enmity. Numerous individuals within the base bore the scars of her violent actions. Now, with one arm injured, she still had a chance to flee the Haiqing base. However, if both arms and ribs were broken, such grievous injuries would likely see her reduced to mere fragments before she even left Area A. Thus, after a mere 3 seconds of internal conflict, she discerned the gravity of her situation. Looking at Jiang Jiangwo, she confirmed, "You mean what you say? If I give you the ring, you will indeed refrain from further violence and let me go?" "Of course I mean what I say. I, Jiang Jiangwo, am no fickle person." Yan Jingjing extended her left hand, suppressing her anguish. "Please, remove it yourself." Jiang Jiangwo chuckled, swiftly prying the ring off and handing it to Qin Sheng. "Old Qin here. A gift for you." Fearing Jiang Jiangwo might renege on his word, Yan Jingjing scrambled to her feet and fled without a glance at her beloved cousin, who was still ensnared in the trees. Qin Sheng accepted the ring and casually tucked it into his pocket, whispering to Jiang Jiangwo, "If I am not mistaken, this should be a spatial device. We shall examine it further upon our return." Jiang Jiangwo was initially taken aback, soon followed by a wave of concern. "I have heard of space devices, but I am aware that they typically require a blood bond to recognize a new master. The previous owner must be deceased for a new one to take hold. This is reckless. I must pursue Yan Jingjing at once and eliminate her." "But did you not say you wouldn't resort to violence against her?" "Resorting to violence? I can use my foot. Without Yi Beixian's assistance, it's merely Yan Jingjing alone. I could easily kick her to her demise. That wouldn't be considered a breach of my word. That's unnecessary. She will not escape the Haiqing base alive." Jiang Jiangwo turned to see that as Yan Jingjing fled, a number of nefarious evolved beings had begun to pursue her, all likely with ill intentions. Given the enemies she had made, her situation was indeed dire. Just as Jiang Jiangwo was about to speak, a sharp screech of brakes pierced the air as a camouflaged truck burst into view, halting abruptly and kicking up a cloud of dust. "All evolved beings, please proceed immediately to the task hall. Urgent notification, mutated beasts are attacking the city. All evolved beings, please head to the task hall at once." Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in every corner of the base. A large number of mutated beasts have appeared in the southern forest. "All evolved beings, please make your way to the task hall." Half an hour later, the task hall was filled to capacity with evolved beings, bodies pressed tightly together. On the virtual screen that usually displayed bounty missions, a recorded video began to play. In the dark, a group of fully armed soldiers ventured into towering reeds, disturbing swarms of fireflies as they moved. The reeds, taller than humans, were instantly illuminated by a cascade of firefly light, creating a dreamlike spectacle. However, A piercing scream suddenly shattered the night. The fireflies surged forth like bullets, piercing through the bodies of the soldiers. The camera shook wildly, accompanied by cries of terror and the sounds of fleeing. Abruptly, the video cut off. A robust officer replayed the footage, pausing and magnifying a scene that featured a soldier riddled with holes, each an entry wound. The fireflies moved with astonishing speed, without their luminescence. Their trajectories would be nearly impossible to discern. Su Danian, pointing at the screen, furrowed his brow. The Highqing base is situated with mountains behind and water in front. The southern water area is the source of our entire base's water supply. However, 3 days ago, a team tasked with maintaining the water source sent out a distress signal and has since gone silent. 3 teams were dispatched one after another, yet none returned, leaving no trace. Finally, an elite squad composed entirely of evolved beings was sent, but upon entry, they vanished without a trace, as if they had sunk into the sea. This video is the last transmission received from the elite squad before their signal was lost after entering the water source area. Currently, we can only observe that a significant number of highly aggressive mutated fireflies have appeared in the southern water area. Fireflies are social creatures, and judging by the footage, their numbers are not insignificant. Chapter 41. They rendered Yi Beixian incapable. The Highqing base serves as our collective sanctuary. Yet, should the southern water source remain overrun by mutated fireflies, our access will be irrevocably barred. Given the present water reserves of the base, we are faced with the grim reality that, in no more than 2 days, the entire Highqing base may confront a dire shortage of water. In light of this predicament, we ardently hope for the enlistment of more evolutionaries to aid us in addressing the issue posed by the mutated fireflies at the water source. Eam Sudarnian, the captain of this operation, the base has resolved to convene all willing evolutionaries, and I urge you to unite in this endeavor. Strength lies in numbers, and together, we shall surmount this challenge. As Su Darnian spoke, murmurs of uncertainty rippled through the crowd. An individual could no longer contain their apprehension and inquired, Captain Su, given the annihilation of your previous team, are you truly calling upon so many evolutionaries merely to send us to our demise? I am merely a plant-based evolutionary. I cannot contribute significantly to the base's needs. Indeed, although I am a water-based evolutionary, my level is so low that I can barely produce enough water to earn contribution points. I would merely be sacrificing myself by participating. Captain Su, since you mentioned it is voluntary, what incentives await us should we choose to go? Raising his hand to quell the murmurs, Su Darnian replied in a solemn tone. All evolutionaries who partake in this mission, irrespective of its outcome, shall receive 1,000 contribution points. In the unfortunate event of death during the task, the reward will be bestowed directly upon your family. Furthermore, he continued, casting a sweeping glance over the evolutionaries, the base is on the verge of establishing an evolutionary guild, which will serve to assess the levels of evolutionaries. Henceforth, all evolutionaries will be required to undergo level assessment at the guild. Moreover, all positions within the guild are currently vacant. Those who join this mission will be given priority for employment for one family member. As his words settled in, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. This is tantamount to securing a stable job at the base. Captain Su, is this truly the case? Indeed, Efferm Sudarnian. This is the base's directive, and there is no mistake. Fantastic. I have a son who would be perfect for the role. My wife could also take a position. I want to go. Count me in. The prospect of guaranteed employment galvanized even the most reluctant individuals to eagerly sign up. After all, who among us does not have family to support? This opportunity represented a veritable lifeline in a world teetering on the brink of collapse. Safe, uncomplicated work during these perilous times. One by one, they clamored to enlist, fearing they might be left behind. Old Qin, shall we also give it a try? Jiang Jiangguo exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. Qin Sheng pointed to the image of the fluttering, mutated fireflies. Jiang Jiangguo, do those erratically flying creatures not resemble bullets that could pierce your skull? Although conventional weapons may not harm you in your beastly form, if you believe your head can withstand a bullet, then by all means proceed. On this day, next year, I shall bring offerings of wine and meat to your grave. Jiang Jiangguo responded. Indeed, I find myself less inclined to go out suddenly. On such a sweltering day, how delightful it would be to remain at home, indulging in dramas and savoring fried chicken. Lao Qin, let's return home to prepare a meal. I am quite famished and crave garlic ribs for lunch. Qin Sheng chuckled softly, turning to stride towards the hall's exit. Su Danian glanced at the list in his hand and inquired of the nearby aide. Ensure that all notable evolvers within the base are duly notified, particularly those who have tasks to fulfill each month. At this juncture, he abruptly asked, by the way, has Yi Beixian been informed? He is required to undertake a mission for the base monthly. It must be this time. Captain, Yi Beixian has indeed been notified and has arrived. However, the communicator is somewhat perplexed, unsure how to describe Yi Beixian's current state. What is it? Does he refuse to go? That would be unacceptable. Initially, these formidable evolvers, including Yi Beixian, had entered into an agreement with the base, receiving complimentary provisions and accommodations, yet they were obligated to complete a task each month. Is he attempting to renege on this? Not quite. See for yourself. The communicator gestured, revealing Yi Beixian, who was being carried on a stretcher into view. He appeared to be in a meditative state, serenely seated on the stretcher. His ordinary features exuded an inexplicable air of transcendence, embodying a tranquility unaffected by worldly concerns. Is this truly Yi Beixian? What has become of him? Su Danian hastened forward, squatting before Yi Beixian. Yi Beixian opened his eyes, calm and unruffled. Captain Su, I am aware of what you mentioned, yet my heart is no longer tethered to the mundane. I yearn only to conclude this mortal existence. The monk Beixian has resolved this morning to retreat into seclusion, henceforth withdrawing from the world. His speech was deliberate, his demeanor unyielding. Were he to shave his head, he would undoubtedly radiate an aura of enlightenment. Are you truly Yi Beixian? Su Danian mused, perceiving this melancholic figure before him was far from the flamboyant peacock he remembered. Always surrounded by admirers. Could it be that a twin had emerged to impersonate him? Have you genuinely resolved to renounce worldly matters? I had intended to introduce you to my cousin. Yi Beixian smiled faintly. All things in this world are but fleeting beauty and decaying bones. My cousin is exceptionally beautiful. Yi Beixian replied. The Bodhi tree is originally without a tree. The bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there's nothing at all, so where does dust settle? Su Danian, inwardly exasperated, grasped the communicator beside him. What on earth has he experienced to become such a shell of his former self? This is not the time to succumb to despair. Furthermore, he has enjoyed numerous privileges from the base. Now, with a mere phrase of renouncing the world, he wishes to absolve himself of his responsibilities? Such fortune is not to be had. Do you truly refuse to undertake a mission? I have already transcended the 3 realms, no longer existing within the 5 elements. Then I shall have this recalcitrant individual imprisoned. Su Danian, agitated, commanded that Yi Beixian be taken into custody. Upon hearing that he was to be confined, Yi Beixian remained expressionless, sitting steadily on the stretcher as he was carried away. Qin Sheng watched as the seemingly empty-eyed Yi Beixian passed by her, and for the first time, she began to doubt her own memories. The Yi Beixian of her past life, surrounded by throngs of beautiful women, had now chosen to renounce worldly entanglements. Was the drool of that horde of women truly so fearsome? At that moment, another voice rang out, drawing the attention of everyone present. Qin Sheng and her companion became the focal point. Yi Beixian, who had spent an entire afternoon being besieged by the women from his own courtyard, now appeared dazed and foolish. A young communicator, with keen eyes, spotted 2 figures about to step over the threshold. Pointing, he exclaimed loudly, "It's them. It's those 2 women who have reduced Yi Beixian to this state. Otherwise, we could have had another asset, or rather, another pawn, for our mission." The communicator, nearly slipping up, quickly covered his mouth, afraid to say more. However, everyone present, as long as they were not hard of hearing, caught the term pawn. A wave of glances pierced through the air like daggers, directed at the individuals on the stage. Su Dajing shot a fierce glare at the one who had misspoken while addressing the 2 who had already stepped out the door. "Excuse me, could you please pause for a moment?" Jiang Jiangguo hesitated, glancing at Qin Sheng. "Old Qin, are they calling us?" Qin Sheng sighed. "What do you think?" Su Dajing stepped forward. Yi Beixian is considered a strong evolutionary within the Haiqing base. I never anticipated he would be reduced to this state. It seems our base truly harbors hidden talents. I have no interest in being a pawn, Qin Sheng replied, fixing her gaze upon him. This woman has managed to kill the conversation, Su Dajing thought, momentarily taken aback, before awkwardly chuckling. Please disregard what that young fellow just said. Every evolutionary is an invaluable asset to the base. How could they be treated as mere pawns? I apologize, but if you are here to persuade me to deal with that mutated firefly, my stance remains unchanged. I will not go. Right, I want to go either. I'll follow old Qin. Sheng laughed awkwardly. Within the entire base, there were few strong individuals who had signed agreements, and this time, the task concerning the water source had been assigned solely to Yi Beixian. Now, in his current state, he was no different from a cripple. Though she was still uncertain of this woman's true nature, it was clear that she must possess formidable skills to have reduced Yi Beixian to such a pitiable condition. The more allies, the greater the assurance, and it wasn't as if he were paying out of his own pocket. With that thought, Su Dajing steeled himself. He pulled Qin Sheng into a corner and, resolutely, extended a finger. If you're willing to go, I will request special approval from above to grant you 10,000 contribution points. Chapter 42. This is what they call 6 months without a deal. Then a feast for half a year. Do you take me for a fool? Is it merely 10,000 contribution points? I've said I want to go, and that's final. What do you propose? 10,000. 10,000 contribution points. Qin Sheng silently calculated in his mind, realizing that typical tasks yield only a few or perhaps a dozen contribution points, making this task's reward of 1,000 seem exorbitant. Yet astonishingly, he had been granted a staggering 10,000 contribution points. Such a bounty was sufficient for Jiang Jiangguo, a glutton, to feast for half a year. Although the space was stocked with ample resources, one could never have too much, could they? Contemplating this, Qin Sheng cast a furtive glance at Su Danian, then tentatively extended 2 fingers. I have a companion. With 10,000 points, it would be difficult for us to divide it fairly. Exactly. Jiang Jiangguo's eyes gleamed with excitement as she nodded eagerly. Money was of little concern. What truly captivated her was the allure of all adventurous endeavors. Then let us add an additional 5,000. Agreed. It's settled. Without waiting for Su Danian's response, Qin Sheng nodded vigorously. This mission was a tremendous windfall, equating to more than half a year's earnings for others. Su Danian glanced at Jiang Jiangguo, who towered over him by half a head, reassuring himself that it was all right. Her stature and strength would ensure he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. That very night, 2 military trucks stealthily departed from base. Alongside them were the entire Flying Tigers team and all the evolved individuals participating in this mission. Qin Sheng sat at the edge of the truck's compartment, watching the base gates recede into the distance, feeling a touch of melancholy. It was not for any particular reason, but rather due to Jiang Jiangguo snoring in her ear, a sound reminiscent of a roaring motorcycle vibrating through her head. For the 3rd time, she nudged the heavy head resting on her shoulder. Jiang Jiangguo had barely boarded the truck for 5 minutes before dozing off against Qin Sheng, her snores thunderous. At that moment, her head was pushed away, and she mumbled sleepily, shifting her head to lean in another direction, continuing her slumber. To Jiang Jiangguo's other side sat Li Chong, and beside him was Song Pengfei. Li Chong felt the weight of the head resting on his shoulder and hesitated to push it away. After all, he was a married man, and such an act seemed inappropriate. Just as he reached out, a large Russian sausage caught his eye. Simultaneously, Qin Sheng's voice chimed in, "Let her lean and sleep." All right. Li Chong hurriedly accepted the sausage, tearing open the packaging and stuffing it into his mouth. The sensation of indulging in meat had been absent for far too long. Although both he and Song Pengfei were evolved individuals, they were also family men. Their families shared a rental, and aside from paying the rent, daily sustenance constituted a significant expense. The contribution points earned from each mission merely sufficed to keep their families fed. Since they had to embark on this mission, it was imperative to ensure they were well fed, for lack of strength could pose a grave danger. Typically, their meals consisted primarily of grains and vegetables, with meat reserved for the elderly and children. Song Pengfei watched Li Chong devouring the food, his own mouth watering incessantly. At that moment, countless eyes within the truck were fixated on Li Chong's hands. Li Chong tore off a portion of the sausage and handed it to Song Pengfei, then swiftly devoured the remaining food, leaving not a scrap behind. He licked the casing clean. The vehicle continued its journey, the wind howling as it rushed in, causing the savory aroma of the meat to dissipate into the night air. The few evolvers seated at the rear cast glances at Qin Sheng, exchanging knowing smirks. This woman was nothing short of a fool, revealing her spatial abilities in front of so many and unabashedly sharing her food with others, as if desperate for them to know about her culinary provisions. Such behavior was akin to parading jewels and gold in public. Sensing the weight of several gazes upon her, Qin Sheng raised her eyes, only to see her observers immediately avert their gaze, feigning nonchalance. Two vehicles glided silently through the darkness. The lead one filled entirely with members of the base's Flying Tiger team. The second, which housed Qin Sheng and her fellow evolvers, was cramped with people, men and women alike, who had all signed up for this expedition. The entire cabin was packed, with individuals even seated on the floor. Li Qiang, ever the instigator, leaned closer to Qin Sheng and whispered, "Boss, those monkeys have set their sights on you. Be cautious." These individuals were known for their brazen attacks on solitary evolvers. Meanwhile, Song Pengfei, still savoring the remnants of meat lodged between his teeth, chuckled quietly. "I think it's the monkeys who should be wary. Let us hope they don't provoke someone they shouldn't." Qin Sheng merely smiled faintly, letting the evening breeze wash over her, offering no response. The night air was undeniably turning colder. Half an hour later, the vehicles reached their destination. Along the way, they had learned that this area was once a resort, now temporarily transformed into a forest. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, not only had animals and humans begun to evolve, but even plants had started to mutate. What was merely an artificial forest had, in just over a month since the world's end, grown to such an impressive scale. At that moment, it appeared as though they were standing in a primeval forest that had existed for millennia. The moon shone brightly, illuminating towering trees that blotted out the sky, with the thickest trunks requiring the embrace of an adult to encircle. Dense foliage shielded the moonlight, yet the ground beneath remained surprisingly illuminated. Oddly shaped plants emitted a soft glow in the darkness, while colorful mushrooms dotted the landscape like tiny night lights. Qin Sheng had spent her previous life in the North Wasteland, a barren land dominated by desert, with little more than dry grass and swirling sands. Mutated plants were a rarity. The largest of them was a banyan tree, exceptionally grand, its canopy stretching for hundreds of meters and radiating a faint light at night, attracting nearby creatures. Any being that ventured too close would find itself ensnared and consumed by the tree's creeping vines. This tree was known as the enchanted banyan. Qin Sheng gazed upon the enchanting forest before her, reminiscent of a fantastical realm. Yet this dreamlike scenery did not diminish her vigilance. The luminescent and non-luminescent flora had all undergone mutations, their original forms completely transformed. Many of the plants were unrecognizable to her, a testament to their altered states. Among them, she spotted an orange tree, or rather, a tree that bore a striking resemblance to one. The oranges upon it were several times larger than those of a typical tree, and from a considerable distance, she could detect a faint, elusive scent of citrus wafting through the air. Yet, she distinctly observed a peculiar orange that appeared to split open into two halves, only to swiftly close again, resembling a maw poised to ensnare its prey. In this apocalyptic landscape, the food crisis did not stem from a lack of cultivatable land, but rather from the seeds buried within, all of which mutated in this soil, yielding fruits and crops that were often inedible and fraught with various toxins. Some even posed a threat to nearby creatures. The only viable method for cultivating food was to establish experimental fields near the base, meticulously tended by plant evolutionists to ensure the edibility of the produce. However, this rendered the cost of food prohibitively high, making it unattainable for the average person. Across this continent, everything was undergoing transformation, including humanity itself. No one could predict whether the outcome of this evolution would ultimately be beneficial or detrimental. It was Qin Sheng's first experience in the wild at night, and the flora appeared even more magical than by day. She referred to this global apocalypse as an evolution, as in the years to come. Some would liken it to the Cambrian explosion. This period, spanning from approximately 570 million to 550 million years ago, marked a time of rapid evolutionary development among organisms, strikingly similar to the present. The sole distinction was that this wave of biological evolution was precipitated by an apocalyptic virus, commonly referred to as the bug. After witnessing countless extraordinary creatures, Qin Sheng had adopted the belief that survival, above all, was paramount. Her ultimate dream was to find a secure place to live out her days peacefully until her natural demise, surrounded by an abundance of resources. Though she had initially been reluctant to venture out, the generous offers from Su Dajing had proved irresistible. Moreover, having spent an inordinate amount of time at home, she felt her limbs growing weary from disuse and recognized the necessity of engaging in some activity. The team advanced in an orderly fashion, the members of the Flying Tiger Squad fully armed, leading the way into the forest. In stark contrast, the evolutionists, armed with a variety of weapons, were equipped in a manner that paled in comparison to their counterparts. If the Flying Tiger Squad resembled well-trained combatants, then these evolutionists could be likened to a disorganized mob. Dressed in camouflage and fully armed, the Flying Tiger Squad forged ahead, with the evolutionists following closely behind. A group of individuals silently entered the forest. Jiang Jiangguo, wielding his hefty sword, stealthily trailed behind Qin Sheng, murmuring softly, "They claim we are not mere cannon fodder, yet we haven't even received a firearm. Enough of your ramblings. Watch your step and be cautious. Besides, firearms are rare commodities, not something that can be casually distributed to evolvers." Qin Sheng tugged at Jiang Jiangguo, signaling him to lower his voice. "After all, we have been granted such a plethora of contribution points. You should be content. This is what we call a long hiatus before grand opening. Feasting for half a year." Chapter 43. The reeds marsh. The ground was strewn with thick layers of dead branches and decaying leaves, each step sinking nearly to the ankle. As weight pressed down into the earth, the rotting scent of water and mud was released, creaking underfoot. Towering trees, thorns, and unseen serpents and insects weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Jiang Jiangguo harbored concerns for the inexperienced Qin, keeping her shielded behind him as he quietly imparted the survival skills he had gleaned over the past days. "Old Qin, you've never ventured out of the base. You are unaware of the dangers these plants and animals pose. Stay behind me, and I'll protect you. If you spot any fruits, refrain from sampling them. Sometimes what appears to be fruit is far from it. In the face of danger, do not rush forward. Run with the crowd. More people means more targets, significantly reducing your own peril. There's been word of mutated brown bears lurking in this forest. Should we encounter one, lie flat on the ground, hold your breath, and play dead. Do not attempt to be a hero." "Understood, understood," Qin Sheng replied, silently dispatching a massive python hanging from the trees with tendrils. Continuing to advance with the main group. The deeper they ventured, the more mutated flora they encountered. As they traversed the dense woods, a marsh of reeds, towering above their heads, unfolded before them. The moment they stepped into the thicket, a luminous glow erupted from beneath their feet, akin to a stone cast into a lake, with fireflies shimmering like ripples. Countless fireflies emerged from hidden grass, filling the air with a breathtaking display. These fireflies were several times larger than ordinary ones, their abdomens glowing roundly, illuminating the entire marsh as they soared through the air. Perhaps due to their proximity to the marsh's edge, the fireflies remained unthreatened. Unlike the aggressive behavior depicted in videos, they leisurely fluttered about. Su Danian raised a hand, halting the group's advance, his voice low. "Do not venture further into the reeds." Previous team members were attacked for delving too deeply and triggering the fireflies' alarm. These mutated fireflies are territorial. Trespass too far into their domain, and you shall be assaulted. "And what do you propose we do?" an evolver inquired. "First, we shall construct some defensive fortifications on the periphery, and then set ablaze this expanse of reeds. The reeds are highly flammable. A single spark ignites a conflagration. This inferno will undoubtedly incinerate the majority of these fireflies, and the few that remain, we shall confront together." Upon finishing his declaration, he waved his hand, prompting several members of the Tiger Commando team, clad in camouflage, to unfasten their large backpacks. To their astonishment, each pack was filled with gas masks. Each of them donned a mask to shield against the inhalation of toxic smoke and dust. These reeds have mutated, and the smoke they emit is laced with venom. Thus caution is paramount. Just as they were halfway through distributing the masks, a delicate hand suddenly halted Su Darnian, who was in the midst of handing them out. "No," she exclaimed, "the weather is scorching, and it has not rained for a long time. This reed marsh is connected to the forest. If we are not careful, the entire forest could ignite. So many innocent creatures dwell within, and these fireflies are blameless as well. It is we who have intruded upon their territory, provoking their defensive response. They are not at fault. We cannot indiscriminately incinerate them. It is far too cruel." A slender girl stepped forward, her large, expressive eyes filled with dissent. "Why do we face such an apocalyptic predicament? It is due to humanity's reckless slaughter of wildlife and the destruction of nature that we are confronted with viral outbreaks. Do you still wish to devastate the forest? Is the retribution not yet profound enough for you? Captain Su, this cannot be permitted. Perhaps we could attempt to communicate with the fireflies and see if they might migrate elsewhere." Su Darnian paused in his distribution of masks, gazing in astonishment at the girl standing before him. Who is this foolish individual? Is there no vetting process for registrants? Captain Su, perhaps you deem my thoughts naive? Yet what harm is there in trying? What if these fireflies can comprehend our words? Su Darnian hesitated momentarily, then responded, you make a compelling point. Why not enter and reason with these fireflies? He gestured invitingly. Yang Xiaoyun's smile faltered, her earlier enthusiasm replaced with trepidation. Having seen the video, she knew well the speed and ferocity with which the fireflies attacked. They could pierce a person with the swiftness of a bullet. Stammering, she replied, Captain Su, I meant to send a formidable evolved being for negotiations, not myself. I cannot do this. I am afraid. The evolved beings waiting in line for masks grew displeased. One shoving Yang Xiaoyun aside. Are you out of your mind? What are you trying to play at here? We cannot afford to be overly concerned for others when our own safety is at stake. Captain Su, please just give me a mask. What sanctimonious behavior? Scoffed a female evolved being. A saint is one who says, oh, that person is so pitiable. I must go save her. But a hypocritical saint merely declares, oh, that person is so pitiable. You all must go and save her. If you do not, you are cruel and heartless. Such individuals are utterly revolting. Captain Su, do not indulge her. This Yang Xiaoyun is evidently mentally unhinged. Everyone is eager to complete the task and return home. Thus their expressions towards the unexpectedly emerged Yang Xiaoyun are far from pleasant. Su Dian, visibly impatient, remarked, you are Yang Xiaoyun, correct? An opportunity has been afforded to you. Since you lack the courage to proceed, then obediently adhere to our directives. I hope you can prioritize the greater good. We are amidst an apocalypse, a battle for survival, a war among races. This is not a time for you to whimsically exhibit your naive altruism. Those remaining, hasten to collect your masks. Earth-type evolvers, erect earthen walls to contain the flames. Metal-type evolvers, reinforce the earthen barriers. Wind-type evolvers, manipulate the winds to minimize the dispersal of toxic smoke towards our vicinity. Yang Xiaoyun felt a wave of humiliation as laughter erupted around her, her small hands clenched in fists at her sides, her delicate face a blend of stubbornness and vulnerability. With Su Dian's command, the previously chaotic group swiftly fell into organized formation. A dozen Earth-type evolvers simultaneously summoned their powers at the juncture of the reed marsh and the forest, and a row of earthen walls sprang forth from the ground. The earth trembled, and the rumbling sound sent the previously tranquil mutated fireflies into a frenzy. The fireflies, swirling amidst the reeds, immediately surged towards the source of the noise. Qin Sheng, observing the luminous orbs flitting about the reeds, felt as though countless snipers had their sights trained upon his group, ready to pull the trigger at the slightest sign of danger. And now, these snipers had commenced their assault. Quickly, ignite, commanded Su Dian, his voice straining, veins bulging on his forehead. The fireflies are approaching. Everyone who wishes to survive, give it your all. No sooner had he finished speaking than the members of the Flying Tiger team ignited their Molotov cocktails, launching dozens into the air, which then exploded amidst the reeds, igniting a dazzling inferno. Infuriated, the fireflies charged forth as if they were agitated wasps roused from their nest. Countless points of light buzzed ominously. The snipers of the Flying Tiger team opened fire, the gunfire shattering the night. However, in comparison to the innumerable fireflies, the bullets seemed as inconsequential as droplets in the ocean, creating not a ripple. All evolvers simultaneously launched their counteroffensive. Ice arrows, fireballs, and earthen spikes soared through the air. Yang Xiaoyun, disregarding her trepidation, was pulled forward by her fellow water-type evolvers. A curtain of water rose before the earthen wall, swiftly solidified into an ice wall by the ice-type evolvers. The fireflies, resembling moths drawn to a flame, surged towards those who threatened their gathering place. The fireflies were remarkably swift and fierce, akin to bullets, crashing into the ice wall with a resounding impact, creating deep indentations. The ice wall could not completely halt their advance. It merely served to momentarily decelerate their relentless onslaught. Qin Sheng deftly manipulated slender vines to contend with the airborne mutant insects known as fireflies. The finer the vines, the more agile they became. Two delicate tendrils danced like serpents, skillfully ensnaring their targets before threading the fireflies together, as if stringing candied fruit. Soon, the vines in her hands whirled about like two ribbons of light. Jinghua, armed with a crossbow, was preparing to shoot. Her beastly transformation power was one of sheer strength, ideally suited for close combat with larger opponents. However, against the nimble and diminutive fireflies, it was akin to wielding a hammer to swat a mosquito, utterly futile. Out of the corner of her eye, she observed the vines gracefully twisting and turning, moving with the swiftness of a startled rabbit, forming an invisible barrier around her. Not a single firefly could approach. As Jianghua fired his shots, he called out to her, "Old Qin, if you conjure up a few more vines, you could ensnare all these fireflies at once." Qin Sheng, her gaze fixed intently on the fireflies within her reach, retorted, "Please, keep your comments to yourself. Do you think this is a stream of ribbons? Controlling two is already my limit. If I summon more, you might find yourself preparing my grave next year." In a mere blink, flames erupted in the reed marsh, raging like a prairie fire. The intense heat, coupled with the assault of the fireflies, caused the ice wall to continuously melt. Water and ice-type evolvers were tirelessly reinforcing the barrier, yet the rate of melting was alarmingly swift. Soon, someone could no longer hold on. "Gapdansu, I can't do it anymore. I'm at my limit. My powers are nearly depleted. I'm done too. I really can't hold on. Gapdansu, the flames are overwhelming. The wall is melting too fast. We can't keep up. Let us retreat and come back tomorrow." Silence. Don't even mention your powers being exhausted. Even if your kidneys fail, you must endure. The ice wall is our first line of defense. It must not break before the flames outside weaken. Otherwise, we'll be roasted alive by the inferno sweeping in. Su Danian and other Earth-type evolvers wielded their abilities to elevate the earthen walls. Seeing the wall's height noticeably diminished, he chastised them. Yet he understood that these evolvers were indeed giving their utmost effort. In the base, those who were powerful evolvers had largely been recruited officially, leaving behind only the less capable. Initially, he had high hopes that Qin Sheng, whom he had hired at a premium, would prove to be a formidable force. However, he soon realized she was merely a plant-type evolver. In their ranks, plant-type evolvers were typically relegated to logistical support. Su Danian felt as though he had paid the price of Lin Zhiling only to end up with a Luo Yufeng. Damn it, he had been hasty. Hearing her decimate the leaves of Beixian, he had instinctively regarded her as impressive, failing to conduct thorough research before offering such a high price. Now, it was too late for regrets. This time, the losses were catastrophic. In that moment, as flames soared into the sky, the fireflies outside have diminished by 6 or 7/10, largely perishing in the flames. After enduring for several more minutes, the blaze has nearly subsided. The ice wall has completely collapsed. With the barrier gone, the members of the Flying Tigers, taking cover behind the earthen walls, unleash a torrent of firepower. The air is filled with the cacophony of machine gun fire. The evolved creatures also launch relentless assaults. The number of fireflies is visibly dwindling. Su Danian breathes a sigh of relief. He initially feared that leading his team would be a perilous endeavor, yet the events have unfolded exceptionally smoothly. Thus far, only 2 members of the Flying Tigers have been killed by the fireflies, and merely a handful of evolved beings have met a similar fate. Reflecting on this, Acetis smile graces Su Daniel sleeps. The previous teams have been excessively reckless, leading to their annihilation by the fireflies. Had they adopted a strategy of incendiary attacks like his, they certainly would not have incurred such grievous losses. Seeing that the situation is nearly under control, Su Danian waves his hand decisively. "Charge in with me. There are but a few fireflies remaining. Let's finish this battle. We shall return to base for our rewards. Indulge in meat, drink, and revelry. Follow me." With that, he leaps over the earthen wall, ready to charge forward. At that moment, a vine obstructs his path. "Gapdansu, wait. These fireflies are not right. Something is terribly amiss." Qin Sheng gazes at the scant remaining mutated fireflies in the sky, sensing an unsettling premonition. Everything seems too smooth, and an instinctual awareness tells her something is off, though she cannot articulate it. The light. Qin Sheng's gaze falls upon the multitude of firefly corpses strewn across the ground. Although these creatures appear lifeless, the radiance emanating from their abdomens shows no sign of waning. The bodies resemble stars fallen to the earth, beautiful yet chilling. She blocks Su Danian's path. "Captain Su, these fireflies may still be alive." Su Danian glares at her with irritation, his patience wearing thin, and he slices through the vine, obstructing him with a swift motion. "You are the second woman to impede my progress today. Miss Qin, I acknowledge your capabilities, but you must understand one thing. On the battlefield, you are to obey orders. Damn it, I have yet to hold you accountable for your exorbitant hiring fees, and now you stand in the way of my ascent." Qin Sheng observes the small section of vine that has fallen and quickly withers, replying coldly, "Captain Su, I believe you are mistaken. I'm not your soldier. I merely participated in this mission. It is futile to advise the fool who seeks death. If you insist on entering, then by all means. Obedience is a prerequisite for receiving the mission remuneration. It seems Miss Sue is uninterested in this aspect of the reward. Sue Danny glances at the others. Those who wish to claim the mission reward must accompany me. Those who wish to remain outside, fearing for their lives, may do so. With that, he leads the members of the Flying Tigers into the reeds. The remaining evolvers observed for 2 minutes, and upon confirming the absence of danger, they followed suit. A tall, slender man, resembling a bamboo pole, brushed past Qin Sheng, casting a disdainful glance before mockingly sneering. This is precisely why women are women. If they're so fearful of death, why venture out on missions? There are plenty of easy jobs back at the base. Huh. The easy work you speak of entails merely setting up a tent in Area C to serve as a reception, doesn't it? Indeed. That's a breeze. One can simply lounge around and be served food and drink. One must admit, being a woman has its perks, chimed in others, laughing. This woman, an evolver, was quite attractive. If she were at the base, she would undoubtedly command high price, far beyond what we could afford. However, if a few of us pooled our resources, it might be worth considering, wouldn't it? Are you craving hot pot? Or perhaps a mixed fish hot pot? My brother certainly knows how to have fun. Why not wait until we receive our rewards and go together? As the prospect of mission success loomed, the few remaining mutated fireflies posed little threat. The group maintained a light-hearted demeanor, joking and laughing as they proceeded forward, entirely oblivious to the dark storm brewing on Qin Sheng's face. Suddenly, a series of faint sounds pierced the air. The leading bamboo-like figure felt a chill wash over him, followed by warm liquid trickling down from his forehead to the corner of his mouth. He reached up to touch it, noting the warmth, only to discover the crimson hue. Stiffly, he turned his head, and in his final moments, he beheld a vine, as thick as a finger, protruding from his companion's forehead. The man collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his lips still curled in the playful smile from moments earlier. The previously chattering evolvers fell silent, collapsing without even the chance to scream. Old Qin, these loquacious fools met their end too easily, without even a hint of pain. You have a kind heart. Were it me, I would have turned their heads into pulp. Jiang Jiangguo grumbled, bearing a crossbow, his face etched with anger. As they lingered behind, they vanished without a trace, unnoticed by most. Even those who might have seen them merely turned a blind eye, disinterested. In this apocalypse, no one truly knows another's background. To insult others without understanding their ways is a path that leads to one's own demise. All attention remained fixated on the fireflies, lest they become the next target. Yet, Yang Xiaoyun, who had been subtly observing Qin Sheng, caught sight of the horrific scene. She gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could you do this? They merely misspoke. Even if they were in the wrong, it was not a sin worthy of death. How could you take a life so callously? That was 3 lives. In the face of calamity, humanity ought to unite rather than turn against one another. You could engage them in reasoned discourse. Yet you choose to extinguish the lives of several individuals at the slightest provocation. How can you be so malevolent? If one day, due to a mere jest at your expense, you were to be slain, what would your thoughts be? You possess such beauty, yet your heart is so cruel. Chapter 45. The instigator is despicable. Kill without regret. Yang Xiaoyun detests those who, emboldened by their formidable abilities, indiscriminately take lives. Especially this woman, who, over a few mild offenses, demands a life in return. Such tyranny is intolerable. Qin Sheng scrutinized the woman before her, if memory served. She was the one who had halted Sudanian. In this post-apocalyptic world, I have discerned 2 cardinal rules of survival. The first, the instigator is despicable. Kill without regret. If I were to be killed, it would be my own folly. Yet, the slayer must invariably face retribution. Yang Xiaoyun glared with fury. At that moment, 2 figures approached, one trailing the other. The foremost, Li Chong, was bloodied, a gaping wound marring his left shoulder, and a substantial patch of his scalp had been scraped away. Blood streamed down his face, presenting a grotesque visage. Yet he grinned mockingly. Oh, come here. I've discovered a truly extraordinary specimen of a saintly woman. What merit is there in conversing with such a woman? It is evident she is mentally unhinged. Individuals of her ilk ought to remain at the base, content to earn a meager living. Song Pengfei, limping as he followed, scoffed. For someone of such caliber, even a mere biscuit would be beneath my notice. Such madness is contagious. What if I were to sleep with her and catch her insanity? What did you say? Yang Xiaoyun's eyes widened. Her teeth clenched in rage as she glared at the two men before her. I am not some base woman who sells her body. I am a water-type evolver. I can sustain myself through my own strength. As Song Pengfei limped closer, he appraised Yang Xiaoyun's frail form. You should be grateful you are an evolver. With your looks, you would struggle to earn a living otherwise. This remark was a profound insult. I will kill you. Yang Xiaoyun, her fury boiling over, waved her right hand, sending two water arrows directly toward the heads of the two men. Given their injuries, evading this assault would be no simple task. With the water arrows now less than a meter away, Song Pengfei's heart raced. But just then, two vines surged forth, striking gently, causing the water arrows to dissipate into mist. Jiang Jiangguo, cradling his face in disbelief, stared at Yang Xiaoyun, exclaiming, Heavens, how can you be so heartless, so cold, so cruel? They merely spoke a few words to you. Even if they were misguided, they did not deserve death. These are lives we are discussing. You resort to lethal force at the slightest disagreement. How dare you strike when one is already gravely wounded? You are truly terrifying. Her body language was exceedingly exaggerated. Reminiscent of a Pulsa Z Wei, her eyes wide as saucers, desperately attempting to squeeze out a few tears. Alas, her eyes ached, and not a single drop fell. My heavens, this cruel scene has tainted my vision. I can no longer see. This world is so frightening. Air calm. Oh no, Lao Qin, please save me. Heal my eyes. With an air of pretentiousness, she draped her robust figure over the frail shoulder of Qin Sheng. Yang Xiaoyun, provoked, flushed crimson. I did not mean to. I was simply too enraged. How could they compare me to such a vile woman? You could reason with them. Argue even. Why resort to violence? Qin Sheng replied coolly. I did not mean to. I was just too furious. Jiang Jingguo huffed dramatically. Lao Qin, you know. There are people in this world who hold others to saintly moral standards while applying the basest of standards to themselves. Yang Xiaoyun, her chest tightening with indignation, exclaimed, You all are being utterly unreasonable. So many people are bullying just me. As she observed Su Daji's team delving deeper into the reed marshes, she recalled the purpose of her mission, to secure medical treatment for her ailing mother and to provide for her younger brother, who had not eaten in days. I cannot afford to quibble with these individuals. I must bring the mission's rewards home. Thinking of her two dependents, she huffed in irritation, twisting her petite waist and resolutely following behind. As she departed, Li Chong and Song Pengfei, leaning on each other, approached. In unison, they expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Miss Qin, for saving our lives. From now on, we shall be at your service, laboring tirelessly without complaint. Qin Sheng shot them a disdainful glance and waved them off. Enough, enough. What would I do with you two? I have no need for additional freeloaders. Indeed, one freeloader is sufficient for me. You needn't join. Jiang Jiangguo, no longer in a dramatic mood, nodded eagerly. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. However, a life saved cannot go unacknowledged. Song Pengfei wore a sincere expression. Li Chong wiped the blood flowing down his scalp at the back of his hand. We are truly earnest. We shall follow you henceforth, heeding your commands. Qin Sheng casually plucked a piece of charred earth, kneading in her hands before delivering a swift slap to Li Chong's head. The high-temperature scorched earth harbored no microbes and could staunch bleeding. You two should quickly apply this mud to your wounds and seek medical attention once we return to the base. Both men nodded vigorously. Yes. Boss. Do not call me boss. Qin Sheng replied with an impassive expression. From now on, refer to me as Miss Qin. Just now, during Yang Xiaoyun's attack, you two did not even attempt to evade. You assumed I would intervene and thus readily accepted me as your leader, correct? I am not foolish. There is no need for such tactics. Listening to Qin Sheng's words, Li Chong sighed, acknowledging her keen insight. It seems I cannot hide anything from Miss Qin. Your discerning eye is truly remarkable. However, both of us genuinely wish to follow your lead. Song Pengfei nodded in agreement, indeed from the heart. Thank you both for your regard, Qin Sheng replied. But let us not speak of this matter again. The two exchanged glances, their disappointment palpable. At that moment, Qin Sheng added, However, should the opportunity arise in the future, I hope we can collaborate. A glimmer of hope emerged despite their inability to join her ranks. Li Chong enthusiastically nodded, of course. Thank you, esteemed leader. Song Pengfei followed suit, calling her esteemed leader with a goofy grin. While we cannot call you boss, referring to you as esteemed leader seems quite fitting. Jiang Jiangguo observed as the two crushed the burnt clay and applied it to their wounds, perplexed by their actions. "Aren't you two coming in with us?" he inquired. Su Danian remarked, "If we do not enter, the mission cannot be deemed successful." Song Pengfei replied, "But didn't the esteemed leader say that these fireflies might still be alive?" "Indeed," Li Chang concurred, "I also sensed something amiss. The fireflies in that video appeared ferocious, yet these creatures, while formidable, do not exhibit the same level of aggression. I suspect a trickery at play." With a chuckle, Li Chang shared a cunning thought. "With so many people around, who would notice us? I shall claim that both of us were gravely injured and unable to move. Surely, we would still receive our task rewards. There is no way we traveled this far, just to be riddled with holes by fireflies. The esteemed leader should not have warned Su Danian. It was ungrateful of them. They may find it difficult to claim their rewards now." He pointed at his mud-caked scalp. This patch of skin was scraped off by the fireflies. "These mutated insects are as swift as bullets. Who knows if this area will ever grow hair again?" Qin Sheng cast a discreet glance at his scalp, noting the dry mud now stained a dark crimson by his blood, although the bleeding had ceased. Her reminder to Su Danian was merely casual. She too desired the mission's rewards. It would have been prudent for him to observe more carefully, given the lives at stake. Nonetheless, since no one appreciated her warning, she felt indifferent. After all, she was not the one injured. In this apocalyptic world, no one bears responsibility for another's life. As for the mission rewards, acquiring them would be advantageous, but lacking them would not greatly affect her. She was not in want of resources. Chapter 46. The relentless fireflies. After Su Danian led the group into the reed marsh, initial hesitations lingered as Qin Sheng's words echoed in his mind. He proceeded with caution. Yet as they ventured deeper, they encountered only the carcasses of fireflies and other insects, alongside the charred remains of burnt reeds, with no signs of abnormality. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Indeed, this water source had been under the vigilant watch of dedicated personnel before the fireflies arrived, and all the dangerous mutated beasts lurking in the lake had been eradicated. With the fireflies either burned to death or dispatched, what further peril could remain? It seemed that this mission had been remarkably successful, although a dozen or so evolved beings and 2 members of the Tiger Squad had perished. Such losses paled in comparison to the catastrophic fate of previous teams, rendering these casualties almost negligible. Yang Xiaoyan tread cautiously at the rear of the group, an unsettling sensation gnawing at her that something lurked behind her. Thus, she quickened her pace, moving to the forefront of the team. With someone ahead and another ensuring their rear, her mind found some solace. The corpses of fireflies underfoot were crushed like fallen fruits, their green viscous fluid oozing onto her shoes, glowing like a luminescent agent. Yang Xiaoyan felt a wave of nausea. She had always regarded fireflies as exquisite creatures, yet now, accompanied by the squelching sounds reminiscent of stepping on grapes, the fluid trickled onto the ground, releasing a foul, fishy odor. She could not help but swallow hard. The scent bore a resemblance to fishiness, yet possessed a distinct difference. Initially pungent, it gradually revealed an unexpected fragrance beneath the stench. Furrowing her brow, she was suddenly taken aback by a movement at the corner of her eye, freezing in place, her eyes widening in shock. What was that? Something appeared to be stirring atop the corpse of a firefly. It resembled fragmented starlight emanating from the creature's body. No, it was not starlight. It was insect eggs, followed by the larvae of the fireflies. Yang Xiaoyan opened her mouth, intending to alert those around her, but in her astonishment, she found herself unable to utter a sound. Meanwhile, the others continued to venture deeper into the reeds, blissfully unaware. Qin Sheng was crouched down, examining a string of firefly corpses intertwined with vines. "Old Qin, what are you looking at?" Jiang Jiangguo inquired, squatting beside him, chewing on a dark, spicy beef jerky. Li Chang and Song Pengfei sat nearby, resting with their eyes closed. Although neither had been officially designated as leader, they were surprised to find that merely engaging in a few exchanges with Qin Sheng had earned them a packet of biscuits each. Such serendipity made them feel as though they could talk incessantly for 24 hours. However, they chose not to indulge in the biscuits, stowing them in their backpacks to take home for their children. Both harbored a tinge of envy for Jiang Jiangguo, who, following Qin Sheng, seemed to have a constant stream of conversation, even managing to enjoy beef jerky, spicy and fragrant. While at it, as the two opened their eyes, they observed Qin Sheng crouching by the firefly corpses. They moved closer to join him in his observation, casting shadows beside her, yet she paid them little heed. 2 eyes fixated intently on the luminescent, plump abdomen of the firefly. Although it contained a mass of light, There was an unsettling illusion that the light was in motion. She casually picked up a twig and, with a swift jab, punctured the firefly's belly, causing a luminescent fluid to ooze out. Some trickled onto the ground while others adhered to the stick, raising the twig closer to her eyes. She soon discovered that the fluid itself emitted no light. Rather, it was the tiny, round eggs within that glimmered. Upon exposure to air, these eggs expanded at a visibly rapid pace, transforming into countless scintillating specks that scattered into the atmosphere. These were larvae. The firefly's belly was teeming with larvae. Li Chang and Song Pengfei recoiled several paces, utterly horrified. The mother insect perished, and the larvae emerged. Qin Sheng squinted, gazing at the starlight dispersing from the twig. These larvae grew with the wind. In scarcely 10 meters, they swelled from the size of sugar granules to that of sesame seeds. What would happen if they ventured even further? Within each mother insect's abdomen, if not thousands, surely hundreds of eggs were present. Jiang Jiangwo, gnawing on beef jerky, fixated on the larvae taking flight. Old Qin, let us capture these larvae in a glass jar. We want Tini to turn on the lights at night. Or perhaps we could take some home to raise as light bulbs. It's energy saving. Qin Sheng caught sight of a complete firefly carcass at her feet, its abdomen beginning to twist and swell as though something within was violently pressing outward. A frown creased her brow. Not good. Jiangwo, transform now. We must flee. Jiang Jiangwo, still lost in the energy-saving scheme, heard Qin Sheng's voice and, without a moment's hesitation, stripped off his clothes, hastily handing them to her. Beneath, he revealed a silver bodysuit. Old Qin, take care of my clothes. No sooner had he spoken than a piercing scream echoed from the reeds. Fireflies! So many fireflies! Run! The fireflies are back to life. There are even more than before. Run! My leg! Wait for me! Help! Simultaneously, a deep, resonant bear's roar reverberated through the forest. Roar! Jiang Jiangwo's body swelled against the wind, towering over 3 meters tall, his exposed skin, including his face, sprouting thick brown fur. His hands and feet became extraordinarily large. They had accompanied Jiang Jiangwo on several missions, yet had never witnessed her harnessing her beastly transformation ability. The Li brothers stood in stunned silence, momentarily unable to comprehend the sudden transformation of their companion from a robust woman into an enormous, fur-covered creature. Li Chang exclaimed, "This is the beast transformation ability. She is a grizzly bear. Her power is that of a grizzly bear." Song Pengfei heard the desperate screams rising from the reeds, and the remaining flickering lights surged from the ground, swirling chaotically in the air. Those who attempted to flee were swiftly pierced by the luminous insects, collapsing to the ground, riddled with bloodied holes. His face turned ashen in an instant. The eggs, everywhere, were hatching larvae. It was a grave mistake to enter. These eggs outnumbered the original moths by thousands. Run! Flee into the forest. Qin Sheng discarded his stick and dashed into the woods. Jiang Jiangwo hoisted the limping Song Pengfei and followed suit. Li Chang, you can run. Hurry, or you'll be turned into a sieve. Li Qiang Butcha Jiang Jingwu Sprin a Forlesli. Wishing he could be the one being carried instead of the injured man. Yet, there was no time to ponder. He took off after them. Meanwhile, Su Danian's predicament was beyond mere disarray. Having been on the verge of completing the task after clearing the remaining fireflies, he suddenly heard a piercing scream behind him. Turning around, he saw the reeds behind him glowing anew. He initially thought it a straggler. To his horror, a swarm of diminutive fireflies surged forth, rapidly enlarging as they approached, launching their assault. Faced with the unexpected multitude of fireflies, the team members panicked and retaliated. An even denser swarm emerged, crashing upon them like relentless waves. The sheer number and speed of the attack caused their ranks to disintegrate in an instant, scattering in a frantic rush toward the forest or leaping directly into the water. However, while the water lacked large mutated beasts, it teemed with countless piranhas. Those who had plunged into the water were torn to shreds in mere moments, and upon witnessing this, the others hesitated to follow, instead turning back toward the forest. The relentless fireflies blanketed the reeds, pursuing the fleeing crowd beyond their territory. Chapter 47. A collective escape. Su Danian ran desperately forward, at this moment disregarding the authority of the Tiger Team leader. His mind was filled with images of his comrades being pierced by the fireflies, akin to self-guiding bullets, ruthlessly claiming lives in the reeds. An overwhelming sense of despair and terror flooded his heart, regretting not heeding Qin Sheng's advice to observe more before entering. He had underestimated these mutated fireflies. In the darkness, he had no time to discern his direction, breaking free from the reeds. He noticed several figures ahead running and instinctively followed. Other survivors trailed behind him, creating an inexplicable long line following Qin Sheng and the others. Once they entered the forest, the fireflies' flight speed diminished considerably compared to their pace in the reeds. Yet they persistently pursued the group. Anyone lagging behind or moving slowly was immediately pierced through. They did not attack with the urgency found in the marshlands. Rather, they toyed with their prey as a cat does with a mouse. One of the team members stumbled over the gnarled roots on the ground, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Sudanian had completely forgotten he was a soldier. He had become a frantic madman, fleeing for his life. The fireflies seemed endless. Slaying one adult firefly would only yield countless more. The more he killed, the more appeared. It was a vicious cycle. Suddenly, he tripped over something unseen and fell hard to the ground. Though he quickly scrambled back to his feet, he had already fallen significantly behind. Watching figures rush past him, Sudanian panicked, rolling and scrambling to catch up, shouting to those ahead, "Hey, help me. I have many contribution points." "Xiaohu, maniac, wait for me. I am the captain of the Flying Tigers. You cannot abandon me." Yet, in that moment, no one spared him a glance. They were all focused on their own escape. With a sickening thud, a firefly pierced through his shoulder blade, blood splattering as the creature circled in the air before charging at him again. Amidst despair, Sudanian ignited an unprecedented courage. "You beast! You think you can kill me?" With a furious roar, dozens of earthen spikes shot forth, slicing through the fireflies that danced around him, sending them crashing to the ground. The immediate crisis was averted. Yet Sudanian felt drained, every ounce of strength fleeting. Yet he pressed on, refusing to succumb. He could not die here. No one noticed the glowing, rounded abdomen of the firefly, now lifeless on the ground, pierced by the earthen spikes. "Laokin, huff huff. Where do we run?" "I don't know. Huff huff. Just run forward. We need to find a place to hide. After your beast transformation, your tough skin may withstand the fireflies for now, but I cannot. I need to find somewhere to take cover." Qin Sheng's head buzzed, nostalgia washing over her as she longed for the North Wilderness, where there were no such insects. Just sand. After years in the North Wilderness, she had never encountered such bizarre bugs. Yet here, the game began at hellish difficulty. As she ran, she glanced back. To her shock, several individuals were trailing behind her, along with a swarm of fireflies resembling a vast array of light bulbs. Feeling a twinge of fear, her fear of crowded spaces began to surface. "Why is everyone following me?" she thought. "Couldn't you all run in different directions to spread out the danger?" "Wait for me. Slow down. Huff huff. I can't keep up." Li Chong gasped heavily, struggling for breath as if he were a bellows. He was rapidly losing the strength to flee. A painful wound had been inflicted upon his backside. It hurt like hell. If he fell behind, it would not merely be a hole in his rear. His entire body would be riddled with injuries. They needed to run. Jiang Jiangguo, with the dizzying Song Pengfei slung over his shoulder, continued to sprint with remarkable agility. Transformed into her beastly form, she stood over 3 meters tall, her legs matching the height of an average person, allowing her strides to cover distances that left others lagging behind. Qin Sheng had grown accustomed to Jiang Jiangguo's pace and managed to keep up. However, Li Chong was struggling. He was exerting every ounce of energy just to barely stay in the race. The searing pain in his rear made every step agonizing, and, as he reached back, he felt the warm blood oozing from a gaping wound. Damn it, those mutated fireflies were formidable. His exclamations filled the air, but his feet dared not slow down. Nor could he afford to fixate on those menacing creatures. His fists clenched tightly, palms slick with sweat. No matter the pain, he had to run. Staying put would surely lead to his demise. As Qin Sheng sprinted, she shouted, "If you don't hurry, you'll find someone else spending your compensation. Sleeping with your wife and hitting your child." This statement proved more effective than any anesthetic. Images of other men with his wife and striking his son flashed through Li Chong's mind, and suddenly, the pain in his backside seemed far more bearable. "I cannot die. I refuse to die. Wait for me." In an instant, his legs surged with renewed vigor, propelling him forward at a speed that nearly surpassed Jiang Jiangguo. Just then, Qin Sheng spotted a cave not far ahead, its dark entrance stark against the foliage of unknown vines climbing the rocky wall. "Jiang Jiangguo, there's a cave over there. Let us hurry inside." She made an abrupt turn towards the cave's entrance. Jiang Jiangguo swiftly followed suit, exclaiming, "Wait up, Lao Qin. Li Chong, pale from blood loss, hurriedly covered his rear and limped after them. Su Danian, with keen eyes, noticed the change in direction and instinctively followed, as was the natural tendency in such chaotic moments. As Qin Sheng dashed into the cave, she produced a security door from her spatial realm, preparing to seal the entrance. It's a cave. We must hide inside. There, S-Hope. Don't block the entrance. Wait for me. Wait for us. Aya, help. Miss Qin, wait for us. The first thing Jiang Jiangwo did upon entering the cave was to drop the dazed Song Pengfei onto the ground before turning to assist Qin Sheng. Song Pengfei felt as though he were on a roller coaster, his head spinning, and he collapsed onto the ground, retching uncontrollably. Li Chong crouched at the cave entrance, anxiously watching the fireflies trailing closely behind the others. Hurry up. Haven't you eaten? Get inside, he urged. Qin Sheng awaited the last person to enter, then forcefully wedged the security door across the cave's mouth. Jiang Jiangwo barricaded the entrance. She swiftly produced another security door from her spatial storage to seal the remaining gap. The cave's mouth was modest in size. The two doors could effectively block it entirely. Su Danian and the others leaned against the cave wall, panting like exhausted dogs, still recovering from their exertion. Suddenly, they heard Qin Sheng's voice. Anyone who wishes to survive, come help block the door. If those fireflies break in, we will all be doomed. Yes, quickly seal it. The others rushed to the cave entrance, bracing the four corners of the security door. The remaining Earth-type Evolver immediately used soil to seal every crevice. Jiang Jiangwo pressed his shoulder against the two liver-colored doors. Old Qin, where did you get this security door? It seems so familiar, he remarked. Chapter 48. This security door is not secure. Su Danian leaned against the door, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief at having narrowly escaped death. He had initially believed he would meet his end at the hands of the relentless mutated fireflies. Yet here he was alive. His eyes gleamed as he gazed at Qin Sheng, muttering, the money wasn't wasted, it wasn't wasted. Qin Sheng understood his intent and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Just as she was about to respond, a sudden scream pierced the air. Yang Xiaoyuan, bracing the far-right security door, quivered as she pointed to a spot. The door. It's broken. Qin Sheng followed her finger, incredulous. How could the security door be broken? Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed a small crack forming on the liver-colored door, bulging outward as if something inside were pushing against it. Without hesitation, Jiang Jiangwo grabbed an arrow and thrust it into the door, pulling out a punctured firefly corpse, accompanied by swirling white foam. Old Qin, this security door is not secure at all. She stared, dumbfounded, at the inner workings of the door. It's filled with foam? What a counterfeit product. Seeing this, Qin Sheng quickly retrieved two large steel plates from her spatial storage, stacking them behind the security door. Within a minute, a loud thud echoed as the steel plates were struck, reminiscent of the sound of hail pattering against metal. Clearly, that inferior security door was utterly compromised. Qin Sheng felt a surge of irritation. It seemed she had developed a post-apocalyptic hoarding syndrome. She had amassed a plethora of items, convinced of their usefulness. Mountains of shared bicycles, electric scooters, tricycles, tractors, books, antiques. Anything she encountered found its way into her storage. This batch of anti-theft doors, if memory serves, was dismantled from the relocated housing community before its completion. At that time, she observed that the community was filled with freshly installed doors, and out of sheer boredom, she took the opportunity to remove and hoard them all, only to discover later that they were all subpar products. To pry open the doors, she spent several sleepless nights. Reflecting on this, a wave of frustration surged within her. After a while, a bonfire ignited in the cave. The crackling of the flames mingling with the sounds of steel colliding, each noise resonating in the hearts of those present. The cave, resembling a large-bellied vase, had a modest entrance but ample internal space. A group of people gathered around the bonfire, either seated or sprawled on the ground. Although they had narrowly escaped death, a sense of joy eluded them, as most of those present were injured, and a horde of mutated fireflies lingered outside, showing no signs of departing. Qin Sheng glanced around, noting that there were still a dozen or so individuals in the cave, including Su Dazheng and 4 members of the Flying Tiger team, along with the mentally unstable Yang Xiaoyun, the monkey who had once eyed her with ill intent on the bus, and several unfamiliar faces. There was also a couple, a man and a woman, huddled together. Remaining were Li Chong and her, along with Jiang Jiangwo. As Song Pengfei regained some clarity, His first action was to pull Li Chong closer to Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangwo. Li Chong groaned as he crawled on the ground, his rear end raised. Song Pengfei scooped up a handful of dirt and, after setting it ablaze, applied it to the wound on Li Chong's backside, effectively staunching the bleeding. Now, the small cave was divided into 4 distinct groups. Su Dajing with the Flying Tiger team, Qin Sheng and her sister alongside the Li brothers, and finally, Yang Xiaoyun with the monkey and the remaining individuals. Clear boundaries separated the 3 factions. Jiang Jingguo absently poked at the bonfire with a stick, having retracted her beastly abilities upon entering the cave. Dressed in a striking red jersey, she glanced around and quietly remarked to Qin Sheng, "Doesn't this remind you of our university days, with 4 people in a dorm, yet 6 different groups?" Hee hee. Qin Sheng silently offered her a piece of beef jerky, saying, "Here, eat a bit. You must be hungry." Jiang Jingguo nodded in acknowledgement, chewing on the jerky while continuing to tend to the fire, lapsing into silence. Yang Xiaoyun sat on the ground with her head down, tears streaming as she gazed at the floor. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed Qin Sheng feeding Jiang Jiangwo something. Undoubtedly food. Having been hungry since noon and drained of her powers, she leaned against the cave wall, utterly exhausted. Her eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope, and with tear-streaked cheeks, she shyly spoke, Miss Qin, since you can conjure objects to block doors, you must be a spatial type evolver, right? Do you have any food left? Could you possibly share some with me? I'm exceedingly famished. Once I return to the base, I shall certainly repay you. You are truly remarkable. I have encountered only one dual-type evolver like you thus far. I envy the abundance of supplies you possess, unlike me, who can hardly satisfy my hunger. As Yang Xiaoyun spoke, the gazes of a dozen individuals within the cave immediately shifted to Qin Sheng. In a desperate bid for survival, everyone present had nearly discarded all that they could spare. The members of the Flying Tiger team had even thrown away their firearms, let alone any food. At this moment, all were ravenously hungry. Indeed, I witnessed you using plants to attack the fireflies, and you can conjure steel plates out of thin air. You must also be a spatial type evolver. Surely you have provisions. She does. The monkey seated in the corner instantly pointed at Qin Sheng. I saw her pull out a substantial sausage in the vehicle, which she generously offered to that man. If she is so bountiful, she must have plenty of food. Su Danian also looked at Qin Sheng expectantly. Miss Qin, do you have any left? Before he could finish, Qin Sheng interjected, I have food, a great deal of it. She fixed her gaze on Yang Xiaoyun. It is impossible to share. My supplies did not come from the wind. If you wish to eat, you may purchase it with contribution points. I did not bring anything to exchange, and I have yet to receive my contribution points, Yang Xiaoyun protested, feeling somewhat wronged. Unlike you, I'm not a spatial evolver who can carry so much. We are all in this together. Cannot you be a little more generous? Qin Sheng shot her a disdainful glance. Do you wish to take advantage of me? I must say, your audacity is quite thick-skinned. You ought to be stripped and used to fortify the base's defenses. What time is it? Do you think that feigning helplessness will allow you to exploit me? Do you take me for one of those men who only possess half their worth? She turned to Su Danian. Captain Su, I have food, but it cannot be given away for free. If everyone wishes to buy, that is permissible. You can keep a record, and upon our return, settle it from the contribution points, lest there be any disputes. What do you think? Su Danian nodded repeatedly. Indeed. Of course. After all, no one's supplies come without effort. Hearing this, Yang Xiaoyun felt as though it was particularly aimed at her, and she began to cry, covering her face and turning away as if she had been wronged. The monkey sprang up, his face filled with anger as he pointed at Qin Sheng. What did you say? You want contribution points in exchange? What time is it? We should be facing our fate together. Yet, you still haggle over these trivial matters. I see you are blinded by greed. Wretched woman, how dare you be so shameless? I had intended to keep you around longer, but if you are so eager to court your own demise, do not blame us. Listen to me. This woman must have many items in her spatial storage. There are so many of us. Let us unite. If we kill her, all the items in her space will be ours. As soon as the monkey finished speaking, several individuals behind him, except for the couple, stood in agreement. Yang Xiaoyun glanced at the monkey, then at Qin Sheng, tilted her head, and continued to cry. She did not budge or express an opinion, behaving as if she had heard nothing. She did not wish to take the risk of participating in the attempt to kill Qin Sheng, for this woman was an enigma. She feared the flames of trouble. After all, if these people were to kill Qin Sheng, she would undoubtedly benefit in some measure. Leaning against the stone wall, Qin Sheng wore a smile. Are you intent on murder and plunder? Chapter 49. You don't have a sister. Is that my fault? So what? With so many of us, do you truly believe you can escape? The monkey felt an overwhelming sense of pride. The easiest endeavor in this world is to engage in a no-cost transaction. If something can be seized, why purchase it? They had grown accustomed to the dark dealings of the underworld and had no desire to earn contributions the honest way. Jiang Jiangguo sat quietly, chewing on beef jerky. Nearby, Li Chong, nursing a painful injury to his rear, limped over, accompanied by Song Pengfei. Li Chong grimaced as he sat crookedly on a stone, casting a wary glance at the scheming monkey. Monkey, I advise you to abandon your inappropriate thoughts. Greed can lead to one's demise. Li Chong, I suggest you mind your own business. I've noticed you've been trailing behind this woman like a lost puppy. What? Are you hoping for a taste of her milk? Ha ha, you coward. The monkey laughed heartily, brimming with arrogance. This woman is mine. None of you shall interfere. You vile creature, such words can only spew from a dog's mouth. Why not return to your mother? Just as he finished, Jiang Jiangguo discreetly poked his arm, signaling him to be silent. Li Chong looked at him in confusion, but Jiang Jiangguo could only wave him over, whispering, keep quiet. I want to see these fools dig their own graves. Don't disrupt the unfolding drama. He appeared as nothing more than an innocent bystander. Reluctantly, Li Chong fell silent. Meanwhile, the monkey transformed from his earlier breathless state, standing tall and confident as he pulled 2 handguns from his jacket. His companions behind him erupted in laughter, exuding an air of certainty. With a smug expression, the monkey addressed Captain Su. Captain Su, you are gravely injured, yet my brothers and I have been conserving our strength. With your current state, we could easily eliminate you all without a sound. However, I'm a benevolent soul and do not hold grudges. Given our newfound acquaintance, I offer you another chance to consider whether we should share in this bounty. A short, sharp-featured man approached, halting a few meters from Captain Su. He brandished a grenade, threateningly declaring, Captain Su, I advise you to heed our monkey brother's words. It's merely a chance encounter with a woman. There's no need to risk yourself for her. We respect your status, so we extend you this courtesy. Why make things difficult for yourself? Captain Su's gaze remained fixed on the grenade in the man's hand, his expression darkening. That is a specially made grenade from the Flying Tigers. The insignia is engraved on the safety pin. How did you acquire it? The man chuckled, his murky eyes revealing a sinister glint. How did we get it? Naturally, we took it by force. The heavily wounded Flying Tigers resemble mere paper tigers, easily dispatched with a single thrust. Such entities are abundant. You wretched beast, you strike your comrade from behind. The remaining members of the Flying Tigers glared in fury, their bodies trembling with indignation. Captain, we should never have sought the assistance of these evolved beings. They are all vile creatures. It dawned on me. I recall seeing a bullet hole in Stone's forehead. Initially, I thought it was a case of mistaken identity, that he had been accidentally shot. Yet, in retrospect, something feels amiss. When Stone met his demise, his expression was one of disbelief. He must have been ambushed by these scoundrels. Not just Stone. Several others bore bullet wounds. The size of these wounds was significantly smaller than those inflicted by fireflies, easily discernible. Su Danian clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. How many lives have you clandestinely harmed? Damn you. Though Su Danian feared for his own life, he could not tolerate the fact that these individuals had brazenly attacked his brother from behind. The monkey and his companions were each armed with firearms and grenades. Moreover, after delving into the marshland, everyone appeared exhausted, their abilities drained, while only they remained full of vitality. This situation could arise from only 2 scenarios. Either the monkey and his crew were exceptionally skilled, or they had never truly engaged in the marsh, but instead lingered on the periphery, waiting for casualties to accumulate before swooping in for the kill. It now seemed evident that the latter was the case. These rascals had never intended to genuinely complete the mission. Indeed, if everyone perished or remained silent, the monkey and his crew would not only pocket the mission's reward, but also acquire an unexpected fortune. They had calculated their moves well. It appears that Captain Su is unwilling to show them any respect. I owe you no favors, you scoundrels lurking in the shadows. If you have the courage, wait for me to recover before facing me in a fair duel. Su Danian trembled, half in fear of his life and half in rage. The blood vessels in his eyes seemed ready to burst. What monkey? To me, you resemble a beast performing tricks in a circus. Do not let me return to the base alive. Otherwise, I will summon my brother-in-law and annihilate your entire family. Damn you. If Let's could kill, the monkey would have been dismembered by now. The monkey exchanged glances with one of his comrades, a glint of malice evident in their eyes. Very well. Since Captain Su refuses the wine of friendship and opts for punishment instead, we shall take matters into our own hands, the monkey declared, tucking his handgun into his jacket. Not a single soul shall leave this cave alive. The shorter man cast a covetous glance at Qin Sheng and Yang Xiaoyan. Brother monkey, what if we keep these two women alive for a while? Heh, keep them alive? Have you never heard that the longer the night, the more dreams one has? It's best to strike while the iron is hot. The monkey felt a twinge of annoyance. He had initially intended to drag Su Danian into the fray, for he had heard tales of this individual, hardly a paragon of virtue, greedy and lecherous, yet miserly. Though he was fundamentally inept, his connections were formidable, boasting two exceptionally powerful brothers-in-law. He was not to be underestimated. If he could entangle Su Danian in his schemes and uncover some compromising evidence, it would facilitate his endeavors at the Haicheng base immensely. However, to his astonishment, this fellow displayed no gratitude whatsoever. If that were the case, let them all perish. Yang Xiaoyan had believed that the monkey and his cohort were merely targeting Qin Sheng, and she had concealed herself, waiting to seize an opportunity. Yet, she was horrified to discover their utter depravity. They were even willing to harm an innocent like herself. As this realization dawned upon her, she cast a resentful glance at Qin Sheng. It was all her fault. Had she not crossed paths with the monkey and his ilk, she would not be suffering this unwarranted calamity. Qin Sheng, how could you be so selfish? Given that you possess such an abundance of resources, why not share them with everyone? Why must you be so self-serving, now jeopardizing us all for your own satisfaction? This is all you're doing, you wicked woman. Oh, how I weep. Upon hearing the monkey's ominous proclamation to eliminate them all, she panicked, trembling and shedding tears. Monkey, I have a mother and younger brother at home, depending on me. I swear I won't disclose what I have seen. Truly, I am tight-lipped. Spare me, please. The monkey chuckled darkly. You'll find out just how tight-lipped you are soon enough. He. Do you truly believe victory is assured? We may be wounded, but we're not mere sickly cats. If you dare to strike, we shall perish together. I refuse to believe that our numbers cannot deal with a handful of you. The monkey remained unfazed, swiftly turning and firing his weapon. Bang! Accompanied by the gunshot, an assailant, poised to attack, fell lifelessly to the ground. Captain Su, have you never heard the saying? No matter how skilled a martial artist, one must fear the kitchen knife. And what I wield is a gun. Furthermore, you are mistaken. While I may be a stone, you are no jade. You are merely a lump of dog excrement gilded with gold leaf. I have tolerated you for far too long. Devoid of any real skill, you flaunt your connections with your brother-in-law at the base. Why should I live a life of squalor? You can feast upon your sister. Yet here I am. You are simply envious. Blame your mother for not giving you a better sister, not me. You scoundrel. Su Danian, refusing to back down, thought to himself that since they were all destined for death, who was to fear whom? At that moment, within the cave, anyone capable of movement braced themselves, rising to their feet in defense against the monkey. The two factions stood poised for battle, tensions escalating. Yet, the very individual who was initially targeted, Qin Sheng, remained unfazed, casually tending to the fire as if nothing had transpired. She even took out a skewer and leisurely threaded pieces of jerky onto it to roast. As Su Danian observed the calm demeanor of Qin Sheng, a sudden thought struck him. She managed to severely injure that scoundrel Yi Beixian, and it seems she has not ventured deep into the reeds, showing no significant wounds on her body. Perhaps she possesses a lethal technique to deal with the monkey. Yet, despite being targeted by the monkey, she is yet to strike. What could she possibly be waiting for? Undoubtedly, she will not perish. But whether she cares for the lives of others remains uncertain. Previously, I had exchanged harsh words with her. Women are known to hold grudges. Or perhaps she is simply waiting for the monkey to eliminate everyone before making her move. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts raced through Su Danian's mind, culminating in a loud shout that erupted from his throat. Miss Qin, if you save my life, I will grant you 10,000 contribution points. The other members of the Flying Tigers will do the same. Chapter 50. Do you think I am delaying your good fortune? Qin Sheng did not even glance at Su Danian as she brought the charred and crispy beef jerky to her lips, chewing while responding, Captain Su, you must be joking. You lured me into this mission with similar promises, but when it came to the reeds, you reneged, lamenting over contribution points and declaring that disobedience to orders would render the mission incomplete. So, the authority to interpret rests solely with you? Furthermore, I have no interest in saving lives. Caught off guard by her sudden reminder of past grievances, Su Danian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Women truly do remember. However, with a quick thought, he countered, if you are disinterested in saving lives, what about killing? For each of these scoundrels, I will personally offer 10,000 contribution points. I will pay out of my own pocket. This time I mean it. If you find an excuse to back out again, let me be tormented day and night by the oldest and ugliest woman in the world. Qin Sheng paused, her cheeks bulging in shock. You dare to make such a vile oath? Jiang Jiangguo silently regarded Su Danian, giving him a thumbs up. Given the severity of your curse, I shall trust you once more. Qin Sheng handed the remaining skewers to Jiang Jiangguo. Good heavens! The monkey, in a fit of rage, pointed his gun at Qin Sheng. You wretched woman, do you even regard me? You think you have the capability to kill me? Just wait and see how this turns out for you. As he spoke, the monkey pulled the trigger, intending to shoot this confused woman dead. It won't budge? The monkey lowered his gaze, only to find a slender vine entangled around the gun. Before he could comprehend the situation, another thin vine shot toward him, piercing his brow with a soft thud. In that instant, he felt a slight headache, not particularly painful but rather numb, and his vision blurred, the surroundings becoming indistinct, as if he were intoxicated. Monkey, brother monkey, good heavens, she's ambushing us. Kill this woman. With a flurry of chaotic gunfire, Su Danian gazed at the 5 bodies dangling from the cave ceiling like salted fish, terror flooding his eyes as he looked at Qin Sheng, now filled with profound fear. In a mere 5 seconds, the once lively individuals were now suspended by their heads, entangled in vines. Throughout this ordeal, she remained utterly motionless, as if the vines in her grasp possessed a will of their own, launching attacks upon the hapless victims. Moreover, her synergy with the robust woman named Jiang Jiangguo was astonishingly seamless. In the very moment of assault, Jiang Jiangguo deftly drew a heavy sword from her back. Using it as a shield, Qin Sheng directed the offensive while she defended against the incoming projectiles. One was the aggressor, the other the protector, yet it was evident that Qin Sheng held the lead, with Jiang Jiangguo in a supporting role. What was truly remarkable was that not a single glance was exchanged between them. Their coordination was unervingly instinctive. However, what truly instilled fear was the vine in Qin Sheng's grasp. He had encountered numerous plant-based evolvers, but none exhibited such devastating lethality. She wielded the rifle with the ferocity of a submachine gun. The group of monkeys, armed and themselves evolvers, usually ruthless in their thievery, were far more formidable than typical evolvers. Yet, in her hands, they were akin to defenseless chicks strung together effortlessly. Jiang Jiangguo, brandishing her heavy sword, delivered a powerful kick to one of the monkeys. With that single blow, the unfortunate souls toppled like a line of dominoes, a cascade of lifeless bodies swaying in the aftermath. You filthy wretch, did you think you could take advantage? You perverse degenerate. What do you mean by 2 women? I'm a woman too. Can't you see? You look down on me, don't you? I'll kick you to death. She fumed, dragging the sword back to Qin Sheng's side and resuming her earlier task of stringing them up. In that moment, the cave was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of Jiang Jiangguo munching on her spoils. Qin Sheng lifted her gaze, fixing her intense stare upon Su Danian. Captain Su, 5 heads. The implication was clear. He was to honor his word. 10,000 per head, and payment was expected. Su Danian forced a stiff smile. I assure you, I'm not one to renege on my promises. Upon our return to base, I will promptly credit your identity card. Not only would he pay, but he would also add more than agreed. He recognized that this woman was destined to become a formidable figure, someone who must not be offended. Indeed, it would be prudent to cultivate a good rapport. As his brother-in-law had said, the more friends one has, the more paths one can traverse. With this thought, he donned a grateful smile, bowing slightly to Qin Sheng. Thank you, Miss Qin, for your life-saving assistance. Should you ever require my aid in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost. Unconsciously, he had begun to use honorifics. Qin Sheng waved her hand dismissively. I killed them because I accepted your benefit, so this is not an act of mercy. Besides, they intended to deal with me as well. This was self-preservation. Rescuing you is merely incidental. Just remember to contribute when you return. No sirkin. Of course. Sudanyan chakildamiabli. Damn it. This Miss Qin is utterly impervious to reason. Doesn't she understand that human relationships require reciprocity? How can I forge connections without a catalyst? She is extinguishing any chance of interaction before it even begins. Recently, Yang Xiaoyun found herself entangled with a monkey, as the vine erupted from the back of its head. Warm blood splattered across her face. In an instant, her mind went blank. It took several minutes for her to regain her senses, and she retreated in terror until her back pressed against the mountainside, left with no further escape. Her pale visage reflected panic and helplessness, tears streaming down her cheeks. You've killed again. It's terrifying. In that fleeting moment, they were gone. With her tear-filled eyes fixed on Qin Sheng, she implored, "You are frightful." It was the same by the reed marsh, and now again. You kill at the slightest provocation. They merely offended you with a few words, and you've taken a life. With the mutated fireflies outside, every additional person increases our chances of survival. Qin Sheng looked utterly bewildered. Are you blaming me for stopping them? By your logic, should I have waited until they killed you first, allowing me to justify my actions? Jiang Jiangguo nodded sagely. Old Qin, I believe she harbors a grudge against you. You acted too swiftly. Perhaps she is so twisted that she was waiting for others to make their move. Earlier, when faced with the monkey, she had knelt without hesitation. Now, she exhibited remarkable defiance toward you. As Jiang Jiangguo spoke, he gestured toward the others. If you feel regret, there is still time. We have several men in the cave who could satisfy your twisted desires. The few members of the Flying Tiger team, he pointed to, quickly shook their heads. I can't do it. I'm severely injured and lack strength. I have no penchant for public performances. They all spoke almost in unison. Yang Xiaoyun, filled with shame and rage, retorted, You are shameless. I never thought that way. Oh, you find them insufficiently stimulating? Jiang Jiangguo replied with faux seriousness, pointing toward a nearby cluster of corpses. Look over there. The monkeys are still fresh and warm. Go ahead. We promise not to watch. Qin Sheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, we shall not look. Li Chong and Song Pengfei echoed. We promise not to look. The remaining individuals chimed in. Yes, yes. We want to look. You go ahead. You all. Yang Xiaoyun trembled with rage, her voice rising in anguish. You are bullying me. All of you siding with that woman, Qin Sheng. I was merely being kind. Why must you act this way? It's so unfair. You are truly cruel. I am a victim too. She curled into a ball, burying her head in her knees, sobbing uncontrollably as if abandoned by the entire world. Qin Sheng looked at Su Danian in confusion. Where did you find such an oddity? Su Danian chuckled in these belief. How would I know there were such individuals at the Haicheng base? It is indeed peculiar that such a person has managed to survive until now. Jiang Jiangguo nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite strange. Old Qin, I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to strike her. What should I do? Chapter 51. Beef noodle soup. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves and approached Yang Xiaoyun with a sinister grin. You wretched woman. I have endured you for far too long. What do you intend to do? Do not come any closer, Captain Su. Help me. Moments latte. Jiang Jiangguo left with a sense of exhilaration, while Yang Xiaoyun lay in a corner, bruised and despondent. Her heart was heavy with sorrow, pondering the state of the world. It is not she who is at fault, but the world itself. Why is everyone bullying her? Why? As time ticked by, the youngest member of the Flying Tigers, Xiao Teng, gently nudged Su Danian's arm, his stomach rumbling audibly. Hearing the sound, Su Danian too felt hunger rising within him. He turned to Qin Sheng, smiling broadly. Miss Qin, I am rather embarrassed to ask you for some food, but my stomach is being rather insistent. Rest assured, I will repay you with contribution points as soon as I return to the base. Yes, yes, we will buy with contribution points. The young couple looked expectantly at the woman across from them. Qin Sheng retrieved some biscuits and instant noodles from her space, placing them before them. You may eat, but remember to account it with Captain Su. A packet of biscuits costs 10 contribution points, and a packet of instant noodles also costs 10 contribution points. In these extraordinary times, prices are steep. If you find it too expensive, then do not purchase. Qin Sheng had perfectly embodied the image of a miserly and avaricious character. As for Captain Su, considering the substantial business we have conducted, I shall treat you to your share. After all, it has been a long time since the apocalypse began, and it is my first encounter with a generous benefactor. Treating him to a meal is hardly excessive. Oh dear, how can I accept this? Su Danian chuckled, feeling a sense of pride and accomplishment despite still owing several thousand contribution points. Among all those present, Qin Sheng chose to treat him. What does this signify? It signifies status. Yang Xiaoyun, covering her bruised right eye inflicted by Jiang Jiangguo, felt the pangs of hunger and, suppressing her grievances, said, As for you, the biscuits are 100 contribution points, and the instant noodles are also 100 contribution points. As soon as she spoke, she was met with Qin Sheng's cool retort. As you can see, a person as malicious as I takes pleasure in exploiting the vulnerable. I sell a high price. If you wish to eat, then eat. If not, be on your way. Yang Xiaoyun felt utterly aggrieved. In the base, a hearty meal costs only 2 contribution points. 100 contribution points would suffice for my monthly food expenses. Moreover, why do you sell to them for 10 contribution points, yet charge me 100? Because your morals are so elevated, hence the price is steep, Qin Sheng replied coldly. You, what do you mean? Yang Xiaoyun retorted. I shall strike you. Jiang Jiangguo brandished his fist, resembling a fearsome beast. Yang Xiaoyun looked around, noticing that no one was speaking on her behalf, and with a cry, she curled up in the corner, resembling a pitiable figure targeted by misfortune. She was enveloped in her sorrowful emotions. Watching from a distance as Su Danian began to record their contributions, Little Tang from the Flying Tigers was the first to rush over, seizing a packet of biscuits and a pack of instant noodles, exclaiming, Captain Su, record 20 contribution points for me. Chun Bin, 10 contribution points. I want 2 packs. Captain, please note it down for me. Nearby, a young couple approached. The woman grabbed a pack of instant noodles while the man took a packet of biscuits. The biscuits Qin Sheng produced were large, elongated breakfast biscuits, substantial enough to satisfy a normal appetite. The girl and the couple held the instant noodles, licking her chapped lips, saying, I wish we had water. I'm so thirsty. She stared at a nearby stalactite from which water was dripping. Darling, I want a drink. You can't. Water that hasn't been purified is unsafe to drink. Consuming it could be toxic and disrupt your internal energy. Just hold on a little longer, darling. At that moment, Qin Sheng pulled out an iron pot and a large barrel of water, placing it directly on the ground. Su Danian's eyes lit up. Qin girl, how much for that water? Boiling it for noodles is the best. With water available, go on non-dry food. Everyone's eyes sparkled as they gazed at the barrel, hoping Qin Sheng's asking price wouldn't be exorbitant. After all, hunger could be endured, but thirst was truly unbearable. Su Danian even resolved that he would accept the price even if it matched that of the instant noodles. In such extraordinary times, filling their stomachs was a dream come true. Who would quibble over cost? First, they needed to eat their fill. Forget the contribution points. You can boil and drink it as you please. Just remember to return the barrel and pot afterward. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng was remarkably generous. No charge? Su Danian could hardly believe it. If you have too much money and nowhere to spend it, I wouldn't mind a donation. Qin Sheng took out several large packs of instant noodles, tore open the packaging, placed them in the pot, and added water. Once the water boiled, she retrieved some marinated beef, sliced it, and added it to the pot. Soon, she served a steaming bowl of genuine beef noodles. She and Jiang Jiangguo each took a pair of chopsticks and began to eat. Su Danian could hardly contain his drool. This was beef noodles with actual beef. Seeing this, everyone else quickly began to boil water and prepare their instant noodles. The packaged instant noodles were inexpensive, so when Qin Sheng stocked up, she chose the bag variety. Although a bag cost only slightly less than a barrel, the quantity added up to a considerable sum. It was worth noting that she stocked up by the ton. However, no one was concerned about that anymore. Su Danian simply poured boiling water into the bag, holding it up to prepare his noodles. As Su Tang swallowed and chuckled, he said, Captain, back in school, when my living expenses were meager, I would buy instant noodles, soaking them directly in the bag. Once finished, I would simply discard the bag, avoiding the need for dishes, thus saving money. Su Danian, ravenous, paid no heed to his companions, diving into his meal before the noodles had adequately softened. Those with biscuits soaked them in hot water. The cave was soon filled with the tantalizing aroma of food, especially the instant noodles, which exuded a powerful scent of industrial flavoring that surged into the mind. Yang Xiaoyun silently swallowed her saliva. Casting a forlorn glance at the group feasting, she felt a profound sense of desolation. It had become clear to her that Qin Sheng was targeting her. The items sold to others were priced tenfold for her. While others were offered water for free, she was denied even a sip. She had never wronged her. Why this cruelty? Qin Sheng, a dual-evolved being of space and plants, indulged in her lavish meal, even adding beef to her instant noodles. Surely she had ample supplies. Why could she not show a modicum of pity? She was already in such a pitiful state. What harm would it be to share a little food with her? Why be so harsh? Moreover, the others, who were all on the same mission, remained silent. Why did no one speak up for her? Everyone was solely focused on their own needs. It was utterly outrageous. Why were these people devoid of kindness? Chapter 52. I do not want your kindness. Yang Xiaoyan remained engulfed in her sorrow, convinced that the world was rife with malice against her. By the late hours of the night, Nearly everyone had eaten their fill and fallen asleep. Yang Xiaoyan had consumed nothing and had not even received a sip of water, drifting into a muddled slumber on an empty stomach. Awakening in the middle of the night, she felt her body ache and grow weak, every muscle sore and numb. Leaning against the stone wall, she stared vacantly at the small remaining pot of water beside the fire. Stealthily, she approached, thinking to take just a sip. Surely that would be permissible. Although the water had been provided by Qin Sheng, it seemed reasonable since she had already offered it to so many others. After all, leaving it untouched would be a waste, and she would merely be drinking what others had discarded, not taking advantage. Instinctively, Yang Xiaoyun overlooked the fact that, in such circumstances, no one would waste water. The remnants were not left over because they were unconsumed, but rather because everyone intended to save it for later. Qin Sheng had already provided a large barrel of water. It was unreasonable to finish it all and then ask others for more. In the apocalypse, both food and water were precious resources. No one would squander them. As she observed the others asleep, she prepared to stand and quietly drink some water. However, the moment she made a slight noise, someone opened their eyes. It was Su Danian, the captain of the Flying Tigers. Su Danian may not have possessed many skills, but his position as captain was secured through familial connections. Beneath the facade of a hardened warrior lies an individual who, in moments of peril, harbors a deep-seated fear of death. Thus, consumed by trepidation, he found himself unable to sleep, merely resting with his eyes closed. Upon noticing Su Danian open his eyes, Yang Xiaoyun feigned a turn, presenting her back to the others, effectively abandoning her initial intentions. As a water manipulator, she could have easily consolidated the moisture from the water she had consumed overnight. However, with the prospect of a free resource at hand, who would willingly squander their abilities? Unfortunately, as the opportunity for free hydration slipped away, she begrudgingly gathered a small pool of water in her palm, sipping it cautiously, fearful of drawing attention to her prowess and inciting others to seek her out for water. She believed her actions to be discreet, yet they were merely a manifestation of her own cleverness. In such an environment, the ability to sleep soundly was the exception rather than the norm. Most individuals remained in a state of alertness. Although her swallowing was subdued, the sound inevitably reached attentive ears. Qin Sheng, noticing the little mouse sneaking sips of water in the dead of night, chose to overlook it. She did not consider herself a paragon of virtue, yet she would not resort to violence simply due to another's folly. After all, the folly of others did not concern her. Qin Sheng's principle was to show no mercy to adversaries, to exact immediate retribution for grievances, and to exercise patience with her own, particularly given Jiang Jiangwo's long-standing eccentricities. Strangers, however, warranted a dismissive attitude. As for Yang Xiaoyun's words, they barely registered in her mind. Who would bother to engage with a fool? As dawn approached, the sounds of fireflies colliding with the surroundings gradually faded. The thick steel plate they were sheltered beneath bore numerous dents, resembling a surface riddled with bullet impacts. Qin Sheng manipulated vines to excavate a small hole in the earth adjacent to the steel plate, cautiously peering outside. Su Danian, with his rotund form, squeezed eagerly beside Qin Sheng, his face a mask of urgency. What is the situation? Are those mutated fireflies still around? For the moment, no fireflies were visible, leaving uncertainty in their wake. Qin Sheng replied nonchalantly, "While I haven't seen any, we cannot dismiss the possibility that they are hiding among the grass." Their view was obstructed, revealing only so much. To gain clarity, it would be prudent to send someone outside for a test. Just as a smile began to form on Su Danian's face, it faltered. Who would dare venture out? It would be tantamount to courting death. Jiang Jiangwo, still groggy and rubbing sleep from his eyes, fixed his gaze on Su Danian. "Captain Su, why not you? After all, you're the leader of the Flying Tigers. You mustn't falter in a critical moment." Su Danian shot him a fierce glare. "What are you suggesting? Am I the sort to fear death?" Jiang Jiangwo's eyes lit up. "Then you should go. It is precisely because I'm the leader of the Flying Tigers that I cannot afford to die. My demise must hold significance. Do you understand?" The two spoke almost in unison. "Ugh," Jiang Jiangwo expressed his disdain. Su Dajing continued with righteous fervor. "Moreover, I still owe Miss Qin a substantial sum for the head fees. And with so many people present, they have all relied on my guarantee to purchase food on credit from her. If I perish, how will they settle their debts?" The crowd collectively responded, "There's no need for that. Thank you." Feeling the weight of the gazes directed at the Flying Tiger team, Su Tang discreetly glanced at his captain. shamefully burying his head in his lap. The captain's skin was indeed remarkably thick, probably 2 layers worth. At that moment, Su Dajing's gaze fell upon Su Tang. Xiao Tang, I've heard you're a bachelor, with no elders above and no children below, completely unencumbered. Why don't you take on this task? Rest assured, I will apply for a hero's medal for you. Su Tang was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been internally mocking his captain's fear, and now this perilous mission had unexpectedly fallen upon his shoulders. He could only muster the courage to say, "Actually, I have someone special. She is already pregnant." Upon saying this, he lowered his head even further. Jiang Jiangguo, lying on the ground, poked Su Tang with a stick. "Brother, your head is nearly touching your backside." Su Tang. Su Dajing scanned the cave once more, yet all present were survivors. Who among them wished for death? Everyone who met his gaze had their own reasons for reluctance. No one desired to be the expendable one. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Suddenly, Su Dajing recalled that the monkeys had left behind a few grenades. Why don't we throw a grenade out to flush out those fireflies? This suggestion was immediately dismissed. There are many large mutated beasts in this forest. Last night, when we fired our weapons, I saw a bear that stood several meters tall, but it was taken down by the fireflies. Exactly. If we use grenades to probe, the noise would be too loud. What if those fireflies have retreated, only to be drawn back by the explosion? Or if the fireflies are gone, but the sound of our grenades attracts other large mutated beasts? We could be in serious trouble. Li Chong, sitting with his backside in the air, spread his hands in exasperation. This one T work, that one T work. Then what do you all propose we do? Sudasenglementif. Qin Sheng furrowed her brows, hesitantly interjecting, "If all else fails, I have another idea. But I really don't want to resort to it unless it's absolutely necessary." "What idea do you have?" Sudasenglementif. ISNT at a crucial moment? What are we waiting for? As long as it ensures our survival. I'd even call you father. Qin Sheng shot him a disdainful glance. "I'm not keen on having a big son like you." With that, she retrieved several cans from her space amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd. Jiang Jiangguo's eyes widened, and he immediately sprang up. "How could I have forgotten about this powerful weapon? What is that?" Su Dajing stared at the cans in Qin Sheng's hands, taking one to examine the label in the firelight. "Herring in a can? Are you inviting us to a final supper? Could it be that this Miss Qin believes there is no chance of escaping, and thus has decided to share the treasures from her space with everyone? Yet, judging by her thrifty demeanor, it seems unlikely. Last night, she remained unfazed even when confronted by the monkey, only taking action to kill after being prompted to offer a reward. Now, she appears so generous as to distribute canned goods?" Without waiting for Qin Sheng's response, Su Danian opened a can, and in an instant, an overwhelmingly foul odor filled the cramped cave. The brunt of the attack fell upon him, the one closest to the can. As he inhaled deeply, his stomach churned violently. "You, Miss Qin, have you truly used a can to store excrement? The stench is unbearable. What is this? I can't take it anymore. Let me be bitten to death by fireflies." The cave erupted with cries of horror. Su Tang leaned closer to his captain, glancing at the object in his hand. "Goodness, Captain, that is the infamous herring in a can, known to terrify food enthusiasts. Miss Qin, I had no idea your tastes were so unique." Qin Sheng, uninterested in idle chatter, swiftly ensnared a rat with vines within the cave, slicing it into pieces. She speared a morsel of meat with a stick and extended it outside. Sure enough, as soon as the meat protruded, a series of popping sounds echoed, prompting Qin Sheng to retract the stick, only to find that the piece of raw meat had been reduced to mere strands. Meanwhile, the silence that had reigned for several hours was shattered by the clattering of steel plates once more. Qin Sheng observed the tiny strands of meat dangling from her stick. As expected, the fireflies had not departed, but were patiently waiting outside for us to deliver them a meal. Jiang Jiangguo shrugged his shoulders. "Oh dear, there's no escaping now." Su Danian's face darkened, almost dripping with despair, before his gaze fell upon the herring can, which suddenly sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes. With eager anticipation, he turned to Qin Sheng. "Miss Qin, how do we utilize this herring can? Will it poison those mutated fireflies? All speculation must be grounded in scientific inquiry." Qin Sheng smiled faintly, retrieving another piece of rat meat to skewer on a stick, pinching her nose as she dipped it into the herring can. The steel plates continued to clang loudly, and peering through the small opening, Qin Sheng saw a myriad of buzzing fireflies. During the day, their glow was nearly negligible, rendering the scene an ominous swarm akin to a mass of flies. Su Danian squeezed closer to look outside, his face paling in terror. Why do I feel there are even more fireflies than last night? Removing emotions from the equation, it was indeed evident that there were significantly more than before. Qin Sheng remarked. Jiang Jingguo also leaned in for a glimpse, an inexplicable excitement lighting up his face. Old Qin, don't these fireflies resemble giant grasshoppers? We could roast them for a meal. Qin Sheng forcefully dragged Jingguo back, extending a stick bearing rat meat through a small crevice. After a full half-minute, Qin Sheng felt no sign of the stick being struck. What is happening? Did it die? Su Danian squatted eagerly beside her, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Qin Sheng remained silent, and after another half-minute, she slowly retracted the stick. The rat meat remained untouched, devoid of any signs of gnawing. Su Danian sighed in disappointment. It seems the plan has failed. We cannot poison these fireflies. They simply do not consume this seasoned meat. Jiang Jiangguo furrowed his brow. Looking at Su Danian with a puzzled expression, I have always been curious. Your combat skills may be lacking, but with your intellect, we are of equal measure. What qualifies you to be the captain of the Flying Tigers? By virtue of my sister's husband. Su Danian replied with pride. My sister dotes on me, and so does my brother-in-law. Jiang Jiangguo was left speechless. Su Tang took the wooden stick from Qin Sheng's hand, contemplating before speaking earnestly. Miss Qin, do you believe we can evade the firefly's attack using the scent of this herring can? Are you certain this method is reliable? Uncertain, Qin Sheng replied, pulling over the pot used for boiling water the previous night, still containing a fair amount of liquid. She proceeded to open several cans of herring and pour them into the pot. I am solely responsible for my experimental results. You may follow my lead, but I make no guarantees. Observing Qin Sheng's actions, Jiang Jiangguo immediately grasped her intent, stirring the pot with a stick to thoroughly mash the fish from the cans. As the contents of the pot stirred, a series of retching sounds echoed within the cave. It was Jiang Jiangguo's first encounter with herring in a can, and he found it overwhelmingly odious. However, as time passed, he surprisingly began to miss the taste, finding himself drawn to it. He would frequently hide in the restroom to indulge. Thus, at this moment, he felt no revulsion. After stirring for a while, he even dipped his hand into the pot. Tasting the mixture, the onlookers were once again seized by nausea. Old Qin, there's too much water. The flavor is rather bland. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng added 2 more cans to the pot. Minutes later, the herring and broth began to amalgamate, transforming into a thick, pungent concoction. Jiang Jiangguo, in his madness, even placed the pot over the fire to heat it. The foul odor mingled with the stench of decay, creating an extraordinarily repugnant broth that bubbled ominously in the pot. After heating, the smell intensified dramatically. The spectators, having endured the scent for long enough, could no longer suppress their nausea and vomited. Yang Xiaoyuan, Herr Completion Ballet, gazed at the bubbling concoction in the pot, feeling as if Jiang Jiangguo, who was stirring the mixture, resembled a witch from a dark fairy tale. How terrifying! How can this be consumed? I would rather die than eat this. It is foul and disgusting. Jiang Jiangguo shot her a cool glance. And you wish to eat? Don't flatter yourself. As the chaotic scene unfolded, Qin Sheng promptly produced a brush and handed it to Jiang Jiangguo, instructing him to apply it. With a nod of agreement, Jiang Jiangguo, salivating, dipped the brush into the herring soup and smeared it all over Qin Sheng, meticulously covering every nook and cranny. In no time, Qin Sheng resembled someone who had just crawled out of cesspit. Immediately afterward, Jiang Jiangguo doused himself in the remaining broth. With the soup pot nearly depleted, Su Dalian quickly yielded to the stench in a desperate bid for survival. Like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, he seized the opportunity to coat himself in the foul liquid before anyone else could. This is mine. You shall not claim it, he exclaimed, gagging as he hastily smeared the soup over himself. The others soon caught on, rushing forward like ravenous beasts competing for scraps. Just moments ago, they had avoided the repulsive substance, but now they were eagerly clawing for it. Ugh, Su Dalian, don't use so much. Leave some for the rest of us. Damn it, if I miss a spot, what if I'm attacked by fireflies? Captain, please smear some on me. It reeks. My husband, I'm going to be sick. Yang Xiaoyun looked on in horror as the others fought over the filth, retreating in disbelief. They've lost their minds. How can they trust such a ridiculous method? Chapter 54. The firefly nemesis the pot was soon gleaming, devoid of any remnants. The youngest member of the Flying Tiger Squad, Su Tang, realizing he wouldn't get much soup, rushed to rub his body against Su Dalian's, soaking up the broth for himself. Captain, I'm sorry. Just a quick rub. I promise. Others quickly followed suit, clinging to Su Dalian, who was now the most saturated. Captain Su, let me have turn two. Me too. Captain. The couple was particularly fervent. The man pinned Su Dalian down and shouted to the woman, "Darling, hurry and hug Captain Su tightly. Better yet, strip him and wear his clothes." Su Dalian exclaimed, "What the hell? You beasts! You shameless woman! I'm still a virgin. Don't take off my clothes. Help! Mom! Save me! Xiao Tang, get off me! Let go of me, you little brats! Help me, brother-in-law! Brother-in-law, save me! Captain Su, just endure a little longer. Your sacrifice will benefit everyone." Sacrifice? To hell with that. You all can go to hell. Before long, Su Dalian was left with nothing but his underwear, which was also in jeopardy as a small hand clung to the waistband, refusing to let go. He squeezed his legs together, hands covering his crucial parts. Humiliation etched on his face as he glared at everyone present. You bunch of bastards." His eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling, as he cried out like a valiant warrior, "Oh my goodness! Mother, I am tainted. I cannot go on." Gradually calming down, everyone realized that perhaps they had overreacted. At this moment, gazing at Captain Su, who was nearly bare, they felt a touch of embarrassment. The man awkwardly patted his wife's small hand, which was grasping Su Darnian's thong. Dear, that's enough. Captain Su is almost exposed." The woman, coming to her senses, sheepishly released her grip. As her hand slipped away, the long thong was abruptly catapulted back, striking Su Darnian's waist with a crisp sound. Pia, oh my goodness! I cannot go on. Su Darnian was mortified with rage. Jiang Jiangwo stared blankly at the bare Su Darnian, his wig having been yanked off, revealing a shiny bald head. How could he, so young, wear a wig? This was simply excessive. Why did it escalate to this? We still have plenty of canned fish. Right, Lao Qin? Qin Sheng struggled to divert his gaze from Su Darnian's pink leopard print thong, slowly retrieving a dozen herring cans from space. Yes, there were still dozens of cans. Ample supply. Jiang Jiangwo quickly interjected. Special price, 10 contribution points for 1 can, a life-saving item. Not too expensive, right? Upon seeing the herring cans in Qin Sheng's hands, Su Darnian wiped his tears and instantly lost the desire to perish. He was the first to raise his hand. I am hefty. I require 3 cans. Once he began, others eagerly followed suit. I am slender. 2 cans will suffice. I want 2 cans. I want some too. My partner, and I will take 4 cans. Soon, Qin Sheng observed a crowd emulating Jiang Jiangwo, stirring the herring cans in the pot, even heating them up. At this point, no one was being stingy as before. They poured everyone's cans into the pot, mixing and heating them before slathering the concoction onto themselves. To show their apology, they let Su Darnian be the first to apply it. After all, Su Darnian had connections at the base, and they could not afford to offend him, fearing retaliation upon his return. The others also returned Su Darnian's clothes. However, now there was little difference between wearing them and being unclad. Adorned in tattered rags, Su Darnian shouted about the heat while brushing the seasoning onto himself, resembling marinated meat. This is so hot. Xiao Tang, please brush my back, I can't reach. Captain, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to strip you of your pants. You want to hold a grudge, will you? Su Darnian chuckled, displaying a magnanimous demeanor. What are you thinking? Am I the kind of petty person? I absolutely am. I'll get you back when I return. Indeed, Captain Su, a magnanimous soul, surely will not hold a grudge. The young couple also approached, assisting Su Darnian in brushing his back. Minutes later, everyone reeked tremendously, except for one person, Yang Xiaoyan. She cowered in a corner, refusing when the couple called her, shaking her head violently. I don't want to. I absolutely refuse. It's too disgusting. I'd rather die. Then die, retorted the woman dismissively, taking her husband by the hand and heading outside. Jiang Jiangwo and several other men had already pushed aside the steel plates blocking the cave entrance. Since it had been completely sealed by Earth-type abilities, removing it required more effort than putting it up. As soon as the steel plates were shifted, the dim cave was instantly illuminated. Simultaneously, a swarm of buzzing filled the air outside. The mutated fireflies erupted in chaos, flitting around the entrance, desperate to rush in. However, as they approached, it was as if they had been startled, retreating rapidly. They buzzed around the opening, but refused to enter. Su Danian, summoning his courage, extended his arm, smeared with kin juice, toward them. The once buzzing fireflies quickly recoiled, avoiding his arm. Yet, they did not concede defeat, maintaining a safe distance. Witnessing this, Su Danian grew more confident, stepping forward and then fully exiting the cave. Indeed, the fireflies retreated again, keeping their distance, and did not attack him. It was as if he were encased in a transparent protective shield. Wow, Miss Qin, we succeeded. They truly don't bite me. Ha ha ha. I knew it. My life is meant to endure. Ha ha ha. The others displayed expressions of astonishment as well. It works. These fireflies really won't come in. They are afraid of the stench. Let us hurry. We can get out. Jiang Jiangguo licked the soup from the corner of his mouth, grinning. Old Qin, we can catch some bugs now. They look similar to locusts and would surely taste delicious when fried. You can keep them for yourself. I'm not interested. I still prefer to feast on meat. Qin Sheng quickly waved her hands, fearing that a plate of fried, mutated fireflies would appear at dinner. Then give me a jar. She reached out. Qin Sheng hurriedly found a large glass jar from her space for her. Jiang Jiangguo tossed a bit of herring juice into the jar and began to chase after the fireflies. Each time he caught one, he promptly stuffed it into the jar, the fireflies becoming disoriented by the foul odor, leaving them devoid of any will to attack. Before long, the jar was filled to the brim. The situation had transformed dramatically. Those who had been attacked by fireflies the previous night were now the ones chasing them across the mountains. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Su Danian observed the fleeing fireflies and murmured, "Is this girl always this brave?" Li Qian siga quietly. It seems that Jiang Wo's girl hasn't fully let herself go while working alongside us in past missions. Song Pengfei pointed in the direction of Qin Sheng and whispered, "Do you not feel that when she's with the great Qin, Jiangguo's sister becomes particularly audacious and carefree?" The others were equally taken aback, their wide eyes fixated on the exuberant Jiang Jiangguo. Qin Sheng felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet upon reflection, she realized that Jiang Wo's antics were merely irritating to others, not herself. She soon found solace in this thought. As everyone gradually exited the dark cave, only she remained. Yang Xiaoyun's sense of dread intensified as she slowly rose from the ground. She shouted, "I am so scared. Wait for me. Please wait for me." But no one paid her any heed. They all continued to leave. When the last person finally stepped out of the cave, Yang Xiaoyun was momentarily stunned. Then she burst into tears, sobbing as she rushed to the extinguished fire pit. Kneeling on the ground, she frantically smeared the herring can that had fallen and mixed with the dirt all over herself. At that moment, the can's juice had already been absorbed by the soil, leaving her with no choice but to continuously grab the damp mud to apply on her body. "Wait for me. You all wait for me." Yet, she found the substance foul-smelling, and despite her disgust, she applied a little to her hands, feet, and face. After all, others were covered in it, which had the effect of repelling fireflies. If she applied less and squeezed in among the crowd, surely they would shield her from being singled out by the fireflies, right? Such good fortune seemed unlikely. Thus, after only covering her hands, feet, and face with a bit of mud, she glanced at the large puddle of wet mud that remained on the ground, turned her gaze in disdain, and rushed towards the cave entrance. "Gapdansu, wait for me. Everyone wait for me." Chapter 55. The power of the stink bomb. The couple walking at the back turned to look, only to see Yang Xiaoyun with a mere smudge of mud on her hands and feet, and a tiny bit smeared on her forehead. Despite the ample residue left on the ground that could easily cover her, she had chosen not to. Even at this moment, she complained about the smell, as if she were afraid of tarnishing her delicate beauty. If she disliked the odor, why not just conquer her fear of death? Afraid of both filth and danger, she still expected others to wait for her, lacking in both ability and humility. The woman immediately frowned. This Yang Xiaoyun truly never learned her lesson. Let her be. We must hasten our pace. The two quickened their steps. When Yang Xiaoyun reached the cave entrance, several had already moved a fair distance away. She hesitated fearfully at the threshold, reluctant to step outside. Her original plan had been for everyone to wait for her to leave together, allowing her to blend in with the crowd, thus avoiding the unpleasantness and the fear of being attacked by fireflies. It was a perfect solution, but now, seeing that no one was waiting for her, she could only stomp her feet in frustration, crying as she hurriedly pursued them. "Wait for me. You can't just leave me behind. You can't do this. Wait for me. I am scared. Please wait for me." As she stepped a few paces out of the cave, she was startled by the scene before her. While others tended to avoid those fireflies, why did they begin to approach her cautiously the moment she emerged? Yang Xiaoyun felt an icy chill envelop her, instinctively retreating several steps before tightly clutching her head, her hands pressed firmly in front of her. What was happening? Why were these fireflies surrounding her? "Help! Wait for me, everyone! Please!" I cannot bear to remain here any longer. She dashed forward, still cradling her head. After tentatively brushing against her, the fireflies, discovering she bore no foul stench, became increasingly animated. Even those farther away began to swarm toward her. In an instant, she resembled a wasp nest teeming with worker bees. Ah, help! A series of piercing screams echoed behind her. Sudanian could not suppress the urge to turn back, only to be met with a sight that drained the color from his face. The visibility of last night had not been as clear as during the day. Thus he had not fully grasped the horrifying fate of his teammates. Yet now, he witnessed Yang Xiaoyan's body being penetrated repeatedly by the fireflies, her form riddled with gaping wounds. Her once innocent and fair face was marred by several bloodied holes, one of which had directly pierced her eye socket. Blood gushed forth, obscuring her features. Yang Xiaoyan trembled in agony. She struggled desperately, yearning to escape this place that filled her with despair, to catch up with those ahead. But how could she outrun these densely packed, mutated fireflies? After only a few steps, her legs were covered in wounds, and she collapsed helplessly onto the ground, casting a resentful gaze at those who had moved away. Why wouldn't you wait for me? Why wouldn't you save me? You selfish and wicked scoundrels. I curse you all to an ill fate. Ah, my face. It hurts. Please, someone help me. She unleashed a torrent of vile curses. Yet none could alter her grim reality. After struggling for about half a minute, she lay motionless on the ground. At this point, it could hardly be considered a human corpse. Her body resembled one that had been riddled with bullets, flesh and blood a grotesque amalgamation, bones protruding from the mangled skin, reduced to a mass of dismembered meat. Yet the fireflies merely attacked, tearing her apart, but did not consume the remnants of her body. They circled around Qin Sheng and his companions several times, perhaps repelled by the stench, and eventually dispersed. The woman among the young couple gazed at the retreating fireflies with an inexplicable sadness. These fireflies do not consume humans. Their massive assault was likely provoked by the destruction of the reed marsh. After all, to them, it is their homeland. This is a battle for survival, devoid of right or wrong. We stand on different positions, different races. If we cannot coexist peacefully, then we are left with no choice but to fight to the death. The lion hunting its prey is not at fault. It seeks to survive. Similarly, the prey that retaliates against the lion is also justified, for no one wishes to become food. These fireflies do not permit humans to enter the reed marshes to protect their home. Likewise, we act for the survival of our base. Qin Sheng was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Su Darnian to articulate such sentiments. Just as admiration began to swell within her, she heard Su Darnian continue, "However, I shall never return. I would rather my brother-in-law find me a position with less trouble and more rewards. The role of the Flying Tiger team leader is ill-suited for me." Qin Sheng. The subsequent journey unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. Along the way, any animal that ventured within a 3-meter radius of them fled in terror, as if escaping a toxic circle, fearing they might be overwhelmed by the stench at any moment. Upon reaching the base's entrance, it took considerable time for the guards to reluctantly allow them entry, pinching their noses all the while. This group, akin to bioweapons, caused chaos within 100 meters vicinity. They agreed to return to their respective homes and reconvene once they were presentable. Su Darnian clasped his underwear and turned to board the vehicle that had come to collect him, wasting not a single moment. Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo hurried home to bathe and change clothes. The discarded garments were deemed unwearable and promptly tossed into the trash. Consequently, throughout the day, residents of the community complained about the foul smell emanating from broken sewer lines. In the afternoon, Qin Sheng received her task commission and the bounty Su Darnian owed her, instantly elevating her status to that of a minor affluent individual. Jiang Jiangguo also received 5,000 contribution points in commission, delighting in the fact that he indulged in an additional 3 large bowls of rice that evening. Although the mission to eradicate the fireflies did not succeed, they acquired invaluable information about the fireflies' relentless reproductive capabilities and made the unexpected discovery that canned herring could effectively counter the fireflies. If force did not yield results, then a gentler approach was warranted. Since returning from the reed marshes, Su Darnian resigned from his position as the Flying Tiger team leader to focus on logistics. He spent his days wandering about with a teacup in hand, occasionally visiting Qin Sheng and her companions. He mentioned that his second brother-in-law had developed a remarkably foul-smelling bomb based on the discovery that canned herring could suppress the fireflies, though not suitable for offensive use. It proved effective in repelling the fireflies. They deployed numerous stink bombs around the reed marshes, and within days, the fireflies collectively migrated, vanishing from sight. The water source regained its former tranquility, though the air remained permeated with a noxious odor. Anyone entering must wear a gas mask, otherwise they would be left foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Jiang Jiangguo was exceedingly curious about the legendary stink bomb's potency. In the dead of night, I ventured to the water source, only to return in a daze, subsequently vomiting for 3 consecutive days and nights, expelling even the bitter bile. For an entire week, my appetite waned. The storage ring obtained from Yan Jingjing was directly bestowed upon Jiang Jiangguo, who promptly acknowledged it with her blood. As anticipated, the ring absorbed her blood, confirming the demise of its previous owner. Jiang Jiangguo, now in possession of her own space, reveled in her excitement for several days, tirelessly retrieving and storing various items. This space spanned over 20 square meters, roughly the size of a room, with a height of about 3 meters. In comparison to Qin Sheng's space, it seemed rather modest. Moreover, it lacked the ability to suspend time, meaning the flow of time within mirrored that of the outside world. Consequently, perishable food could not be stored within. Nonetheless, it is important to acknowledge that regardless of size, any space is a rare treasure. A few days prior, the base had established an Evolver Guild, with many Evolvers testing their levels. A first-tier space, Evolver, typically possesses a space of around 10 square meters. Thus, Jiang Jiangguo's storage ring is not inferior to that of an average space Evolver, providing ample room for her sustenance for quite some time. However, ever since she encountered the foul odor of the stink bomb in the reed marsh, she had not consumed food for several days, as every attempt resulted in nausea. If even a person who could become addicted to herring in a can recoils from the stench of that bomb, one can only imagine its horrendous aroma. Chapter 56. Preparing to make a swift exit. According to her, the individual capable of concocting such a repulsive stink bomb must be an extraordinary pervert. Jiang Jiangguo sat cross-legged on the sofa, indulging in potato chips. In the sweltering summer heat, she wore a headband, reminiscent of a woman in confinement. Knock, knock, knock. A series of gentle raps echoed at the door. She sprang up like a rabbit and rushed to open it. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the broad face of Su Danian. "Where's your boss? Where is he?" Jiang Jiangguo pointed behind her, and he leaned to take a look. There, nestled on the sofa, was Qin Sheng, engrossed in her tablet while munching on teddy bear cookies. A smile gracing her lips, indicating a pleasant mood today. Su Danian chuckled, entering with 2 roast chickens in hand. He handed the chickens to Jiang Jiangguo before shedding his shoes and striding toward Qin Sheng, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable excitement. Qin Sheng could not ignore the man who was fixated upon her, his gaze as lecherous as a weasel in the night. Heaven knows, when she first met Su Danian, she perceived him as a man of iron and resolve. Yet now, witnessing his broad, grinning face leaning toward her, she helplessly set aside her tablet. Casting a glance at the roast chickens that Jiang Jiangguo had already torn into, she quipped, "A weasel paying respects to a chicken. Speak. What scheme do you have this time? Let me be clear, if you intend to invite my Jiangguo to serve as your bodyguard again, do not even think about it. She is mine. Hee. I did not come here to discuss the matter of the founding sisters." Su Dan mysteriously produced a delicate little box from his pocket. "I have something splendid to show you." Qin Sheng's heart skipped a beat as she gazed upon the heart-shaped velvet box, realizing it resembled a ring box. Observing Su Dan's eager smile, a terrifying thought surged within her. A shiver ran down her spine. "Surely, after the last incident, you haven't developed feelings for me, have you? Let me be clear, that is utterly impossible for us." "Ahem, what are you thinking?" Su Dan shot a glance at Qin Sheng. "You're not my type at all. I prefer someone more demure. First, take a look and see if you recognize what this is." As Su Dan spoke, he opened the jewelry box. At its center lay a red crystal, an irregular polygon roughly the size of a peanut. Upon seeing this object, Qin Sheng's pupils contracted before she swiftly regained her composure. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, "What is this? A gemstone?" "No." Su Dan grinned proudly. "This is a recently discovered special energy entity, originating from a fire-breathing, mutated white ape. Currently, only the core personnel within the base are aware of its existence. But now, you two are in the loop as well. This is a remarkable item. The base has conducted experiments, and those who absorb it can enhance their ability training speed. For ordinary individuals, there's a chance they may become an evolved person upon absorption. It is truly a source of energy. Is there such a treasure?" Jiang Jiangguo strolled over, gnawing on a chicken leg, and extended his greasy hand toward the red gem. Su Dan swiftly swatted his hand away, carefully cradling the box, treating it as a precious artifact. Be careful, I only have this one, and it was gifted to me by my elder sister. However, Qin Sheng displayed little interest at that moment, directly asking, "So, what brings you here with this object? I want to form a team with you. Let us venture outside the base to collect such treasures. The news hasn't leaked yet, and we can get ahead and make a fortune." Everyone is desperate to obtain such items. In the apocalypse, strength is everything. Once the information gets out, it will be much harder to seize it. My brother-in-law has already dispatched several teams of evolved individuals to gather them outside the base. Why aren't you going with your two formidable brothers-in-law? Qin Sheng posed the crucial question. They had only learned a couple of days ago that Su Dan's two brothers-in-law held significant positions. One was the leader of the base, and the other was second in command. With such a background, they could easily command respect within the base. Upon hearing this, Su Dan appeared a bit dejected. My elder brother-in-law and second brother-in-law, 1T, let me join them, claiming it is too dangerous. They had previously dissected mutated creatures and aberrant beasts, but at that time, this entity was not present. It is evident that this energy entity has only recently evolved. The external aberrations are certainly more perilous now. Your two brothers-in-law make a valid point. Indeed, it is quite dangerous. Qin Sheng nodded, then inquired. You mentioned that your brothers-in-law have already dispatched individuals to hunt the aberrations and mutated beasts? Jis, Sudanian Eferm. Qin Sheng sighed, realizing that even the Haicheng base was on the brink of chaos. The energy entity brought by Su Danian, referred to as the origin crystal, emerges within the bodies of mutated beasts, mutated plants, and aberrations only after their abilities reach level 1. Not only them, but all evolved entities modified by parasitic insects that possess energy will also generate origin crystals within their bodies. From another perspective, evolved beings are also life forms parasitized by these insects. Microscopic parasites invade the human body, engaging in a genetic struggle with humanity itself. If the parasites prevail, they consume human rationality, transforming their host into an aberration. Conversely, if humanity triumphs by subduing the parasites within, they may develop other supernatural abilities, thus becoming known as evolved beings. The origin crystal indeed enhances the energy levels of evolved beings. However, its side effects are equally terrifying. For instance, it also exerts a lethal attraction towards mutated beasts and aberrations. Should the Haicheng base accumulate an excessive amount of origin crystals, it could trigger a siege by aberrations, mutated beasts, and mutated plants within a 100-mile radius. In the previous life, upon the discovery of origin crystals, people began to frantically slaughter mutated beasts and aberrations, hoarding the crystals for their own benefit. The base serves as a refuge for humanity. A small base harbors at least several thousand survivors, while medium and large bases can easily contain tens or even hundreds of thousands or even millions of survivors. Even if each evolved being possesses just one origin crystal, the collective number within the base would be exceedingly formidable. Contemplating this, Qin Sheng felt a twinge of fear. What to do in the face of an imminent and insurmountable danger? Naturally, the best course of action would be to flee. Thus, after seeing Su Danian off, Qin Sheng deliberated for only a few minutes before deciding that fleeing was the wisest strategy. The siege of the Haicheng base would not occur overnight. But since the official base has already dispatched an evolved squad to commence the hunt, it would only be a matter of time before the news spread, prompting other evolved beings to swarm in pursuit of mutated beasts and aberrations to seize the origin crystals. With this in mind, Qin Sheng promptly began to pack up her belongings, stowing everything she could into her space. Jiang Jiangguo, having just finished a meal, was squatting on the toilet when he lifted his head to see Qin Sheng entering. Hurry up and finish. We must leave. The Haicheng base is no place for lingering. Huh? Oh, okay. Jiang Jiangguo, momentarily taken aback, nodded foolishly. However, noticing that Qin Sheng had not yet departed, he asked, "What is wrong? Is there something else? Hurry up and finish, then clean the toilet. I'm taking it with us. We can still use it at the next location." "What? You want to take the toilet too? What else would you have me do? Do you have a mine at home? These are all reusable resources." Thus, Jiang Jiangguo watched in astonishment as Qin Sheng began to dismantle the sink, the heating lamp, and the shower head, ultimately even removing the floor itself. She hastily rolled up her pants to assist. As a result, What had begun as a bare shell house transformed into a scene reminiscent of the devastation in Syria. The only thing left intact was a security door. Everything else that could be taken was removed. Chapter 57. Following Old Qin means abundance. Qin Sheng initially intended to leave without a word, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the mutated beasts attacking cities. The true horror did not stem from these aberrations or other large mutated creatures, but from the various mutated insects, snakes, rodents, and ants drawn by the energy of the source crystal. These entities may not be large, but once they emerged in swarms, it would present a truly horrifying spectacle. Those who have witnessed a locust plague may deeply comprehend the disastrous transformation brought about by quantitative change. The Highrisk base, after all, housed hundreds of thousands of survivors. She could not directly persuade the power holders of the base. Whether they believed her was one matter. Even if they did believe, how could she explain that she had foreseen the calamity of the source crystal? After all, the source crystal had only just come into existence. She was not the type to sacrifice herself for the greater good. With this in mind, she took out paper and pen and meticulously documented the potential disasters arising from the source crystal. She planned to have Su Danian deliver it to her brother-in-law when they departed. Only Su Danian, her younger brother-in-law, had the opportunity to meet with the base leader. By the time the leader might seek her for questioning, she would have long since left the Highrisk base. She had done all she could. Whether they chose to believe or verify through various means was the responsibility of the base leader. After placing the letter in an envelope, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangwo each shouldered their bags and descended the stairs. Jiangwo, head to the cafeteria and select the most expensive meat dishes. Pack them all. Use up all the contribution points on your identity card. I will go to the supermarket and exchange all the contribution points on my identity card for useful supplies. We may never return to this Highrisk base. Old Qin, what on earth has happened? Why are we leaving in such haste? It's about the source crystal. I will explain everything once we are outside the base. Oh, Jiang Jiangwo was still somewhat bewildered, wondering how they had gone from enjoying roasted chicken to preparing for a journey to distant lands in the blink of an eye. However, having been Qin Sheng's follower throughout her life, she was accustomed to obeying her commands. After all, Old Qin would never harm her. Following Old Qin meant abundance. As they conversed while descending, they unexpectedly encountered Li Chong and Song Pengfei returning from outside, just as they exited the building. Li Chong glanced at Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangwo, both with bags on their backs, looking as if they were about to embark on a mission. PTZO, are you two off on a secret mission at this late hour? Jiang Jiangwo hesitated, looking at Qin Sheng. Old Qin, can I say something? Why so mysterious? What grand mission is this? Song Pengfei inquired. Jiang Jiangwo waited for Qin Sheng to nod before speaking. Old Qin and I are leaving and will not return. Not returning? Li Chong was somewhat astonished. Aren't you both on a mission? Are you truly departing from the Highrisk base? Indeed. Jiang Jiangwo nodded emphatically. Why? Li Qiang Inkidat. The base is still quite secure. Leaving it is another matter entirely. Are you going to seek out some relatives? Given their previous missions together, Qin Sheng decided to speak candidly. I have a foreboding that the Highrisk base may soon face perilous occurrences, hence our decision to depart. You may find my reasoning absurd, but I speak only the truth. The choice of what to do next lies with you. Indeed, Old Qin's words are never misguided. You should hurry, Jiang Jiangwo added. Foreboding? Li Chong found it hard to believe that they would abandon the safety of the base merely on a hunch. There must be reasons they could not disclose. Are you truly leaving? Yes, farewell. Take care. Qin Sheng nodded, pulling Jiang Jiangwo along. As they walked further away, gradually vanishing into the night, Song Pengfei felt a sense of unease in his heart. For reasons unknown, Qin Sheng's words had unsettled him. Brother, do you think what Miss Qin said is credible? Li Chong's expression darkened. You must go now to see if Miss Qin's family has indeed moved. Hurry and return. Understood. Song Pengfei nodded and dashed upstairs. Li Chong had barely settled into his seat on the sofa when Song Pengfei rushed back. They have indeed moved. The house is completely empty. All the furniture is gone. Song Pengfei panted. Miss Qin and Jiangwo have really left. Even the floorboards have been taken. Who moved? Miss Qin and her companions. A young woman emerged from a room. Yawning. Are they the two women from the 7th floor? If they've left, then so be it. What is all the fuss about? Perhaps they found a capable benefactor and relocated to a better place. That woman surnamed Qin is quite beguiling. It's obvious she is not of reputable character. I told you all to steer clear of them. Li Chong glared at her, his eyes ablaze with anger. You foolish woman, I've warned you to watch your tongue. If you slander others again, I shall deal with you accordingly. Go ahead. Strike me if you dare. I'd rather you do it now than later. You've been bewitched by that woman from the 7th floor, always tagging along on others' missions. If you're so capable, why not marry her? The woman stepped closer, pointing a finger at Li Chong with a cold smirk. True enough, it's not that you don't want to. It's that she doesn't fancy you. I've heard you call her name in your dreams, thinking I was oblivious. The woman's voice was exceedingly shrill, prompting all the occupants of the room to rush outside. The living room soon became crowded with a multitude of men, women, and children, all trying to restrain her. Sister-in-law, please, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for an argument. There are people living upstairs and downstairs. It would not be appropriate for them to overhear, urged Song Pengfei's wife, who was known for her gentle demeanor. You foolish woman, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Li Qiang exclaimed, rising Ginanja. He turned to Song Pengfei and declared, let us gather everything we can from the house and load it onto the truck. We will only keep some food. And to everyone else, please ensure that all personal belongings are placed in the vehicle in case anything seems amiss. We must be ready to leave the Haiqing base at a moment's notice. As soon as Li Chong finished speaking, his wife lunged at him, her voice filled with desperation as she clawed at his clothing. See, I told you. You still refuse to admit it. You only want to follow that woman from the 7th floor, don't you? What are you pretending for? Just leave. After all, my son and I are nothing but a burden to you. Go and live with that woman. With an exasperated motion, Li Chong could no longer contain himself and delivered a sharp slap across her face. Stop pretending to be insane. Hurry and pack your things. After receiving the blow, the woman quieted down, covering her face with a soft gasp, and obediently retreated to gather her belongings. The others present were unfazed. It had become a routine for Li Chong's wife to create a scene, only to be subdued by a slap and subsequently comply. Sometimes, they even speculated whether she craved that very slap, waiting for it to occur. Chapter 58. Source Crystal. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangwo hastened to exchange their contribution points for supplies. They then sought out Su Danian, handing him a letter to deliver to her brother-in-law. Su Danian, bewildered, accepted the pink envelope from Qin Sheng, which bore his brother-in-law's name. Miss Qin, while we share a certain rapport, I must clarify that I will not assist you in undermining my brother-in-law. He is my own brother-in-law. No, my dear sister. I could never betray my sister. Jiang Jiangwo smacked him on the head. What are you thinking? This is a serious matter. It is of utmost importance. It concerns your very life. So take it to your brother-in-law, without peeking. With a mixture of doubt and curiosity, Su Danian left, glancing back multiple times. Qin Sheng observed his retreating figure, feeling an unsettling sense of unease. Jiangwo, do you think he will deliver the letter to the base leader? I find it rather unreliable. Jiang Jiangwo shook his head in response. Consequently, Qin Sheng promptly took the time to compose 3 letters. When she arrived outside the security office in Area A, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. The security office was brightly lit, and as Qin Sheng crouched in the nearby greenery, she peered through binoculars to see 3 elderly gentlemen gathered around a steaming pot, enjoying hot pot. Qin Sheng swallowed hard, suddenly reminiscing. It has been quite a while since we last indulged in lamb hot pot. It is truly a delicacy in winter. With a similar longing, Jiang Jiangwo also found himself salivating. Qin Sheng was preparing to hurl 3 fist-sized stones wrapped in separate letters when, suddenly, Jiang Jiangwo, with lightning speed, snatched them away. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the stones sailing in a parabolic arc. Let me assist you. I'm a member of the school's shot put team. I can throw them precisely. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding crash echoed, and the glass of the security room window shattered into a million pieces. The simultaneous screams of the 3 elderly gentlemen erupted. I've been scalded to death. Damn it, that scoundrel hit me on the head. The hot pot, I painstakingly prepared. Let us get rid of that rascal. 1 stone landed on an open space, another struck 1 elder on the head, and the last plunged into the hot pot, splattering boiling red oil everywhere. None of the 3 elders escaped unscathed, their heads now adorned with painful welts. As they charged out, brimming with fury, Qin Sheng and his companion had already fled the scene. Jiang Jiangwo, you did that on purpose. I asked you to throw the envelopes in, not into the pot. You even hit someone. If I hadn't struck them, they wouldn't have noticed those stones. Those 3 old men are quite troublesome. Enough talk. Let us make our escape. The 2 figures dashed into the car, revved the engine, and the black Hummer sped away, leaving Area A in the dust. After a brief registration at the base entrance, they successfully departed. Unbeknownst to them, Mere minutes after their exit, a group stormed into their rented abode, scouring the premises. Report back to the base commander. We have arrived too late. They have already fled. In the interrogation room of base, Su Danian found himself summoned to a small, dim chamber, confronted by an array of coercive interrogation tools. In despair, he lamented, "Brother-in-law, you must believe me. I hardly know those two women. I truly only know their names. Beyond that, I know nothing. It was my sister who handed me that item, and it incited my greed. But I hadn't even begun to act. You cannot torture me. I am my sister's most cherished darling. She will be furious. Sister, save me." Before he could endure any torture, he had already divulged everything in fright, never anticipating that delivering a letter would lead to his own confinement by his brother-in-law. Could it be that the letter from Qin Sheng contained some unresolved entanglements of love and hatred between him and his brother-in-law? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A man in work attire entered, respectfully bearing a tray. "Commander, your father and father-in-law have sent several letters." "More letters?" The man in the corner rose, and in the dim light, his bony hands took the 3 crumpled envelopes from the tray. One of them was permeated with the aroma of beef hot pot. He slowly unfolded them, finding that the contents were all quite similar, succinctly summarizing to a single statement. If one were to hoard source crystals on a grand scale, it would herald utter catastrophe. Source crystals? Is that the name she has given them? How aptly named indeed. Issue orders to have artists depict their likenesses. At any cost. Locate Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangwo. These 2 women must possess a wealth of intriguing knowledge. The man's coarse laughter echoed ominously in the chamber. "Little brother, you useless wretch. You've truly encountered some fascinating individuals this time. Such kind, yet foolish little beings, revealing their secrets so brazenly. The city's annihilation? Is there a twinge of sympathy for the innocent survivors within the base? Capture those women at all costs. I wish to have a heart-to-heart with them. Ha ha ha." Though Su Danian trembled with fear, he spoke earnestly. "Brother-in-law, you do not know those 2 women. They are quite cunning, since they have sent such news. They will surely ensure you cannot capture them. They have likely vanished without a trace." As soon as Su Danian finished speaking, the man's triumphant laughter abruptly ceased. "You don't seriously believe those women are so foolish as to wait for you to catch them, do you? Shut your mouth, you worthless fool." The leader of the base was enraged. Su Danian shivered, sensing that his brother-in-law was becoming increasingly fearsome. Would he end up on the receiving end of a knife? Qin Sheng had initially thought that as long as a single letter reached the base leader, it would be deemed a success. To her surprise, all 4 letters had reached the intended recipients without fail. Fearing exposure, she fled the city immediately after dispatching the letters. At this moment, with no phone service or internet, and amidst a vast sea of people, even if her identity were revealed, locating her would not be a simple task. The 2 drove away from the base. Qin Sheng, seated in the passenger seat, unfolded a map and studied it intently. Jiang Jiangwo, with a lollipop in his mouth and hands gripping the steering wheel, felt a wave of relaxation wash over him once they were out of the base. "Old Qin, what exactly is this source crystal you mentioned?" Qin Sheng furrowed her brow slightly and recounted everything she knew about the source crystals. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Jiangwo exclaimed, "My goodness! Is this something you also saw in your precognitive dreams? If all the mutated flora and fauna, along with the aberrations, were to launch an assault on the base, would there be any survivors? The evolved beings stand a mere 1 in 10 chance, while ordinary people would have nowhere to flee." Qin Sheng's mood grew heavy. It was not that she lacked the will to devise a plan to save the high city base. Rather, she had witnessed countless times the devastation wrought by source crystals. Such an assault felt as futile as a person facing a raging flood. All she could do was safeguard her own existence. Human greed knows no bounds. Even in her previous life, despite the well-known dangers posed by source crystals, it did little to deter people from hoarding them, resulting in countless casualties. After separating from a living being, the source crystal becomes a focal point radiating a unique magnetic field, detectable by mutated flora and fauna within 100 miles, which yearn to harness its energy. Absorbing the source crystal can accelerate the cultivation speed of evolutionary beings, and it similarly benefits other mutated creatures. However, the purity of source crystals varies with their grade. The higher the grade, the more refined the energy. Yet, there are no absolutes. Even the highest grade source crystals that Qin Sheng has encountered contain a degree of volatile energy impurities. Every advantage carries a disadvantage. While absorbing the energy of a source crystal indeed enhances one's cultivation, it simultaneously introduces energy impurities into the body. If these impurities accumulate excessively, two dire outcomes may ensue. One is a catastrophic explosion of the body, and the other is the loss of reason, leading to transformation into a higher-tier mutant. To avert such fates, only purifiers endowed with cleansing abilities can regularly expel the chaotic energy from the body. However, this so-called cleansing merely transfers the volatile energy impurities onto the purifiers themselves for gradual digestion, a case of injury for injury. Regardless of the drawbacks of source crystals, the allure of increased energy ensures that people will always flock to them. Some are willing to pay any price to obtain such power, seizing every opportunity to wrest it from others. Chapter 59. Snowfall. Old Qin, do you think the Highqing base will be doomed? Will Li Chang and the others manage to escape? Jiang Jingwo's mind was in disarray. She had planned to languish at the Highqing base alongside Old Qin, yet suddenly, they were faced with the prospect of fleeing. And that source crystal, did it truly possess such remarkable power? You want it too? Qin Sheng lifted his eyelids wearily. Hey, I was just asking, Jiang Jingwo chuckled. Who doesn't crave power? Look at you. You've practiced martial arts since childhood, all for the sake of enhancing your strength. It's the same principle. The source crystal offers a shortcut. Who wouldn't be tempted? Indeed, Qin Sheng replied with a faint smile. I too desire the source crystal. Who doesn't yearn for a shortcut to power? But once you indulge in the source crystal's sweetness, there's no turning back. You'll find yourself compelled to constantly seek out purifiers to cleanse the impurities from your body. You long for the strength of the source crystal, yet the source crystal also covets your body. Once the impurities within become too numerous, death may seem a merciful release. But losing one's sanity and transforming into a mutant is a fate far worse than death. This is a game of chance, a struggle between invasive creatures and humanity. In the North Wilderness, Qin Sheng witnessed firsthand as countless individuals consumed source crystals and absorbed their power upon joining a faction. Yet in the end, they were repaid with the violent impurities contained within the source crystals, becoming neither human nor ghost, perpetually seeking external purifiers to cleanse the impurities festering within their bodies. The purifiers, after their ordeal, either suffered severe depletion of vitality or perished on the spot. Ultimately, the entire faction descended into chaos, and those at the pinnacle of power invariably transformed into terrifying high-level aberrations. Such instances were rampant. Thus, from that moment onward, she vowed never to absorb source crystals until she discovered an utterly safe method. She resolutely refused to become one of those monsters. But Old Qin, where do we go from here? Jiang Jingwo, driving the car, sniffled incessantly, suddenly feeling a chill. Abruptly, she pointed ahead and exclaimed, Old Qin, look, it's snowing. Qin Sheng lifted his gaze, noticing delicate snowflakes drifting down from the sky, so fine that without the illumination of the car's headlights, they might have gone unnoticed. The temperature has dropped? Damn it. How could it be so coincidental? Just as we left the base, the temperature plummeted. Qin Sheng's expression turned serious. Isn't a drop in temperature a good thing? Why do you look so glum? Jiang Jingwo asked, perplexed. Previously, it had been unbearably hot. Even hugging ice packs at home felt inadequate. Now that the temperature had dropped, there was no need to waste ice every day. Cold is certainly preferable to heat. If it's cold, I can simply wear more clothes. But when it's hot, even stripping down one tee solved the problem. Qin Sheng gazed at the tiny snowflakes outside, refraining from countering her words, and solemnly remarked, I hope you can maintain that optimism a little longer. They drove swiftly into the forest, hoping to find a cave for the night. After the snowstorm, they would continue their journey. Seeing Qin Sheng's serious demeanor, Jiang Jingwo dared not delay further and accelerated the vehicle to its maximum speed. However, mere minutes later, the gentle snowfall outside transformed into a fierce blizzard, swiftly burying the road beneath a blanket of white. The temperature plummeted rapidly, and as she opened her mouth, a puff of white mist escaped. The car's air conditioning proved ineffective. Observing this, Qin Sheng quickly retrieved thick down jackets and snow boots from their supplies, and they changed into warmer clothing within the vehicle. They needed to distance themselves from the Highqing base, for the farther they traveled, the safer they would be. Jiang Jingwo's teeth chattered, her hands trembling on the steering wheel. Old Qin, it's so freaking cold. I regret this. I'd rather be hot. I feel as if my bones are turning brittle. She felt as though, in a mere 30 minutes, she had traversed from the sweltering heat of Africa to the Arctic. The drastic temperature shift left her shivering uncontrollably. Outside, the chilling wind howled, Qin Sheng took out an outdoor thermometer to measure the temperature, -10 degrees. And it continued to drop, -15 degrees, -20 degrees. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt, as the path ahead was no longer navigable. Deep within the jungle, the gnarled roots of massive trees rose and fell on the ground, rendering the car utterly unable to proceed. The two could only proceed on foot, armed with flashlights. More than an hour later, two individuals, bundled in thick down jackets, finally discovered a cave. Jiang Jiangguo excitedly pointed to a spot emanating a faint, flickering light. Lao Qin, there's a light over there. It must be a cave, and if there's light, there should be people inside. The two immediately made their way toward the cave, but upon closer inspection of the luminous creatures within, they halted in their tracks. Jiangguo, look at those glowing little insects. Do they not resemble mutated fireflies? Indeed, could it be that by some stroke of fortune, they're the same ones from the reeds? Jiang Jiangguo felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, the last encounter with the mutated fireflies had left her with deep-seated fears, for their lethality was truly terrifying. Qin Sheng swallowed hard. Shall we retreat? Jiang Jiangguo replied, but I fear we might freeze to death before we find another cave. It's so cold. Indeed, it was a valid concern. After wandering for over an hour, they had only just located this cave. Who knew where the next one lay? Thus, she quietly retrieved 2 cans of herring from her space and handed one to Jiang Jiangguo. Suppressing her urge to retch, she said, let us apply something for protection. It may smell foul, but it's better than freezing to death. Just as Jiang Jiangguo was about to open the can, a familiar figure emerged from the cave. He was slender yet tall, and as he stepped out, countless fireflies followed him, illuminating the path like a glowing entourage. The scene was as enchanting as a painting. He crouched down, trembling, and cupped a handful of snow. At the moment he looked up, beneath his silver hair, his handsome face glimmered in the firefly light. His features reminiscent of mythical beings from ancient tales, so surreal. Xiao Piaoyang, Xiao Bailing. The two exclaimed simultaneously, astonished at the man appearing amidst the falling snow. He seemed startled by their sudden voices, and the snow he held cascaded to the ground. With a look of fear, he turned toward the source of the sound. The surrounding fireflies quickly formed a defensive formation, poised as if ready to attack. However, once they discerned the faces of the two women, his expression shifted from fear to joy, a smile blooming like melting snow. Qingunyang, Jiangunyang, it's you. What a remarkable coincidence. How on earth did you end up here? Mu Yuan gazed at them, somewhat flustered. Just then, Qin Sheng sneezed unexpectedly. Achoo! It was only then that Mu Yuan realized the snowstorm raged outside, and the two slender ladies standing in the cold must be freezing. He completely overlooked the fact that he himself was far more inadequately dressed compared to the two women clad in thick layers. Come in quickly, it's freezing outside. Hurry to my home, he urged. Your home? Jiang Jiangguo looked at the swarm of fireflies fluttering chaotically behind him in the cave. Have you become a cave dweller? Mu Yuan smiled shyly, offering no further explanation as he hastily invited the two inside. However, Qin Sheng, glancing at the cluster of mutated fireflies surrounding him, felt as though his feet were laden with 1,000 pounds, unable to move. Primarily, he was frightened. Jiang Jiangguo was not much better off, with a hint of trepidation. She asked Mu Yuan, are these little creatures yours? Are they dangerous? Little creatures? Are you afraid of them? There is no need to be. They are quite gentle. Mu Yuan, belatedly realizing she was referring to the fireflies, waved his hand gently and spoke to them. Shiny fireflies, please return home. Don't frighten my friends. As if understanding his words, the swarm of fireflies promptly turned and flew back into the cave. This scene left Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo momentarily speechless. Following Mu Yuan into his home, they soon discovered that the cave bore the unmistakable signs of long-term habitation. The cave was deep. As they ventured further in, they observed numerous mutated fireflies resting on the stone walls, their luminescence illuminating the space as effectively as electric lights. The walls were riddled with shallow pits, each housing a variety of plants, each unique in its essence. The fireflies nestled among the branches and blossoms of these plants. Qin Sheng observed cautiously. The pits were not very deep, roughly the size of a fist, containing at most a handful of soil, yet astonishingly, the flora thrived. The further they delved, the more abundant the vegetation became. The cave was not particularly extensive. It formed a short, straight line, with a triangular structure, narrow at the entrance, but expanding as they progressed inward. Soon, they reached the cave's innermost chamber. A nearly extinguished fire pit held a small, darkened pot suspended by thick wire. Steam bubbled from within, suggesting something was being cooked. Nearby lay a mound of straw, bearing the imprint of long-term use. Likely a makeshift bed. Old Qin, there's a fire pit. Let us warm ourselves. I'm freezing to death. Jiang Jiangguo exclaimed, rushing towards the fire. She squatted beside it, but the flames were nearly out. Mu Yuan's first action upon entering was to extract 2 pieces of wood from beneath the straw bed. Gripping each end of the sticks, he pressed his knee against the middle, breaking them with ease. He then tossed the splintered wood into the fire, igniting the flames once more. He quickly rubbed his hands together, crouching beside the fire to warm himself. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, he produced a wooden spoon and began to stir the contents of the pot, taking a deep breath before breaking into a satisfied smile. He handed the spoon to Qin Sheng, saying, Miss Qin, I've just prepared some wild vegetable porridge. Do indulge. I don't have any bowls, so you may share this pot with Miss Jiangguo. The flavor of these wild greens is delightful. I've sampled all the varieties in the vicinity, and they're quite delectable. Observing the hand gripping the spoon, now a shade of blue-violet from the cold, he noted that he was still clad in summer attire. As Mu Yuan trembled, he extended the spoon forward once more, urging, Miss Qin, have some of the porridge. Warmth in your belly will help you feel better. Please manage with this for now. At dawn, I shall venture out to gather mushrooms for you to cook. They're also quite tasty. Despite his own teeth chattering from the cold, he remained resolute in offering her the humble sustenance of wild vegetable porridge. A little over a month ago, when they last parted, this young beauty had been rosy and plump, her cheeks pleasantly full. Now, her complexion was ghostly pale, her frame gaunt and clearly malnourished. Were it not for her striking features, Qin Sheng would scarcely recognize her as the same person. If memory serves, he was still donning the clothes and the worn sneakers with exposed toes that she had gifted him during their last encounter. How could life have deteriorated to such an extent? Was he supposed to be a product of humanity from 100,000 years in the future? Qin Sheng, without a hint of decorum, sniffled and hesitated to take the wooden spoon. Instead, she discreetly retrieved a thick set of cotton clothing from her backpack. In her haste, she chose a men's outfit without much thought. To her surprise, it turned out to be a vibrant floral ensemble, adorned with red flowers and green leaves, characteristic of northeastern style. Well, it would suffice, as long as it could be worn. She handed the clothing to him, still sniffling, and urged, put this on quickly. The temperature has already plummeted below freezing. It's nothing short of a miracle that you haven't succumbed to the cold in such scant attire. She then glanced at his feet, producing a pair of thick winter boots and some socks from her space. Is this for me? Do we have a 4th person here? She shot him a quizzical glance, chiding, hurry and dress. If you freeze to death, I won't be responsible for your remains. With his eyes slightly red, Mu Yuan accepted the brightly colored cotton clothing, pressing his face against it. It was wonderfully warm, and it even bore a pleasant scent. Overwhelmed with emotion, he felt a lump in his throat as he donned the cotton attire, swiftly rubbing his numbed feet and sliding into the socks and boots. Subsequently, he gazed at Qin Sheng with his big, rabbit-like red eyes, causing her heart to flutter with unease. Was there something amiss with this child? Why did he appear so peculiar? Was he about to summon fireflies to attack them? No, she had genuinely offered him cotton clothing and shoes. It was merely a matter of seeking shelter. Surely, these gestures were more than adequate compensation. Did he truly desire more? Qin Sheng glanced at the surrounding fireflies, contemplating signaling Jiang Jiangguo to prepare for an ambush should the situation deteriorate. However, upon turning around, she found Jiang Jiangguo, the inept one, burying sweet potatoes and potatoes into the fire. Noticing Qin Sheng's gaze, he grinned widely, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth, remarking that it would be a shame not to roast the sweet potatoes and tubers over such a splendid fire. Qin Sheng could only agree. Yes, let's roast plenty. The 3 of us will share. She then turned to Mu Yuan, asking, do you prefer sweet potatoes or tubers, or would you like both? Me? Am I included? Mu Yuan initially looked taken aback, then pointed to himself in disbelief. Qin Sheng nodded, but before she could say more, Mu Yuan suddenly wailed, clinging to Qin Sheng's leg and bursting into tears. The sorrowful sound was heart-wrenching, conveying a deep sense of grievance without uttering a single word. Jiang Jiangguo, puzzled, looked at Qin Sheng and asked what's wrong with him. Is he crying like he's lost his mother? Qin Sheng blinked. How would I know? We came here together, didn't we? Chapter 61. You are a good person surrounded by a swarm of watchful fireflies. Qin Sheng dared not act recklessly, allowing the long-lost acquaintance to weep at her feet. As she listened to the cries, she quietly consumed a roasted potato, 2 sweet potatoes, and 3 roasted eggs. Only after finishing the 4th egg did Mu Yuan lift his tear-streaked face. "Why don't you ask me what happened? Do you wish to share?" "I do." "Oh, then please go ahead. I am listening." Qin Sheng adjusted her posture, discreetly moving her tear-soaked pant leg closer to the fire to dry it. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan, munching on the roasted potato and sipping his wild vegetable porridge, began to recount his recent experiences in fragmented phrases. Jiang Jiangguo outright refused Mu Yuan's generous offer to share the porridge, declaring that the pot, devoid of any visible oil, could hardly be termed a wild vegetable soup. "Not a grain of rice in sight. It looks inedible." Qin Sheng, unable to refuse the kind gesture, took a small sip of the wild vegetable porridge and struggled to swallow it, forcing a smile. "Is it good?" Mu Yuan inquired. "Delicious." "Not at all," she thought to herself. "This is just boiled wild greens. And are those unidentifiable green mush indeed edible wild vegetables? They are bitter. Could we not learn a thing or two from Wang Baochuan, who endured hardship for 18 years to identify edible plants? Not every green thing qualifies as wild vegetables." Watching Mu Yuan relish his roasted potato and wild vegetable porridge as if they were culinary delights, Qin Sheng genuinely felt that this boy was remarkably easy to please. As Mu Yuan spoke, they gradually learned of the unfortunate circumstances that had led him to this place. He had been deceived after arriving in the city. First, he assisted an elderly lady across the street, only to find all his edible possessions pilfered by her. Later, he helped a limping man move some items, who in return promised him a meal. However, upon awakening after the meal, he discovered he had been sold to a private contractor, forced to labor daily without compensation or food. After a strenuous escape, he encountered someone who claimed to know a person who could render him justice. Yet, he was deceived once more and lured into a filthy tent, where an unwelcome advance was made upon him. With great effort, he struck the man attempting to undress him, fleeing in terror under the cover of night into the depths of the jungle, never daring to emerge again. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng could not help but raise a thumb in admiration, silently exclaiming how remarkable it was. Jiang Jiangguo, being quite forthright, munched on a steaming baked potato while expressing her astonishment. "You are not some advanced human from 100,000 years hence. You are merely a foolish child from the same era." Qin Sheng shot her a disapproving glance, admonishing, "Must you speak such blunt truths? Leave some dignity for him." Jiang Jiangguo merely pouted, continuing to savor her charred potato. Mu Yuan gazed at Qin Sheng with heartfelt gratitude, declaring, "You are the first person I have encountered on this ancient earth, and you have treated me with unparalleled kindness. You are truly wonderful." Ahem. Faced with such sincere eyes, Qin Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment and coughed lightly, reminding herself to remain humble. It's enough to know it in her heart without displaying it so overtly. Once the baked potatoes were nearly consumed, Qin Sheng retrieved a package of braised pig trotters from her backpack, distributing 3 to each person and skewering them over the fire to heat. She also produced some beverages for everyone to share. Initially, Mu Yuan was contentedly gnawing on his potato, but the small tag around his neck frequently radiated warmth. This tag was a biological catalog. His primary objective on this ancient Earth was to collect samples of all biological entities using the catalog, intending to return to a desolate blue planet, which had become a barren wasteland, and to re-establish a new ecosystem. However, he noticed that whenever Qin Sheng produced something, the biological catalog would emit heat. The catalog and his other treasure, the jade brick space, were unearthed together by his mentor during an archaeological expedition. They were interconnected and responsive to one another as a cohesive unit. Unfortunately, he had misplaced the brick space. Judging by the catalog's response, it was highly probable that the lost brick space was somehow linked to Qin Sheng. She must have triggered the catalog's response through the energy fluctuations of the brick space while utilizing it. Should he inquire about it? Mu Yuan grasped the small tag around his neck, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a sizzling hot braised pig trotter appeared before him. "What are you daydreaming about? Why stick to potatoes? Have some meat. At this rate, you'll become a mere skeleton." Mu Yuan took the braised pig's trotter with a sense of bewilderment, her heart heavy with emotion, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Does she truly care for me? She has offered me wild vegetable porridge, invited me to savor roasted potatoes, and even treated me to the delicacy of roasted pig's trotters. She has gifted me such a beautiful new dress. Is it possible that she is so kind to me? I cannot believe I doubted the integrity and goodness of Miss Qin. I feel utterly wretched. With this thought in mind, he resolutely placed the roasted pig's trotter on the ground and sprang to his feet. As he moved, several fireflies fluttered around him. Miss Qin, I have something to say to you. What is it? Qin Sheng exclaimed, startled, nearly dropping the roasted pig's trotter from her mouth. She cautiously glanced at the nearby fireflies. You can say anything. I'm listening. Are you still hungry? What else would you like to eat? Just tell me. She discreetly reached into her pocket, clutching a can of herring, prepared for any sudden turn of events. Mu Yuan, with an air of mystery, glanced around before addressing Jiang Jiangwo. Miss Jiangwo, I have some matters I wish to discuss privately with Miss Qin. Go ahead. I understand. Jiang Jiangwo quickly skewered several pig's trotters and retreated to a corner, sipping a drink while gnawing on the trotter. Speak freely. I want to hear a thing. Thank you. Miss Jiangwo. Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you. There's no signal here. Jiang Jiangwo exaggeratedly waved her hands. Qin Sheng muttered to herself. The entire cave isn't even 20 square meters. Who are you trying to fool? Mu Yuan gratefully smiled at Jiang Jiangwo. He then moved closer to Qin Sheng, pressing against her, and mysteriously retrieved a jade pendant strung on a red cord from around his neck. The jade was dull and of poor quality, with a crude carving of twin dragons playing with a pearl, clearly a cheap item. Yet, it evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Qin Sheng was certain she had never seen such an object. From where, then, did this sense of déjà vu originate? At that moment, she heard Mu Yuan whispering in her ear, Miss Qin, have you ever seen a dull jade, roughly the size of a brick? The warm breath brushed against her ear, causing Qin Sheng's heart to plummet like a stone into ice. In her hand, concealed behind Mu Yuan, a Nepalese knife materialized, the tip moving stealthily toward the back of Mu Yuan's head. Chapter 61. Do you believe me when I say it was not intentional? Jiang Jiangwo, munching on the pig's trotter, caught sight of Qin Sheng's movement. She quickly shoved the remaining trotter into her mouth, swiftly drawing her heavy sword, poised for any eventuality. She knew all too well that old Qin would never be swayed by mere beauty. While she appreciated the allure of beautiful women, she would not hesitate to strike when necessary. What a pity for such a handsome face. Although the reason behind his offense towards Qin Sheng remains a mystery, he is resolute in his intent. Nevertheless, as long as it is someone the esteemed Qin wishes to eliminate, she shall follow suit. The pig trotter she is gnawing on is exceedingly spicy. Alas, the 5-spice chili powder has been excessively sprinkled, leaving her mouth ablaze, yet she hesitates to spit it out. With reddened eyes, she persists in savoring her delectable trotter. On the other hand, Mu Yuan appears entirely oblivious to the murderous intent lingering behind him. He continues, this biological compendium in my possession is paired with that jade tablet. It has been emitting heat, undoubtedly sensing the presence of the jade block. And so, Qin Sheng inquires, a smile gracing her lips, though her mind is tumultuous with revelations. The small jade pendant he bears is astonishingly linked to her jade tablet space, and they seem capable of mutual resonance. Could it be that the jade tablet she possesses belongs to him? How could that be? It has been with her father since his youth, at least 20 years past. At that time, this man named Mu Yuan was likely still in diapers. It appears that my compendium has sustained some damage and cannot be activated. I was hoping you might assist me in reactivating it. Since you can activate the jade tablet space, you must possess the means to activate the compendium in my hands. Activate? Yes, precisely, activate. This biological compendium can store living biological samples. It is of utmost importance, and it is the very reason my teacher sent me here. Qin Sheng questions. You claim that jade tablet is yours? Do you know its origins? If he indeed knows the jade tablet's history, he may reveal details unknown to her. Mu Yuan shakes his head. I have heard from my teacher that these two items were excavated from an ancient battlefield grave on Blue Star. The jade tablet can store any inanimate object, and if a living being enters, it will remain in a state of instantaneous death. Conversely, the biological compendium can store living organisms, and all beings entering it will fall into a dormant state. You assert that the jade tablet was unearthed from the ancient tomb? Qin Sheng expresses her surprise. So, you are not visiting ancient Earth for the first time? Did you bring this jade tablet with you? Yes. I have visited a few times before. Mu Yuan nods earnestly. The space-time wormholes are fraught with uncertainties. We must often repeat thousands of experiments before achieving a successful traversal, with each temporal juncture varying. The jade tablet was lost during a previous visit. Upon my arrival, I found myself amidst a throng of starving individuals, all gnawing on tree bark and wild grass, with nary a trace of greenery in sight. In my extreme hunger, I exchanged this jade tablet for a meager bun, intending to retrieve it later, only to lose it and never find it again. As he recounts this, a hint of frustration surfaces. He puffs his cheeks, the flickering firelight dancing in his eyes, sparkling like a galaxy of stars. Qin Sheng blinked, suddenly filled with doubt. Was this fellow aware of her vulnerabilities and deliberately using his charm to entice her? Consequently, the blade at Mu Yuan's nape inched closer. When you initially used that piece of jade, did you ever attempt to establish a connection with it? Establish a connection? Mu Yuan replied, puzzled. It's not like it's a robotic dog that can be programmed. Each time I utilize it, I need to stimulate it with electrical currents to temporarily access the space and the biological compendium, but the activation lasts only a brief moment. We've tried every conceivable method, yet we cannot unravel this peculiar and enigmatic artifact. Have you ever tried the blood oath? Qin Sheng inquired, recalling how she merely applied her blood to the jade, and it immediately acknowledged her as its master, appearing in her mind. Not just blood. Our teacher even tried other methods, but to no avail, the girl said innocently. At present, without a high-voltage current, I cannot activate the biological compendium. We've waited in the forest for over a month, hoping to borrow some lightning, but it hasn't rained nor thundered. Miss Qin, since you can wield the brick space, you must know some way to activate my biological compendium, right? His large, earnest eyes shimmered with hope. Please help me. I beg of you. Damn, this fellow truly had no sense of decorum. A grown man acting so cute. However, upon hearing that his biological compendium was connected to her jade brick, Qin Sheng felt a flicker of interest. You really attempted the blood oath without success? Indeed, it was futile. The girl shook her head earnestly. Don't believe me? Let me demonstrate. With that, he swiftly grasped the nearby Nepalese dagger. With a swift thrust, the blade plunged into his palm, blood gushing forth as he withdrew the knife and returned it to Qin Sheng, then directly pressed his bloodied hand onto the jade plate. Look, Miss Qin, see? It's ineffective. I'm not deceiving you. Qin Sheng stared blankly at the dagger in his palm. He had expertly grasped the blade's tip, indicating he was fully aware of the weapon poised at the back of his head. You know? What are you saying? I don't know anything. Mu Yuan shook his head, appearing quite sincere. Meanwhile, noticing the unusual situation, Jiang Jiangguo rushed over, hefting his sword and resting its weight on Mu Yuan's shoulder. Yet, Mu Yuan seemed oblivious to the heavy blade, persistently displaying the bloodied jade plate to Qin Sheng. See? I'm genuinely not lying. The blood oath doesn't work. I wouldn't deceive you, Miss Qin. The atmosphere turned palpably awkward, enveloped in an eerie silence. Was Mu Yuan truly clueless, or was it an act? Did he fear nothing, or was he simply emboldened? Miss Qin, does the blood oath work with your jade brick? Yes. How did you do it? Could you demonstrate for me? Qin Sheng, propelled by an inexplicable impulse, seized the dusty jade token and, with the tip of a knife, pricked her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it. See, this is how I did it, she declared. Before she could finish her sentence, a flash of white light enveloped her. The jade token, which had just moments ago rested in Mu Yuan's grasp, vanished into the luminous void. Concurrently, Qin Sheng felt a warmth emanating from the inner wrist of the hand that had bled, an ominous premonition creeping over her. No way, it can't be this coincidental. She chuckled awkwardly. Witnessing such a miraculous occurrence, Jiang Jiangguo was taken aback, his grip slackened, causing the sword's edge to slip and slice a gash across Mu Yuan's neck. Crimson blood streamed down the pale and slender neck. A swift turn of events that left everyone stunned, unable to react in time. Qin Sheng instinctively reached out to grasp the jade token, but her hand closed around nothing but air, helplessly watching it dissipate. I swear I didn't mean to. Do you believe me? Chapter 62. The Great Fool Who Delivers Equipment Across Miles, My Biological Encyclopedia. Where has my jade token gone? Mu Yuan stood bewildered, staring at the dissipating white light, his own jade token now lost. His eyes reddened as he cried out, "Wah!" He hugged Qin Sheng's recently dried thigh, weeping uncontrollably. Miss Qin, my jade token is gone. I've lost both items the teacher entrusted to me. What do I do? The teacher is waiting for me to return and rebuild our home. Without the biological encyclopedia, how can I gather biological samples? How can I bring them back to Blue Star? Teacher, I'm so sorry. What? Blood from his neck and palm quickly soaked Qin Sheng's pants. Seizing the moment while Mu Yuan lamented, she glanced at the inner side of her wrist, where a faint gray square pattern emerged, reminiscent of a birthmark. She realized she had another such mark on her body. With a thought, a pale blue virtual screen appeared before her, displaying neatly arranged storage slots akin to those found in a game interface. Mu Yuan, sensing something, lifted his head and stared intently at a point in space. Huh? My biological encyclopedia. It's truly activated. Qin Sheng exclaimed. What? You can see it? Jiang Jiangguo, bewildered, interjected. What are you two talking about? I can't see anything. The three spoke almost in unison. Then, Qin Sheng turned with alarm to the pale-faced boy before her. What do you see? I see what I am meant to see, he replied. Jiang Jiangguo, utterly perplexed, asked, What is it that you see? The biological encyclopedia. Mu Yuan pointed to the virtual screen before Qin Sheng. But why is my jade token missing? That was the vessel for the biological encyclopedia. Qin Sheng responded. Is this truly the biological encyclopedia? Yes, yes. Thank you, Miss Qin, for helping me activate it. Mu Yuan laughed like a fool, unaware that his biological encyclopedia had not only been activated, but had also recognized its master. However, this master is not him. First came the jade brick space, followed by the biological compendium. The two items that Mu Yuan brought have all fallen into Qin Sheng's hands. Qin Sheng was equally bewildered, suddenly feeling a sense of absurdity. Could it be that this little beauty had traversed a great distance to deliver equipment to her? Now, if she were to strike him down, she would feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. Yet, why could Mu Yuan see the biological compendium she had activated? He could not perceive the space, but was able to see this compendium. Qin Sheng suddenly recalled that both her and his blood had been absorbed by the jade tablet simultaneously. However, if it was a simultaneous absorption, why did the jade tablet choose to manifest on her? According to Mu Yuan, both the jade brick and the jade tablet had been attempted with blood offerings. Yet there had been no response. Yet, this time, with her blood included, it immediately acknowledged her as its master. Could this indicate that these two items belonged to her ancestral Qin lineage? Qin Sheng pondered. It was quite possible. Could they have been left behind by Qin Shi Huang? But wasn't Qin Shi Huang of the Ying surname? She mused whimsically. Mu Yuan, upon seeing his compendium activated, paid little heed to his surroundings. Hastily grabbing a handful of burnt wood ash and pressing it against the wound on his neck, he then skillfully began to operate on the light screen. Jiang Jiangguo, clutching his heavy sword, hesitantly approached Qin Sheng and pointed in Mu Yuan's direction. Old Qin, what is he doing? Has he lost his mind? To her, Mu Yuan, with tears streaming down his face and blood covering his body, appeared to be flailing aimlessly in the air, as if in a fit. Qin Sheng turned her wrist, revealing a rectangular mark on the inner side. His treasure seems to have acknowledged me as its master. No, more accurately, it has acknowledged both of us. Jiang Jiangguo furrowed his brow. Let's take him out. Claim the treasure for ourselves. This pretty boy seems foolish enough. He should be easy to dispatch. Qin Sheng considered that her two treasures seemed to be connected to him. If she were to leave no survivors after he had traversed such a distance to present her with equipment, would that not invite the wrath of the heavens? Moreover, she felt an overwhelming sense of coincidence. Both treasures were closely tied to the Qin bloodline. After a moment of hesitation, she thought, perhaps it would be wise to spare him? That works, I'll follow your lead. Jiang Jiangguo nodded decisively. Qin Sheng had initially intended to explain herself, but instead, she turned to flaunt her prowess, as if she had not just proposed murder for riches. At that moment, Mu Yuan felt as though the objects before him were becoming somewhat blurred, and he lifted his gaze, bewildered. Qin girl, I feel a bit dizzy. Qin Sheng glanced at his neck, smeared with wood ash and still bleeding. Damn, she had forgotten to stop the bleeding. Hurriedly, she washed his neck clean with water, applied hemostatic medicine, and wrapped it with bandages several times. Since he was now aware of everything, Qin Sheng laid her cards on the table, shedding all pretense. She unveiled her wrist to Mu Yuan, making it clear that the jade token was now beyond her reach. Fortunately, perhaps due to the shared essence of his blood, he could still perceive and utilize his botanical compendium. The two engaged in extensive research, ultimately discovering that Mu Yuan could only effectively use the compendium within a kilometer of her presence. Beyond that distance, he lost all connection to it. However, Qin Sheng remained unaffected by this limitation. It became evident who the true master of the jade token was. Recognizing that all three individuals present were aware of the existence of the spatial realm, Qin Sheng nonchalantly summoned a sofa from the void, and they nestled comfortably upon it, basking in the warmth of the fire. Mu Yuan appeared somewhat troubled by the realization that his painstakingly acquired equipment had inadvertently benefited another, awakening from a metaphorical deathbed. He lamented, "Alas, the true culprit in this predicament is none other than myself." He had traversed a wormhole at great personal risk, only to return to this moment and allow another to claim the spoils. A sudden wave of despair washed over him, leaving him to ponder the possibility that he might never fulfill the task assigned by his mentor. In that fleeting moment, thoughts of self-destruction crossed his mind. He slumped in despondence, his eyes tinged with red, head drooping, silver hair cascading over his shoulders like a forlorn bunny, embodying a sense of fragmentation. Jiang Jiangguo diligently munched on sunflower seeds, observing Qin Sheng's patient attempts to console the new recruit. He contemplated his newfound position as the second in command, envisioning an elevation in status. With Qin Sheng directing her efforts, he would relish the opportunity to command the third in line. The prospect of his inclusion suddenly sparked a hint of anticipation within him. At last, he would have someone to exert authority over. "Let us not dwell on this," Qin Sheng interjected. "What's done is done, and neither of us can turn back the clock. I assure you, I will take responsibility." "How can you be responsible when you've taken away my most cherished possession?" he retorted, frustration evident in his voice. "It wasn't intentional. Wasn't it you who asked me to demonstrate?" She countered. "You willingly engaged in this, and the token itself seemed drawn to me. I never desired it to unfold this way." But he stammered. "Enough with the buts. Look, you can still continue to gather your biological samples. Perhaps one day, it will emerge from within me. You're deceiving me. I'm not naive. I want to be able to retrieve it. If that is how you choose to think, then there's little I can do," Qin Sheng replied, throwing her hands up in exasperation. She had exhausted her patience and ceased her attempts to comfort the weeping bunny. A profound silence enveloped them, marking the atmosphere of the evening. Jiang Jiangguo beckoned Qin Sheng closer and whispered, "Old Qin, shall we engage in a diplomatic hot pot? There's no issue that a meal can't resolve. If there is, we'll have to." "You truly are quite astute." A few minutes later, Qin Sheng emerged from the spatial realm bearing a pot of spicy Sichuan hot pot, accompanied by an assortment of ingredients such as tripe, tofu skin, boneless duck feet, potato slices, and enoki mushrooms. She placed it upon the table, ignited the alcohol stove, and retrieved 3 pairs of chopsticks and bowls. Thus, she and Jiang Jiangguo commenced their feast, leaving one set of utensils conspicuously empty, a silent testament to its intended occupant. The fragrant aroma of the beef tallow broth was overwhelmingly enticing, as steam billowed from the pot, dispelling the chill that hung in the air. Mu Yuan could not help but be captivated by this enchanting scent. Until now, his culinary experiences had been disappointingly few. After several futile attempts to divert his gaze, he tentatively inquired, "Can we have this every day? Old Qin has plenty in stock. You could eat until you're sick," Jiang Jiangguo declared, skewering a piece of duck blood and popping it into his mouth, the heat making him squirm. "Just so we're clear, you can only be the third wheel. I shall forever be the second. You are not allowed to usurp my position." He remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Sheng, his eyes glistening with emotion. A blood-stained bandage wrapped around his neck. Qin Sheng bit down on a crunchy piece. "If you wish to eat, it will be available every day." No sooner had the words left her lips than a gust of wind seemed to rush by, and the beautiful youth who had just stepped out of a manga clumsily grasped the chopsticks and began to awkwardly plunge them into the pot, perhaps unaccustomed to their use. He fumbled for several moments without success before resorting to a wooden spoon, scooping up a beef meatball and hastily shoving it into his mouth, only to scald himself in the process. Observing his gluttonous display, the whimsical veil of manga fantasy shattered for Qin Sheng. Never mind what is so-called manga beauty. He is merely a child. Jiang Jiangguo erupted into laughter. Mu Yuan, slightly embarrassed by the mirth, continued to devour his meal without hesitation, nodding in approval as he chewed. Delicious, truly delightful. Chapter 63. Lack of enthusiasm at mealtime indicates a problematic mind outside. Snow fell in a flurry, while the mouth of the cave was partially cloaked in dense vines, leaving some gaps unsealed. The temperature continued to plummet, rendering the fire insufficient to maintain warmth within the confines. Consequently, the campfire was replaced with a gas heater, its vibrant flames suffusing the cave with a spring-like warmth. The three quickly became comrades over the course of their hot pot meal. The tantalizing aroma of the spicy broth mingled with the bubbling red oil, filling the air with an irresistible allure. "Sheng Sheng, all more lamb slices, fatty beef slices." Why do you call me Jiang Jiangwo by my full name while you're merely old Qin? Is it just a hot pot that you lack all decorum? Very well. Shall I call you Jian Jian or Guogua? Or perhaps Jie or Guogua? Oh, I see you're quite shameless. It's best to just stick with Jiang Jiangwo. By the way, old Qin, I want baby squid. We've run out of baby squid. Third wheel. Stop right there. That is my duck intestines you just took. You must cook your own. I want tea. That was clearly mine. You have consumed your own intestines. Return them to me, or I shall insert them into your nostrils. Come on, I shall poke your eyes. Oh, you can no longer feign innocence? Lao Qin, swiftly remove him. I no longer wish to associate with the third one. Observing the two engaged in a fray over a mere duck intestine. You poke my nostrils, I tug your hair. Adhering to the principle of speaking less and feasting more. Qin Sheng silently ladled the remaining duck intestines from the pot into her own bowl and discreetly added a few portions of brain matter. Let them brawl. Those who lack enthusiasm for dining must have something amiss in their minds. Once they have concluded their skirmish, I shall indulge in hot pot while you feast upon the remnants. When she had satiated her hunger and noted that the two were still entangled, she seized the opportunity to wash her face and brush her teeth. From her spatial realm, she retrieved 3 mattresses, placing them in the corner, adorned with sheets and blankets, and selected one for herself. As she lay beneath the covers, slumber enveloped her. Before the snow ceased, it seemed they would be stranded here. Qin Sheng recalled that this snowfall persisted for nearly half a month. The temperature plummeted day by day, descending to -40 degrees. The world lay ensconced beneath a thick blanket of ice and snow. Food became scarce, and countless survivors and creatures succumbed to the relentless cold wave. First, the extreme heat eradicated a significant number of beings. Subsequently, the cold wave would further diminish the survivors. Some asserted that these successive extreme natural disasters were akin to the immune system of the blue planet purging itself of viruses. This virus, they claimed, was humanity itself. It was humanity's reckless destruction and pollution of the environment that ultimately activated the blue planet's immune response, deciding to eradicate these viruses thriving upon it to establish a new ecosystem. Initially dismissing such notions with derision, she gradually reflected on them, finding that the current state of the blue planet indeed mirrored how humans combat bacterial infections through fever. As the original microbial community posed a threat to itself, was it necessary to cultivate a new and healthy one? She drifted into a hazy slumber while listening to the clamor of Jiang Jiangwo and Mu Yuan's quarrel. Stop it. Shoo. Mu Yuan's silver hair was grasped by Jiang Jiangwo, blood trickling from her nose as she raised a finger and whispered, "She is asleep. Let us not disturb her." "No way, unless you admit that the duck intestines were my doing." Jiang Jiangwo, sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes and a streak of bright red blood beneath her nose, proclaimed their equal strength. Mu Yuan waved her hand. "Fine. It was your doing. Is that sufficient? That is more like it. All right. I acknowledge that I was a bit impulsive earlier, but we are still good brothers. Let us return to the hot pot." Jiang Jiangwo rose from the ground and shook hands with Mu Yuan in reconciliation. The two sat back at the table, and as Jiang Jiangwo picked up her chopsticks, she exclaimed, "Oh no, where are my intestines?" Mu Yuan, using a slotted spoon, sifted through the pot only to sigh in disappointment. Alas, the hot pot has been reduced to mere broth. Jiang Jiangwo rolled 2 wads of tissue paper, handing one to Mu Yuan while stuffing the other into his own nostril, saying, "Let us staunch the nosebleed first. Don't worry, I have plenty of food. We got a variety of marinated dishes and vegetables from the cafeteria. Let's continue with the hot pot. By the way, enjoying hot pot with ice-cold beer on a frigid day is the true delight. Old 3, allow me to treat you to some beer." Mu Yuan, preoccupied with stuffing tissue into his bleeding nostril, had no time to object. Jiang Jiangwo dashed over to shake the slumbering figure on the bed, mumbling something incoherent. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with an entire crate of beer, which he buried in the snow outside the cave. After several minutes, he retrieved it, now transformed into the ice-cold beer he had promised. With one foot perched on a stool, he boldly bit open a beer cap and spat it onto the ground. He handed a bottle to Mu Yuan before opening one for himself. "Beer?" Mu Yuan stared blankly at the bottle in his hands. Was this truly the beer she had mentioned? Seeing his bewilderment, Jiang Jiangwo cheerfully declared, in deep camaraderie, "Down it goes. In lighter bonds, take a sip." Without further ado, she boasted, "Old 3, let me show you how it's done." With that, she shook the glass bottle in her hand and tilted her head back, chugging the entire contents in one go. A long, drawn-out belch erupted from her throat echoing with satisfaction. Refreshing, she exclaimed, laughing heartily as she opened another bottle. Days passed, and Jiang Jiangguo truly resembled a hibernating bear, curling up in bed and sleeping nearly all the time except for mealtimes. Qin Sheng manipulated 3 slender vines, twirling a pencil to sketch on 2 sheets of white paper, each adorned with distinct images. On the left, a lazy sheep was depicted. The middle vine was inscribing the 3-character classic, while the right vine presented a somewhat distorted figure, barely recognizable as a bald-headed man. Outside, the biting cold and swirling snow made further progress nearly impossible. With no definitive destination in mind, she remained huddled in the cave. However, she was not idle during this time. She began to experiment with controlling a 3rd vine, for in her past life, she and Jiang Jiangguo were renowned as the 2 fierce flowers of the North Wilderness. Jiang Jiangguo was famously known as the mighty black bear woman, while her own moniker was the tentacle monster. Yet, she had admirers who reverently referred to her as the thousand-handed guanyin. This title was not without reason. For in her prime, she could simultaneously manipulate over 100 vines to perform various tasks during combat. From a distance, it appeared as though countless tentacles were swirling behind her, reminiscent of the thousand-handed guanyin. This name thus originated when battling others was one-on-one. However, facing her required careful consideration of how to contend with over 100 vines wielding an array of weapons. Was there truly any difference from a brawl? Outside the cavern, the wind howled fiercely and the temperature plummeted to nearly -50 degrees. Qin Sheng adjusted the flame of the gas stove to a higher setting. Above the stove, Mu Yuan, clad in a floral coat, stirred the millet porridge in the iron pot with a cheerful apron. Chapter 64. The Nepali bonito knife in recent days. Mu Yuan's interests had become conspicuously evident. He could hardly have imagined he would develop a passion for cooking. Each day, he sought out different recipes from her. And whenever he found himself with idle time, aside from tending to his fireflies, he practiced his culinary skills with fervent dedication. In the brief span of 2 weeks, his culinary prowess had surpassed her own, who merely considered herself an amateur. Once the millet porridge was ready, he set the pot aside and turned to retrieve from beneath his pillow a carefully wrapped object, layered in sanitary paper. With a sense of reverence, he unfurled it at the mouth of the cave and then produced a sharpening stone from his pocket, settling onto a small stool to begin honing it. As Qin Sheng detected a faint, fishy aroma in the air, curiosity compelled her to approach after finishing her 30th sketch of the day. She had observed Mu Yuan sharpening this peculiar item on several occasions, but had refrained from inquiring. His slender fingers gripped a long, somewhat moldy stick, moving it back and forth against the stone. "What are you sharpening this stick for?" she asked. "I intend to fashion it into a knife," he replied. "Turning a wooden stick into a knife?" Qin Sheng couldn't help but smirk. "I've only heard of iron pestles being ground into needles, never of wooden sticks becoming knives. Even if you grind it, it might only become a toothpick at best." "This is not merely a stick," Mu Yuan insisted, handing the object to Qin Sheng. "Take a good look. What do you think this is?" With a puzzled expression, she accepted it and examined it closely. It certainly did not resemble a mere stick, yet she could not quite articulate what it was. It had a hint of fishiness, mingled with a delicate fragrance. "What is this?" she asked again. "This is the bonito you gave me a while back. When we made snake soup, you provided me with 2 bonito, saying they would enhance the flavor. I found this one to be quite firm, so I decided to use a less appealing one. This beautifully shaped fish I wish to transform into a knife." His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Qin Sheng. "I want to create a sharp Nepali bonito knife, shaped like the one from Nepal. What do you think of this idea? A bonito knife? Could this truly be bonito?" Qin Sheng was skeptical. She scrutinized the object in her hand, which was already taking the form of a blade, and couldn't resist licking it. It had a slightly salty taste. "Goodness, it truly is bonito." A vivid image flashed through her mind. Amidst the chaos of battle, while others wielded swords and spears, a silver-haired youth charged into the fray, brandishing a bonito knife with wild abandon. As I pondered, I imagined that one day, while preparing soup, this fellow would find it lacking in flavor and would draw forth the bonito knife he always carries, swirling it within the pot. I must not dwell on such thoughts. The more I ponder, the more disillusioned I become. Such a handsome youth, yet his mind seems rather unhinged. What a shame to waste such a perfect visage. Taking advantage of Mu Yuan's knife sharpening, I approached Jiang Jiangguo's bedside, where she lay sprawled, sound asleep. Without hesitation, I poked 2 fingers in her nostrils, obstructing her breath. Indeed, within half a minute, Jiang Jingwo's face flushed red as she opened her eyes, grasping the offending fingers that had invaded her nose and yanking them out with a pop. "Old Qin, are you out of your mind? You nearly suffocated me." "Shoo," I whispered, gesturing towards Mu Yuan, who was still at the door honing the bonito knife. "Jangwo, I've suddenly realized that our new recruit seems a bit off. He actually intends to sharpen a dried, salted fish into a knife." Jiang Jiangwo rolled her eyes dramatically. "Is that all? It's just him turning the bonito into a blade. I often see him conversing with ants and earthworms. Clearly, he is not in his right mind." I pointed to my temple, indicating the obvious. "Of course. And you don't find anything wrong with the two of us? Just look at the three of us. Who among us isn't a little cracked? It's all your choice." I felt a sudden twinge of offense. I was about to assert my normalcy, but before I could utter a word, Jiang Jiangwo turned over and resumed her slumber, muttering, "Have you ever encountered a normal, beautiful girl who pokes her fingers into someone else's nostrils?" At this, I glanced at my own fingers, still poised in an offensive stance, and grimaced in distaste. I wiped my fingers repeatedly on Jiang Jiangwo's blanket, and then turned away to continue honing my mental fortitude. The snowfall had arrived unexpectedly, lingering for over half a month. When the heavy snow finally ceased, the accumulation in the forest was still nearly a man's height. If someone were to leap into it, only their head would remain visible. Even the cave entrance would have been impassable had it not been cleared daily. Dressed in a vibrant winter coat, Mu Yuan was outside the cave, crafting a snowman. Meanwhile, I perused the map while roasting lamb skewers over the fire with vines. The enticing aroma of cumin wafted through the air, rousing Jiang Jiangwo from her slumber. She drooled, settling beside the fire, and grabbed a handful of skewers from a tray, placing them over the flames. Noticing the map in my hands, her eyes sparkled with interest. "Old Qin, can we leave now? We've been cooped up in this wretched cave for half a month. My limbs are on the verge of degeneration. I simply cannot bear it any longer." As I continued to examine the map, I nodded in agreement. "I feel the same, but I have yet to decide where we should venture next." No sooner had I spoken than Mu Yuan burst into the cave, clutching a square bamboo-woven backpack. "Really? Are we preparing to depart? I've gathered nearly all the plant samples in this vicinity and have long desired to leave, just waiting for you to speak." As he spoke, he proudly pushed forward the square-woven backpack he held in his arms. "Boss, look, this is the box I crafted following the instructions in the book. The fireflies can reside within. Those fireflies will accompany you?" "Of course." The backpack was perfectly cuboidal, topped with a simple lid, resembling a larger version of a typical school bag. Upon opening it, one could see a honeycomb-like interior filled with round holes. Muyu took out a bamboo whistle and gently blew into it. The crisp sound resonated, and the fireflies that had settled in the cave flew in orderly yet swift formation into the honeycomb. With a swift closure of the lid, it was done. "Hey, little third, you possess quite a skill, taming all these fireflies," Jiang Jiangwo exclaimed, giving a thumbs up while skewering his meat. 666. Muyu chuckled softly. "Keep it low-key? Keep it low-key, huh?" Qin Sheng smiled as well. "According to the map, there's a small town a few dozen kilometers from here. Let us head there and find a place to stay. It's not ideal to always reside in a cave." Turning to Muyu, she added, "You can conveniently collect there." Right. Old Qin speaks the truth." Jiang Jiangwo chimed in. Muyu replied, "I'll listen to the boss." Both were nearly in full agreement, eager to change their dwelling. At that moment, Qin Sheng suddenly remarked, "However, before we proceed, we need to modify the vehicle. No ordinary transport can navigate through such deep snow." As her words fell, she took a bite of her lamb skewer and stepped outside the cave, seeking an open space. With a flourish of her right hand, a colossal machine materialized on the snow-covered ground. The dark red chassis stood out starkly against the white backdrop. It was a massive red off-road vehicle, adorned with sharp steel spikes on both its front and rear, and equipped with weapon loading mechanisms on the roof, exuding a distinct post-apocalyptic punk aesthetic. Jiang Jiangwo rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then, filled with excitement, dashed over to caress the vehicle's body. "Old Qin, I truly adore you. You actually hoarded this treasure. Oh, this alluring body, this impressive rear and head, those rebellious spikes. Oh, it's truly a fiery little pepper. I could vow to live on vegetables for 3 years if I could just drive this car." He embraced the vehicle, resembling a lecherous man captivated by a beautiful woman. "Congratulations. You can eat vegetables for the rest of your life, as you'll be the one driving this vehicle." Qin Sheng approached, patting the car's body. "This is the South African Predator, the largest off-road vehicle in the world. It weighs 10 tons, measures 65 meters in length, and stands 27 meters tall. It can conquer both flat and mountainous terrains. The entire structure has been reinforced beyond its original design. With this magnificent machine, we can comfortably set off on our journey. The rear seat of this car has been removed to accommodate my single sofa and a small desk. From now on, one of you will assume the role of the driver while the other takes the passenger seat, and I shall remain comfortably seated in the back. The mere thought fills me with a tinge of excitement. However, she suddenly shifted her tone and retrieved a snowplow from her space. Your current task is to attach the plow to Little Red, so we can traverse the snowy terrain. Little Red? Mu Yuan expressed some confusion, wondering when another person had joined. Qin Sheng patted the vibrant red car door. Behold, this is Little Red. Jiang Jiangguo. I am entrusting this precious maiden, Little Red, into your care, so you must treat her well from now on. Do you understand? Rest assured, I shall cherish her as my own daughter. Jiang Jiangguo thumped his chest with a resounding thud, grinning broadly. Mu Yuan nodded in agreement. Chapter 65. The younger brother arrives. Qin Sheng left behind 2 generators along with other tools before returning to the cave to diligently practice her abilities. She divided her vines into 3. One vine was responsible for stirring the soup, another for applying the sauce, and the last for sprinkling cumin and chili powder. Outside the cave, Jiang Jiangguo swiftly devoured the remaining skewers, rolling up his sleeves to get to work. Mu Yuan, lacking expertise in this area, dutifully assisted from the sidelines. In truth, Jiang Jiangguo was also somewhat inexperienced. Although he enjoyed modifying vehicles, it was merely casual tinkering with off-roaders, and this substantial project was a first for him. Consequently, he was exceptionally thrilled, having obtained numerous professional books on vehicle modifications from Qin Sheng, forsaking sleep and meals to toil away. Perhaps the relentless noise of the engine drew attention, for one day, uninvited guests approached the cave. After a morning of practice, Qin Sheng felt a bit lightheaded and sat on a small stool at the entrance, sipping a cup of hot bubble tea while observing their vehicle modifications. However, after a brief moment, an unsettling feeling arose within her, as if something were watching them. She searched around but found nothing amiss. Just as she dismissed her concerns, she suddenly noticed 2 snowmen standing beneath a distant tree, short and plump with dark, hollow eyes. She had previously seen these snowmen, as Mu Yuan and Jiang Jiangguo had crafted several nearby, so she had paid little attention. Yet at this moment, an eerie sensation washed over her. It felt as though those snowmen were observing them. How bizarre! How could snowmen possibly watch them? While sipping her bubble tea, Qin Sheng approached cautiously, her vines poised for action at a moment's notice. As she drew nearer, she discerned a subtle red glow emanating from the dark hollows of the snowmen's eyes. Realization dawned upon her regarding the nature of these entities, and with a flick of her mind, the 2 vines surged forth. Swiftly, the head was inserted into the snowman's form. With a soft pop, 2 faint sounds akin to the cracking of fruit echoed, causing the vines to quiver gently. Shedding the snow from the 2 figures, revealed were 2 gaunt young men, their crimson eyes betraying their otherworldly nature. Qin Sheng, wielding the vines, crushed the entire spine of the other beings, and then rummaged through their heads. To her delight, she unearthed 2 source crystals. These crystals, oozing a viscous green liquid, were merely the size of fingernail and bore a grayish-black hue. She casually wiped them on the snow, retrieved a glass jar, and placed the crystals inside, subsequently storing both the jar and its contents in her spatial pouch. Turning back, she inquired of Jiang Jiangguo why he had not dealt with the 2 creatures lurking nearby. I refuse to believe that with your capabilities, you couldn't detect them, she stated, noting that the beings had likely been hiding there for quite some time. Jiang Jiangguo blinked innocently. It's not just me who knows. Mu Yuan is aware too. Those 2 seem to be avid players of hide-and-seek. They often disguise themselves as snowmen, crouching close to us, and if night falls without us noticing them, they make a commotion to draw our attention, only to emit their eerie cackles and flee. Then, they return the next day. Mu Yuan and I found their antics rather entertaining, so we decided to play along, intending to eliminate them when we departed. I never anticipated you would intervene. Indeed, that's the case. Mu Yuan, with his hands tucked into the sleeves of his vibrant cotton coat and a matching hat atop his head, nodded foolishly in agreement. Qin Sheng felt a sudden pang in her chest, returning to her small stool as she realized she might have made a hasty decision in entrusting Jiang Jiangguo with modifying Little Red, particularly in the days that followed. As she beheld the snow shovel she had prepared, now transformed by Jiang Jiangguo into a V shape, the entire scoop inverted and resting on the ground. From a distance, it resembled an arrow, with its front end pressed against the earth, low on the sides, and elevated in the center. Adorning the shovel were garish, hand-painted designs of skulls and other ostentatious motifs that he believed to be cool, yet were, in fact, rather gaudy. It could easily serve as a background for a social media profile. Old Qin, what do you think? I've done splendidly. Haven TI? I researched thoroughly. This V-shaped shovel is far more lethal than the original flat design. And can you enlighten me on the purpose of these garish designs you've painted on the shovel? Jiang Jiangguo scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness in his smile. Oh, about that. It's just a personal quirk of mine. As a former king of flamboyance, I merely wished to commemorate my youthful days. Qin Sheng pursed her lips, forcing a strained smile as she hoisted her backpack and climbed into the vehicle. However, upon opening the door, her jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. A vibrant array of colorful lights adorned the ceiling of the back seat, accompanied by a disco ball intended for nighttime festivities, while her enormous black beanbag had transformed into a garish leopard print, perhaps a pink leopard. The entire arrangement exuded an air of wild abandon. She could scarcely believe she had stepped into a themed hotel room. Jiang Jiangguo continued to tirelessly expound upon her myriad creative ideas, blissfully unaware of the growing storm on Qin Sheng's face. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan observed the dwindling pressure in the atmosphere and discreetly tugged at Jiang Jiangguo's sleeve. However, he was met with a fierce glare. "Do not disturb me." He promptly closed his mouth, retreating quietly with his backpack, ultimately squatting beneath a large tree with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Watching Jiang Jiangguo persist in showcasing Qin Sheng's so-called great inventions, the corners of Qin Sheng's eyes twitched. Her smile became increasingly strained under Jiang Jiangguo's incessant narration. She realized, with a pang of regret, that she had acted too hastily. How could she have anticipated that in just a few days of neglect, her beloved little red vehicle would be utterly transformed? It was true that Jiang Jiangguo had never been particularly astute, so she couldn't hold it against him. The blame lay squarely on her own shoulders for entrusting such a crucial task to someone so unreliable. She had failed to keep a watchful eye on her. "Do not let anger consume you. It will lead to illness with no one to care for you," she chanted inwardly, reminding herself to be patient. After all, one must endure the discomfort of ovarian cysts to avoid further complications. Holding back her frustrations could prevent thyroiditis, while a moment of wrath might trigger a heart attack or hormonal imbalance. It was not her intention to lash out. Jiang Jiangguo was merely a fool, and she should not take it too seriously. Reciting the Tao Te Ching in her mind, Qin Sheng practiced restraint once more. But in the final moment, Jiang Jiangguo pulled her aside, brimming with excitement to unveil what he deemed his greatest masterpiece. "Look, Lao Qin, I modified the horn too. Isn't it impressive?" With a gentle press, a piercing, high-pitched female voice erupted in place of the original horn sound. "Here it comes, little brother." At that instant, the last thread of Qin Sheng's patience snapped. "It's your first time doing this. Why should I accommodate you?" With a fierce determination, she summoned two large hammers from her space, her forehead veins bulging. "Jiang Jiangguo, today I will crush you. Lao Qin, Gam Dao. If you dislike this horn, I have other inventions. Surely one of them will suit you." The chaos escalated. Help! Old 3, save me. Chapter 66. Lao Qin is ruining me, Old 3. Old 3, help me. Jiang Jiangguo found himself pursued by a Qin Sheng, wielding two hammers as he darted through the mountains. Mu Yuan glanced at the gaudy vehicle, muttering under his breath, "I told you it looked awful, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're paying the price." He remained crouched, observing the chase unfold until it culminated in Jiang Jiangguo's resonant cries. He even took a moment to release his fireflies for a little flight. Though they had fought and scolded, the vehicle had already undergone its transformation. Qin Sheng could only acquiesce. What alternative was there? She had to shoulder the burdens of her misguided friend. Jiang Jiangguo sat in the driver's seat, his face bruised and battered, with two crimson wads of tissue stuffed in his nose and dark circles under his eyes. Qin Sheng, in a huff, settled into her pink leopard print-themed back seat, meticulously untangling the gaudy string lights and the incessantly jingling bells that rattled with the motion of the vehicle. One might mistake it for a supernatural hunt, given the abundance of bells. The cacophony was vexing her mind. It took her a full half-hour to clear away the chaotic assortment of items from the back seat. Even the leopard print sofa was discarded into the void, replaced with a more comfortable lounge chair. This was not due to a lack of aesthetic appeal, but rather because Jiang Jiangguo had adorned the sofa with numerous small beads, which made sitting on it rather uncomfortable. To add insult to injury, he had doused the sofa with 3 bottles of perfume, the scent dizzying and overwhelming, as if he mistook her sofa for an automotive air freshener. Once they hit the national highway, the landscape was a vast expanse of pristine white snow. The accumulation was so thick that even the guardrails were obscured, merging the roadway with the surrounding terrain. The snowplow had been modified by Jiang Jiangguo into a zigzag format, its sharp front splitting the snow in two, which the vehicle subsequently traversed, revealing the asphalt beneath. With the guardrails out of sight and no reference points, the car's speed remained moderate. After all, driving too fast could easily lead to a tumble into a ditch. The interior of the vehicle was spacious, music playing softly while the heater provided warmth. They moved leisurely along, akin to an outing, rendering the journey far from uncomfortable. The 3 of them munched on sunflower seeds, occasionally engaging in light conversation. In truth, Qin Sheng's space harbored numerous snowmobiles, yet she refrained from extracting them. Given her knowledge of Jiang Jiangguo, producing the snowmobiles now would be akin to unleashing the husky they once kept, which would dash away into the wild. Even a loudspeaker would likely prove ineffective in summoning it back. Better to remain a diligent driver. At least the one behind the wheel would remain warm. Moreover, she had no desire to embark on a quest to locate this fool. On the map, not far from their current location lay a place called Tonghua Town. In winter, everywhere appeared a blanket of white, and she planned to find a residence there to temporarily settle after the snow ceased. The cold wave would last only 3 months, after which they could resume their journey. She preferred standalone houses with yards over densely packed apartment buildings. Thus, their destination was the suburbs near Tonghua Town. In the suburban areas, there were numerous privately built homes, and at this time, most were likely vacant. Their expectations proved accurate. Long before reaching Tonghua Town, they encountered several abandoned houses. However, many had suffered damage from wildlife, with some walls collapsed, rendering them uninhabitable. After a prolonged journey, a quaint village came into view, its charming red brick courtyard remarkably well preserved. Mu Yuan was the first to alight from the vehicle, exclaiming, "Boss, let me check it out first." With a beehive slung over his shoulder, he stepped out and whistled, summoning a multitude of fireflies. Armed with a firearm, he then ventured into the courtyard. Shielded by a throng of luminescent guardians, Jiang Jiangguo observed his retreating figure, a slight frown creasing his brow. "Old Qin," he remarked, "do you think the third one is the type who, despite lacking in personal strength, wields formidable weaponry? Just look at him, seemingly harmless. Yet those fireflies he cultivates are akin to a trump card. If he were to rear hundreds or thousands of beehives, who could possibly confront him?" The notion of hundreds or thousands of beehives conjured a vivid image in Qin Sheng's mind, reminiscent of a locust swarm, leaving desolation in its wake. A chill ran down his spine at the thought. If such a scenario were to unfold, he could single-handedly obliterate a large base. How could one possess such extraordinary capabilities? If that were the case, he wouldn't be addressing him as boss. He feared he would be relegated to merely trailing behind, never attaining a subordinate status. While Jiang Jiangguo spoke with ease, Qin Sheng knew that caring for those fireflies was quite a demanding task. Releasing them to roam required constant attention, including preparing various potions and meticulously trimming their wings one by one. It was precisely this dedicated nurturing that resulted in his mutated fireflies being not only significantly larger than their wild counterparts, but also possessing enhanced speed and strength. Should their numbers increase, it would undoubtedly exhaust him. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan was surrounded by fireflies, a submachine gun in hand, exercising utmost caution as he stepped into the courtyard. The snow was deep, with only his torso visible above the surface, making each step laborious due to the resistance. The courtyard was expansive, enclosed by a series of 5 low buildings, 2 of which had doors wide open, while the remaining 3 were firmly shut, suggesting a long abandonment. However, upon pushing open one of the doors, he was nearly overwhelmed by the stench of blood that assailed him. The room was filled with corpses, mutilated beyond recognition, scattered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Congealed blood and visceral remnants lay exposed, their grotesque sight made all the more disturbing by the icy grip of the room. It was not difficult to surmise that a brutal battle had transpired here not long ago. Without hesitation, he blew sharply on his whistle. The clear sound resonated throughout the building. Simultaneously, Qin Sheng, lounging in the back seat while munching on spicy chicken feet, swiftly discarded the remnants into her spatial pocket. The whistle's brisk pattern signaled an emergency. She dashed into the courtyard without delay. Jiang Jiangguo stuffed the last piece of ham sausage into his mouth, cheeks puffed, and hurried after Lao Qin. "Wait for me." Bursting into the room with fervor, he was met with a sight that made him nauseous. In the 3 locked rooms, there lay corpses. It appeared that they had perished after the temperature had dropped, for their bodies bore no signs of decay. The first room was somewhat tolerable, but the second and third rooms were enough to make one retch. In the second room, numerous desiccated human corpses hung from the beams, completely naked. Their hair scraped clean and innards hollowed out, washed to a pristine state. The skin had taken on a yellowish-brown hue, and a layer of white crystals coated the surface. As Jiang Jiangguo entered last, he immediately noticed Qin Sheng grinding some of the white crystals between his thumb and forefinger. "What is this?" he inquired. "I have no idea. I suspect it's salt," Qin Sheng replied. "Don't just speculate. Taste it and you'll know." "No." Before Qin Sheng could protest, Jiang Jiangguo seized his hand and licked his finger, smacking his lips. It is salt. Where did you get it?" Qin Sheng swallowed hard, stifling the urge to vomit. Mu Yuan, dazed, pointed at the row of desiccated corpses hanging from the beams. The boss scraped it off the bodies. Jiang Jiangguo was taken aback, his stomach roiling violently as he clutched his throat. "Lao Qin is trying to kill me." He then rushed outside, retching violently. Mu Yuan felt a wave of nausea, but restrained himself. After all, he couldn't falter in front of the boss. Qin Sheng sighed. "I warned you not to shove everything I have in my hands into your mouth, but you wouldn't listen. Now look where we are." Chapter 67. I have always nibbled. Jiang Jiangguo, heaving under the eaves, felt as though he might expel all his internal organs. He had instinctively assumed that anything in Qin Sheng's hands was edible, and in a reflexive urge to act first, he had not anticipated that it would turn out to be salt scraped from corpses. The thought of having ingested something taken from a human corpse made him feel as if he could regurgitate last year's New Year's feast. Inside, Qin Sheng surveyed the room, noting signs of habitation. Numerous footprints marked the floor, and the dust on the tables and cabinets was minimal, suggesting regular cleaning. Yet, the rows of corpses hanging from the ceiling were indeed chilling. What kind of person would hang so many bodies in this room? Furthermore, they had all been preserved and smoked. Such a method of processing was truly unsettling. It was reminiscent of how people prepare cured meat for the new year. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Mu Yuan suddenly pointed to a spot and exclaimed, "What do you see there?" Qin Sheng turned to look in the direction Mu Yuan was indicating, where a row of cabinets stood against the wall. Neatly arranged atop these cabinets were numerous large glass jars, each filled with a transparent liquid, within which floated various human organs. As she approached, a faint scent of alcohol wafted through the air. Some jars contained hearts, others lungs, and some even housed human reproductive organs. In the 2 jars nestled in the corner, there were embryos, still connected by their umbilical cords, which appear to be around 7 to 8 months along, viable if born. Clearly, this was not a suitable place for habitation. Qin Sheng's expression soured as she exited the second room and swiftly pushed open the door to the third. The tightly shut door led to a kitchen. On the countertop lay unwashed dishes, and a pot contained remnants of meat broth, though the type of meat was indeterminate. Earlier, Qin Sheng had specifically inquired of Mu Yuan whether there were any traces of footsteps in the snow that blanketed the yard upon his arrival. He had mentioned that the snow was piled high, untouched by any signs of passage. He had thought the house was uninhabited, but upon entering the first room, he began to reconsider. "We must leave this place immediately. We cannot linger here. Someone may return at any moment." Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Sheng, and she turned to summon Jiang Jiangguo and Mu Yuan, hastily exiting the courtyard. "Are we leaving?" Mu Yuan asked blankly. "This house is uninhabitable, but there are other places we could stay," he suggested, having noticed several vacant houses in the village. "No time for idle chatter. Follow me," she urged, leading them out. After swiftly exiting the yard and stowing her vehicle in a concealed space, she did not depart the village immediately, but pressed on to the next courtyard. If her instincts were correct, there was likely more than one household in such a dismal state within this village. Jiang Jiangguo felt nauseous, a wave of queasiness hitting him with every breath. "Old Qin, those dried corpses we saw in the house were even sprinkled with salt. Someone deliberately cured these bodies. They can't possibly intend to use them as smoked meat, can they?" he exclaimed, horrified. How grotesque! What kind of twisted mind could carry out such a perverse act? To consume human flesh, treating it as mere sustenance, akin to pork. No, this couldn't have been the work of humans. It must be the doing of some otherworldly beings. Qin Sheng remained silent, her expression grave. Their footsteps echoed swiftly, and once again they opened the door to the next small courtyard in the same manner. This courtyard was somewhat smaller than the previous one, consisting of merely 2 rooms, yet the kitchen still displayed rows of hanging cured meats, testifying to a history of long-term habitation. Upon witnessing this, Qin Sheng's expression grew colder. They had wandered through the village for quite some time, discovering that nearly half of the houses here were occupied, each containing various animal and human corpses, all meticulously cleaned and preserved as cured meat. It seemed they had inadvertently stumbled into a cannibalistic village. Observing the stark whiteness of the village, an inexplicable agitation stirred within Qin Sheng. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding whether the villagers were indeed human. Jiang Jiangguo sipped his hot water slowly, suppressing the urge to vomit. What should we do? Old Qin, perhaps we should leave. This village feels both terrifying and revolting. I can almost taste the flesh of the deceased in the air. He felt overwhelmingly nauseated. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to be sick. Mu Yuan kept his hands tucked within his sleeves, silently watching Qin Sheng, awaiting her decision. I wish to stay. Qin Sheng contemplated before speaking. I want to uncover what lurks within this village. Despite the evident signs of habitation, we have traversed so many households without encountering a single living soul. It is exceedingly strange. Jiang Jiangguo felt exasperated, while others would flee from danger. She seemed eager to confront it. Whereas that cleverness you displayed when escaping from Haicheng base gone, we know that disaster is inevitable there. We can only run and not remain to meet our demise. Yet this village disgusts me. Such repugnant beings should not inhabit this earth. Moreover, I counted earlier, and there are a total of 16 houses showing signs of occupancy. If they are human, that would mean 16 inhabitants. However, if they are of a different kind, such beings typically possess a distinct territorial instinct and seldom coexist in close quarters. It is highly likely that each anomalous entity occupies a separate dwelling. If that is the case, their number should not be considerable. 3 of us should not pose a significant challenge. But what if all 16 households are indeed human? Mu Yuan asked vacantly, pulling his sleeves tighter. Of course, we would have to eliminate them. Jiang Jiangguo exclaimed. If they can treat human flesh as a delicacy, it is evident they are monsters. They must perish. After deliberation, the 3 of them agreed to remain and observe the situation. Thus, they sought refuge in an abandoned small building, awaiting the onset of darkness. Given that there is no biological activity in these villages during the day, it is evident that their activities occur at night. This is a 2-story building. On the balcony, Mu Yuan braves the cold wind. Crouching on a chair with his hands resting on his knees, tucked within his sleeves, silvery strands of hair peek out from beneath a large floral hat. Tousled by the gusts of wind, he gazes at the surrounding snowy landscape, his brows furrowed deeply, seemingly unable to uncover the answers he seeks. In such an environment, every choice and decision they make appears both rational and unexpectedly profound. Jiang Jiangguo rises and approaches him, inquiring, "You've been out here in the cold wind for quite a while. What are you pondering? Share it with me, and I shall offer some guidance." I was contemplating why one would consume human flesh. What does it taste like? Do you know? You wish to know the flavor of human flesh? Jiang Jiangguo furrows his brow, looking at him incredulously, as if he himself has partaken in such a delicacy. Mu Yuan is about to respond when Jiang Jiangguo continues. Just gnaw on the calluses of your own hands or the skin on your feet, and you shall grasp the essence of human flavor. There is nothing extraordinary about it. I have been doing this since childhood. Chapter 68. The desolate village. The small building chosen by Qin Sheng is situated at the highest point in the village. From the second-floor balcony, equipped with binoculars, one can survey the entire village in its entirety. The village remains eerily quiet, with the howling northern winds being the only sound that permeates the stillness. By day, this village resembles an uninhabited wasteland. However, as night descends, a cacophony of shrieks and laughter suddenly erupts from the surrounding forests, echoing from all directions. The 3 individuals, armed with binoculars, conceal themselves behind the balcony, silently observing the dark figures that flit into the village from all corners, each one finding its way into its respective dwelling. Upon seeing these figures come into view, Qin Sheng's brow tightens. Her suspicions are confirmed. These beings are not human. They are entirely of a different kind. Surprisingly, these beings number not 16, as she had previously estimated, but rather at least 25 or more. Some are large, others small, while some of these entities dwell alone. Others gather in pairs or trios, as if they are a family entering a single house. Jiang Jingwo's heart races as he holds his breath, afraid to speak, lest the distant beings catch wind of their presence. Once all the entities vanish from sight, the three retreat to the second-floor room. Jiang Jingwo, feeling a chill run down his spine, rubs his goosebumps. Each of those beings is completely naked, adorned with 2 pairs of massive fleshly wings. Soaring through the air with remarkable speed. Even with binoculars, tracking their flight paths proves to be no simple task. Moreover, as observed earlier, these aberrations vary greatly in size and age, seemingly retaining certain domestic habits from their former lives. However, in terms of feeding, they have entirely transcended the realm of humanity. Among those I just witnessed, several larger specimens clutched writhing creatures in their claws. What else could they be if not human? All of these are flying aberrations. Their wings significantly larger than those of the initial and first-tier aberrations we previously dealt with near the base. The external form of these aberrations often reflects their strength. With such substantial fleshly wings, I surmise that the majority within this village are at least second-tier. Only 2 or 3 smaller individuals might be first-tier aberrations. Jiang Jingwo felt an inexplicable sense of dread mixed with an unusual excitement. She had always been fervent about situations fraught with peril. Laoqin, let's act tonight and eliminate all the man-eating aberrations in this village. Qin Sheng hesitated, furrowing his brow with concern. The greatest danger does not lie within this village alone. We are already on the outskirts of Tunghua town, surrounded by numerous closely knit villages, of which this is merely one. There may be many more villages in similar circumstances nearby. I worry that if these aberrations emit their shrill calls, they might summon their comrades from other villages. If that occurs, we would find ourselves in a passive state. Should the number of aberrations become overwhelming, the 3 of us would stand no chance and could very well end up as the dried meat hanging from the rafters in a few days. What then? Shall we simply let them be? Jiang Jingwo felt a twinge of reluctance at Qin Sheng's words. Yet the thought of countless aberrations converging from afar sent shivers down her spine. Qin Sheng continued, the optimal strategy is to take them down one by one. At this moment, Mu Yuan, who had been silently listening to their conversation, suddenly spoke up. Is there any way to mask their sounds, akin to signal jamming? Qin Sheng flashed him an appreciative smile, flipping his right hand to reveal a transparent glass jar nestled in his palm. Inside were 2 irregular, dark crystalline bodies, each about the size of a fingernail, captivating the attention of both individuals. These are the 2 source crystals I collected while in the cave. We can utilize these to lure the aberrations out one by one and defeat them. I previously tested the feasibility of installing soundproofing devices and tinfoil within a certain range. These materials can muffle the aberrations' cries and disrupt their magnetic fields, thereby preventing their signals from being transmitted. I constructed a soundproofing device using a shipping container. We can place it in a strategic location and then use the source crystals in my possession to lure the aberrations out and eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingwo let out a lewd chuckle, revealing a lascivious grin. Once I capture the aberrant beings, I shall have them cured into cured meat and hung from the rafters for the rats and cats to feast upon. Mu Yuan nodded earnestly. So, when shall we install this soundproof room, and where shall it be placed? There is no rush. This morning, I observed that the 16 households inhabited by these aberrations are quite distant from one another, indicating they possess a sense of territoriality. We need not position the soundproof room too far away. We can place it right at their doorstep, lure them inside, close the door, and unleash the hounds. Jiang Jingwo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then why not go big and construct a soundproof room the size of a village, ensnaring the entire hamlet within? With this approach, we would no longer need to call out to them one by one. Qin Sheng shot her a glance of disdain. You truly are quite the genius, she remarked before turning to leave. Mu Yuan cast her a sympathetic glance and retrieved a walnut from his backpack, offering it to her before following Qin Sheng. Jiang Jingwo stared blankly at the walnut in his hand, blinking in confusion. What are you all doing? What I said was perfectly reasonable. Indeed, perfectly reasonable. It's just that I, a mere mortal, cannot grasp your grand vision. Qin Sheng waved her hand dismissively. Jiang Jingwo wished to say more, but at that moment, a knock echoed from downstairs. The heavy wooden door below was struck, the sound resonating clearly in the biting northern wind. The expressions of the 3 froze momentarily. Aside from them, the entire village was inhabited by aberrations. Whoever dared to knock at this hour could not possibly be human. Could it be that the aberrations discovered the disturbed snow and the footprints left in the yard? It was improbable. Aberrations only respond to the presence of living entities in their vicinity, displaying little awareness of environmental changes. For instance, should a living creature appear within an aberration's territory, it would provoke their ire. However, if a dog were to relieve itself within their domain while they were away, they would return and completely disregard the excrement. This was also the reason Qin Sheng was unperturbed by the potential disturbance of the snow in the yard, as the aberrations would not react to such environmental alterations. They retained only certain behavioral habits and feeding instincts from their former lives, devoid of any true wisdom. The knocking continued, patient and unhurried, as if it would persist indefinitely until the occupants emerged, showing no intent to damage the fragile wooden door. Jiang Jiangwo turned, bewildered. Old Qin, what now? We haven't even knocked on their door, and yet they have come to us. Chapter 69. Plan A and Plan B, what is there to worry about? Let us just open the door. If friends arrive, we offer them soup. If enemies come, we shall fire our weapons. What is there to fear? Qin Sheng discreetly summoned her powers, the vines in her hands poised for action. Mu Yuan, too, held his whistle between his lips, ready to call forth his army of fireflies at a moment's notice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiangwo felt emboldened. What was there to fear? She boldly unsheathed her heavy sword and descended the staircase with an air of confidence, approaching the door to peer through the crack in the wooden frame. The sword was raised high, prepared to strike as soon as the door was opened. However, upon taking a look outside, she suddenly froze. Turning to Qin Sheng, she whispered, Old Qin, those outside are not aberrations. They appear to be human. Omans. Qin Sheng furrowed her brow. In this village teeming with aberrations, the existence of living humans seemed implausible. She stepped forward to look through the door's gap. Indeed, standing outside was not an aberration, for his eyes were black, and his face bore unmistakably human expressions, though they lacked the depth of genuine human emotion. A middle-aged man stood at the threshold, with a square jaw and a beard, his figure neither stout nor slender, clad in a thick, filthy cotton coat. He wore a black hat, and the cold air escaping his nose crystallized upon his beard. His demeanor was remarkably calm, devoid of impatience, suggesting he was quite certain that people resided within the house, as he maintained a rhythmic knocking on the door. 3 knocks. A pause, followed by another round, and so forth. Just as he was about to knock again, the door suddenly swung open from the inside, revealing a robust figure. The man momentarily stared, then looked up to meet Jiang Jiangwo's gaze, his prepared words caught in his throat. Was this woman not rather imposing? Without further ado, Jiang Jiangwo seized the man by his collar and pulled him inside, swiftly shutting the door behind them in one fluid motion, all completed in less than 3 seconds. Though abruptly pulled into the house by a stranger, the man remained unperturbed, instead chuckling heartily, exuding an amiable demeanor. He beamed at the 3 unfamiliar faces within, proclaiming, What joy it is to have friends arrive from afar. Welcome to Qinghua Village. I am Wang Fugue, the village chief. A village of aberrations, yet the chief was human. Suddenly, Qin Sheng found this village intriguingly peculiar. Jiang Jiangwo swiftly pressed her heavy blade against Wang Fugue's neck, her voice menacing as she declared, So you are the chief of this cannibalistic village? Is it true that your entire village survives by feasting upon humans? Today, I shall end your life and turn you into cured meat to hang from the rafters. Take it easy, young ones, there is no need to rush. Wang Fugue gently urged the young people before him. Why the anger, my dear youths? Such fervor is harmful to your health. I understand you harbor many doubts, and I shall address each one of them in due course. This evening, our village is hosting a bonfire gathering. Why not join us? There will be an abundance of delicious food. Wang Fugue extended a warm invitation, seemingly unfazed by the large sword resting against his neck. Delicious food? What sort of delicacies? Jiang Jiangwo scoffed coldly. Is it not true that the sustenance in your village consists of human flesh? You, a disgrace to humanity, mingling with other beings and harming your kin. I shall first cleave you into 18 pieces, then toss you into a pot with water, salt, and spices to boil. Once cooked, we shall serve you to your villagers, allowing you to savor the experience of being the main course. Hold on, let us remain calm. I implore you to take a moment to breathe. Wang Fugue replied with a measured shake of his head. Blood trickled from the gash the sword had made on his neck, yet he appeared indifferent to the pain, wearing a serene smile. Observing Jiang Jiangwo's expression, he seemed akin to a patient elder addressing a petulant child, helpless yet wholly forgiving. In truth, I was aware of your presence when you entered the village this afternoon. I initially thought that upon witnessing the state of the few houses ahead, you would flee as the previous survivors did, escaping this dreadful village of cannibals. To my surprise, you chose to remain in a small building. Since you have decided to stay, we ought to extend our hospitality. As for your inquiries, I shall answer them one by one at the dinner table. Jiang Jiangguo found herself bewildered by the village chief's demeanor, momentarily uncertain. Could there truly be a misunderstanding regarding Wang Fuguei? She glanced at Qin Sheng, who urged her to lower her sword. Turning back to Wang Fuguei, Qin Sheng said, "You mentioned a meal, did you not? Indeed, when friends come from afar, it is only right to host a banquet. Otherwise, it would seem we lack any sense of hospitality." Wang Fuguei nodded earnestly. Qin Sheng exchanged glances with the others, then smiled warmly, saying, "Given the chief's generous invitation, it would be rather ungracious of us to decline. In that case, we sincerely thank you for your kindness." Turning to Mu Yuan and Jiang Jiangguo, she added, "It seems our dinner plans are secured. Let's express our gratitude to the chief." Jiang Jiangguo and Mu Yuan were momentarily taken aback by Qin Sheng's excitement. Soon, he swiftly regained his composure, following her with a cheerful nod of gratitude. Wang Fuguei chuckled heartily, clearly delighted. "That's more like it. Now, let us proceed," he said. "It's time to feast." Wang Fuguei was the first to turn and exit, with the three following closely behind. Jiang Jiangguo leaned towards Qin Sheng, bending slightly to whisper, "Old Qin, this village chief seems suspicious. Why must we follow him? What if he leads us into a trap? We could be cornered." Qin Sheng discreetly glanced at the nearby utility poles. "It may be easy to eliminate him, but take a look at those poles and the rooftops. Damn it, do you think I wish to follow him? But do we have a choice? With so many anomalies watching us closely, I'd rather not, but I'm feeling rather timid. Is there a more perilous trap than the one we are in now? We are surrounded by dozens of second-tier anomalies. If they attacked us one by one or in small groups, we could manage, but this is a swarm." Despite his calm demeanor, Qin Sheng's words revealed his undeniable apprehension. It was a face, merely a superfluous feature. It can be discarded when necessary. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingguo and Mu Yuan looked up. They were taken aback by what they saw. On the roof of their building, among the treetops and utility poles, lurked numerous naked anomalies, their massive flesh wings enveloping their entire forms. They remained eerily still, almost undetectable at first glance. Qin Sheng spoke slowly. "All these anomalies have come with Wang Fuguei. The moment he stepped inside, we were already surrounded. If you were to kill him, we would face a simultaneous onslaught from dozens of second-tier anomalies. Wang Fuguei has come prepared, yet instead of unleashing them upon us, he is taking us to this so-called bonfire gathering. We shall follow, but let us avoid all food and drink at the feast. We will execute Plan A first. If that fails, we will resort to Plan B. In any case, we must remain adaptable." Jiang Jingguo nodded and replied, "I understand. I grasp the basics. I just have a penchant for snatching food from your hands. However, I want to carelessly ingest what others offer me. What if it's poisoned?" Mu Yuan tucked his hands into his sleeves, keeping pace with Qin Sheng. Noticing Qin Sheng's gaze, he quickly nodded in agreement. "I know. I want to eat anything indiscriminately. I'm very obedient." He then tugged at Jiang Jingguo's sleeve and quietly inquired, "What did the boss mean by Plan A and Plan B? I've never heard of them before. What are they?" Jiang Jingguo glanced around, and in a conspiratorial whisper, he confided in Mu Yuan, "Plan A is essentially a lack of a plan. We simply follow the storyline. Plan B, however, entails flipping the table and diving headfirst into action." Chapter 70. The village chief's wife Mu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the meanings of Plan A and Plan B, as articulated by Qin Sheng, to be so straightforward. At that moment, the night had fully descended outside. Unlike the daylight, the nighttime in Qinghua village exuded an invigorating vitality. They followed Wang Fuguei as he led them onward. Initially, Mu Yuan assumed that the village team, as mentioned by Wang Fuguei, resided within the village itself. However, to her surprise, they traversed the entirety of Qinghua village before finally arriving at the so-called bonfire party. The moon in the mountains hung like a vast disk, suspended in the sky, casting an endless silver glow. The moonlight, reflected by the snow, appeared exceptionally bright. Even in the absence of street lamps, the village paths were strikingly clear. At the end of the road lay an expansive square, its surface cleared of accumulated snow. In the center stood a towering bonfire, flames reaching skyward and illuminating everything around. Boys and girls frolicked in the snow, their joyous laughter echoing even from a distance. Had they not witnessed the gruesome sight of bodies, resembling cured meat, hanging in the courtyards upon their arrival, and the human organs soaking in jars? They would surely have believed this to be a secluded and blissfully serene village. Under the moonlight, everything radiated happiness and tranquility, untouched by worldly conflicts. The famine and impending doom of the outside world seemed to cast no shadow here. Wang Fugue pointed at the laughing children across the way, remarking, "These village youngsters are a lively bunch, perpetually chattering and full of energy, much like a flock of sparrows. Yet, it is precisely their presence that imbues this village with vibrancy. Without them, it would merely be us old folks, and that would be rather dull." With a hearty laugh, Wang Fugue summoned 2 middle-aged women to bring over chairs and stools, inviting them to sit. He then rolled up his sleeves and seamlessly joined a group of women preparing food nearby. The 3 of them readily took their seats on the newly arranged stools, gazing at the bonfire in the square and all that surrounded it. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Jiangguo felt a sense of bewilderment. Suddenly, everything associated with the apocalypse felt like a dream. Here, in the village, the reality of a joyful and peaceful existence seemed genuine. However, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, carrying with it the rich aroma of meat stew, which invaded her nostrils. Instinctively feeling nauseated, she clasped her chest and rushed to a nearby snowbank, retching violently as her clarity of mind returned. It was truly bizarre. She had just felt that this surreal scene was the actual reality. The fragrant aroma of meat served as a stark reminder. I had almost forgotten that this was a village known for its cannibalistic tendencies. Qin Sheng observed for a moment, then retrieved a handful of fruit candies from her backpack, clasping them in her hand as she beckoned to the children. "Come here, little ones. I have plenty of delicious fruit candies for you." Hardly had the words left her lips when the surrounding children surged toward her, their laughter ringing like chimes as they encircled her. Each cherubic face blossomed with smiles akin to blooming flowers. "Candy, candy, hurry over, little tiger. This sister has so many sweets. Really, are these candies for us, sister?" "Beautiful sister, did you come from outside?" one child inquired eagerly. The village chief mentioned there would be important guests tonight. "It must be you, right? Do you have strawberry-flavored candy?" "I want strawberry. I want apple. Orange. Orange. I want orange-flavored candy, sister." Qin Sheng's expression softened. Yes, yes, I have them all. Now. Little ones, don't rush. I have an abundance of sweets. Not just candies, but also chocolate. Do you want some chocolate?" Yes, I want chocolate." "Me too. I want chocolate too." "Sister, can I have both candy and chocolate? I want to taste them all." A flock of children chattered around her like sparrows. With immense patience, Qin Sheng began distributing the candies one by one, then retrieved several chocolate bars from her backpack, breaking them into pieces so that each child received a share. Wang Fugue observed the interaction between Qin Sheng and the children from a distance, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Nearby, an elderly woman stirred a large pot with a spoon, her gaze warily fixed on the 3 newcomers. "Chief, did you not say that outsiders were not to be invited to our bonfire gathering? Why have you included them? Our village's food supply is already scarce. These meats have been painstakingly gathered, and we can scarcely feed ourselves, let alone them." Wang Fugue shot her a sharp glance. "Silence, you narrow-minded woman. What do you understand? These individuals are not ordinary. Look at the previous survivors, each one emaciated and skeletal. Now look at these 3, their complexions rosy and their attire immaculate. They hardly resemble refugees. Keeping them here will benefit us. Moreover, that young lady is exceptionally lovely and compassionate. She will surely grow fond of these children." The middle-aged woman pointed toward the surrounding trees and the utility poles, where strange beings perched, their wings enveloping their bare forms, motionless against the biting wind like statues. "But are you not concerned that these outsiders might pose a threat to the elders of our village? What harm could they possibly inflict?" "Relax," Wang Fugue chuckled lightly. "They do not regard the newcomers with any respect. The secret weapons of our village are beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals, even if those 3 are evolvers. No one can escape. After all, none of those who came before managed to flee." The woman pondered for a moment, a sinister smile creeping onto her lips. Indeed, no previous evolver had managed to escape. Wang Fugue suddenly inquired, "So, have the sheep we captured today been properly settled?" The village chief reassured him, "Rest assured, they have all been accommodated. There were 2 unruly ones that caused quite a ruckus, so we dealt with them swiftly. The remaining ones are too afraid to make a sound, behaving impeccably. We have securely housed them in the cellar for proper care. Yes, take good care of them." We must not let these sheep become emaciated, or they will lose their value. His earnest face turned toward the square, fixating on a young woman engaging with children. What a lovely girl. I truly hope she remains oblivious to her situation. At that moment, a man with a long, thin face and shifty eyes approached. Following Wang Fugue's gaze, he chuckled lewdly and remarked, "Chief, it seems you have taken a liking to someone. After all, your last wife has been gone for several days. This new lady is rather charming, even more so than your previous spouse." The chief is indeed fortunate. The woman preparing food spat dismissively, "Pa, what is so appealing about that frail woman? She looks like she wouldn't bear a child. I believe the tall, robust woman nearby, with her ample physique, would make a splendid next village chief's wife. You should consider her instead. She could certainly bear you 18 sons. Just look at her figure. Her hips are curvaceous and strong. Those legs are like sturdy pillars, clearly built for hard work." Chapter 71. Bonfire Night, Don't Be Ridiculous. Wang Fugue turned to glance at the woman sitting by the bonfire, vigorously gnawing on a large pig's trotter. He swallowed hard, his throat dry. Just take a look at her physique. One plop down, and she could easily break 8 of my ribs. If you want her as the village chief's wife, are you hoping for my demise to come faster? A group of children, having shared some candy, remained gathered around Qin Sheng. With a warm smile, Qin Sheng produced a handful of colorful balls from her backpack to distribute among them. These small spheres, about the size of quail eggs, came in a variety of hues: red, black, white, and others, strung together like a necklace, creating a visually delightful display. With a gentle smile, Qin Sheng asked, "Little treasures, do you know what these are?" A slightly taller boy, appearing around 5 or 6 years old, raised his hand excitedly and exclaimed, I know. They are eggs." The child beside them exclaimed, "No, that's not right. Chicken eggs aren't this small. This is a small chick's egg. This egg is a bird's egg, a gift from your sister to welcome you. Shall we play a little game? What kind of game is it? This game is called Dead Guardian Warriors. You see this egg has a string, right? You must hang it around your neck and protect it carefully so it doesn't get broken. Tomorrow we will gather here. And if all the little friends can return the bird eggs intact to their sister, she will reward you with even more delightful toys. Brave little warriors, can you protect these adorable bird eggs and prevent anyone from harming them?" "I can. Of course we can do it. Sister, please give it to me." "I can do it too. Sister, I will protect them as well." A group of children chirped excitedly, eagerly choosing their favorite little eggs from Qin Sheng's hands. Then, like a swarm, they dashed off, each carefully hanging their eggs around their necks. Mu Yuan sat on a small stool, observing Qin Sheng gently interacting with the children, distributing candies, chocolates, and fun toys. Unconsciously, a faint smile crept upon his lips. The eldest truly has a compassionate heart. She must adore children and small animals. Jiang Jiangguo wiped his greasy hands across his mouth and glanced toward Qin Sheng, then shot a sideways look at Mu Yuan. "You're overthinking it. Old Qin never shows such affection without reason. However, she does have a fondness for small animals." Mu Yuan's eyes brightened, and he then heard Jiang Jiangguo continue. "But it's usually at the dinner table where she shows that fondness. What is the eldest doing now? I don't know. I suspect old Qin intends to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. After all, these little ones seem the most susceptible to breaking down defenses. Perhaps she hopes to extract some valuable information from them." "Oh," Mu Yuan suddenly understood. "So, you still don't know old Qin well enough. Once we spend more time together, you'll understand. Hey, are you listening?" Not hearing a response from Mu Yuan, Jiang Jiangguo turned to look. His eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. Just a moment ago, the third child had been sitting beside her, a mere observer, and now he was happily engaged in conversation with a group of elderly people. The elders affectionately held his hands, showering him with greetings, laughter echoing all around. He wore a large floral hat, his beautiful peach blossom eyes curving like crescent moons, exuding charm. Noticing Jiang Jiangguo's gaze, he playfully winked, as if to say, "Look, I've infiltrated the enemy's territory too." When Qin Sheng finished distributing the small toys in her hands and returned, upon encountering Mu Yuan, he resembled a well-behaved little puppy, engaging in casual conversation with a group of elderly folks. What was he up to? He seemed to hit it off with them instantly, as if they were long-lost friends. Jiang Jiangguo hung his head despondently. Just moments ago, she had attempted to join in the merriment, hoping to interact with the elderly or the children. Yet, the wary glances directed her way revealed an undeniable sense of apprehension. She merely raised her hand to greet the little ones with a simple hi, but instead, they crouched down with their heads tucked in, shouting in unison, "Spare us, great one, This left her appearing as if she were about to strike them. With a resigned sigh, she reflected on the reality that exceptionally talented individuals often find themselves out of place wherever they go. Only common folks like Lao Qin and Lao San could seamlessly integrate into such circles. It was not that she wished to distance herself from this world, but rather that even in her most unassuming appearance, her remarkable aura remained unchanged. Hence, these ordinary souls would perceive her as someone not of their kind. Genius, it seems, is destined for solitude. As she sighed, she nibbled on the pig trotter in her hand, reminding Qin Sheng, Lao Qin, you ought to eat something. Fill your stomach while you can. Otherwise, when the dishes arrive, you'll be envious of the food on others' tables. And if you can't resist, it could spell disaster. After all, who knows which morsel might harbor a hidden poison? Qin Sheng brushed off non-existent dust from her hands. I reckon that normal individuals wouldn't find their food appetizing, especially after witnessing the corpses in those rooms. Anyone with a sound mind would have no inclination towards their offerings. She then glanced at Jiang Jiangwo. Assuming that after Jiang Jiangwo had licked the salt from her hand, she would surely be repulsed and lose her appetite for days. To her surprise, she had underestimated her. Merely a few hours had passed, and Jiang Jiangwo was hungry again. That slight, unpleasant episode had not hindered her voraciousness in the slightest. Nonetheless, do eat more. Fill yourself up to avoid hunger later. Truth be told, Qin Sheng found herself momentarily uncertain whether Jiang Jiangwo might actually partake in the food provided by the village. After all, in her memory, Jiang Jiangwo seemed to eat anything and everything, even the canned herring that had initially revolted her for days. She now found herself occasionally extracting the juice to spread on bread, as if it were ketchup. Sometimes, when eating noodles if the flavor was too bland, she would even pour some of the canned contents into the dish. It was as if she was relentlessly redefining her culinary limits. No, Qin Sheng suspected that this individual might not possess any limits at all. By the way, what inspired such sudden compassion in you today? It is quite unprecedented for you to bestow such an abundance of food, drink, and entertainment upon those children. This behavior seems uncharacteristic of you. What do you believe my demeanor to be? Do you perceive me as devoid of any compassion? Qin Sheng cast her a sidelong glance. After all, I am a product of the new century, nurtured under the red flag and bathed in sunlight. I still possess the requisite benevolence. Jiang Jiangwo gnawed on a bone in his hand. I am not meeting you for the first time. Confess your true intentions. Otherwise, I shall confine you to a dark room and subject you to the most severe tortures. Don't think I am oblivious to the flavor of your little cookies. Qin Sheng glanced around and beckoned her over. Come here, and I shall share something with you. Jiang Jiangwo leaned in closer. I will tell you that we should proceed like this, then that, and then this and that. Mu Yuan inadvertently glanced toward Qin Sheng, only to discover that she was no longer playing with the children, but rather seated beside Jiang Jiangwo. The two of them sat on small stools. One figure was broad and tall, while the other was slender and delicate. The robust silhouette slightly bent forward, lowering its head, while one hand grasped Jiang Jiangwo's ear, whispering secrets into his ear. It was unclear what they were discussing. Yet Jiang Jiangwo's eyes grew increasingly bright, shining like luminous orbs in the dark, reminiscent of a weasel's eyes glimmering in the night. Coupled with the sly smile at her lips, she resembled a quintessential villain. At that moment, however, Mu Yuan's gaze was wholly captivated by the two closely huddled heads. Their faces were flushed, and their eyes sparkled with starlight. What to do? What to do? They were so close. What had he read in that thrilling manga a few days ago? What was it called? Oh yes, it was termed the most adorable height difference. Oh my, why did he suddenly find them so well matched? Wait, that is not right. She is a woman. Mu Yuan's gaze abruptly fell upon the tall figure's ponytail. Subsequently, he sensed something in the air shatter, and a flurry of pink bubbles vanished in an instant. He sighed and redirected his attention, resuming his conversation with the ant beside him. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng retrieved a small bird egg from her backpack, placing it into Jiang Jiangwo's hand with a triumphant smile. Look, it's this. I truly am quite clever. Most would never conceive of such a solution. Jiang Jiangwo examined the object in his hand, turning it over repeatedly. It was merely a round toy egg, seemingly without any mystery. Yet just moments ago, old Qin had claimed this item was a listening device. He shook it, but emitted no sound. One must admit, old Qin is indeed cunning. What a diabolical notion. This seemingly innocuous toy egg conceals a listening device. Each child, adorned with these petite trinkets, is unwittingly carrying a spy apparatus. According to old Qin's account, when they convene tomorrow, they shall hand over these listening devices to him in exchange for new toys. This exchange harbors secrets far beyond the village. It is likely that even the most private matters of their families shall be exposed. After all, in this apocalyptic era, who would ever suspect that someone would carry a listening device on their person? There is no longer a need to gather evidence for legal disputes. And as for losing it, the likelihood is minimal. Once they hear the delightful sound of the toy they played with all night, as long as it remains intact, they will eagerly trade it for a brand new toy come morning. What child would dare to damage their prized possession? Jiang Jiangguo suddenly recalled her bothersome younger siblings. Back in kindergarten, there was a day when their teacher organized an activity dubbed Egg Protector Angels or something akin to it. They were tasked with carrying a raw egg with them throughout the day, safeguarding it from breaking, in hopes of earning a little red flour the following day. However, those rascals ended up stashing their eggs beneath her bed, covering them with sheets. Unbeknownst to her, she lay down that night, only to awaken to a cascade of egg liquid seeping down the sheets, a truly revolting sight. Infuriated, she dragged the little miscreants out and gave them a sound spanking. Consequently, her heartless father chased her down the street wielding a stick. The children returned to their parents or grandparents, jubilantly flaunting their new toys. The adults, eager to examine them, were met with resistance. These treasures were fiercely guarded, not to be touched. The grandmother, tending the fire, affectionately patted her little grandson's head. "My dear, why don't you help Grandma keep the fire going? Tonight, we shall feast on lamb, for the elders have brought many sheep back with them." "Grandma, we often enjoy lamb, yet I have never seen a living sheep." "Where are sheep?" "Grandma, I wish to raise a little lamb, one that is fluffy and white, so soft to the touch." The grandmother chuckled, her heart swelling with affection as she tousled his hair. "You, my sweet child, are Grandma's little lamb. Eat well and grow strong. And one day you shall become a grand sheep. Then when I grow up, I will provide Grandma with lamb. But you must ensure I am clean when you eat me. I haven't bathed in days. All right, my precious little grandson, when the time comes to feast on you, I shall make sure you are scrubbed clean before you go into the pot, all right?" The child, cherishing the toy egg around his neck, nodded enthusiastically. Okay. Approximately half an hour later, the meal was nearly prepared when Wang Fugue called upon a group of elderly villagers for assistance. Some lifted benches while others arranged tables. In no time, a long table formed by several square tables was set up in the center of the village square, surrounded by an assortment of wooden stools and chairs. It was evident that these seats were contributed by various households, resulting in a delightful array of shapes and styles. Some were tall, others short. Some were stools, while others were chairs. A series of large ceramic bowls filled with meat stew were placed upon the table. There were no vegetables in sight. The stew consisted solely of meat simmered with potatoes, accompanied by sweet potatoes as the staple. Approximately 7 or 8 bowls lined the center of a long table, alongside 2 bowls of chili sauce, presumably for dipping. Qin Sheng and her companions were seated together, with Jiang Jiangguo in the middle, flanked by Mu Yuan and Qin Sheng on either side. Curiously, Qin Sheng found herself closely seated next to Wang Fugue. He bore a shy expression, his round face tinged with a faint blush. The contrast between his bashful demeanor, his honest visage, and his wild beard was striking and somewhat awkward. Before them lay a bowl brimming with potato stew, and in the flickering firelight, the fist-sized chunks of meat and the glistening red broth appeared especially appetizing, exuding an enticing aroma. Qin Sheng's mind involuntarily wandered to the images she had witnessed earlier in the small houses, the row of bodies, cured and smoked, hanging from the rafters, all suddenly opening their eyes and staring directly at her, their dried lips curling into an eerie smile. A wave of nausea washed over her, and she swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to vomit. The village chief mentioned that with the heavy snow sealing off the mountains, even a hearty meal would be a challenge. "Yet your provisions seem quite satisfactory," she remarked. "What kind of meat is this?" Wang Fugue chuckled amiably. "Ah, this is lamb. It's incredibly fresh and tender. These sheep are raised right here in our village, purely natural and harmless. You can eat with confidence." As soon as the dishes were served, everyone eagerly reached for their chopsticks, some even discarding them altogether to grab substantial pieces of meat with their hands, unbothered by the heat as they stuffed the morsels into their mouths. They devoured the food ravenously, their eyes darting back to the remaining dishes as if afraid that any delay might result in losing out. Qin Sheng observed an intriguing phenomenon. Previously, the villagers had been scattered about, but now, nearly everyone in the village was gathered at this dining table. She noted that the villagers were predominantly middle-aged and elderly individuals. Not a single young person could be seen, whether male or female. Upon surveying the surroundings, the youngest among them appeared to be at least in their mid-40s. This village was devoid of youth, yet was filled with numerous children. Were they all merely the left-behind offspring of the apocalypse, with their parents unable to return in time? Qin Sheng's gaze settled upon a plump woman seated at the corner of the table. She seemed to be around 50 years of age, cradling an infant swaddled in cloth. With one hand, she grasped a greasy chunk of meat, eagerly shoving it in her mouth, while the other hand gently rocked the swaddled baby, who appeared to be no more than a month or two old, with tiny hands as delicate as a kitten's. Qin Sheng had seen more than one such infant. The apocalypse had transpired several months ago, and these newborns had come into the world post-catastrophe. At that moment, Wang Fugue, seated nearby, eagerly placed a generous portion of marbled meat into Qin Sheng's bowl. Eat. Why aren't you eating? Tonight's feast features exquisite lamb. The skin is tender, the meat succulent, and the juice is abundant. Just look at everyone, how they savor their meal. The flickering firelight danced upon his earnest face, illuminating the greasy broth that clung to his scruffy chin. May I inquire, esteemed village chief, are all the villagers present here? Indeed, our bonfire gathering occurs every 3 days, and during each event, the entire village comes together. Wang Fugue, blushing slightly, spoke with a hint of shyness. You must be a bit taken aback by so many people dining together, but as time passes, you will grow accustomed to it. Dining together is so lively, and it saves firewood. We can prepare a single pot for everyone. This is also a cherished tradition of our village, and you will gradually adapt. Qin Sheng wore a faint smile, yet it did not reach her eyes. The absence of the young raised an unsettling question. Where did these infants come from? After Wang Fugue's remarks, he noticed that the guests remained motionless, their chopsticks unmoving. Sisters, please eat. Why aren't you partaking? In these times, it is only in our village that one can indulge in such hearty meals. The neighboring villages have succumbed to starvation. You arriving in our village is a stroke of fate, so don't hold back. There is no need to spare our provisions, as we will soon be one family. We have plenty of meat, so eat to your heart's content. Forgive me, but I am a vegetarian. Qin Sheng glanced at the substantial piece of meat in her bowl, feeling not an ounce of appetite, but rather a wave of nausea. Who knew what this meat truly was? How could she possibly bring it to her lips? Wang Fugue then turned to the other two individuals. Mu Yuan nodded vigorously. I too am a vegetarian. Wang Fugue's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Jiangguo. Miss, please do not tell me you are a vegetarian. Just moments ago, I witnessed you fervently gnawing on a pig's trotter over there. Jiang Jiangguo chuckled lightly. Oh, dear uncle, I do not partake in vegetarianism. However, I am quite satiated and not the least bit hungry. Wang Fugue's expression darkened instantaneously, and he instinctively glanced toward Qin Sheng's direction. Subsequently, he clenched his jaw and forced a stiff smile at Jiang Jiangguo. What are you saying, girl? Why call me uncle? From now on, just refer to me as brother. I am not significantly older than you. Brother? That seems implausible. You appear to be around 50 years of age, and we are clearly of different generations. Jiang Jiangguo remained oblivious to Wang Fugue's increasingly sullen visage. Old uncle, what skincare products do you use to maintain such thick skin? How could you possibly expect me to call you brother? My father is about your age. Once Jiang Jiangguo finished speaking, she realized the entire table had fallen silent. The group that had been eagerly devouring food moments earlier had ceased all activity, staring intently at her. The scene resembled a moment frozen in time. She turned to look at Qin Sheng, realizing, did I say something amiss? Qin Sheng smiled silently, suppressing a grin that threatened to break free. His face nearly contorted into a meme of various expressions, fearing he might burst into laughter at any moment. Wang Fugue, with a rigid smile, attempted to ease the tension. Haha, it's all good. It's all good. This young lady speaks her mind. No need for alarm. Everyone, please continue eating. Let's not startle our new guest. With the village chief's command, the atmosphere resumed its previous vibrancy. Jiang Jiangguo found the village chief and the villagers to be rather peculiar. Despite knowing they had already encountered the contents of the small courtyards earlier, they could still nonchalantly invite them to dine. Fully aware that they would not partake in a meal. Were they courting disaster? She discreetly nudged Qin Sheng's thigh, casting a knowing glance. What are they up to? Are they performing for fools? Qin Sheng replied with a subtle smile, blinking innocently, They are feigning ignorance, so we shall play along and follow the script. Mu Yuan also chimed in, exchanging glances with both of them. What are you two discussing? Jiang Jiangguo and Qin Sheng simultaneously observed his twitching expression, a flurry of questions erupting in their minds. Jiang Jiangguo directly inquired, Lao San, what is wrong? Are you cramping up? Mu Yuan responded, indeed. I have yet to integrate with them. The trio sat together, watching as others devoured meat, while they themselves did not touch a single bite. Wang Fugui smiled at the sight and did not press them further. He chuckled and said, Sister, do you perceive us as cruel, akin to monsters? Qin Sheng responded with a subtle smile. You may simply omit the word like. Noticing her silence, Wang Fugui let out a helpless laugh and continued. You two have ventured from the outside world. You must be aware of its current state. Food is in dire scarcity, corpses litter the ground, and monstrous beings roam freely. Do you know? Our nation has long suffered from a deeply entrenched affliction, hunger. This ailment is insurmountable. When a person is driven by hunger to a certain extent, they can no longer be deemed human. In ancient times, during famines, scenes of cannibalism were inevitable. By G.S. Qing Fei states, when one is well fed, their heart remains tranquil. With wine, their spirit invigorates. In this year, the south of the Yangtze faces drought, and the people of Hangzhou resort to cannibalism. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all beings as mere fodder. As the village chief of Qinghua village, my foremost principle is to safeguard the lives of my villagers. Sister, you are still young and may not grasp the sense of responsibility that weighs upon me as a leader. That is all right. I do not blame you. In time, as you come to understand me more deeply, you will comprehend my hardships. I actually admire you. You're the first to witness the flesh within those small huts without fleeing in terror. I commend your courage. Only someone like you is worthy of becoming the village chief's wife of Qinghua village. Chapter 74. Sacrificing one for our happiness, Wang Fugui endeavored to showcase his exceptional literary talent. After all, as the former principal of Qinghua Village's elementary school, he possessed a certain cultural foundation. However, he did not anticipate that the woman he had set his sights on, though she appeared to be an intellectual, was, in fact, rather uninformed. He recited a lengthy passage, while Qin Sheng comprehended only the name by Ji throughout. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from gazing at the young and beautiful woman beside him with affection. Observing Qin Sheng seated with poise and grace, unperturbed and dignified, devoid of any sign of panic or fear, he felt a surge of satisfaction within. Yes, this was precisely how it should be. A composed, dignified, and fearless young woman was deserving of him, Wang Fugui, and qualified to be the village chief's wife of Qinghua village. He sensed that this lady might be the last village chief's wife he would ever desire, for none could surpass her in excellence or beauty. In the pre-apocalyptic world, considering his status and age, it would have been somewhat ambitious to be with such an extraordinarily beautiful young girl. Yet now, in this desolate reality, beauty holds no value whatsoever. Only individuals like him, who wield genuine power, remain at the pinnacle of the societal hierarchy. If this young woman is willing to bear him 10 or 8 plump sons and obediently remain in this village to contribute to the collective, he would undoubtedly ensure she is well fed, warmly clothed, and lives a blissful life until old age. A girl of such exquisite beauty deserves a formidable support to securely manage household affairs and raise children, rather than struggling with her delicate hands in this harsh and perilous world. Fortunately, Qin Sheng encountered a strong figure like him, someone worthy of reliance. Within this village, he is akin to a king. Should Qin Sheng be willing, she would ascend to the role of the new queen. However, if she proves ungrateful, she might as well accept her fate as a mere sheep. Before the apocalypse, Wang Fugui was merely an ordinary village chief of Qinghua village, burdened by a fierce and corpulent wife who ruled with an iron fist. Yet, after the world changed, he found himself surrounded by a group of loyal and obedient beings. He became the sovereign of this land. With the demise of the old, hefty matriarch, his confidence soared to unprecedented heights. With such followers who heed his every command, what would he possibly fear? Wang Fugui did not disguise his intentions, casting a fiery and audacious gaze upon Qin Sheng, his unabashed stare lingering on every curve of her form. He resolved that the bonfire gathering 3 days hence would serve as his wedding ceremony with the new lady. At that time, they would enter the bridal chamber amidst the blessings and envy of the entire village. On the surface, Qin Sheng chuckled, but inwardly she felt a surge of frustration. Her left hand, resting on Jiang Jiangwo's thigh, gripped his robust leg tightly, her fingers nearly sinking into the flesh. Damn it! Ever since Yi Beixian, she hadn't encountered such a greasy man. Wang Fugui's repugnant gaze made her feel as if she were ensconced in a thick layer of oil paper. The key difference was that while Yi Beixian was merely greasy like standard vegetable oil, Wang Fugui was akin to gutter oil, both greasy and toxic. Were it not for her desire to uncover the village's secrets, she might have been tempted to hurl a few explosive packages to obliterate the aberrations and the townsfolk entirely. Oh, right, she seemed to have no explosives, only pineapple buns. Thus, she decided to endure for now. A little patience could lead to a greater plan. She must unravel why the people of Qinghua village could command these beings to serve them. She had a hunch that this secret lay with Wang Fugui, given his current boastful demeanor, as if he were the ruler of heaven and earth. Surely, he was the most authoritative figure in the village. If the secret did not reside within him, from whence did his confidence spring? Was it merely due to the use of fabric softener? After dinner, the villagers of Qinghua village were left with greasy mouths, having licked the stew of potatoes and meat clean down to the last drop. Wang Fugui arranged for the 3 individuals to reside in a small courtyard composed of 2 red brick houses. The proximity of this courtyard to Wang Fugui's own dwelling was conspicuous, revealing intentions that were all too apparent. It was only now that Qin Sheng realized the implications. These individuals were all situated at the rear of Qinghua village, near the open area where they held bonfire gatherings in the evenings. In stark contrast, the front of the village was populated by otherworldly beings, while the central part was filled with abandoned, derelict homes. Upon reflection, Qin Sheng comprehended the rationale behind this arrangement. The villagers deliberately allocated the front courtyards to these unusual entities, displaying corpses within to instill fear in any unsuspecting visitors who might accidentally wander in and seek shelter. This was a calculated move to psychologically intimidate intruders from the onset. Upon entering the house, the trio meticulously searched both small rooms of the courtyard, examining every nook and cranny, even the crevices between bricks. "Old Qin, I found no listening devices," one declared. "Boss, I too found nothing unusual. I have thoroughly inspected the courtyard." The courtyard contained merely 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, and a compact bathroom. Qin Sheng retrieved a seed from her spatial storage. Carefully excavating a section of soil from the corner of the wall, digging a small hole, she buried the seed and watered it slightly. Almost immediately, Mu Yuan and Jiang Jiangwo witnessed the tiny seed, under the influence of Qin Sheng's extraordinary abilities, sprouting at a visibly rapid pace. Delicate tendrils unfurled along the brick wall, spreading out like ripples on water. Within minutes, the walls and ceiling of the room became enveloped in a dense network of climbing ivy, resembling a spider's web. They watched in astonishment as the ivy's branches extended through the window gaps, cloaking the exterior walls and roof of the house. In approximately 10 minutes, the once bare red brick courtyard was transformed, covered in a lush green, akin to a long-abandoned structure overtaken by nature. "This is a mutated climbing ivy I discovered in the outskirts. I specifically collected numerous seeds. While a few leaves may not be significant, an entire expanse of densely intertwined ivy will provide a degree of defense. Moreover, should any strangers enter this courtyard, we will be alerted immediately. Furthermore, Mu Yuan, release all the bees from your hive and let them frolic in this courtyard. Make sure they do not fly away." "Boss, they're not bees, they're fireflies." Jiang Jiangwo shot him a glance. All right, understood, little insect. Quickly let your precious little friends out." "Little fireflies?" Mu Yuan felt an oddity in the way Jiang Jiangwo addressed him, though he could not quite pinpoint what felt amiss. Having completed all these tasks, Qin Sheng retrieved a bottle of water from her space and gulped it down voraciously, releasing a long sigh of relief afterwards. She then dragged out several beanbag chairs and placed them on the ground, promptly claiming one for herself. Finally, she could take a moment to rest. Jiang Jiangwo followed suit, reclining on a nearby beanbag chair. "Old Qin, it seems that Wang Fugui has taken a liking to you. Ever since we entered the village, his gaze has been fixed upon you, unwavering. During our meal, he even eagerly served you meat, scanning your body with an X-ray gaze from your toenails to your hair. If it comes to that, why not just stay here and become the village chief's wife? Sacrificing one for the happiness of 2. Chapter 75, A Night in the Desolate Village. Listen to yourself. Do you even hear the words coming out of your mouth? Why don't you sacrifice yourself instead? Qin Sheng furiously hurled a large bottle of water at Jiang Jiangwo. He chuckled, twisting open the cap and began to drink heartily. Mu Yuan, sitting cross-legged, sank deeper into the soft embrace of the beanbag. Boss, you really don't need to endure this humiliation. If it comes to that, let us just turn the table. Let us confront them. With you, Jiang Jiangguo, and me, the three of us can certainly break through. Worst case, I'll cover your retreat. Hey, third. You've gone too far. Who gave you the right to decide for me? Sacrificing yourself is one thing, but sacrificing me? Did you seek my consent? Jiang Jiangguo had just downed more than half the bottle when he overheard Mu Yuan's sacrificial plan. And when I suggested that old Qin become the village chief's wife, it was merely a jest. Do you not grasp that? There's no way we would truly leave her here alone. Besides, do you think old Qin is the kind of person who simply obeys? If Wang Fugui asks her to follow, she'll just comply? Let me tell you, your boss might be harboring some nefarious intentions. After being old Qin's lackey for nearly 20 years, do you think I don't know her better than you do? Mu Yuan quickly rose from the comfortable beanbag, rushing to Qin Sheng's side and squatting down, resting his head on the armrest. Boss, do you truly have a plan? At that moment, he had removed his hat, revealing his tousled silver hair, resembling a disheveled little puppy. Unable to resist, Qin Sheng reached out and tousled his hair. My dear, you've made it all worthwhile for me, knowing to cover my retreat and let me go first. For that, you surpassed Jiang Jiangguo. Here, allow me to treat you to some spicy strips. Qin Sheng pulled a package of spicy snacks from her space and handed it to him. Then, with a serious tone, she remarked, all the villagers in Qinghua village, including Wang Fugui, are quite peculiar. However, what is most peculiar is their ability to command the abominable creatures to serve them. Consider this. What is most abundant in the outside world? Not humanity, but these aberrations. The number of those transformed into abominations by parasitic insects far surpasses the combined total of evolvers and ordinary people. If there exists a means to compel these creatures to obey humans, who would not desire such power, not only the three of us, but even the vast bases outside would likely go to great lengths to uncover this secret. Yet, Wang Fugui wishes for you to be his wife. Qin Sheng cast him a glance. The beauty of a young lady is not the crux of the matter. Understood? She continued, initially, I believe that the corpses in the small courtyards of the village's front were solely the work of the abominations, and I intended to eliminate them all. However, Wang Fugui's appearance altered my perspective entirely. I was astonished to discover that someone could actually command these creatures. Those abominations acted like bodyguards, utterly obedient to him. This defied all logic. In that moment, I swiftly adjusted my strategy and chose to follow Wang Fugui. Since he invited us in, we might as well explore this village and uncover the treasures and secrets it conceals. Jianghua, old 3, if we could acquire Wang Fugui's method of controlling the abominations. Just think about it. Who would dare to provoke us in the future? We could establish a base in a secluded area and train a legion of abomination soldiers. If no one bothers us, that would be fine. However, should anyone foolishly dare to challenge us, we would dispatch an army to obliterate them. But that Wang Fugui has taken a liking to you. He wants you to be his wife. Old 3, I've told you this is not the main issue. No, this is indeed the main issue. He wants you as his bride, regardless of their protests. Mu Yuan stubbornly clung to the notion that Qin Sheng was to marry the village chief. With such beauty, how could the eldest, who had lived so long and seen the most exquisite individuals, possibly marry that square-faced, bearded man? The mere thought of his lovely eldest, akin to a fairy, holding hands with that square-faced brute, filled Mu Yuan with an inexplicable fury from his toes to his hair. No, absolutely not. The eldest must not marry him. I cannot even fathom it. Why should she marry someone else? In a huff, he clutched Qin Sheng's arm, abandoning the spicy strips in his hand, and directly handed them to Jiang Jiangguo, resembling an agitated pup. Eldest, I don't care. You cannot marry that square-faced man. Whatever you desire, just tell me, and I shall procure it for you. If I cannot, I will bring my head to you, he declared, thumping his chest dramatically. You just let it go, Qin Sheng said, ruffling his hair. Exactly, what are you boasting about? Day by day, consumed without a trace, failing at every endeavor, you are but a mere novice, relying solely on a swarm of fireflies for survival, yet you still seek to assert yourself. How absurd. Jiang Yangguo abruptly lifted Mu Yuan's chin. Moreover, who informed you that Lao Qin intends to marry that village chief? Is Lao Qin truly the type to bow down for mere grains? That Wang Fugui, he could easily be my father. In fact, if my ancient father were present, he would likely address him as brother. At his age, still chasing after young maidens. How shameless. Rest assured, when I say I would have Lao Qin sacrifice herself, I speak in jest. If Wang Fuguei genuinely wishes to wed her, even with your consent, I shall exert every effort to prevent it. Qin Sheng nodded in agreement, smiling. Mu Yuan finally exhaled in relief, snatching the spicy strips back from Jiang Jiangguo, tearing them open and stuffing them into his mouth one after another. Observing his gluttonous behavior, Jiang Jiangguo couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Look at Lao Qin. Just a moment ago, this third brother was infatuated and reckless for you, and now he has shifted to devouring spicy strips. I suspect his concern for you stemmed from a fear of not having access to good food after you part ways. He is merely a foodie. As night descended, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo retired to the left bedroom, where 2 beds were placed, allowing each to have their own space without disturbance. Mu Yuan occupied the right bedroom. In the latter part of the night, amidst the darkness, 2 figures, one stout and one slender, stealthily approached the small courtyard. The slightly leaner individual lowered his voice. Aunt Li, isn't this rather inappropriate? After all, that woman is to be the future village chief's wife. What is inappropriate about it? What of being the village chief's wife? Of all the beautiful women who have come before, how many have actually become the village chief's wife? Yet what became of them? Now, those former village chief's wives are all locked in a sheep pen. If Qin Sheng were present, he might recognize the plump woman speaking as the one responsible for dinner. Aunt Li cast a glance, and the impatient companion beside her interjected, Wang Dali, cut the nonsense. Either do it or don't. Just give a straightforward answer. If you're unwilling, I have plenty of others who can do it. It's not like I'm dependent on you. Besides, we aren't planning to do anything to the new wife, merely taking a look. The 3 individuals arrived with large packs on their backs, likely containing treasures. We just need to find an opportunity to stealthily take those packs without causing harm. What are you afraid of? Even if the village chief learns of it, he wouldn't dare to punish us. Aún li remarca nonchalantly. Wang Dali pondered for a moment, hesitated, then nodded. As per the usual practice, you go in first to scout the situation, and I'll follow thereafter, Aunt Li cunningly proposed. Wang Dali nodded slightly. I will lead the way, no doubt about it. But let's adhere to our old agreement. The spoils will be divided 70-30, with me receiving the larger share. After all, I am the one taking the lead. Facing considerable peril, one misstep could result in dire consequences. Despite his words, there was no trace of fear on Wang Dali's face. This was not their first venture of such nature. If they hesitated now, the opportunity would slip away, leaving the spoils to fall into the hands of the village chief. The survivors invited by the chief had all met a grim fate. None had managed to escape the confines of the village. Wang Dali and Aunt Li would seize the chance, within the first 2 days of these survivors' arrival, to thoroughly strip them of all their possessions. Wang Fuguei was aware of this practice, but had chosen to turn a blind eye. Wang Dali himself was an evolved being. In Xinghua village, several individuals possessed evolution abilities. Yet Wang Dali was distinct among them. His ability was one of concealment, allowing him to significantly diminish his presence within a certain radius, causing others to unconsciously overlook him. It resembled the chameleon's ability to alter its color and blend into its surroundings. However, while the chameleon adjusts its color to closely align with objective reality and evade detection, Wang Dali's power operates on a more subjective level, affecting the mental awareness of those nearby. He could influence the minds of others, compelling them to inadvertently disregard his presence, thus achieving his goal of hiding from adversaries. The higher the level of his ability, the greater the number of individuals he could affect. Initially, he could only influence 1 person at a time, but now he could simultaneously obscure 5 individuals. With only 3 outsiders present, Wang Dali considered this merely a trivial task, hardly warranting concern. His insistence on the division of spoils was merely a tactic to negotiate with Aunt Li. Aunt Li, growing impatient, nodded in acknowledgement. Understand. You bear the greatest burden and face the highest risk. Now, hurry inside, do not dawdle. In truth, Aunt Li was indifferent to the so-called resources. What treasures could there possibly be? In this apocalyptic world, gold and jewels were less valuable than a mere stone found by the roadside. Paper money served only as kindling. The most precious commodity in this new reality was food, and unlike many others, Qinghua village had never been lacking in sustenance. They not only had food, but also enjoyed meat, a luxury unmatched by any other place. Having witnessed countless individuals perish from starvation, Aunt Li felt profoundly grateful for life in Qinghua village. Her encouragement for Wang Dali to proceed was merely in compliance with the village chief's orders. In the entire village, only Wang Dali possessed an extraordinary ability, one that instilled a sense of trepidation in the village chief. Despite the apocalypse, Wang Dali remained fervently enamored with gold, silver, and jewels, as if such passions were woven into the very fabric of his being. Observing him stealthily scale the wall to enter a small courtyard, Aunt Lee's lips curled into a faint, icy smile. "Fool, do you truly believe I cherish these worthless trinkets? Each time I accompany you to scavenge the resources of these outsiders, it is merely because the village chief intends to use you as a blade to carve a path forward." In the chief's own words, if these outsiders could not even detect Wang Dali's infiltration, and if he could effortlessly seize their belongings without arousing suspicion, it would signify that their evolutionary capabilities or status were not particularly formidable. Henceforth, the village would determine their fate. However, if Wang Dali were to falter and be captured or slain, the approach towards these outsiders would require careful deliberation. Yet, prior to Qin Sheng's arrival, none of the earlier batches of evolved individuals had managed to apprehend Wang Dali. In this new world, only those with true prowess could wield a blade and become wolves, while the weak were destined to be mere sheep. Those incapable of confronting Wang Dali were relegated to the latter category. Aunt Lee waited outside the courtyard for an extended period, yet no unusual sounds emerged from within. It appeared that events were unfolding smoothly. A disdainful smile graced her lips, and she reveled in the outcome. It seemed the village's pen of sheep would soon welcome 3 additional members. However, after waiting another 5 minutes, then 10, based on her prior experiences, Wang Dali should have already completed his task and returned. Why was there not a single sound? Could something have gone awry? It was implausible. If a struggle had ensued, there would surely be some noise. Holding herbidet, aontlisitidichet hernik, pressing her ear against the red bricks of the courtyard wall, straining to catch any sound. Alas, disappointment awaited her. The courtyard remained eerily silent. After enduring another 10 minutes in anxious anticipation, she realized that Wang Dali must have met with misfortune. Her countenance darkened immediately. Suppressing her anger, she tiptoed away from the courtyard, making her way to the adjacent yard of Wang Fugui. Meanwhile, within the courtyard, Wang Dali found himself ensnared by layers of twisting vines, his mouth stuffed with a foul-smelling shoe. He could hardly comprehend how he had been captured the moment he touched down. His powers were intact. How could his whereabouts have been revealed? He struggled to emit muffled sounds, but the filthy sneaker obstructed his mouth, and its stench was utterly unbearable. The odor was more pungent than his own shoes. He gazed in terror at the 3 individuals standing neatly in a row on the steps, their smiles unwavering and their silence unsettling. The scene was undeniably eerie. Moreover, the yard was inexplicably filled with fireflies. Yes, fireflies. In a sudden epiphany, Wang Dali understood the reason for his discovery. Initially, when he scaled the courtyard wall, there were no fireflies present, and everything appeared quite ordinary. However, the moment his toes touched the grass of the courtyard, the previously dark ground shimmered with a silver wave. The fireflies hidden among the foliage illuminated their lanterns all at once. It was indeed this very phenomenon that led to his detection. Otherwise, with his extraordinary abilities, he had never faltered. After his capture, the fireflies seemed to fall into a deep slumber, retreating into the crevices of the weeds, completely concealing their forms and dimming their glow. Wang Dali suddenly realized that the village chief might have summoned something that should not have been called forth. These individuals were conspiring. Chapter 77. The 10 most cruel punishments of the Qin dynasty. Jiang Jiangguo was missing a shoe. She hopped over to the pillar beneath the eaves, climbing swiftly and gracefully akin to a monkey, and within moments, she reached the top. She witnessed the gate of Wang Fugui's yard quietly creaking open. A plump figure stealthily crept into Wang Fugui's courtyard, cautiously glancing around. After observing this, she promptly slid back down the pillar. "Old Qin, you were right. Indeed, little mice come to visit at night. However, there's another mother mouse that has fled, heading towards the village chief's home. Isn't that amusing?" Qin Sheng chuckled, and, with a flick of her hand, the vines binding Wang Dali tightened suddenly. He was then dragged into the house, his eyes wide with terror as he struggled and screamed in vain. His mouth was firmly gagged, the shoe's stench rendering him dizzy. He could not produce a sound, his throat constricting with the urge to vomit. Qin Sheng leisurely pulled the vines into the house, followed closely by Jiang Jiangguo, who bounced along. Seeing this, Mu Yuan poured some concocted potion into a small basin beneath the eaves. This potion was a special nutrient solution he had prepared for the fireflies, which they absolutely adored. As the nutrient solution was poured in, it released a peculiar fragrance of flowers and herbs, mingled with a faint hint of traditional Chinese medicine, resulting in an overall delightful aroma. In the yard, the fireflies that had been resting in the grass, drawn by a fragrant aroma, approached the small bowl, each carrying a bright lantern. Mu Yuan smiled with satisfaction and turned to enter the house, casually shutting the door behind him. Inside, Jiang Jiangguo hopped over to Wang Dali's side and, with a swift motion, yanked off the size 43 shoes from his mouth, slipping them onto his own feet. Just as Wang Dali was about to scream, the sound barely escaped his throat. She swiftly raised her palm like a giant fan, delivering a powerful slap that left Wang Dali dizzy and seeing stars. Poor thing, go ahead and scream. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. She cackled. Wang Dali stared at the woman with a peculiar laughter, a chill creeping into his heart. Did this woman possess some unusual penchant? Why was she gazing at him with such a smile? It sent shivers down his spine. Indeed, she was tall and robust, her biceps nearly as thick as his waist, and those enormous hands, the largest and most powerful he had ever seen. With her masculine appearance, it was evident she had never had a boyfriend, never truly been cherished. Wait, could it be that she had taken a liking to him? It wasn't entirely implausible. After all, he was not unhandsome and had a decent physique. Compared to that old coot, Wang Fugui, he was a gem, wasn't he? He was the youngest in the village, having just turned 40. This fierce woman, starved for affection, had entered a village filled with the elderly and infirm, none of whom would appeal to her. Surely, she would prefer a vigorous young man like himself. Wang Dali's mind became a bit muddled. In the face of life, should he consider sacrificing his body? If she intended no harm, he could potentially entertain the idea. After all, besides her impressive physique, her face was passable, somewhat attractive. In the end, if he closed his eyes and turned off the lights, it would all be the same, provided he was on top. Qin Sheng, oblivious to Wang Dali's convoluted thoughts, fixated her gaze on Jiang Jiangguo, her initial anger transforming into fear and then a hint of shyness, even biting her lip in response. She delivered a swift kick, pulling Wang Dali back to reality. I have some questions for you. If you answer honestly, we will let you go. If you do not, well, think carefully about your next fate. Don't ask me anything. I won't say a word regardless of what you inquire. I came here unafraid of death. Even if you summon the most vicious and terrifying woman in the world to torment me day and night, I will remain silent. Wang Dali declared defiantly, glaring at the woman before him. What is the most malevolent woman? What is this about gang rape? What is he thinking? In this apocalyptic scenario, what are the circumstances? Do you still expect women to take the initiative in such a way? Your thoughts are rather fanciful. Qin Sheng coldly laughed. Since you are so resolute, it's fine. I have a fondness for those with strong will. Why not give it a try? Let us begin with a simplified version of the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. With that, Qin Sheng beckoned to Jiang Jiangguo. Jiangguo, the rest is up to you. Muffle his mouth, and you have the freedom to proceed. Ensure he reveals everything he knows. Understand? Yes, sir. I guarantee the task will be completed. Upon hearing that he would be involved, Jiang Jiangguo instantly became enthusiastic, chuckling ominously. He found a filthy rag from a corner and stuffed it into Wang Dali's mouth, dragging Wang Dali by the feet. He disregarded his desperate gaze and pulled him into the adjacent room, shutting the door behind them. Qin Sheng reclined on the sofa, casually eating sunflower seeds. A few minutes later, muffled sounds of anguish emanated from the adjacent room, which sounded exceedingly painful and helpless. What exactly are the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty? It sounds like the most horrific form of punishment. Mu Yuan's curiosity was piqued, his mind racing. He hesitantly looked at Qin Sheng. Boss, may I go take a look? Qin Sheng waved his hand dismissively. If you want to see, go ahead. I won't stop you. Just make sure you learn from Jiang Jiangguo. All right. Mu Yuan nodded eagerly, then swiftly dashed to the door of the neighboring room, quietly pushing it open and peeking through the crack. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. He bit his lip, hesitating. Should he continue watching? After all, the boss had encouraged him to observe and learn. If he returned now, the boss would surely be disappointed. With that thought, he shyly smiled, covering his flushed face, and leaned in closer to catch another glimpse. Chapter 78. Let me make you a flowery sausage. Lying on the cold ground, Wang Dali's expression shifted from subtle anticipation to sheer terror and helplessness, all within a mere 10 minutes. This woman was nothing short of a demon. Treating him with such cruelty, Wang Dali deeply regretted listening to Aunt Li's advice to sneak into this courtyard. Had he known, he would never have come. If he hadn't arrived, he would still be peacefully sleeping in his own bed, instead of lying here, vulnerable to slaughter. You, my friend, clearly do not appreciate the opportunity. Just moments ago, Lao Qin gave you a chance to speak. Since you failed to cherish it, I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Jiang Jiangguo, while chattering incessantly, gestured with his finely crafted knife. The blade was remarkably sharp. With a gentle drop, slices of meat flew through the air. As I entered the village, I meticulously observed the pieces of meat hanging in your courtyards. Frankly, I find your technique of curing meat rather lacking and in dire need of refinement. Allow me to demonstrate what authentic cured meat truly entails. Genuine curing requires one to meticulously score the pork evenly and generously sprinkle salt within, ensuring that each piece is thoroughly infused with flavor. Without proper curing, any neglected area becomes rancid. Do you comprehend? As he spoke, he continued to make incisions with his small knife, then leisurely dipped into a nearby bowl to extract a pinch of salt, applying it into the wounds while gently massaging to facilitate its absorption. The knife, though appearing sharp, merely grazed the skin, creating a deep gash, yet little blood flowed initially. However, as Jiang Jiangguo pried the wound open to insert the salt, crimson began to seep forth. At that moment, Wang Dali had transformed into a grotesque figure, drenched in blood, with not a single unscathed inch below his neck. Jiang Jiangguo's blade inched closer to his lower abdomen, hesitation flickering across his face. This was becoming complicated. Should he slice it off entirely and discard it? Or carve it into sashimi? Discarding it seemed unwise. It would disrupt the overall aesthetics. An idea struck him. Perhaps sewing it up would be a better alternative. Would you care to try? Wang Dali, paralyzed with terror, fixated on the tip of the knife, daring not to move. The chilling blade seemed to glide over his body. And at that moment, he wished he could slap himself twice. Why had he so readily dismissed the woman? Was living such a burden? He had initially believed he would merely sacrifice his flesh. Now, however, the sacrifice was not what he had anticipated. He shook his head frantically, almost as if trying to dislodge his own thoughts. Jiang Jiangguo slowly turned his head to regard him. Have you come to your senses? Willing to speak now? Wang Dali nodded vigorously, exclaiming that he would say anything. As long as it meant this madwoman would sheath her knife, he would divulge everything. Now you wish to talk? Not a chance. Alas, I haven't had my fill of fun yet. I wouldn't dream of returning you to old Qin. That would spoil my amusement. Jiang Jiangguo cackled gleefully, grabbing another handful of salt and rubbing it into his wounds. There's a saying about rubbing salt in someone else's wounds. And now Wang Dali was acutely experiencing the torment of such an act. The pain was excruciating. The pain was unbearable, as if he wished for nothing more than to cease to exist. Wang Dali writhed in agony, his body convulsing as though he were afflicted by seizure, repeatedly striking the back of his head against the ground, producing a dull thud with each impact. The most alarming aspect was that Jiang Jiangguo's madwoman was poised to bring her knife perilously close to his most vulnerable area. A man's head may be severed, and blood may flow, but one must never part with their manhood. Jiang Jiangguo understood that if she persisted in her cruel game, the hostage might never again utter a word. With a dismissive spit on the ground, she opened the door, intending to summon Qin Sheng to assess the results of her interrogation. However, as she swung the door wide, Mu Yuan stumbled into the room, losing his balance. Jiang Jiangguo watched as a figure with striking white hair rolled in smoothly. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, brushing the dust from his clothes. Casting a furtive glance at the bloodied form of Wang Dali sprawled on the floor, feeling deep sympathy for the unfortunate man. What a state of ruin he was in. Yet well done, he thought, feeling a rush of excitement. I wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. The boss sent me. She instructed me to observe and learn. Jiang Jiangguo, unconcerned about who had summoned him, cheerfully responded, Go next door and fetch the boss. Tell her I have successfully persuaded the hostage with my charm. He is now willing to divulge all information. Mu Yuan nodded enthusiastically and turned to leave for the next room. When Qin Sheng arrived, she was greeted by the sight of a bloodied humanoid figure on the floor. Had it not been for the relatively unscathed face, she might have struggled to recognize Wang Dali, the very same individual who had barged in moments prior. What were these so-called top 10 tortures of the Qin dynasty? It was merely an offhand remark. Her intent had only been to compel Jiang Jiangguo to administer a solid thrashing to break the man's resolve. How had he managed to concoct such an absurd scenario? What had she learned over the years? Such extreme methods. Did he believe he was in a culinary drama? Jiang Jiangguo crouched on the ground, polishing her small knife with a smug grin, feeling quite pleased with herself. Old Qin, see? I told you that with my intervention. Nothing is beyond reach. Although the tactic was brutal and underhanded, it undeniably proved effective. The moment Wang Dali laid eyes on Qin Sheng, his excitement surpassed that of seeing his own mother. He hastily exclaimed, "Your Excellency, I confess, I confess. I will reveal everything. Spare me. I know every secret in the village, even the affair between the village chief and that widow. I will tell you everything. Please, do not hand me over to this terrifying woman. I can't bear it any longer." As he spoke, he writhed in pain, inching towards Qin Sheng, leaving a long streak of dark blood in his wake, a truly pitiful sight. Wang Dali struggled to crawl to Qin Sheng's feet, lifting his head with despair-laden tears streaming down his face. "Was it that you wished to know? I am willing to divulge everything. If not, then please, end my life now. I can endure no more of this torment."